incredible setup. If you watch the videos, you can set it sets, and we'll get to meet them and talk to them and find out. If you're watching these quarantine episodes, you definitely know the show is. So let's just jump right into it, shall we? So let's just jump right into it. Watching a submission. Your first performer of the night goes by the name of April Watershed. Hey, all right, here's April Watershed. Now, on the floor, I will give the Democrats credit. They will, they heard the California and will fund that.
Close your eyes and bring yourself to a calm, quiet place in your mind. Just stay here and relax before I feel moments. Breathe deeply and comfortably and notice how amazing the sound of your breath. Just listen at the air, in and out, in and out. It is quiet and it is beautiful. I'm sure you can feel the peace that's around you now while you lie in the dark, alone in your bed in quarantine. Nobody cares about you. You will never find anyone to marry. Don't even worry about it. I hope you have enjoyed the meditation and you feel at peace. Thank you very much. All right, April Watershed, getting tonight started. Hello, April. How are you? Can you hear us all right? Oh, I love that. That is true. There's 3 of you all around us. You can join the band.
You're welcome to join us at any time.
Can you play the saxophone?
What do you play? Any musical instruments, April? You look like you know how to play the cats. Oh, you're allergic to cats? Oh, okay.
You know, I was covering your face with my hands just to look at your actual face so I could see your hair while you were doing that impression. Yeah, you look exactly like him. That's pretty crazy. Right now you don't. But when you're doing that,
It was incredible. Even the physical part of the impression was spot on. I personally was in that.
Welcome, Zid. How you living, pimp?
And I was going to say that it's nice this week that an older
You mean like Australia's Burger King or Hungry Jack's?
Say, April, where are you?
All right, why did it shut down? Dude, when I go viral, I'm going to make that shit so fucking big, it's going to blow your mind. Just to stick it to Hungry Jack's. Welcome, welcome. How are you? No, how'd you find out about me? What was it? What was the name of your account? Oh, well, welcome back. Just living the dream watching Kill Tony. You know what Kill Tony is? It's the largest live podcast in the world. It streams live every Monday from Joe Rogan's Comedy Mothership. It's been going for 12 years. What did you find, Zoot? Zoot, are you gonna get a Nintendo Switch too? All right. What's the best game on Nintendo Switch? What's the best game on Nintendo Switch? All right. Okay.
I guess.
What do you like about Zelda?
I get the feeling that your fan base probably
Okay.
What was your last post on X?
Wait, your remote to your TV was a dildo? You really think someone stole your dildo? No, I think we know what those two places are.
Have you farted lately?
Yo, pimp. Like regular Nintendo? Probably Mario Kart.
So, what else about your life? Any other crazy fun?
It's the OG one. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. GoldenEye is probably my favorite, or Perfect Dark. There you go, Super Nintendo. I was dirty at that game. But then with Nintendo, that's cool. That's cool. That's neat that they are putting a giving you a game when you buy the system.
Red Band. Welcome to another episode of Running His Bits with Brian's Bits are where this lady's dildos are hidden. You know what? I think these Karens have a new thing to protest about. Yeah, what do you got?
All right, Zoot, you ready for an invitation?
All right. Well,
Yo,
April, thank
pimp.
you so much for submitting in.
Any second. But maybe when you start to beat me at mini golf.
I think I know somebody that will give you a ride. You've been great.
Dude, I don't think that's true.
Thank you so much, April Walter. What was it? Shine? April O'Neill on Instagram or social media, perhaps. Sometime. Yeah.
Yep.
That was incredible. Know about that, Karen? Social media apps are you on? How about you?
You're not upper class. You're solidly in the middle.
Okay.
You have a net worth of about $1 million. That's not upper class.
Karen. Your next submission goes by the name of Dylan Albright. So
You don't own a home. You don't own a car. You're middle class. Okay, well, I mean, what do you call it? What's your favorite phrase? Non-recognized profits or whatever? What's it called? Unrealized profits. Well, you have unrealized assets. Zoo, what are your thoughts on being a millionaire who sucks dick at mini golf? Okay, but you still suck dick at mini golf. Are we clear on that? Good man. All right, this hole sucks. Get there, get there, get there, get there. I'll take it. I'll take that. Yo, pimp. No, I hit your ball. But I cleared the tree for you. You're welcome. Water. Easily water. Oh, too hard, dog. Too hard.
There it is, Dylan Albright. All right. Hello, Dylan.
Water.
There?
Water.
Hi, Dylan.
Nope, that's good.
Kill Cloney with a bunch of clones of yourself. That's the way to fucking make something out of this crazy.
That stinks. Easy win for Zoo.
I love it. Where are we talking to you from? Where are you? Northern Michigan, man. Northern vibes.
Planes?
You're in your garage?
I don't want to say too many to count, but like a lot. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe like, do we count layovers when they change the plane? Probably at least a couple dozen. Somewhere between 12 and 24, something like that. Yep. Yeah, it was a like a small plane. It wasn't like a luxury Learjet or anything. But right. But when I was little, I went on one, and I still remember it was Well, there's a bunch of reasons for that. Commercial planes have mechanics and procedures that multiple people have to check and double check. A private plane, it's just up to the pilot. Additionally, commercial planes generally have specified flight patterns and procedures when private planes can fly basically wherever they want and may not be as well experienced in bad weather or turbulence. There's the issue of maintenance costs. So a private plane may not be maintained as well as a commercial plane simply due to the fact that it's very expensive and somebody may cut corners. There are many reasons, but those are just a few of them. Boy, this is a tough shot.
You needed this security guard to keep an eye on this characters for you.
Um, yeah, there's some laws about what presidents can ride in. Like they're not allowed to drive their own cars. Once you're president, you're not allowed to drive your own car. And there may be some kind of law. Yeah, that's why like when Aiden Ross gave Donald Trump a Cybertruck, even though he wasn't president yet, it's against like secret security rules to allow like a president, but even I think perhaps even a non-sitting president to, or perhaps a presidential candidate to drive. Um, Donald Trump hasn't driven a car in like, he has a big car collection, but he hasn't driven a car in like at least 10 years. And and I don't know if planes have a similar law or rules, but I mean, I shouldn't say that. Donald Trump has his own plane and flies in it. So, yeah, they do. They fly in the private planes all the time. But his private plane's like a Boeing 727 or something. It's a big plane. What'd you say? No. I don't know a single. Well, actually, George Herbert Walker Bush, he was a pilot. He was a pilot in the Navy, so he flew planes. But like, that's not really a thing that many presidents have done. Um, he might be the only one. What? No. Um, George W. was in the Air National Guard, but I don't know if he ever flew. Obama was not a pilot. Biden not a pilot. Trump's not a pilot. Clinton's not a pilot. George Herbert Walker Bush was a pilot. Reagan was not a pilot. Carter was not a pilot. Ford was not a pilot. It's a lot of headache that I don't like. Right. Yeah, dog. I like to be able to. I mean, well, quite a few things, but like the biggest thing that you have to do is get reelected. So you have to kiss a lot of people's asses you don't want to necessarily kiss. I mean, it's probably. Yeah, I would say so. Look at all the presidents and how much it ages them. especially like Obama. I mean, it really takes a toll on your body and the stress levels. I mean, you got to think that like every moment of your day, you're basically the most influential person on earth, and there's somebody out there who doesn't like you and may want to kill you. Why would you want that if you're just like living a cool life as a private citizen? Additionally, you're making $400,000 a year. I mean, just like absolutely nothing in comparison to what you make in the private sector. So you have to take like a huge pay cut generally. I mean, yeah, there's some cool stuff to it. You're remembered in the history books. That's cool, and that's probably a huge reason that motivates people. But um, I'd rather do something where I think I could make a difference. I'd rather be the UN Secretary General than President of the United States.
Living in a garage.
Oh, definitely. That's correct. But I mean, like a lot of times they don't like it. I know that presidential children don't like Secret Service because they want to go on dates and they want to like, go party and stuff. And they're not allowed to because they've got these Secret Service people all the time. So they do their best to ditch them and like hide from them. And I know that that has been true of other presidents as well. There used to be a serious some president who would sneak out the back, like perhaps sneak out the back stairwell at the White House and just go on walks by themselves. They just didn't want to be around anybody. I forget exactly the story like that. Welcome. That's a that's a difficult question to answer. I mean, I could make arguments for any president being a really good president, and I could make arguments for them being a really bad president. So, for instance, I could be like, right, I could say that, oh, George Washington was our greatest president. Well, was he? He was a slave owner. Or Thomas Jefferson. Or um, I could say, Lincoln was such a great president because he wrote the Emancipation Proclamation, which essentially freed the slaves. But arguments could be made that he could have perhaps, like, well, he under his presidency, the entire South was destroyed essentially, and there may have been an argument to. So there's an argument to be made. Andrew Jackson, he shut down the United States Bank. He on his on his tombstone it says, "I killed the bank." That's what he wanted to be remembered for. What he wanted to be remembered, and I think that there's some interest in that type of an event. There's an argument to be made. I mean, for any president. So I don't really have a favorite one. There are aspects of some presidencies that I like more than others. Like I think many Americans have a romanticism with the Camelot like atmosphere that was the Kennedy presidency, but it was short. It was like less than 4 years.
Just the Magnolia.
Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot, you have an invitation.
Wow, that is without a doubt. That is
Zoot, you have an invitation. Okay.
It sounds like the guy from Breaking Bad is taking responsibility.
Zoot, that was a very good shot.
Where are you? Are you on the usual back?
Yeah, I'm ready, big dog. That's what you think is a good shot. Okay. How'd you like that shot, Zoot? You know you love it. You know you love it. What up, Miss Aquarius? How are you? You ready to play some bowling? Okay, Zoot and I are in the middle of some mini golf. We'll be done in about.
Already, or were they just rubber?
I did. Girlfriend gave it to me for free. Wow. You wish you could fit two in my asshole. You can't even fit your dick in my asshole. Yeah, you want to see it? Why don't you come over right now and look at it? Okay. We'll go in the bathroom.
You guys are so
Clean it for me, will you?
Oh, God.
Yeah, I'd love to clean it for you. Wendy, you're a trap.
Bring it.
I'm gonna touch your butthole. I feel like.
What would a Jamaican guy say if he's talking to you? That's Jamaican? William, what else has been going on with you? How
Thanks,
far
big
in the
dog.
tree have you gotten? And are there any pictures of this?
I appreciate it. Thanks, big man. Hopefully it pays dividends in the future.
Is there a tree in the backyard that you can like put your phone down?
All right, Zoot. I agree. Oh, what was that shot?
Is there a tree in your back that you can climb up?
Can you climb a tree right now? Can you climb a tree right now? You have somebody who holds the. That would be podcast history, I guarantee you. That in the history of not only this show, but in the history of podcasts, no anybody's tree live.
Yo, pimp.
Please do that for us. Yes, climb a tree.
How about that middle spot?
Provide things on this show.
How about that middle spot?
Yes.
No way. Oh, You're fortunate that you went in the water.
Gentlemen, this is like
You are fortunate you went in the water.
shots and they went live to the newscaster guy was. Yes. It's okay. There you go.
Zoot, I've got you. You know I've got you. You know I'm better at on this hole than you.
Quarantine started, and
Oh, dude, I left it short though.
naturally and always organically filmed in front of a live audience that we thought
Hit my ball. Hit my ball.
is
You helped me.
show is
Thank you, Zoot.
it stopped without having a live audience. We can't do jokes we would like to do because we always wrap
No, I actually hit a perfect shot. You and I both know that's a perfect shot.
continue to strive in this business. Magical things can happen.
I don't think so. You really need, especially,
There's a man climbing a
you're
tree
pretty far
every day,
behind.
and it's William Montgomery.
Yeah, but even still, I mean, look how good I am.
That's it. Can't go any farther. Go farther.
I'll make it in the next shot.
You are streaming now to thousands
And you
of
need,
people. That's
no, you just try to put it through the little hole. And you left it short.
keep going, William. You can do it. We believe in you. We believe in you.
I'm just going to end your misery right now,
The
Zoot.
highlight of the quarantine. Bill Snow. Can
That was
cameraman
nice.
Step back a bit because we're not convinced.
Too bad it
you, are even
was too little too late.
Can you get the ground in the shot, cameraman? Whoa! Out there.
No, it wasn't. Zoot, do you ever play bowling on here?
5 stories. Yeah. My
Yes?
goodness, this is incredible. You know what else? No one's ever. History.
Yeah, I do too. I'm going to send you an invite so we can practice.
I think you could break the code if you.
I just haven't played it that much.
It's like if cops would drop back.
I like your ball.
Sure.
Cameraman, back up so we can see him fall.
Yeah, come on, cameraman.
Nope.
Oh my goodness. At least he's down to like 3 or 4
I'm-
degrees. Oh, there he is. Wow. William Montgomery, podcast history. Is there anything you want to say to the first man to climb podcast history? How's it going?
No, I've seen way worse shots than that.
Oh, I didn't know that. What part are you? Oh my goodness. Right, there he is. MC Open News. All right, there he goes.
Oh, look at this
Right,
split.
everybody.
This
We
is a
love you,
tough
William.
shot.
Great job tonight. Yeah.
Get it.
It's through. Climbing a tree. All right, we'll keep this fun train moving along. Your next submission comes from.
What's up, crowd? Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Kelsey Hudgens. Here
That
we
was
go.
pretty good.
Even like a red. Here's Kelsey.
I mean, you can still pretty easily win. I'm only up by 12. All you need is a strike here, and you're like gonna win. Shoot, hit the ball. Go. Yeah, what happened to you? What's his name?
Hey, that's great. Kelsey Hudgens. King ball. Came in like a red.
buddy?
Hi, Kelsey.
Dude,
How are you, man?
Outstanding.
Love it.
mine.
This is who I am. One of the guys that play virtual reality with. 4 hours.
No, it's not, but it's hard, and I got it.
Which character are you?
Younger wizard. I'm the girl.
All right, you ready for darts?
Yeah. Check in on watching you guys fly off like an aircraft carrier the other day. Yeah.
It's so fun. You got it. Yeah.
All so wild to me.
Also, a bunch of cat the other way.
Myrtle Beach.
Myrtle Beach.
Born and raised.
Well, yeah, I was born and raised about an hour.
I'm so bad at this.
Here in Myrtle, I've been here for about 13, 14 years. But I've lived in South Carolina since all 33 of them.
Yeah. Guy.
Let's see it.
What do you think of our new setup? What do you think of this set?
Dude, the production.
Are you going to throw the dart?
And everything so far, too. Like,
That was not good. That was good. That was not good. Oh, that was terrible. 4? That was ugly. Okay, you got a 3. No, you didn't. There's your 20. Get that 18. Get 18. You got it. Oh, no, you didn't. It looked like you did. I threw it off the brick. Yes, you did. I don't know how you're so good at that game, but you suck at everything else. I know. I'll be right back. I'm getting my soup.
You only play guitar?
I mean, I play whatever's around, but guitar I'm most comfortable with.
Do you have any comedy songs or anything like that? Or you?
Not really. Sad. But, yeah.
Your jokes were fantastic.
When you live in Ohio, I don't know if you did this also. This used to be the place where we go on vacation every year. That was like our Florida. You didn't want to drive out to Florida, California, just drive with her. Every single year we did with 3 of us Italian families. And the gangster.
Yeah, they say Florida is the fourth. Yeah, it's in Myrtle Beach. It's the poor man's Florida.
Yeah. We did work. Because there's like a shooting every other day. And kind of there's Chicago.
I never recognized that it's a dangerous place. It's dangerous too, like, or it's numbers raising up, or are they just complaining that it's undercover parents?
Yeah, a lot of Yelp reviews. Yeah, they're not great. They're not, I mean, as far as like city limits and stuff.
Zoot, are we going to watch Survivor?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I have a podcast and obviously a cool music and stuff.
What do you talk about on your podcast?
What was on that? Yeah.
So you just interviewed? Or you ever have any solo ones or anything like that?
Yeah, it started out like I quit drinking and bad alcohol.
because of being in Myrtle Beach. But I quit drinking about 2 years ago in some months, and I actually picked up pretty bad cocaine habit after I quit drinking. And stopped doing all that shit. Sobered up for sure about 3 years ago. I had to feel something with that, so I just started turning it down. Mostly talking. It was kind of hard to get people to commit to showing up, so I would just talk to myself. And I used it for like therapy, like personal therapy. This is talking about your problem and shit. So that's what it became. Probably find anxiety and just getting things off my chest with that.
I'm going to call them progress loans. None of them I think you ever wanted to add first numbers. That's it.
I haven't had any of these stores.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Tell us more about it. What's in it?
I've never been in it, but I can imagine that it is full of, as they say, dildos and booty holes.
Is the McDouble your actual go-to? Because I found that interesting. Very rarely do I hear people bring up the McDouble, but a few times that I've been to McDonald's as a late, average out to about 14. The McDouble is actually my go-to.
Did you try the quarter pounder? You know
what? Maybe that's.
Yeah, I was going to say, quarter pounder burrito.
Oh, the brick. Well, that's the only time that I really eat at McDonald's. Fajitas, even though they people make this joke a lot about, oh, I got diarrhea. I don't get diarrhea. Anything not Chipotle or crazy food or this and that, but my goodness, those McDonald's fajitas on the airplane don't wake me up from my sleep an hour in. Sorry.
My booty hole is burning.
Oh, it really is. But I still, even though I know that an hour after eating it, I'm diarrhea. I can't help myself. Breakfast fajitas, they have this disgusting. That's what they call it. Mild Conte. It's spicy.
Fajitas only are from McDonald's.
Oh my goodness. So you said that cocaine up your nose at one point, and now you have cornstarch in your balls. Why do you have cornstarch in your restaurant?
Dude, did you create a Plenty of Fish account? How many guys did you match with? All right, that's something.
Inside out the other day, they have the little pass for the phone. I had him inside out. I don't wear cameras, so I used to put my cell phone there. So if you wear it inside out,
Look at that. My goodness.
I could never link to ball cancer or anything weird like that.
No, it's fine.
Zoot, are you on Hinge?
I put my phone in my front pocket of my sheets, and I put it up my asshole, and
Correct.
That's never been bigger.
I think it's like Tinder. I think it's like Tinder. And frankly, I think a lot of people meet on it. The reason why I say that, a lot of people on Kill Tony, they meet on the big, like they ask these people how they always meet their girlfriends or boyfriends. The biggest one is Tinder. Bumble is probably second or third, tied with Hinge. Hinge is pretty big. Then there are people who do Plenty of Fish. And then there are a couple others. There's like Match.com and eHarmony, but those are kind of, I don't know if that's for what you're looking. And then there are like specific ones like Farmers Only. All right, well, dude, then why don't you just go to a brothel? Well, dude, no girl is, I mean, I guess like huge whores, but any girl's going to make you work for it a little bit, at least take her out to dinner. Excellent. All righty, Miss Aquarius is ready. Zoot, are you ready? All right, we'll be patient. Okay, very well. Noah, if you'd like to play, download an app called Plato, Plato. It's available on the App Store and Google. All right, Miss Aquarius. Plato, Plato. It takes like 2 minutes to sign up. On the next round, we'll be done with this round in like 5 minutes.
Yonder,
Zoot,
talking, do you have any other advice for someone whose life might be negatively affected?
Zoot,
Ask you if a good,
Zoot. Miss Aquarius is valuable. Quit whatever game you're playing. There you go, big dog. All right, well, just wait on that for a little bit. No, you didn't. Zoot, be respectful. He said something inappropriate. Nothing too, but just Zoot, get it, big dog.
where each of those applications gets assigned a small group of reviewers.
That's 9. No, too much. Right.
He's like,
Okay, well, even still, that would have been it.
right at it.
Absolutely, with good reason. Oh, come on, Miss Aquarius. You can get it.
Oh, really? Is that true?
There you go.
You had a custom work away from you?
Yeah, you wished in your dreams.
Goes to the other side of his garage.
In the meantime, I have a message for anyone struggling with drugs.
Zoot, I like your bowling ball.
I know who you are, and I will call the police on you. Where's my camera?
What? Get it.
He's got the guitar right there.
All but one. I'm not good at these.
Oh, that's real Ryan J. Ebel.
Oh, that was.
So cool.
Oh, that's tough when you're. What's going on? Zoot, when your score is higher than mine, you can give me suggestions. Zoot, just get it.
What was that?
Oh, all but one.
Kelsey Hudgens.
Get it, Zoot. Get it, Zoot.
Yeah. All right. Let's just keep it moving along.
Get it.
Your next performer goes by the name of Mark Phillips.
This is a tough shot. Take it. 9. I'll take it. Am I making fun of you? No. Am I what? Am I in front of you? Yes. Or no, I started the game after you did. So There you go. Come on. That's what I'm talking about. That's what we all want to happen, Zoo.
Hi, Martin. How are you?
I don't think so.
Indeed, I remember you
There
very
you go.
well. Absolutely a destroyer from Washington.
Miss Aquarius.
Remember, are you a golden ticket or did you just all the shows?
Zoot needs at least 5. Oh, Miss Aquarius, you beat Zoot. Miss Aquarius beat Zoot.
Washington, D.C.?
We did. We practiced one round before this. I did do that. All right, there we go. All right, I'm sending out another.
Okay. Is that fun from Myrtle Beach? How'd you lose your job?
Zoot, Zoot, we're waiting on you. Come on, dude. Zoot, Zoot. No one's gonna like you. You should put in your biography. I take too long to play mini games. Nice, Miss Aquarius. Noah, did you download the app Play-Doh? Okay, did you create an account? Okay, create an account and we'll get you in on the next game. There we go. That's a tough split, folks. Get it. Oh, only one? Garbage.
I love that even though you're unemployed, you still dress like you're working in Circuit City. That's close enough, right?
Get it.
To watch that crazy graph. That time lapse thing of the blocks being killed and then taken down.
Get it.
Were you a big blockbuster guy back in the day?
Yep.
Did you ever go into the new part, the back rooms, the dirty videos?
All but one. I'll get the spare though. Get it.
Chithers? Shit. Was it spelled C-U-M? It was spelled C.
No, you didn't. You threw it right in the gutter, dude. You did it again. That's what I want. Thank you, man. All right, Mr. Aquarius with the lead. Get it. Get a strike. All right. That's good. That's better. Get those 3. That's good. Shot. All right, I need a strike here. No. Okay, I need a spare here. Nope. Nope, not at all. Comes down to this, Mr. Aquarius. You get it. You win, I win. Get it. Oh, that's good. Right, perfect. Perfectly aimed. Right down the middle. Get this spare, Mr. Aquarius. I know you got it. Shoot. I don't know what you got to be, but you got to be fast. Dude, with your hinge garbage. It all comes down to this. No, I didn't. I need to get one of them. Oh, we tied. Good job. You win. You win. I win. Noah, did you download Play-Doh, Noah? Yeah. Okay, so you downloaded it. Okay. Do you see where it says add a friend? Okay, add me. I'm the Rabbi. TheRabbi. Excellent. You are Hoof Brand. Is that correct? Okay, excellent. Okay, I'm going to send you an invite along with Miss Aquarius and Zoot. Aquarius. I've got Zoot. I've got Miss Aquarius. I've got Hoof Brand. All right, you all should have invitations. Noah, all you do is just like fire upward with the ball. Zoot, come on, man. Zoot, then I just won't send you an invitation next round. Nobody is here for your dating app. We're here to play bowling. Zoot, come on. Hey, that's a good first shot, man. Yeah. Oh. You're terrible. You're terrible. Get it. That's what I'm talking about. 10. No. The highest I've ever gotten is 114, which happened last night or the night before, or yesterday. It was just okay. Oh, nice. Wow. Good job, Lou. All but one. Get it. Oh,
You say it's packed, but for me,
got it. And that's right. No, Zoo.
I was curious about that. I'm about to do stand up for the first time this weekend.
If you played enough times, yeah, and you got your head away from Hinge and into bowling, yeah, I think you have a chance.
250 people in a room that normally holds
There you go. That's 9.
100, I think, something like that. Wow.
That was okay. Well, then do it. Let's see you do it, Zoo.
Absolutely. I've said that before.
Oh yeah, strike every time. Good job, man.
Where it's, really, really got me. Michael has an amazing history of
It's better.
and all that, and you are out of the three, pure stand-up.
We're getting there.
You really singularly focus in
Get
on
it.
the audience,
Okay,
they're getting
49.
true stand-ups. I don't really expect the rest.
That's 9. Good job. Get it, Miss Aquarius. Those are different. That's get it. Oof is good. First game, he's at second place, approaching the lead.
David, you've been traveling a lot this. Where were you?
8. Zoot can get this. Zoot, get it.
How was that?
It's easy. Perfect, man. Good job. Nope. Part of the right. But I can get this spare.
Was it your first time dealing with Mormons? They're pretty fun, aren't
All right, Miss Aquarius. You get it, girl. All but one. That's good. Get it. She got it. Nice spare. Oh, that's good. An extra 8. She takes second place right now. Now it's Noah's. Oh, he might win. That's right. That's our rule. Oh, dude, who? That was really really good. I know it.
you ever go to
Zoot,
David?
get it. Nice dog. That's good. Zoot, get this. If you get this, get it. Oh, this is a tough. Tough. We got it. All right, friends. I'm sending it out again. We've got Miss Aquarius. We've got Hoof, and we've got Zoo. Excellent. Why don't you get a perfect game? Hoof, we sent you an invite. Did you get it?
Oh, the Karens do.
Hoof, that was looking good. Yes, it did. That's a good shot. I give your round an 8 out of 10. Good job, Hoof. Hoof's going to get this one. He's going to get that spare. Oh, Miss Aquarius, apologies. That's going to be you. I'm always used to you going second or you going first. All right, good job. Spare, Miss Aquarius. Hoof was purple last time. That's what messed me up. All right, Hoof got 6. I gotta stay on my toes. All right, Hoof. There you go. Not what I wanted to do, but I can get this. Oh, maybe not. That's a tough one. Come on, knock that other pin out. Zoo, we have never been for a 10 in our entire lives. Here we go, Miss Aquarius.
It's a great way to take precise and what we're trying to reach something that I think we can all agree is somewhat broad.
Get it.
All right, Sam Davis, all the way from Australia.
Get it.
Hello, absolutely.
He's right behind you.
What do you see there? What is that, the baseball cap? It's Bob Marley. No, Karen, don't worry. It's a Bob Marley.
Yes, I do.
Ball there.
I'm just named Karen, which is in
Oh, that was good.
All right, were you close to the wildfires that happened?
No, I don't see.
How old are you? You're in Australia. Right?
Get it.
What do you do?
I should have done it last year, but I can't start until next year because I got to spend 2 years
Oh my goodness! I thought the requirement to become a PE and English teacher.
How did they find a bomb?
Yes, sir. That wasn't mine.
I mean, the guy has Bob Marley first.
Is that just something that happens or just raid your house?
They had the code breaker on. Well, my house exploded. Doesn't make any sense. Go ahead.
Pretty much just doing that. Serious. Some when I got some. So.
Don't. That's what they say.
Oh, no.
Around there. Bomb Marley.
Yeah, we were talking about nickname McDonald's.
Yeah.
They call it mac. What do you get from macros? The fillet. Have you ever tried the fillet of fish? That's what they say. Fillet of fish.
What was the fake Burger King that they have that looks exactly like Burger King? That's not
What's the what is that? What's your burger place with the loads of Hungry Jacks?
Hungry Jacks. It's so weird. It looks identical to Burger King.
Yeah, you have to be starving to death to want to eat this. It has to literally be like you have to walk through a desert to be hungry enough to eat it. Hungry Jacks.
Wow. Miss Aquarius, you're doing so well.
What do you like? PE teacher advice. They've never.
Time. There you go. Miss Aquarius will protect me. Get it. Good job, Hoof.
Okay,
Nice spare. I appreciate that. Thank you. Right, that's. Oh, I'm gonna get you. I got you, girl. That's our. That's our say. We're nice to each other. All right, Miss Aquarius. One more for Miss Aquarius. Hoof, Miss Aquarius, and Zoo. You all should have invitations now. Zoo, come on, man. He's invited. He's just got his head in his pants. Zoo, come
What else? Out there in Australia all by yourself. You ever play boomerang?
on. Beautiful.
Whoa.
Nice job, Miss Aquarius.
You're welcome. Logo right there. That is incredible. Really play boomerang? Really? Have one? You have one right now? Someone that else with you that can maybe while you go
Nope.
boomerang and catch it for the first time and
Get this spare, big dog. Zoo, you're good at talking. All but two.
What?
Get-
Can't do it right. You have cows?
Yeah, get it.
Yeah, let's go see it. You should take your phone out for your cows.
Yep.
How long is this age in Australia? We go out to the veterans. Yeah. How many
There you go. 26. That was looking good. That was right down the middle. I did as well. Good job, Sue. Oh, this is tough. This is like impossible. Yeah. Zoo, it's not over till it's over.
How long would it take you to get to know them? You don't even. Yes, they don't have that many people. They're all mostly outside.
You can listen to them in full episodes of Revisionist History.
Have you ever been to the United States?
Yep. Nice. I'm going to your house to teach you how to play these games faster. Good job, Zoo. Get it. Get it. Oh, I'm going to come back and beat you, Zoo. No doubt. No doubt. Oh, okay. Not hitting down the pins. Oh, okay. That was the issue. Oh, Oof is making a comeback. Oof's the one. Uh-oh, Zoo. Get it.
Seriously, how many blocks in your entire life just that our listeners have?
Not good is right, Zoo. Beautiful shot.
The same color as the more Native American. Everywhere. The Aboriginals that I saw here.
Oh, Oof is going to come in second, maybe. We'll see. Oof, you're up. Oof, you're up. Get it. That's all right. Ooh, Oof, you had a good round. Oh, there you go, Zoo. That's one. Oh, I'm taking home the gold. That's two. Oh, I did. I got what I get it. Got it. 91. One again, Miss Aquarius. Excellent, Miss Aquarius.
Here he goes, Sam Davis, everybody. A man with a collection.
All right. Good night. Noah, you want to learn how to play mini golf?
Well, it has come that time of the night.
Excellent. Zoot, you ready, big dog?
Ladies, great to power.
You're not playing?
Michael Lair.
Zoot, play one game of mini golf. Dude, come on.
Here's Michael Lair, ladies and gentlemen.
What game do you want to play, Zoot? Zoot, play. You want to play darts? All right. Well, Noah, we'll take a break then. You did well, my friend. Thank you for playing. You did very well. Absolutely.
Every time someone does something goofy in the wheelchair on me, I get tired. I'm tagging mom every time I see someone getting their face stuck. My friends won't listen because I'm not hot topic. I'm like your group, but that's okay. They send me signals by liking my posts. A heart comes down, that Text is up and rolling. So text go to bars. Now,
Just take the $3.99 and get approved today. And have your bags delivered in less than 48 hours. Visit FutureHealth.com. That's FutureHealth.com. FutureHealth weight loss.
you know what it is? Bad as
Stop paying for your registration and insurance and bill data with card trinkets. Instead, it's easy. You'll pick it up as soon as tomorrow at no cost to you and return it to full. Children, plus receive a tax deduction and a vacation voucher. Wow! Visit cardforkids.org or call 1-877-CARS-KIDS, KARS-KIDS. Simplify your life and help you at the same time. Cars with a K. This report is sponsored by
It's also worth a having the breaking in
seventh generation select
the 693 from one is a priority. I don't know who, but in the end, the African was my wife. Covered plates and they
That's right. MichaelLairComedy.com. Another episode of Week is he missed a lot of Twitter games. Absolutely. Here he is. We're joined by the great Michael Lair. Uh-oh, looks like you have another friend in one of your wheelchairs there.
Yeah, right. We got another singers here. We have two now. I keep her eyes so fast.
Love that.
I get out here. Almost keep me.
Is there, did you have new technology or anything better than the old one? The exact same generator? How about your tents? You have tents. You have tents.
One's an old reimbursement for smoke damage, structural damage, loss of
Michael Lair does an amazing performance. He's coming off an incredible performance last week for his debut album of Ryan Death. A lot of people don't know this, but it placed number 2 on the Billboard this week, right behind Hot 6.
Yeah, me and him are doing it too. And because he's Puerto Rican, he can say all the Hey, can I say something? Beautiful studio and the close up on Joker and Dress, they look like shots from the Broadway production of Great Gardens.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Broadway superstar, you know what he's talking about.
Michael, by the way, happy Father's Day to you. Yesterday was Father's Day. You got a little bit mad. You tweeted out on social media that no one from the cast of Kill Tony wished you a Father's Day.
Well, no one did, including my son. And I go, hey, Tommy, what's the deal? He goes, you weren't there most of my life, so I'll meet you halfway. Happy fuck.
Welcome. Welcome. How are you? Excellent. We're watching Kill Tony. Feel free to enjoy.
Oh my goodness, what a wild ending there at the end. I did not see that coming.
Not right now. I know it's not doing as well as I'd like.
One of the things that I also noticed when you were talking about Luis J. Gomez,
You never know.
Like, the only interesting experience is like the hottest ticket experience. Me, right? And I think in my bio online, young my Alright, now I'm fucking walking in that picture for starters. And two, that bio takes no mention of Victoria guys and the Kill Tony routine. It's like Louis J. keeps saying recognizing why is that guy in that picture?
I know people are going to be shocked if they buy a ticket for that guy and you show up. That's for sure. That's no doubt about it.
Maybe you could just put the picture outside.
That's true. Louis J. famously hates money. Speaking of money, what have you done America's Got Talent yet? What's going on with that?
No, I got the email, then I taken. Here's the deal. They put me in a room. I was Alright, they put me in a room with a guy, a full guy, and they go, eat the flags. I'm like, I'm super sick. I'm not eating no flags. And they go, alright, try again next week. So
My goodness gracious. Now I see why you laughed when I originally answered the question.
Oh, by the way, the Mersey trip is they're on Netflix's new show, the Floor is Lava.
Yeah,
Check that out.
yeah, I watched it. It is a very interesting show. And
hey,
they're
what the fuck did that have to do with
I'm just talking about people that made it.
I mean, let's face it, the floor is also lava for you, Michael.
I never watched that garbage show.
Right, no, it's brand new. It just came out this week.
Just for that stuff.
You've been getting a lot of heat lately because of that gun video last week, huh?
Yeah, get this. I've been in comedy for 20 years, and that gun video, by far, my most viewed thing ever. So my point is, for all you trainers, give up.
Have you any updates? Know for sure if he got arrested or if anything for sure happened. You should send that video to the news. It'd be fun to see that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm melting, so I just got back to but thank you. I'll try to provide you more entertainment.
Thank you.
Like that. What else is going on?
This fucking guy.
I mean,
I human skill is drugs and the red thing is like, I want to get another piece too.
Right.
so what else is going on this week, Michael? Anything else crazy happening?
Well, my friends have been sending me Tommy Hilfiger line of adaptive clothes for the disabled, and it's incredible. And I'd like to show you the underwear.
Oh, we would love to see that. Are they tearaways? They just rip open.
Why is the asking? You're about to find out.
Okay, that's right.
20 seconds.
Absolutely. Tilt that camera down.
Yeah, I know what you do. Tell the only for nurse. Everyone's leaving home.
It's so defensive for a guy that's about to rip his underwear off.
Hey, first off, this is
Looking forward to our discussion about Legion Wars and Beyond.
Oh, the great William Montgomery shirt. Ryan J.
that's, I know where two designers, Tommy and Eva.
That's right. Absolutely. That is a beautiful William Montgomery t-shirt done by Ryan.
Fuck your fucking rim shot, dude.
Alright, here we go. Let's see these fucking disabled people underwear for the first time live on Tony. This is another first.
I'm wearing blue underwear. I'm obviously not going to show my feet.
Okay, are they both disabled underwear? Because I don't think those two should be that close to each other.
No, one is wearing the other pair.
Okay. So here we go. This is our first time seeing disabled underwear in the history of Sheltoni. You thought climbing a tree was crazy. Whoa, what is happening? Okay, we don't really need access to this. Wow. Those seem like regular underwear.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit. From disabled to disabled. Am I right, people?
Wait, does that say?
Oh, Aaron, no. Oh, my goodness gracious. That is incredible. Wow. Why does it matter? Yeah, that's what it needs. You can just breeze on a windy day. Open that thing up. It's like all right. Now, those are my Louis C.K. album.
Kind of like a great idea.
Upgrade was today's episode.
You think so?
Right.
Really?
Yeah. I was over it. It was fantastic. No, the underwear's online, and these were fucking race stand up. That was so awesome.
Great.
Hey, can I put your mom jokes?
Absolutely. We would Hear your mom.
Well, this is from my nurse's mom, and she gave me these jokes. What do you call two apples?
Sister has a house.
And even better one, from Paula and Buster Europe. If two people arguing, is it still like
We should all ask for we should all ask for moms to speak.
And then they'll all tune into see if shows.
Yeah, those underwear are great. Talk about shut the front door.
they're expensive, so, you know, low taste.
Wait, what does that mean? You snort it? You snort?
No, it means like money.
Oh yeah, it's rich.
I still, we're both we represent.
Yeah, you got John. Joel's thing would even fit through that. You would use it. You would wear them backwards.
Could you imagine how big of a ticket it would be if Michael did that?
Oh my god, that would be epic. You know they do a thing called the naked roast, where the judges come out naked and two people come out naked. And Joel literally became famous at Fox Fear Stank Fest. Nobody knew who he was. It was like the first night or the second night.
Ryan probably
Yeah, it was the first like big night. The Thursday the party got started, and Friday night we're like, all right, so we're gonna do jokes. And Joel Jimenez, he came out fucking third leg. I mean, shocked the audience.
yeah.
Everybody was starstruck by him. I got to watch it the rest of the weekend. All these comedy fans walking by like, holy shit, oh my god, there's the dude with the giant dick.
Like, I know.
Yeah, he's my friend.
We're always happy for friends when you find out they have a huge.
Yeah, it's true. And we know you do too. Is it true? We've heard rumors that sometimes you accidentally back up over a chair.
Yeah, exactly. A friend of mine named Baby Bird, she said if I was 6 feet tall, I'd have a.
That's true. And instead, since you're under 6 feet tall, you ended up with ALS. That's how life works out.
God works in mysterious ways. But Tony, he brought me to your team. And I'm happy to be such
That's absolutely true. And, you know, the door here is always, much like the front of your disabled underwear, the door is always open for you, Michael.
Thank you. Thank you. And when you want your wife back from over.
Okay, perfect. Yes, Michael's been babysitting my wife throughout the All right, Michael. Well, so much fun, amazing times, and I
And
love you.
love to it, Dave. I'm sorry. Love to it, Dave. I fucking love this guy. You know, if they could give me a shout out, I talk to him all the time. Just love all you.
Michael, you are undeniably loved by absolutely everybody. The lovers of the show, the haters of the show, the cast members of the show, the family members of the show. You are universally loved in a way that I should be. But you are truly loved by everyone.
You're not as likable.
Absolutely correct. Definitely. That's why I'm switching out my sheets for some disabled underwear. I'm gonna try baby steps. Babies, you know, like you take in bed.
Yeah, no, I can't even do those.
Well, I fucking love you, buddy, and we'll see you next week.
Seriously, Slay fucking never say that.
Thank you. The great Michael Lair, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes. Michael Lair. When you get away, it's not fair. Hey! Of the cross-eyed bear that you gave to me, you are new. See, I don't even mind. Stacks of
No,
like
really
it's like
is.
that's the stingers seem hours longer when it's the saxophone. All right, Karen, relax. Yeah, it's just nice, mellow. Whoa! I know that's what I'm going to do in the voting booth in November. Trump face. No. Oh, you're welcome, Mr. President. God, evil on social media. I hate the fact that I've ever said anything positive about Trump. Drinking the Kool-Aid too, yes. It's funny. It's a different take than what 100% of everybody else.
I just say people make fun of his tiny penis, but I like it. I love a tiny penis. And I'm so attracted to it.
Are you talking about Trump?
Tiny little baby dick.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, people are always giving him shit for his baby dick. I love a baby dick. I want to get fucked.
Okay, you can't, Karen, even though you're a woman, you can't say that you want to get
my body, my choice.
You have a special, you have a, what? That's true. It's not the week to be saying baby sex. There have been enough comedians that have gotten in trouble. Okay, all right. We're gonna keep it moving along. Another Spanish legend on this show. We're gonna close it out strong, ladies and gentlemen. The quarantine legend, ladies and it's a special treat. Manolo, everybody, surprise! Here we go. Manolo sent in something. Let's see what we got from Manolo this week. Oh, you don't? Okay. You have the video that he sent in?
It actually started in
What was that?
Which is the device that moves around.
Oh, you don't know. Right. Well, then Manolo, like we had that one time, Manolo will kick off next week's episode. But, so that means that that's tonight's episode. Let's check out the drawing for Ryan J. Ebel. We'll stop him quick here. He doesn't seem excited about it. This is like Jeopardy when there's a champion. Here, come over here. Jump on stage with us. And, great Ryan J. Ebel's going to come right in front of that camera right there, I do believe. And he's going to point it right at you. That's what it looks like tonight's drawing. Look at that. I can actually see it perfectly right there. You got Michael Lair, like a Doc Ock type of setup on top of a. Oh, it is Scooby Doo is what it is. And it's the cat, and you have David Lucas smoking, and I believe that's William Montgomery with a ketchup bottle. Very, very goofy William. And you got two Karens. Jet-Ski Johnson and Gilbert Joel Evans as Karens tonight. Bunch of fun stuff happening. Going back on the road, those dates are on the website. Fanchclub.com/web.tv. Jet-Ski, Jesse Johnson is here tonight. Jet-Ski.
I don't believe a lot of the things I said tonight, but we're trying to get
I love that. We're trying to get through it.
I stick by all of it.
Oh, Gilbert Joel Evans. Mostly Sorry on social media. There's a new podcast out called Mostly Sorry. Where can they find that?
Episode 3, we do these premieres with online chats tomorrow at 5 p.m. on YouTube. Mostly Sorry, episode 3. And check out me and Ryan J's Yonder Wizard episode while you're at it.
Absolutely. Check out past episodes, including some VR ones. If you Google Tony VR, those episodes are fun if you have one of those VR sets.
You don't need to do it. You just use your iPhone or iPad.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You can check me out tonight at Virtual Red Band Mall about 5 times a week. And see Yonder is on it. Dustin Navarro plays with us a lot. Very funny comedian. Also, this week we have Dead Air and Brothers in Person.
Yeah. And a new Roastmaster class just dropped this week. Actually, two of them. It's with the great Donnell Rawlings, who is one of my favorite Jeopardy guests of all time. Great 2 hours straight.
Anthony Sanchez spent over 2 decades working as a computer software engineer for major corporations in Silicon Valley with the FBI and elements of the Department of Defense. He became interested in the UFO phenomenon in 1989. He has been researching some of the deeper, darker aspects of UFOs, such as events at the Dulce Archuleta Mesa, at the underground military base there. He is keeping track with modern developments in UFOs, and he's here to talk about some of his latest research and what lies ahead in the UFO field.
You're listening to Exit Politics Today with Dr. Michael Salla, your source for the uncensored truth regarding the human, extraterrestrial, global, and political agenda. Click the like button and subscribe to this channel. And now, here's Dr. Michael Salla.
Welcome to Exit Politics Today, Anthony.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it, Dr. Salla.
Now, you have a very interesting background, and I know you go back a long way as far as UFO research is concerned. But first, why don't you talk about your professional background so my audience knows exactly what kind of expertise you have and how you got drawn into this field?
Right. So I've been developing software predominantly for the semiconductor industry. Did a bulk of work for Intel Corporation. I did work for Hewlett-Packard, NEC. And way back in the early 90s, I was the first corporate webmaster for 3Com Corporation. Nobody knew what a webmaster was back in those days. And I've been working as a contractor for the state of California. I did that for a number of years. I held a CMAS, a California Multiple Award Schedule, for my own company, which allowed me to bid on projects and get work for the state of California. So I've been developing software for well over 25 years now.
So you mentioned in the pre-interview that you had contact experiences as a child, and that was actually something that predisposed you for events that happened in 1989 that drew you into the field. So what was it that happened as a youngster?
Right, so that truly was the genesis of my delving into everything ufological. When I was 5 years old, there was an incident where, there was a solar eclipse. There was a lunar eclipse, excuse me. And I remember being outside with my mom and our cousin who lived adjacent to us. My parents were very young at the time, so they hadn't yet had the house. At an apartment complex. We were at an apartment complex. And that evening, there was a lot of superstition stuff talking about the eclipse. But I remember something drew me out to the field across the street. This was the following evening of the eclipse. Something drew me out there. And I remember seeing a massive cube, like a black cube. It had like the lighting system. It was massive. It had to have been a half a mile wide. And
here we are now, everyone. We are in
and I just remember receiving messages to go out into the field and wait.
That might be the next move.
And all I recall is after seeing that was waking up the next morning and my parents were in a panic because as I walked from the field back towards our home, there was a police car. And my mom was explaining that I had been missing. And I remember there was a gentleman from the Saturday Mercury News. He was a delivery person, and he was John. He's probably no longer with us anymore, but he was fairly friendly with my parents. And he was in a panic because he said that he had searched the whole neighborhood for me and he couldn't find me. So that was the first incident. Then a couple of years later, I remember being at a family member's home, and all of the children were asleep in the living room. We had sleeping bags. It was kind of like we were having a family get together. And the parents were staying up late at night doing something, God knows what, in the other room, playing cards, chatting, singing music. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, I remember waking up. I felt like a vibration, and I heard like a humming sound. And when I opened my eyes, I saw my cousin
she was on a couch that was adjacent to the living room windows, and all the lights were off. But there was something happening outside, and she looked at me, and she had signaled to me the hush sign. And I crawled up on the couch with her.
And I was
Remember, I was barely 7 years old at the time. I looked out, and she had been observing 2 grays. There were 2 grays outside holding some sort of like a tablet or like equipment. And sure enough, we looked towards the high school that they were building at the time. Independence High School, which was supposed to have been a junior college for a 4,000 student campus. It ended up being the largest high school in San Jose.
How did that work out?
But it was being constructed at the time. And there in the field was a ship. It was a small saucer craft. Not like the sport model like Bob Lazar claimed it was a classic saucer. This was more contemporary in its design. It looked like futuristic. It looked like nothing I'd ever seen before. But remarkably, it was the same color as the cube that I had seen.
And I don't know if you know this, but
these grays that we were watching were conducting a survey or doing something until they noticed us. And when they saw us watching them, they seemed to like pack up whatever it was they had, and then they left. They went back towards the ship. And that was frightening because as they were leaving, the humming sound grew louder, and the vibration started. And I wonder in retrospect if that was the ship that was causing that. But the vibrations were bothering me and my cousin. We both felt it. And the next thing I knew, I woke up. And it was hours had passed. It's as if I don't recall from the moment that they were leaving, and the hum began to increase in volume and vibration. I don't know what happened. So at this point, I remember telling my mom about these incidents, and before I knew it, I was in therapy. And I think that's common with a lot of children that report seeing creatures, non-human entities, or having sightings of UFO craft that they ultimately end up in therapy. I did for years. I was in therapy for years. And I had a couple of more incidents. And by the way, I wrote about all of these for the first time ever. I wrote about these in detail in my book, UFO Nexus. I had a friend of mine, Rick Prestel, who's a MUFON member, who I met back in 2010 at a MUFON meeting, who's an excellent UFO researcher. He's independent, he works on his own, but he and I have been friends for over a decade now, and I had him conduct an analysis from an outside perspective of the events that I had witnessed as a child. Probably the most significant event of my life was we were leaving a San Francisco Giants game. This is a baseball game in South San Francisco. And I think it had been a doubleheader. It was late at night. We were heading back to San Jose, and we were just passing Moffett Field. And there was Hangar 1, which was a massive hangar, a very famous hangar. And I remember the cars in front of us were slowing down. This is on the freeway. And it kind of jarred us to having gone from 70 miles an hour. We were now slowing down to 45, 30 miles an hour. Somewhere in that range. It was just very jarring. So I got up. My little brother was asleep in the back. My uncle and my dad were in the front seat. And I looked over to my left, and I literally pressed my face on the window because there was a massive disc hovering above the ground just outside the doors of Hangar 1. Now, here's what's interesting. It was wider than Hangar 1. The doors to Hangar 1 were open. By the way, Hangar 1 is such an interesting hangar. It literally takes an entire day for these doors to open and to close. So it was open in the evening. It had to have been past midnight. We were leaving South San Francisco. The game's over. And you could see the silhouette of the individuals running around, driving around beneath the disc. And
$100.
I remember that the disc had like this dark metallic color to it, but the bottom of it, it seemed liquefied almost, like it was rotating, hovering, allowing this craft to hover. And before we knew it, it was gone. And all the other cars that were on the freeway had come to a complete stop. And I remember there were people. Remember, this is in the early 80s, late 70s, early 80s. There were people taking flash photography. So somebody has photographs of what happened that night. And I asked my father, I said, Dad, do you think this is going to be in the paper? And he's like, I have no idea. Subsequently, I remember bringing this up in therapy when we had group therapy, we had family therapy, and I brought it up, and I was shut down. But my dad saw what I saw, my uncle saw what I saw, and my brother unfortunately was asleep. He was tiny at the time, he was little, and that was a huge event for me because I felt like, is there something wrong with me? Why am I continually seeing otherworldly type events, these incidents? First there was the cube, then there were these graves with the ship over at Independence High School. And then there was this massive UFO outside of Hangar 1. The other event that happened to me that was really profound was I had gone to Point Reyes. Are you familiar with Point Reyes? It's north of San Francisco. I'd gone on a hiking camping trip. It was a weekend camping trip. And I remember on one of the evenings that we were there, I climbed over this hill, and in the water, there was something illuminating the water. It was massive in size. And I was frozen. I remember being frozen. I couldn't move, but I was able to focus on what I was seeing. And before I knew it, a massive illuminated sphere lifted out of the water, hovered, and then it just left. And again, same as all the other incidents, except for the Moffett Field incident. This was the Moffett Field incident was the only time where I didn't fall asleep and like lose time. It's as if I was just witnessing it in real time with my family. But the Point Reyes incident, like the Independence High School incident, and like the Cube incident, which happened the day after the lunar eclipse, I lost time. I woke up hours later on the beach, nowhere near our tent and our sleeping bags. And there was a group of counselors that were from San Jose State that were taking all of us kids out there, and we had a great time. But I was shocked by what I had seen. And for years, I tried not to go outside. I tried to avoid seeing the night sky. I became a little bit apprehensive about going outside at night. I no longer wanted to have these encounters. But by 1989, and for the first time, really hearing other people finally hit the media with their stories, with their narratives about what they were experiencing. And in particular, in 1989, it was about Bob Lazar, John Lear, what they had seen. I forget the other gentleman's name, but what they had seen at the Black Mailbox. And then ultimately, I started following the work of Norman Powell. So I became really interested, and I said, okay, what I saw growing up, other people saw. Other people have seen what I've seen. I'm not alone. And, I was aware of the Betty and Barney Hill incident at that time. So as the years went on, and as in 1997, the Phoenix Lights happened, 10 years later, Stevensville, Texas, I became convinced that we are witnessing something that is embarking on revealing itself. We're on the cusp of a major revelation. So that's why I have decided to really thrust myself into writing within the sphere of ufological events, incidents, history. In 2009, I started writing a book about Area 51. It was called UFO Highway.
the book was meant to be about about Area 51.
Yeah, sure.
And
before that, and Anthony, before we talk about UFO, I'm just very interested in some of these incidents you had while very young, and that incident where at Moffatfield, Hangar 1, that was seen by your father and your uncle. Now, do you think that was a extraterrestrial craft, or do you think it may have been some kind of reverse engineered craft?
This is funny. I used to think, at the time, that it was a craft of a top secret nature, something that had been developed by the military industrial complex. But in retrospect, or in hindsight, as I look back at the event that night, the people beneath the craft, the silhouettes of the individuals, they were terrified. And to have been in a terrified state, running around as they were that evening,
This is what our show
I
is.
now think that it wasn't something that we built. I think it was something of a non-human intelligence, a craft, potentially an extraterrestrial craft, or
this is where we're at now. We are now in a closet
potentially a terrestrial, non-human entity, technological craft.
And
by that, are we talking like Earth craft?
Ninja.
Correct.
So stupid, I remember the name.
Previously, you had referenced the 1989 leaked Majestic 12 document that described 4 extraterrestrial types.
So
this was released to the public by Heather Wade in 2017, who was the producer for Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. The show that he had prior to passing away. But the document had described Earth-like humanoids, small humanoids, which are grays, non-humanoid EVEs, these are the insectoids and the reptilians, and the fourth being the transmorphic entities. In essence, those are the entities, or they're not physical beings or creatures existing in perhaps some other dimension or plane, not in our space or time. That's the description of the transmorphic entities. But I tend to think of them in another. Are you familiar with the writing of Mac Tonys or John Keel? These are the Mac Tonys had written the crypto-terrestrials. And John Keel had written the ultra-terrestrials. A little bit different between the way they both describe these entities. For instance, Tony's work stops short of defining the exact nature and the intentions of the extraterrestrials, and kind of leaves it open to what they might actually be. He hints at the possibility that they could be indigenous humanoids. When I think of indigenous humanoids, I think of like Anunnakis. I don't think of progenitors or Anunnaki, because to me, progenitors and Anunnaki are extraterrestrials. They're not indigenous. And there may be other types similar to Atlanteans. His hypothesis suggests that they're a sister race, a parallel race, developing advanced technology in response to us. I remember him terming it as human numerical dominance, meaning we are now the dominant species on the planet. We are outnumbering all other intelligent species, in particular these indigenous humanoids. So the advanced technology that they may have developed clearly has surpassed human capabilities. So when I think of Moffett Field that night, and I think of that disc hovering outside of Hangar 1, and then when I think of 2004, the Tic Tac UFO witnessed by the USS Princeton, the USS Nimitz, or 1964 with Lonnie Zamora seeing the egg-shaped UFO that had been situated on a tripod, which hovered, the tripod retracted into the ship. There were no visible protrusions of the ship, and it left without a traditional or a conventional propulsion system. There are crowds that exist that our government is no longer denying the existence of. In fact, they're holding congressional hearings for the first time in 50 years. They talk about that UFO nexus. It was in 1966 when they had the first UFO hearing. 68, they had the Condon Committee. And then in 69, they had an official UFO committee. I think it was Gerald Ford at the time who was the president, but he was the minority leader in the House, who was also involved with that whole,
So yeah, I got a little
that
bit
whole
of artistic help from the family on that one.
sphere of congressional hearings.
Throwing crap on me during the shoot. So
I just think that some of the things that I've seen personally can factor into things that other people have seen. And it makes sense that we are now, 50 years later, 40, 30 years later, after people were being humiliated and ridiculed over what they're reporting. For instance, in 2004, on the USS Princeton, Kevin Day, who was a radar specialist, he witnessed exactly what David Fravor saw, and David Fravor's co-pilot, with regard to the Tic Tac UFO. They were part of the USS Nimitz. He was the specialist in the USS Princeton. But in his case, he was ridiculed. His political, his military career was put at risk over the fact that he was talking about what he saw, what they had physically recorded. And David Rush, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, there has been quite a remarkable transition, and you do have to ask, and we will get to this soon, but I think you do have to ask whether this is part of a deeper program, because we've moved out of what was clearly an effort to ridicule the topic, to get the general public to dismiss it, to now where all of a sudden there's been a 180. Now the agencies, and even with the Congress, the Pentagon, the White House, are doing so much to get the public interested on this topic as a national security threat. And so, if you think about it, how does an entire country or even a planetary civilization go from UFOs are a joke, nonsense, anyone that talks about it, that they're tinfoil hats, they should be, they should be in a psychiatric institution, to all of a sudden, UFOs are serious national security. It doesn't happen overnight. It has to be a few years of conditioning to overcome that. And I think that's where we are at the moment. But we'll talk about that more.
Absolutely. And I think that you had mentioned conditioning. Obviously, from the 1950s on, little by little, society has been conditioned by Hollywood, by media, by television, to familiarize themselves and become acquainted with the concept of non-human entities, of flying saucers. A lot of people don't realize it, but the term UAP is not a new term. It's not an acronym that just popped up out of nowhere. Back in 2022, in May of 2022, when they had the first meeting on UAPs, the first in 50 years. The term UAP actually goes all the way back to the 1960s. So, that's interesting. But they're adopting the term UAP now because of the stigma associated with the acronym UFO. There's such a negative stigma and attachment to the term UFO for aliens. To do away with that, what we're seeing now is the government is taking an interest in UAPs. You never hear them utter the word aliens. Rather, you hear them utter the term non-human entities, non-human intelligence. And it was in the Wilson memo. If you go back and look at the Wilson memo, which surfaced, I think it was in 2021, there they had mentioned the term aliens, alien craft or something to that effect. I don't recall it exactly at the moment. But there have been incidents where leaks have occurred, and they've been pretty profound. They have reached the point where those observing, those reviewing, have asked themselves, if the government is now making commentary on what we've already known all along, of what we've known all along, how is it going to affect society? You know, in November, in the weekend of 17th and 18th of November, they had the Soul Conference, the Soul Symposium in Stanford. And one of the documents, the PowerPoint presentation that U.S. Army Colonel Carl Nell was showing, essentially outlined the disclosure process, how they were by 2030 going to eventually let the public know to an extent about UAP technology, and perhaps non-human entities. Remember, some of the terminology that was discovered was hierarchy of beings, prime directive, and that's similar to what we hear in typical sci-fi narratives. So, is what was occurring at the Soul Symposium more conditioning? Is it part of a psyop, a psychological operation? I don't know, but we need to continue asking for transparency. We need to continue championing the cause of openness so that we can gain greater access to the information that our military and various facets of academia and the scientific communities are discussing behind doors.
Yes, well, I think that the big risk is that UFO, or the UAP phenomenon as it's now being defined, is taken seriously from 2004, and everything that occurred previously is dismissed as tinfoil hat territory. And what they're doing is that they're bringing out a lot of these scientists like Avi Loeb and Eric Davis and Gary Nolan, a lot of these scientists who want to really focus on this is a science phenomenon. This is something where we have facts and evidence, and we need instrumentation, we need calibration, and so to really look at the whole phenomenon through the lens of a scientist will be, that's why really that's nonsense. Because from the very beginning, this was not a scientific phenomenon. It was a deep national security phenomenon. And, the incidents you described kind of like illustrate that. There were extraterrestrials in those craft that you experienced when you were 5, when you were 7. There were beings piloting that craft out of that
coming up here in just a moment.
That Hangar 1 at Moffett Field. And you mentioned the interest you had in the Dulce facility with Noel Hayakawa. And to me, that's one of the topics that fascinated me, that there are these deep underground military bases where you have extraterrestrials and corporate personnel and military personnel working together, and it's like, well, I mean, that is just astounding. And you spent quite a bit of time doing research and wrote a book about it. So what did you find out about the Dulce facility? And tell us about your UFO Highway book.
Right, so one of the most interesting things that I found about the Dulce facility is the fact that over the years, I have befriended many of the families that live in Dulce. These are the Hickory Apache. And I met with Nancy Collado, Waylon Collado. These are 2 former tribal police officers. Nancy's grandfather was the president of the Hickory Tribal Council. And I believe it was a great uncle who was also president at one time. So I've taken a real interest in meeting with these people, understanding their culture, and trying to gain insight as to why there's this enigma around the entire area, and this history that goes all the way back to 1940 with this Murdoch expedition, which I learned from this Colonel X, who was working at the Dulce facility, and who met with Phil Schneider. Darcy Weir, who did the documentary on Phil Schneider, had contacted me for several months trying to get me involved with his documentary. And unfortunately, I couldn't because I was bound to a contract that somebody had bought the option to the Book Highway. And I was asked not to participate in this movie, this documentary. But Darcy Weir did an outstanding film, which was just a collection of research into the entire Phil Schneider aspect of the story. There's a whole other story. There's the John Lear aspect of the story, which talks about Thomas Costello, of whom he learned about through Ann West, whose real name was Shirley Hinkle. She and I didn't get along at the time because I was doing my own independent investigation of everything that I had learned from Dulcie based on the information that I had received from Colonel X. So when I looked into the Thomas Costello aspect, my investigation turned up that he didn't exist. The colonel told me that there was no Thomas Costello and that there was no security guard position as described by Ann West and John Lear that he recalls. Being that DSD-3 is what he said was the security division there at Dulcie. And there is an underground facility. It's not under the Archuleta Mesa. It's within Mount Archuleta. And it extends out to the Archuleta Mesa. And there are other areas, there's these other areas that extend out into the perimeter of the township, away from the Archuleta Mesa. It's a massive facility. And one of the things that people talk about often when they think about the Dulcie story is the Nightmare Hall. Well, there was a Nightmare Hall. It differs a little bit from the story that was put out by John Lear, but it's called the Maximum Containment Center. And it was an area where they were doing a lot of genetic experimentation on super soldiers. There's a whole story that I can delve into with regards to that. But I think the most interesting thing is that the individual that I interviewed back in 2009 to 2010 really put together this semblance of information that when you look at it from the perspective of a civilian like me, I was never in the military. It's something that just is mind-blowing. The fact that there are gray alien beings working alongside facets of the military-industrial complex in an underground facility, it's just amazing to me. And when I think about Los Alamos, when I think about Kirtland Air Force Base, that entire region extending all the way up to northern New Mexico, touching the southern border of Colorado, and all the cattle mutilations. And I think back to some of the stories of there was a sergeant, there was an individual who was abducted and mutilated by the Greys, very much like the cattle was. It's a famous story. There's something going on there. There's enough information to confirm the veracity of the events that have emerged from all of New Mexico.
Can you tell us more about this Colonel X? I mean, you say you personally interviewed him, so can you reveal more about what his specialty was and what it was?
It is incredible.
And is he still alive, for example?
I don't know if he's still alive. It's been a long time since I've spoken to him, but I can tell you this. I was writing a blog. I had a blog at Intel Corporation. This was at Intel Corporation. I was in charge of a bunch of servers. I worked in a department called IT at Intel. And on one of the servers that I created on the intranet, gee, that's a term I haven't used in a long time, the intranet. That's how old I am. But on the intranet, I had a server that was accessible to a large number of friends and employees within the company, coworkers. And they knew that I was writing articles. I was doing a blog before blogs existed, essentially, about Area 51, about human origins, about quite a few things with relation to UFOs and UFO sightings. on one particular day, I got contacted by an individual about that blog, and it turns out this person was working there under an assumed identity, and they themselves were in hiding. They had put me in contact with somebody who had told them about an occupation that they had within the military working in northern New Mexico. That's how I got in contact with Colonel X. And he had agreed. They knew that I was writing a book. They knew that I was putting a book together for Area 51. And I had been in contact with Northern Hayakawa. And the entire trajectory of the book changed at that point. The moment I sat down and I heard from this colonel what it was that he had been, he had talked about these type X events. He talked about how he was part of a specialized unit that responded to any type of emergency incident that involved non-human craft, UFOs essentially. And through him, I gained a wealth of knowledge about the Murdoch expedition. The meeting between Grays and the military. I remember you had spoken about, 1954, Edwards Air Force Base. Well, guess what, Dr. Solid? The Murdoch Army Airfield used to be, was the precursor to Edwards Air Force Base. And I wasn't aware of that at the time. It was Muriel Hayakawa, when I met with him, who started giving me information about the history of the bases, and I had to put two and two together. And I realized there are some deep connections to the individuals involved with the story about Dulce, the underground base, and the great aliens.
Yeah, that's how I like my. Let's see if I can.
So that Dulce base, I mean, that is something that I remember when I first became interested in this UFO phenomenon. I actually wrote a big, I think it was like a 15,000 word report about the Dulce base, about what was happening there, and so it's kind of like did a literature review of all the people. But you were kind of you were closer to the actual event, and you got to meet and talk with someone who was actually there. So I never got to do that. So yeah, it's great to finally hear what one of these first-hand witnesses had to say about what was going on at Dulce.
Brought it to the inaugural Dulce Base UFO conference, and I spoke there with General Hell and Greg Bishop and several other people. But prior to that, I had been there in 2011. I've been there, I've been to Dulce in 2010, 2011, and I later went in, I believe it was 2012. This is early on.
I know, but it worked.
And one of the things that struck me is when I did interviews with some of the families of the people that live there in Dulce, there are some things that would, if I told you, which I'm going to tell you, would blow you away. For instance,
all right, Manolo.
I remember interviewing this one family. Actually, it was a group of families. There was 2 or 3 families I was talking with. And they said that throughout the year, they will often hear traffic beneath their home. So I said, wait a minute. I had to get clarification. Like, traffic like from outside your house, and they're like, no. Beneath our homes, we'll literally hear like trucks or like a train or something traveling beneath the township of Dulce. And that correlates with some of the information that I received from the colonel, which was that there's an underground maglev system which extends from the Atoli building out in Los Alamos all the way up to Dulce, and then from Dulce to all these other various locations. So there's a lot of interesting things that people tell about in Dulce. I remember I met with this one individual who was telling me about how she and her daughter had Grays visit them at night and perform medical experiments on them, and they were afflicted with paralysis. They couldn't move, yet they could see each other, and they could watch these beings conducting experimentation on them. One of them ended up getting cancer, and it was as if she received cancer from whatever it was they were giving her or doing to her. And then years later, they cured her of the cancer. It was like a miracle. Whatever they did, they undid. These are the types of incidents that I have come across with Dulce. I remember there was another family that I had interviewed in Dulce where they had gone out on a picnic. By the way, this was in the 70s. This was in the early 70s. This woman had gone with her mother and father to a
All right,
picnic
guys. Thank you so much, Manila.
right
You're
there in
the
the
best.
township, and they had seen in broad daylight a UFO, and they were watching it. And the next thing you know, it was late at night. They had lost time. When they woke up, they got back to the car. All the food had been, was still set out there. They didn't know what happened, except the three of them all had implants in their arms. They had these little tiny implants, which I liken to RFID type chips, like small RFID chips. These are the types of things that happen in Dulce that don't get written about, that don't get spoken
This
about
man became famous
until 2016, when they held the inaugural UFO, the Dulce-based UFO conference. That was the first time that I had seen residents of Dulce starting to talk openly about these things. They were sharing them with me, Rick Christel, Linda Moulton Howe, and in 2012, at a private conference with Janet Saylor of the ASPE organization, Rick Christel, a MUFON at the time. I was a member of MUFON at the time as well, and or my membership may have just lapsed at that point. They're still wasn't part of MUFON. We met with the chief of police of the Taos Pueblo township, right there. So there's Taos, New Mexico, and then there's Taos Pueblo. This is an indigenous group. Well, we met with the chief of police, and he told us about over the course of 20 years how he had had a UFO incident years earlier when he was a police officer in Dulce. I read about this in UFO Highway 2.0, the book that I also just released. He described in exact detail what Paul Benowitz described. He didn't even know who Paul Benowitz was, but he described the same UFO that Paul Benowitz had described, which I had learned about through Mal Fabrius of the Veritas radio show, who he had sent me a PDF, and it just blew me away. It was a conversation between Paul Benowitz and a local UFO investigator, and the things that they had discussed were just amazing.
Well, just for those that maybe don't know who Paul Benowitz is, he was an electronics communications expert. I mean, he had his own company. He stumbled upon some very strange electronic signals coming out of Kirtland Air Force Base and around the Dulce, Archimega Mesa. And what was very interesting when he reported that to the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, they actually arranged for him to be given a lump of money, $75,000, to research this phenomenon. So there was something going on. So yeah, you want to take up the story and tell us how important Benowitz was and what he discovered?
That was hilarious.
Well, I had recently written an article called "Unraveling the Secrets of the Dulce Underground Base: A UFO Researcher's Perspective." And the story of Paul Benowitz and the alleged existence of the underground base, today it still stands as a perplexing enigma. We know that. I remember that you had done a review of Greg Bishop's book, Project Beta. And to me, that just fascinated me. And essentially, what most people are unaware of is that Paul Benowitz, like you said, had discovered radio signals which he believed were alien signals, and that he had traced back to the Dulce township, that area. In particular, the Archuleta, not the Archuleta Mesa, Mount Archuleta. And he had shared that information with AFOSI on Kirtland Air Force Base. And it's funny to me, though, that
that's a
individuals who were initially reticent about entertaining him ultimately gave him a $75,000 grant. And I think the only reason why they did that was because it was plausible that the electronic interceptions had unveiled something of a genuine national security interest. But Dr. Sala, I think it had to do with aliens. I think it had to do with the great aliens that exist there in Dulce, New Mexico, and the ones who work somewhere within the vicinity of Los Alamos National Labs.
Seems like someone puts thought into this instead of just showing up.
I agree, and you mentioned that book review I did of Project Beta. That was by Greg Bishop, and I'll just make the point that my thought was that Benowitz really did intercept some radio communications or some high frequency communications from extraterrestrials. And that the Air Force Office of Special Investigations knew that it was real. They funded him because they wanted to find out what was going on, and so they enabled him to dig up a lot of information. And then they had one of their operatives, Richard Doty, befriend Paul Benowitz, and he kind of started to do some very strange things, throwing a lot of disinformation. But the point is, and I think you made that same point when we communicated prior to this interview, that the most effective disinformation is disinformation which is based on truth, but is spun in a way to misdirect the person or to get them to go down a dead end. And that's what they wanted to do with Benowitz. They wanted to suck out of him all the useful data that was relevant to
there's as many black people in this studio right now as there are where Jeremiah was, by the way.
Towards this dead end.
You're like, hey, I wonder what the numbers in the lake that Kansas are of black people.
Well, Doty played a pivotal role in disseminating this disinformation to Benowitz. And what you had said, which I thought was brilliant, was that the questioning of whether or not
what do you think about
we should trust those particular individuals that were involved in the disinformation campaign. For instance, today, Richard Doty is a regular at UFO conferences. In the early days, it was William Moore and Doty. People were highly opposed to them being anywhere near a UFO conference because of the nature of the work that they had done with regards to Benowitz, providing him all this false information, not to mention the fact that Richard Doty had his own interaction with Linda Moulton Harrell, if you recall. And he had finally provided her with insight to what she had already known, many UFO researchers had already known, but he gave her access to classified documentation that detailed the true nature and the true existence of what the military has been involved with regards to UFOs and non-human entities, aliens, for several decades, possibly going all the way back to the 40s. But it's still an enigma that's persisting to this day. The story of Paul Benowitz challenged everyone's perceptions, knowing that AFOSI would be willing to feed him such high levels of disinformation to the point where it drove him mad and ultimately put him in the insane asylum where he died.
It is very sad what happened to him, because he's a good example of a scientist who discovers something genuine happening with extraterrestrials that is of interest to the intelligence community, but they swarm all over it and they take possession of all of the relevant information, and then they discredit the people, especially private civilians that were involved in that. That's their MO. They suck out all the information, and then the individuals they misdirect or they discredit in some way, and that's what happened to Benowitz. And yes, he died, I think, a very unhappy man, suffering a nervous breakdown because of all the things that were happening to him. And you're quite right. Richard Doty and William Moore were people involved in this disinformation campaign,
or at least Richard Moore reported on it. But Doty, actually, I think Moore was also involved, as I recall. But yes, Doty and Moore were ostracized for that by the UFO community. But now they're kind of like front and center, putting out a lot of information, and so you do have to kind of question why is that? Why is it this information person like Richard Doty?
Right. And you still have to take whatever they say with a grain of salt. You just don't know. I mean, to this day, Richard Doty could still be a part of a PSYOP, a psychological operation, continuing to throw genuine UFO researchers off the track of what's truly happening within the military, within the government, and within the private sector, the military industrial complex. Who knows what's going on?
I like it.
But I think, ultimately, it was a tragedy for what happened to Paul Fenowitz. I remember Nori Hayakawa took me out. We drove up to the previous, matter of fact, I think at the time, Pam still lived at the residence. Fenowitz's house. We went to Thunder Scientific. We saw the building. We went to Kirtland Air Force Base. We did everything. We did the tour. It was just Nori and myself. But I couldn't help but think throughout that entire trip that Nori and I did about the tragic nature and the ultimate demise of Fenowitz based on what was done to him by
sometimes we got to keep some submissions going.
Well, I want to just, so we know that historically there are these really important cases of UFO contact and deep underground military bases involving extraterrestrials. And that history is something that's glossed over by this kind of new wave of scientists and investigators that are focused on, 2004 is their ground zero, the Nimitz kind of incident. So I want to now focus on what you discussed in your more recent book, UFO Nexus. You sent me a copy which I read. It really did a fast read, and I think it's a very good primer. I think it's a very good way of people that are wanting to make sense of this phenomenon, all the aspects and some of the history. They can get UFO Nexus. So, you want to maybe tell us a little bit about what prompted you to write this book?
Okay, so when the congressional subcommittee hearings happened, and we first saw David Grush, Ryan Graves, David Fravert. This is back in July 26, 2023.
All right, well, looks like
this
we're
was the hearing on UAPs.
able to make it in.
I thought to myself, it would be important for somebody like me to document every single word that each one of them said, and then analyze every single sentence, do a comparative analysis, and then determine, are these three individuals telling the truth? One, I think they are telling the truth. But two, we have to remember something very important. David Grush is a former counterintelligence officer. And what does counterintelligence excel at doing? Obfuscating the truth.
One of my favorite
distorting reality, throwing people off the track. A lot of people were calling David Grush a whistleblower. I don't think he's a whistleblower in the traditional sense. This is my opinion. This is my reason why. Because he is still bound to the rules and whatever protocol is set in place with regards to his former position as a counterintelligence officer to the Pentagon. Nothing that he discloses publicly can be said without having gotten received permission first from the Pentagon. Yet he's on a quest to educate all of us about everything that he learned about while in his position. For instance, one of the things that he talked about was in 1933 in Magenta, Italy. This is 14 years prior to the Roswell incident that happened in 1947. He claims that Mussolini had come into contact with a crash retrieval a UFO that had crashed there in Magenta, Italy. They were unaware of what the nature of this thing was. They thought it was from the Germans. Ultimately, they contacted the Germans. The Germans said it's not us, but they both got involved with one another. I would imagine they started to study this crap. There are so many open-ended questions as to the genesis of the UFO that purportedly crashed in Magenta, Italy. For instance, was that enough time for the Germans to begin tinkering and reverse engineering and developing their own technology, which far surpassed everybody else on the planet at that time? I mean, they just had a few more months at the end of World War II. They were about to unleash a whole slew of rockets and jet propulsion engines for the aircraft that would have tipped the balance in their favor. And so I really wanted to do an analysis of what it was they were reporting to us through their testimony on July 26th. And from that, I wanted to give an insight into whether or not it was a psychological operation. I will tell you this. I do think, like John D'Souza said on the show that you did with John D'Souza, he has a lot of trepidation with regards to believing the validity of such events like the Soul Symposium, thrown by what's the gentleman's name? Gary Nolan. And again, I was shocked to find out that David Rush became the COO of the organization that they had put together. And so I tend to think that what we're learning right now and how it pertains to us as individuals, the military as an interested party with regards to national security implications, with regards to the advancement of adversaries who could potentially obtain UAP technology. There's a lot of open-ended questions, and I try to answer as many of them as possible within the book that I wrote. And I try to give a yes perspective versus a no perspective on all the different things that I covered. So I talk about the Tic Tac UFO in detail. I go so far as to do an entire analysis of the incident from my own perspective. And then I ask, is the Tic Tac UFO a product of reverse engineering? Is it an element that is from a legacy, this rich legacy of potential reverse engineering that happened since the 1940s here in the United States and with our partners in the Five Eyes Alliance, the 5 Year Alliance, Five Eyes. So I don't know. I do my best to advocate for traditional UFO researchers and put together correlations with things that are happening now. For instance, the Las Vegas UFO and alien incident. That was a strange incident that occurred in April of this year, on April 30th, leading into midnight, May 1st, the next day. We have a family that claims that they witnessed a craft land in their backyard, which is a huge backyard that had a bunch of tractor trailers and trucks, gravel yard. They literally called 911 out of fear. They were terrified of what they saw. Their footsteps on the roof. They claimed to have seen 2 aliens between 8 and 10 feet tall. And the police, at the very time, the Las Vegas Metro Police, at the very moment that the family called 911, had seen a blue-green streak, potentially a meteorite, as a lot of people claimed that it was, fly over the city. And at that same moment, in another part of Las Vegas, there was a house with a ring camera where the entire neighborhood lit up, and you heard this tremendous noise. All that occurred at once. And there was this culmination of events that took place after the fact. For instance, they installed a camera on the residence of this family. The family was never punished for calling 911. It's a felony to call 911 as part of a hoax. They had individuals, men in black show up,
Hey, William, what else?
ask questions, and participate with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, who had installed the camera. There were so many oddities occurring.
Is it true
We
she
have to
was
ask,
the little girl
do events
in
like
the
this
cartoon,
hold
I think it's
credibility?
1989?
I tend to think that they do.
All
A lot of people try to write these off as a hoax,
Who said something
but
about that?
I
mean,
just
why bring
don't
that up?
think,
That's not
based on
funny.
everything that I've read, everything that I've seen, everything that I've heard with regards to the family, Greg Papa, who's an independent investigator, he did his own work. He did a full interview with Ashley Banquo from News Nation. The police officers themselves. One of the funny things about that evening was that the minute they walked into the backyard, they turned off the body cameras. They turned them off. That's like, or at least they obfuscated the view for out of concerns of privacy. Let me ask you something. When does the police ever turn those things off because of out of concerns of privacy of the people that reported? Almost never. So that stood out as an oddity.
Are you wearing a shirt?
Again, lending credence to the fact that something was being hidden from the public that occurred at that home on that evening.
Oh, William, you are shaped like
That was a very strange incident, Davidson. And what was interesting was that only a couple of months after that, we had something similar happening in Peru involving these beings abducting and trying to abduct some of the children from these villages there in the Amazonian region. And this was all happening during a time when the US and Peru were conducting joint military exercises. So you do have to ask, was this all part of some conditioning program for a false flag event like General D'Souza was thinking? And I think he still holds that view, that we're on the verge of a false flag event involving extraterrestrials. And I have to look at everything that's happening now. This press, you mentioned it already, this kind of like really accelerated effort to get people on board with UFOs being a serious topic after what is it, 60 years editing and ridiculing the phenomenon. Now, since 2017 to the present is like 6 years. So it's like for every 10 years of ridicule, now it's like 1 year of getting people up to speed that UFOs are naturally communicated. So, is this where we get this kind of false flag alien event or an attempt or a psyop? It might not be an actual some kind of false flag event and attack. It might be just a psyop, something like that's very mysterious that we don't know. So, like this incident in Las Vegas, like the incident in Peru. Could that be a model for something happening at a larger scale?
I think so. I think so. I think what's happening is the more that the government discusses these types of incidents publicly in the media, the more interest the public is going to take. But at the same time, we're talking about a public who's been conditioned over decades to accept the existence of non-human entities and UFOs. So, the other thing I think about too is when we look at the Seoul Symposium, when we look at the congressional hearings, there's so many things that they're talking about behind doors that we need to be privy to. Strategic alliances. Building and maintaining strategic alliances is crucial with our allies because China and Russia should be managed to acquire UAP technology. And by the way, I've spoken to UFO researchers who have told me that with the massive geographical sizes of both China and Russia, it is almost guaranteed that over the decades they too have retrieved crashed UFOs and have begun to tinker and reverse engineer with the technology very similar to what the West has been performing with. So when you think about strategic alliances, they're going to try and ensure that no single nation is left behind and promotes a united human front. Meaning,
Yeah,
we're
it's your
going to
idea.
see, let's say, for instance,
Oh,
there
okay.
is a non-human entity that we ultimately encounter. Are you familiar with former CIA agent John Hernandez, who said that in 2027, aliens are going to reveal themselves? A lot of people used to think this was ludicrous.
All right. There's a limit to
Not
how
so
many
much
unit
anymore.
Farsi references I can take.
Is that John Ramirez?
John Ramirez. And that's
All
why
right, William.
we're now talking about space policy development, technological readiness. We're seeing lots of public engagement. And with the Salt Symposium, we're seeing a confluence of interdisciplinary research groups. We're seeing the military, we're seeing academia, we're seeing everybody come together in preparation for this eventual disclosure event. And by the way, if you look at the leaked document from the Salt Symposium,
William,
which was not supposed
absolutely
to be seen by
hilarious. I
anybody
love that.
outside
I love
of
that
the
you're still
attendees,
writing
it
jokes.
showed a
That's going
clear
to keep that
path to
muscle strong
2030
for you. You have a very
because they
silly style
believe
that still
that
works
we
during
are in a
this
secret
pandemic,
arms
even
race
online. And
with
I
the
absolutely love it.
adversaries of the
You had
West
Red Band and I
over
almost fell out
UAP
of
technology.
chairs on your
And
please
whoever
stop
has
while the
it
band was playing
will,
music.
assert technical
Absolutely hilarious timing
dominance
and execution
over
of that.
everybody else.
And,
And there clearly is a national
we
security
are. We're going
risk
to get. We just
as an
need.
implication. That
Yeah,
why
we
all
just
this
need
is coming
7
up.
more Dyson air
Well,
purifiers.
that takes us to a key question, which is that
There you go. There goes
according to
William
David
Montgomery,
Grush
everybody.
and
Before
Bob
we just
Lazar's
start saying random
testimony,
made-up
Eric
names.
Davis,
You
that
gotta get rid of them.
the U.S. has
Farsi,
recovered
Spencer
some
Edwards.
fresh UFO debris. This does involve non-human intelligence. These are being
That's
studied
William
in
Montgomery.
corporate
You know him, you
laboratories.
love him.
But
And
there you
we have
have,
gone
then you have this
during this
idea that,
pandemic,
well,
missing some
these
of our
efforts to
favorite
reverse engineer the
legends of
craft
Kill Tony, some
have
of our
been
favorite human
unsuccessful.
beings, and one
That
person
the
that we have
craft
not
is
spoken with
just
in
too
absolute
advanced.
months
It's like dropping
is,
an
without a
iPhone
doubt, one of
into
most
the
famous
jungles of Papua New
people
Guinea or
in the
something,
history
and
of the
the
show.
shaman looks at
She
it and
signed
says,
up
"Oh,
at,
you
I
know,"
believe, the age of like
tries to work it
61
out,
for
but
her
it's not
first time.
possible.
She
That,
got on. She
and
has
to me, that's
bucket luck like
that
nobody
flies in the
else's
face of
business.
what a lot of other
She is
whistleblowers
a
and
magical spirit
insiders
and a
have
super nice
revealed that
lady
yes, not
on
only
stage and
do
off.
we have these
Writing.
extraterrestrial
She made a lot of
spacecraft
friends in
in
the
our
comedy
possession,
business and
and
the
that they've
comedy
been
store.
studying
And
reverse
I
engineering
love her.
these
She
for
reminds me
decades,
of my
but
mom.
these reverse
And she's a
engineering
sweet, sweet
efforts have
spirit.
been
Ladies and
successful.
gentlemen, this is
So
a
what do you
submission
think
from
about
and
that?
a
I mean, is
return
this
of
again
Aphrodite.
another psyop? Is this a kind of limited
Music.
hangout to like put out this idea that yes, we've
Here's
got these craft,
Aphrodite,
but
everybody. Here we
reverse
go.
engineering efforts have been unsuccessful?
Well, when I think about the military-industrial complex, specifically aerospace companies, and the fact that we know from Phil Corso, this is back in the 40s and 50s, was leaking technology to semiconductor companies, aerospace companies. They've had ample time to perform the necessary research and ultimately the reverse engineering of these technologies. We're talking about metamaterials that ultimately led into development of our stealth technology, or integrated circuitry, fiber optics, night vision. I mean, this is according to Phil Corso. A lot of people tend to argue that fact, but I tend to agree with what he said. As a matter of fact, the colonel that I interviewed alluded to a lot of the information from Phil Corso being absolutely truthful. So when I think of the aircraft, or excuse me, the UAP craft that we are now seeing,
Can you hear us okay?
is it possible that we are witnessing a remnant of the legacy of reverse engineering that has taken place here in the United States and amongst our allies? The answer is yes. If you go back to 2016 over Beaver Valley in Utah, there was a craft that was seen traveling at an enormous rate of speed. Of course, defying all the known laws of physics and not tenable for any human pilot. Meaning, a lot of the UAP craft that we're seeing is perhaps born of the technology that we have reverse engineered, but I will say this. I don't think humans are piloting these craft. I think we are witnessing autonomous systems or remote systems, i.e. drone systems, that are piloting these systems.
But
And
when
it
the
is
pandemic
possible
started and they
that
started
in
closing
some
bars down,
cases, artificial general
the last things
intelligence,
that I did was
which
I was
is
on,
which is a step
just on
up
the
from
spot. I closed
traditional
down the
artificial
Haha
intelligence.
Cafe. I
This
was
is
fucking jonesing
where
for stage time, but none was to be found. And I knew bars were closing that night or
the
whatever.
computer
And I saw
technology,
on
the server
Twitter that
technology,
the Top Shelf
essentially
Brass Band
develops
was
sentience
performing
to
on
the point that it's now
some late
equivalent
night gig
to a
on
living,
Vine Street.
thinking
And I'm
human
like, you know
being.
what? I don't
And
have
that's
any
something
more
that
shit
we're
to do right now. I'm gonna go support
witnessing
them
with
for the first
OpenAI
time.
and QStar. That's a whole nother story.
Instead of them coming to our show,
But,
and I went,
and that's
Afro
what
was
led to Sam Altman
killing it
being fired
on
by the
balcony,
board.
singing her fucking heart
But
out. The
within
band was
24 hours
banging. It
being
was so cool. I'm so
reinstated by
glad I made it
Microsoft,
out there.
was one of the
So,
investors. He was secretly
yeah, you're the
working
best,
on
Afro.
QStar, which is artificial general
What?
intelligence. I bring that up, Dr.
I
Sullivan, because
love
this is
that. That was
important.
fun. We got to kick it for a bit
Artificial general
afterwards. We all
intelligence
hung out.
is us creating
So
a
how you been doing, Afro?
non-human
How are you?
entity, which has the ability to outthink, outperform, and outwit us by multiple exponential factors that we just can't even conceive of. When we developed transformers, these are sentence transformers, which ultimately involve
You don't
logic
think COVID's a
transformers
hoax? Are you a
for
denier
artificial
that the disease
intelligence.
exists?
We enabled these systems to become
No, go ahead, tell us. Is
far
that one of your
superior to
cousins?
any level of human intelligence. You can give me the most intelligent people on the planet, and they couldn't hold a candle to what we are developing in these labs at OpenAI and all the other various places. Not to mention, in the future, we're going to have quantum computing that will house artificial intelligence, language models, logic models. We are literally creating aliens, and we don't realize it. We're creating our own non-human entities with intelligence that is far superior. But when I go back to talking about the UAP craft that defies the known laws of physics, it would take an artificial general intelligence or some semblance of an autonomous system, possibly paired with a human remote drone operator to pilot these craft. What we are seeing over our oceans off the coast of California in 2019, or as witnessed by the USS Princeton and the USS Nimitz in 2004. These are things that human pilots could not, they wouldn't survive the rate of speed, the rate of elevation, and immediate deceleration. It's just not tenable for a human body.
Well, I wanted to bring up the testimony of Edgar Fufshane, who discusses the TR3B, and he describes it actually having utilizing torsion field physics, where there's a highly pressurized plasma circulating in a circular tube or chamber around the craft. It's a triangle-shaped craft. And it reduces the weight or the weightless. It creates this. It's not quite weightless. It reduces the overall mass of the craft by a factor of, I think it was 87%. So whoever are the occupants, I mean, the laws of inertia would now
What are you going to do with that keyboard? You got a song lined up or something? You're going to give us a little ditty?
Withstand, say, 10G, I think, or maybe 20G, I think is the record. But now, if your mass is reduced by that amount, we could withstand, say, 100G. And so then that raises the question, well, is this how they're doing it? These reverse engineered craft, they employ some kind of
got a better drummer than we have.
torus or some kind of plasma reducing the overall weight. Maybe they can get up to 98, 99%. And so that way you can get these very high speeds. So you want to talk about Edgar Fufshane and his testimony, because I know he did work at Area 51. I mean, he's one of these witnesses or whistleblowers who has the credentials to prove that, he was at Area 51, and this is where he says these craft were operating out of.
I remember seeing the presentation that he gave. His wife had introduced him, and it was a beautiful presentation that he had given. And it takes me back to the time when we started. I think it was, I forget what country it was in Europe where they actually had seen the TR-3B. Belgium, that's right, the Belgium UFO incident. By the way, and I received information from Michael Schratt, who I met with personally, and he had shared some information with me, schematics on the potential design aspects of the TR-3B. And we had discussed the possible modes of propulsion, how it is done. I don't remember everything, but I do remember this. If Edgar Fouché was correct in his assumption in how the propulsion was and how the craft achieved its level of mass with its occupants, it very well could be something that we're seeing on a regular basis. If you go to the Stephenville incident in 2009, Stephenville, Texas, that was a massive triangle that they saw. Some people in 1997 over Phoenix, Arizona, the Phoenix licenses, some people reported seeing that as a massive mile-wide triangle. But we have a lot of incidents. There was one here in Fremont, California, a very famous case in Fremont, California, where a massive triangle craft was seen. Makes me think of the TR-3B. Is that what we're seeing? Different variants of the TR-3B? Only those who were involved with the development of these craft would know how many different variants exist of the craft. What we saw over Texas may not be what we saw over Arizona and California. Incidentally, the Phoenix craft did fly over Nevada and into Arizona. So there is that possibility.
Well, I just wanted to raise one example of someone who has been in one of these flying triangle-shaped craft. He's a military witness. He's currently serving with the U.S. Army. I used the pseudonym JT to refer to him, and he says he's been in some of these TR-3Bs, and he's also been inside of a flying rectangle. So a lot of people have similar stories of being inside of these craft as part of a secret space program. What makes JP unusual is that he's taken photographs. He's actually got photographs. He's sent me dozens of photographs. People always say, where's the evidence for these wild claims? He's got photographs. He said he went on a rectangle-shaped craft and he saw people wearing U.S. Air Force Special Operations patches. So he identified the patch of the people on these flying rectangle crafts. So he's one example, and there are many others that say that yes, indeed, these secret space programs exist. They've been flown by the Navy, by Air Force Special Operations, and Space Force. And I think that this is part of the rationale for creating Space Force and Space Command now, is to kind of like white-world the classified program. So yeah, you want to comment about that?
You remember in the mid-2000s, China had announced that they had destroyed one of their aging weather satellites on a low Earth orbit using a terrestrial laser-based system.
Yes, I remember that incident. It was anti-satellite.
Right. Well, I find it odd that one of the directives that has come out of the Chinese military or the Russian military is the ability to destroy satellites from terrestrial-based laser systems.
Okay, how about
Not too long after that, United States developed the Boeing X-37B, which spent 287 days on a classified mission around the planet. We're seeing levels of technology take these exponential leaps. And as a matter of fact, just a couple of weeks ago, China just launched a secret spy satellite. One that many people within the Department of Defense theorized that was meant to focus on the U.S.'s latest spy satellite efforts. This is the reason why we are now seeing the propagation the United States Space Force. The Space Force, I know you wrote a book on the Space Force because I just bought that book for my son for Christmas.
We know you can't get sick.
The Space Force, because my son is thinking about joining the Space Force, just so you know. The Space Force is going to play a pivotal role.
You have to put your wiener into one
Of course, from the government perspective, and from the military perspective, with regards to national security interests, because we're seeing all of our adversaries begin to perform the same thing. You know, there's eventually going to be a war fought on the moon over resources between India, China, the United States, Russia. I'm not sure about Russia at this point, but definitely India just landed there. Israel tried to land there. Their craft is recently crashed. But you're going to see struggles between superpowers over resources on the moon, and perhaps mining operations in the asteroid belt. All of this. Not to mention Elon Musk talking about creating bases on Mars. So there's so much happening right now, and I think that in order for us to truly accomplish this, beyond the conventional propulsion, rocketry that we currently possess, it's going to take the implementation of otherworldly propulsion systems that are potentially based off of reverse engineered UFOs, UAPs, and not shock everybody, but when we put the wheels into motion and we start revealing the existence of these craft, perhaps the TR-3B is a precursor to what we're going to see within the next 7 to 10 years. You have John Ramirez saying that aliens are going to reveal themselves in 2027, and you have U.S. Retired U.S. Colonel, Army Colonel Colonel saying that we are in a secret arms race to be the first to announce the UAP disclosure by 2030. A lot of stuff is happening.
We loved your submission. It was incredible.
Well,
How are you?
indeed there is, and I wanted to give you the opportunity to tell us about your upcoming book, The Modern UFO UAP Researchers Handbook, and I know that it's going to be available sometime in January. So you want to tell us about that and what else you're doing over the next few months?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So the Modern UFO UAP Research Handbook, it's a traditional handbook that has all the information that you're accustomed to seeing, but it goes beyond that. I believe that the glossary that I've assembled, the protocols that I have put into place for researching UFO sightings and UFO crash sites are unlike anything you've ever seen before. I literally tell people how they can collect soil samples from crash sites and have them analyzed by the University of Chicago. I mean, I show everybody how to do things that they've never thought of before. And there's a lot of history in this book too. I don't just talk about researching UFO sightings and crash sites. I also talk about the history of ufology and delve a little bit into the contemporary means to research UFOs. For instance, a lot of UFO researchers are still using the Hynek classification system, which goes back to the 1960s, and the Jacques Vallée classification system. I've developed something called the SP23, which goes beyond the C1 to C5 close encounter classification. I go from C6 up to C12, and I factor in all of this new technology, new types of events, new types of incidents that have happened over the past 35, 40 years that we can now attribute to a newer type of classification field. And by the way, if you go to my website, UFOcurrents.com, at the website, you'll see that on the books page, if you click on the books tab, there is a free link of the Modern UFO Researchers Handbook to what I call the UFO UAP Witness Questionnaire and Report Form. Now, I've had people from MUFON look at this, and they think it's great. But what's important is that inside of that PDF file, I talk about the SP23 close encounter type expansion classification. So CE6 is direct communication. That's communication in cases that are typically non-verbal and may encompass the exchange of complex thoughts or emotions. CE7 is biological effects. These can be immediate or manifest over time effects that may include physical markings, altered health states, or psychological transformations. And then I go on. There's CE8 all the way to CE12. Interestingly, CE12 is based on temporal distortion. These are the characteristics of the CE12 are time distortion closely correlated with the presence or proximity of a UFO or UAP. So it's really it's a really contemporary way of adding on to these already incredible classification systems from both Heineck and Valet. I just give my own perspective, and this was developed with fellow researcher Richard J. Prestel. And that's why we call it the SP23. It's the Sanchez-Prestel 23 close encounter type expansion classification, SP23. And it's free for everybody to look. And I think that if they look at that PDF, which is free at UFOcurrents.com, they're going to see that the follow-up actions are important. How to contact the witness, how to interview a witness, what's the importance of witness anonymity, environmental analysis, everything is included. And I think people are really going to like this book.
Well, thank you, Anthony, for sharing a wealth of information going back now spanning 4 decades that you've been doing UFO research. So very happy to have you on Exopolitics today, and I look forward to having you back.
It was an honor to speak with you, Dr. Sala. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You have been listening to Exopolitics today with Dr. Michael Sala. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe to this channel.
It's great.
Join or start a conversation in the comments. Take the time to explore the vast library of best-selling books, webinars, and podcasts by Dr. Sala. Visit exopoliticstoday.com.
I was trying to get my brother to reprise his roles as a prostitute, but couldn't tonight. So I thought I was doing some Skipper Gilligan thing, and we didn't have much planning. I didn't know if we were going to be on or not, but it's just a fun. I mean, there might be some symbolism there. I don't know. It's like a David
Timothy Alberino is the author of Birthright, The Coming Post-Human Apocalypse, and the Usurpation of Adam's Dominion on Planet Earth. He recently returned from an investigation to Peru, where he interviewed villagers associated with an abduction event of females and others in the remote Amazon region of Peru, and is here to talk about it today with us on Exopolitics.
You're listening to Exopolitics Today with Dr. Michael Sala, your source for the uncensored truth regarding the human, extraterrestrial, global, and political agenda. Click the like button and subscribe to this channel. And now, here's Dr. Michael Sala.
It's a fucking weird time. We have no idea if we're going to be able to sit in a patio.
Well, welcome, Timothy. Glad to have you back on Exopolitics today.
Dr. Sala, always a pleasure.
I appreciate you guys
So,
doing
you have been very busy, and I know you've gotten back from a number of Central American, South American countries, and one of those was Peru, where you went to investigate. So, for people who maybe don't know what happened in Peru, that kind of like encourage you to go there and investigate, why don't you kind of give people a summary of what it was that happened there over the last few months?
Okay, well, back in mid-July, between mid-July and the beginning of August, some very compelling videos began to surface on social media, in which we saw villagers from the Peruvian Amazon in a state of chaos at nighttime, running around their village, discharging their firearms into the jungle. Subsequent interviews with the villagers revealed that they were under assault by some sort of a mysterious force, by mysterious assailants, who some of them alleged were extraterrestrials, or at least they believed that they were extraterrestrials because of the incredible capabilities of the assailants.
And this all began in a jungle village called San Antonio de Pintuyacu, which is located up the Pintuyacu River, about a 2-day journey from Iquitos, which is the primary city in the department of Loreto. And this occurred in the region of Alto Nanay. And subsequent to that video and that incident, other incidents began to break out in the Peruvian Amazon. Basically the same phenomenon, but with some different details. For example, there was one incident in which a couple of people were allegedly being attacked by a UFO that was deploying some sort of a light at them, a laser beam or light at them that was trying to apparently lift them off the ground. There were some individuals who were attacked by lasers. There was a group of students who, in the same region, while they were out doing something for their college, encountered the strange being walking through the jungle. So there was a series of incidents that were happening around the same period of time. But it was this particular incident in San Antonio de Pintuyacu that sort of kicked off the media frenzy. Peruvian media took the stories very serious, especially the one from San Antonio de Pintuyacu. And no one had actually traveled to the village to conduct a thorough investigation. Two police officers did respond initially. They had to go and investigate the attempted abduction of a 15-year-old girl named Talia. So they responded to the abduction attempt. They went out there to conduct a very preliminary investigation. They had a Navy escort with them, but the police officers conducted what I would consider to be really a piss-poor investigation and concocted a ridiculous fabrication. They said that the village was being assaulted by river miners with jetpacks, and that the river miners were attempting to scare the villagers and drive them off the land. I now know, and suspected early on, but I now know for sure that story is an utter fabrication. It is false. The villagers are offended by the notion that they're being attacked by river miners. And we now know also that the objective of the phenomenon is not to drive anybody off of the land. And we can discuss that, why I believe that. But that's how this whole incident began. How this whole phenomenon sort of resurfaced. This phenomenon is associated with what's called the Pelacata phenomenon, the face peeler phenomenon in the Peruvian Amazon. And it's that the face peeler phenomenon is probably goes back to the mid-'80s, maybe early '80s. It's not an ancient thing. It's relatively recent, going back to early to mid-'80s. When it first began, the indigenous communities of the Peruvian Amazon, they don't know who the face peelers are. They suspect one of two things: either they suspect that they're an international consortium of gringos who are conducting clandestine organ harvesting operations, or B, that they're extraterrestrials, that they're non-human entities, performing some sort of operation for unknown purposes. I would say that there's also a C option, and that both of these things are true. In other words, it's a cooperation between some human faction and extraterrestrial faction or non-human faction. I don't know that for sure, but I would certainly add that in as a possibility. So after all of these incidents erupted on social media, many people in my audience were asking me to go and investigate because I had previously lived near this region of the jungle. I've been in this region of the jungle, but I lived up the River Masan, which is not far away. And for an extended period of time, that's where I learned to speak Spanish. I learned to speak their particular dialect of Spanish, which is called Charapa, which mixes in a little bit of Quechua with Spanish. And so, I've contracted malaria 5 times in this region of the jungle. I'm very familiar with it. I was 19 years old when I was living in this area, so it just seemed sort of appropriate for me to go and conduct this investigation, and so ultimately I decided to mount the expedition. I was fortunate to be accompanied by my colleague Doug Thornton, who is an infantry Marine and DHS operator. And so I also had some help. I was able to co-fund the operation, the expedition. I had some friends of mine from Conduit Church in Tennessee who helped me co-fund the expedition, because what we ultimately ended up doing was we ended up provisioning the village as well as conducting an investigation. We brought them food, supplies, rice, beans, sugar, so on, as well as medical supplies and strategic technology. So it was kind of a complex ordeal, and thankfully we were able to get in there, conduct an investigation, and get out safely without any sort of incident.
So, I mean, this report that you released on YouTube, I mean, it's quite detailed in terms of exactly what happened and the images that you showed, and some things stood out to me. The firearm that the villagers carry, I mean, is that normal? I mean, do villages in remote regions of Peru, I mean, they always so well armed?
Well, it's normal for the villagers. It's an indigenous community, by the way. It's the Iquitu people, very old indigenous community, very important village in San Pedro de Quinto. The members of these communities do carry shotguns. They have shotguns. They use them both for defense but also for hunting. So that's not unusual. Although most of these guys only have a couple of cartridges. They don't have a whole lot of ammunition. But what is unusual is when I got to San Antonio de Pintuyacu, it took us 2 days to get there, going up the river from Iquitos. I was able to get a riverboat and fill up with all of our supplies and everything at the river. And when we arrived at the village, we were met at the shore by a small army of men with shotguns. That was very unusual. These guys were usually the villagers in these communities do not walk around with shotgun in hand, loaded. They have shotguns in their houses. They grab them when they go hunting, but they don't walk around day and night holding their shotguns. And that's the situation. That was the situation in San Antonio. So, as I said, when I arrived, I was met by a small army of guys with shotguns, loaded. And they were obviously in a heightened condition of vigilance. They were maintaining their arms throughout the day, loaded and ready to fire. So that is unusual.
Yes, that really did strike me looking at those images. I don't know if we can show one of those, but those villagers that greeted you all with arms, that's kind of like suggesting that they are kind of like very paranoid, or as you said, very vigilant about something. Something's happening there. And you did talk with the female, you mentioned that there was an attempt to abduct her. And, so, you want to tell us, just kind of remind us what happened?
Yes. So the first thing we did, when we got to the village, we had a very warm welcome. We had a traditionally Iquitu welcome. They did this dance for us, and it was really quite intriguing. And I, by the way, had an official invitation to go to the village. I contacted the villagers before I went, and the Apu, the chief of the village, and his council actually sent me a written, an official invitation in written form. And the Apu met me in Iquitos and went up the river with me. So he accompanied me on the riverboat I chartered up the river with a couple of other guys from the village. I also brought with me 2 active duty Navy jungle operators, Peruvian guys, who were Peruvian Navy guys. They accompanied me. They were armed as well. And when we got to the village after receiving this warm welcome by the Iquitu community, we began our investigation in earnest. And basically, what we learned was quite it was quite harrowing.
I was ready to, I had no idea what I was going to encounter in the village, what sort of story I was going to be told by the villagers. So I was prepared. I hadn't drawn any conclusions before I arrived. I was willing to hear whatever they had to tell me, even miners with jetpacks, should that be the actual story that came forward. But it wasn't. Rather, what was told to us was a situation. I'll describe. I'll try and encapsulate what I was able to gather through the testimonies the interviews that I conducted. I conducted many interviews in the village. Many guys wanted to talk to me and were very willing to tell me their stories, their encounters with this phenomenon. And so basically, the village, when we got there had been a month or two since these things had occurred. It was not actively happening in the village when we got there. We're coming after the incidents. So the village was being assaulted mid-July to early August by these very strange assailants who only operated at night. So as soon as the sun went down, that's when the activity would begin. And this went on for a few weeks consecutively. These individuals, these assailants are dressed from head to foot in black armored bodysuits. They have strange helmets. They're wearing helmets that are elongated in the back. The helmets cover their faces. And they have these almond-shaped eye lenses, yellow tinted. They have hard-shell backpacks, which we suspect might be battery packs or small reactors. And they have very strange footwear. Their footwear it's not normal boots. On the bottom of their shoes, they have discs, 2 discs on each foot, one in the front, one over the heel. These discs enable them to float off the ground about a meter, and they can also perform some pretty incredible feats by way of these technological apparatuses on the bottom of their shoes. They can jump over houses, for example. We were told multiple people saw them leaping over houses. So whatever this technology is on the bottom of their footwear is quite advanced. But aside from the discs on the bottom of their shoes, the way they arrive to the village is they come flying in the air, standing on top of circular hoverboard platforms. And these platforms have a series of lights, green and blue lights around them, maybe red as well, I don't remember. And they have the ability they have floodlights, so they have the ability to switch on floodlights when they want to. These circular hoverboard apparatuses. Now, usually what they would do is sometimes they would fly very low over the village, standing on top of these hoverboards, and the villagers would only realize that they were standing on top of them when they were close enough to illuminate them with their flashlights, because usually they would only see the lights, almost like a drone, these circle of lights. But when they would put their flashlights on them, they would see these dark figures, these dark silhouettes sort of surfing on top of them. Now, it's important to understand that these hoverboards, these circular hoverboards, are completely silent. They make no sound, except for when they accelerate off the ground, which they seem to make some sort of a compressed air sound. And the mode of operation, the way that these assailants would enter the village is they would hover above the village, and then they would land back in the jungle, in the openings between the trees. They would land these circular hoverboards, and then they would dismount. Usually, they would dismount, come walking through the jungle, or floating through the jungle, because remember, they have these circular discs on the bottom of their footwear, which I suspect, magnetically snap into the hoverboard. That's what I suspect. And I suspect that the energy source that powers the hoverboards is being carried on their back, because when they snap into these hoverboards, or when they remount their hoverboards, they press a button on their shoe, on their footwear, that activates, that energizes the technology and allows them to lift off the ground. So it seems to me that they're carrying the technology on their bodies, probably in these backpacks, the energy source,
and that
Okay.
Why don't you read it?
there is some function, with just the discs on the bottom of the shoes. I hope I'm explaining this in a comprehensible way. But
so it says Michael Ware, and then it just says
they were encountered by multiple people in the village, face to face, at nighttime with flashlights. One individual told me, several guys shot at them. One individual told me that he shot at one of these guys point blank with 16-gauge shotgun, bird shot. And the guy, he said, was hovering above the ground about a meter. Now, this individual tells me that the assailant was dressed in bodysuit, just as I described, but it was silver, which is sort of an anomaly. Everybody else told me they were dressed in black, but this guy swore to me this particular assailant was dressed in silver armored, in a silvered armored bodysuit. And he just charged his firearm, point blank range. He hit the guy. He knows he hit him. He knows he hit the assailant because, again, the assailant's floating. The assailant fell back on his back, so he was knocked back, and then he just popped back up, as if it had really no effect. It just knocked him back, and he jumped back up in the air and floated away. And in fact, this individual who shot him told me that he could hear his bird shot dinking off of the armor that this assailant was wearing. So it's metallic armor. It's impervious at least to bird shot, shotgun blast. It's advanced body armor. And there were multiple encounters with these guys throughout these several weeks that different villagers had different kinds of encounters, similar to what I just described. Some of them shot the guys, some of them just chased them. But they all saw the same thing. They all described exactly the same thing. And the girl that you're referring to, Talia, this 15-year-old girl, she had the most, let's say, she had the most direct confrontation, the most up close and personal confrontation with these assailants. Talia was just after dark. She was in her backyard. Now you have to understand the terrain here. Talia's home is sort of in the middle of the village. There's other houses around the village, around hers, and between her house and the other houses, there's this sort of it's sort of like a little gully. It's forested. There's some jungle back there. It's almost like a backyard. There's a little chicken coop, thatch roof chicken coop back there. And you're showing pictures right now, Talia. That's her backyard. And to her left is this little gully and this little chicken coop. And surrounding are these. It's surrounded by these other houses. And that's important because of what happens there. So Talia, just after dark, is in her backyard, knocking fruit down from a tree with this pole, this long stick. One of the fruit falls to the ground. She bends down to pick it up, and there's some dead leaves, as you can see in the picture. There's some dead leaves on the ground. And she suddenly notices that the leaves begin to rustle, and she feels a gentle breeze at her back. She turns around, a gentle gust of wind. She turns around, and she sees one of these assailants that I previously described. And she sort of did this motion, like surfing on one of these circular hoverboards. He flies up to her, right next to her, lands on the ground, and grabs her from behind. He puts his hand over her mouth. Then she sees another one of these guys flying up the hill. He lands in front of her and grabs her feet. Then both of these assailants lift her off the ground and take her behind the chicken coop in this forested gully behind her house there. And now she refers to these individuals as gringos. The reason why she refers to them as gringos is because one of them, and gringo, by the way, just means a non-Hispanic person, usually someone of European or American descent, and she said that one of these individuals, the one she actually calls the gringo, was taller than me. I'm about 6'1", taller than me. The other individual was about my height. The one she calls the gringo, she calls him the gringo because she heard them speak. And they spoke Spanish. One of them, the gringo, had a broken accent. That's why she calls him the gringo. The other one spoke normal Peruvian Spanish. That's what she told me.
I'm an Andre guy.
And
Look at this
so
shit.
they have her
It's like
behind the
that
chicken
shit
coop,
looks just
and
They literally have all the best
Peruvian
things.
guy, let's call him the Peruvian face
They
peeler,
have an incredible,
proceeds to take out
store
this
in Walk-In
cream in this small
Chicago.
canister
Boy,
and
I
mix it
always
with
go
a
there
powder.
in Chicago.
And then he
And,
sucks
you
up
go
the
with us?
solution with the nasal
That's
syringe and
right.
shoots it up her nose, up both of her nostrils. As soon as he shoots the stuff up her nostrils, she started to go in sort of
You're
a,
on that Jeremiah
she started to
podcast
fall
this
into
week.
sort of a semi-conscious state.
Yeah, and that's
Then
so
they took a larger canister
That's
out,
gonna be
a
good.
tube, almost like a toothpaste tube, and they squeezed some other kind of cream in their hands. This was the gringo who had her from behind in the middle with his hand over
And this
mouth.
is
So
your,
he's
this is also
proceeding
your
now to
1-year
smear this
anniversary
other
of
cream
doing
on her
stand-up. Is that
face.
correct?
And as he's doing this, she said she heard the Peruvian assailant
Fuck yeah.
say, "Be careful, don't put too much on her face, it's going to ruin the flesh.
Yes.
Or don't apply too much, it's going to ruin the flesh." Now, in a subsequent conversation I had with Talia, she explained to me that what they were saying was that the cream, if too much is applied, it's going to make it difficult to cut the skin off of the flesh, to separate the skin from the tissue beneath. But that's what she said. Now, so they applied this cream to her face goes instantly numb, and then they proceed to take out this small device, which I believe is it's a laser scalpel based on the description, and they start making an incision. The gringo that's got her from behind starts to make an incision right under her jaw, and he actually makes two because she started to struggle at this point. And she's struggling, and she managed to get her hand up under the helmet, under his helmet, and start to lift up his helmet, which caused him to panic for a moment because he did not want her to see his face. So he panics for a moment. He's struggling with her, and one of these two guys slaps her in the face as she's doing this. And in the ensuing struggle, they lose control of her momentarily. She said they dropped. And now she no longer has a hand over her mouth, so she lets out a blood-curdling scream. And when she does this, you have to understand that the villagers at this point are already in a state of vigilance because this was not the first incident. There was an incursion that happened some time before this, and so the villagers were already aware that somebody is trying to make an incursion into their village at nighttime. And so they're already in a state of heightened vigilance. And so when Talia screams, remember, there's houses surrounding this sort of backyard area where she's at. Everyone comes running. Your brother's sitting on the porch. He's got his flashlight. Your neighbors are sitting on their porches. They've got their flashlights. As soon as she screams, they're on the scene in a matter of seconds. And they've got their flashlights. So this is where Talia's, well, there's one more detail from Talia's account before she goes unconscious. After she screamed, the Peruvian assailant, again, I'm calling him the Peruvian assailant just because from her description of the way they spoke, he starts to take off on his hoverboard. And he yells back to the gringo, "Come on, let's go, we gotta go." And he responds to her allegedly, according to Talia, "No, we can't just leave her here." And he proceeds to grab her by the hair and drag her up this little hill. Remember, it's a golf. He proceeds to drag her by her hair up this hill as if he's going to try and take off with her. But he doesn't get very far because the villagers are now on the scene with the neighbors are on the scene with their flashlights. They train their flashlights on these assailants, and they see them. Talia's now unconscious, laying on the ground with blood on her neck. And her brother and the neighbors see the assailants. They illuminate the assailants with their flashlights, and I talked to them, and they described exactly what Talia described. These guys are in black armor bodysuits, helmets, elongated helmets, sort of surfing on these circular platforms, circular hoverboards. No sound, there's no sound, until these guys sort of maneuver where there's an opening in the trees and they accelerate up into the air. And when they accelerate in the air, there's sort of that compressed air sound. But there's no, it's not propellers or jets or anything like that. It's a very strange sound, right, that these guys tried to describe to me. So
Yeah, I think
Obviously, they rescue Talia and treat her wound. She's unconscious.
Yeah.
She was taken to a village down, another village that had a better medical post, and they were able to treat her wounds. And also,
magic
they,
mushrooms, you know, they have so many
subsequent to
different
treating her
benefits and qualities and this
wounds,
and
a few
that,
days
but,
later, when they examined her,
I've been
they
trying to, you know, sharpen up 'cause I've been
diagnosed her
fucking,
with severe
you know,
PTSD.
not
After
performing
the,
this
and I
that.
can attest to the fact that
And
that
you don't
girl,
know
Talia,
exactly
has
where your brain is at
severe
in this stuff.
PTSD.
I mean,
When I
don't
first
know.
encountered her in the
It was
village,
pretty
it was during the
positive. It's
day.
fucking working.
It was
I
in the
think it
evening.
makes
Everybody's
me,
playing volleyball and
get
soccer
shit
in
done
the
faster.
plaza.
You get to
When I
relax
encountered her,
quicker in
she,
the day
as soon as she
because
saw,
I,
she started to tremble
take
and
care of all
cry
my
and
crap
hide her
all
face from
early in
us.
the morning
And she took
clear
her hair
thoughts,
and
I mean, I was
covered her
riffing
face
this
with it so
weekend
we
on
couldn't see her
stage
face.
after
She was
not doing it
associating
for
us with
3.5
her
months. My
assailants.
first time performing with
And
Lions
she was trembling. She did not want to talk to us.
I just think
And
it's
eventually
just
her
a
father,
normal
Napu,
sharpness, just like sort of
convinced her
anything,
to
you know what
talk
I
to us
mean?
the
Like
next morning
it's,
after breakfast. We went over there, and that's when Talia told me about what had happened.
Well, that's such a harrowing incident, but it does raise this connection with the Palacadas that you said that began in the 1980s. And I mean, is this an example? I mean, I imagine people have been found dead with their face peeled, and in this case, Talia was able to escape that. So is this kind of like rare, people going through this kind of an attempt and surviving?
The Pellicata phenomenon, this is typical of the Pellicata phenomenon. I was told that during this period of time, there were a couple of fatalities. Not in that village. This is the first time that San Antonio had been attacked like this. But in the general region, now I did a video, I think before I came on your show talking about this before I went on the expedition. I had published a video on YouTube in which me and Doug were analyzing this scenario that was unfolding. And this was back in August. And in that video, I feature a young man. There's a video that I feature in my video of a young man who's being pulled out of the river or unloaded from a boat on the shore of a river, and 2/3 of his face are gone. And all you see underneath is skeleton, the white skeletal structure of his face. And you can clearly see in the video, and it's still up on my YouTube channel, although it's been taken out of the algorithm by YouTube because it's age inappropriate or whatever, so they age restricted it. But it's there still on my YouTube channel, and you can clearly see in the video that the skin where the face has been removed is very cleanly cut. There's this very clean incision that's obviously been made. That is not the work of piranhas. That is not the work of the depredation of any kind of predator. That is a face being cut off. Now, could be with a sharp knife, could be with a laser scalpel. I had assumed that incident had taken place somewhere in the Peruvian Amazon, in the general region of San Antonio, in Cuyaca, but I wasn't sure. The villagers in San Antonio told me, yes, this did happen. It happened around the same time, and that individual, that young man, was found in basically the same region of the jungle. I have not been able to independently verify that yet, but according to the villagers in San Antonio de Cuyaca, that incident did indeed happen in basically the same region of the jungle in Alta Manan. And that is typical of the face peeler phenomenon. So we can only assume that that is what was going to happen to Talia. Have these assailants been able to maintain control of her and finish the job? Unfortunately, I think Talia's body would have been discovered in very similar conditions, with her face gone. So it's the face peeler phenomenon is exactly that. These guys are peeling faces. Now, I should say, whether or not this time these particular individuals are the actual face peelers of the same guys that have been doing this since the 1980s, or whether, or perhaps they may be mimicking the phenomenon to try, because they want the villagers to think that's who they are, to cover up whatever other activity they're doing. I don't know, I can't say. That's certainly within the realm of possibilities, but the phenomenon is very real, and obviously these guys, whoever they are, and I'm saying guys, look, I'm assuming they're humans. However, I should say that there are other possibilities in play here. As I always sort of, I always
have this postscript when I tell the story about Talia. Talia has undergone extreme trauma. She, as I said, she has severe post-traumatic stress disorder. She did have a substance shot up her nose, probably some sort of I don't know, something that rendered her unconscious eventually. So it put her in an altered state of mind, whatever it is. It incapacitated her. So it is possible that Talia confabulated the voices that she heard. In other words, she confabulated the detail about them speaking because she had previously believed that the face peelers of Belacadas were gringos. And so there may be some confabulation there because it's an anomaly. No one else heard them speak. No one else heard these guys speak. And in fact, when I talked to some of the other villagers who chased them through the jungle, they said, one of the guys told me, look, these things don't move like human beings. He said they're more agile. The way that they move, the way that the speed, the agility is, it's, in the way he told me was, it's non-human. It's like, we don't know how to explain it. And again, they chase them through the jungle. And by the way, they found their tracks. They leave these tracks in they're very large. All the guys said their tracks are really big. And there are two circles. So there's the discs on the bottom of their shoes. They leave these two circular tracks for each foot. And they're really big. Everybody stressed that to me. They're really big. And the assailants seem to be between 6.5, 7.5, even perhaps up to 8 feet tall. And that may be because of the technology that's in their footwear. Maybe it's giving them 6 inches height, right? Whatever this technology is. It's on the bottom of their shoes. Or it may be that maybe they're not humans. Or maybe they're not normal humans. Maybe we're dealing with super soldiers. Maybe, I don't know, and of course I'm just spitballing here. This is rank speculation on my part, but maybe we're dealing with reptilians. Maybe we're dealing with hybrids. Or maybe we're just dealing with gringo face peelers, some sort of an international consortium of very evil men who are out there organ harvesting, I don't know. I suspect they're human, but I can't say for sure. I don't know.
Well, in your investigation, you interviewed one villager who drew a flying saucer craft or some kind of spacecraft. So the hell does that relate to this? Is that like the mothership or the original craft that the beings came from? That's a very important detail because apart from this hoverboard technology that they have and these discs on the bottom of their shoes, these guys apparently are also flying around in what I can only describe as advanced aerospace vehicles. There you have a picture of it. That individual right there, he's drawing this for me on the acrylic chalkboard, on the acrylic board. He's describing his encounter with this craft. Now you have to understand what you're looking at. It's an acorn-shaped craft. You're looking straight up at it. So he's describing what he saw. It's directly above him. So that's the perspective of him below the craft. That's the bottom of the craft looking straight up at it. He says that one day at 3 o'clock in the morning, he was out checking his nets, pulling his nets up in the river, when suddenly it was suddenly illuminated like daytime. The sun had just come up. So it was like daytime. And he saw this light reflecting in the water, and he realized there was something above him. So he looks up, and that's what he sees. He sees this craft. And the craft has got a light flashing down on him. And he said that it was about 30 feet above his head. He was very close. He got a good long look at it. He's just sitting there in his canoe looking up at it. And he said it was transparent. It had sort of a transparent mesh. He kept saying mesh. Maja. It had a transparent mesh. And that's how he described it. And he said it was shaped sort of like an acorn. And you see those little nubs on the side. He said it didn't have wings. It had these little nubs on the side, rounded nubs, that it opened up. They folded open, and that's the position they're in the picture there. They folded open, and they began to deploy a series of rapidly moving lights as if it was scanning. And then they would fold close. And you see the two little circles inside. One is sort of in the front, and
one is above his hand there. Those, he said, were people sitting inside this craft. You could see them. One sort of in the cockpit and the other in the body of the craft. And this thing hovered above him for quite a bit of time, a couple of minutes. And he got a really good look at it. And it was just hovering there. And he was obviously quite astounded as he was witnessing all this at 3 o'clock in the morning. And then he said suddenly it made sort of like a low humming sound. And he saw some sort of exhaust coming out the back, and it just moved away at a high rate of speed, relatively silently, apart from this humming noise. Now, what's amazing is that several people in the village, apart from this gentleman, several villagers people drew this craft for me in the dirt. They drew this same craft for me in the dirt. And I have that in my video on YouTube. And they describe the same thing. It's hovering above the village, 30 or 40 feet. They describe it. They saw it was black. It was not transparent when they saw it. Only this guy saw it transparent. The other guys, it had sort of black spots. It had sort of black, matte black body armor. And I myself saw something very similar to this in Brook Park, Ohio. Perhaps the same craft. The very same craft. So this sort of same description was also seen on Skinwalker Ranch. If you read the book by On the Hunt for the Skinwalker by Knapp and I forget the other guy's name, Kelheller, I think is his name. It's very, very, very similar craft that's being described here that I saw that was on Skinwalker Ranch and that these guys are describing here in the jungle, including Amazon. So now we're dealing with advanced aerospace vehicles. This is not conventional. So as soon as I realized that we're dealing with technology, I mean the armor plating, the black armor body suits, okay, that can be conventional, state-of-the-art conventional body armor. The Russians have it, we have it, I'm sure that the Chinese have it. Okay, that can be conventional. However, these platforms, these hoverboard platforms, circular hoverboard platforms, are not conventional. That's not conventional technology. It's not propellers. By the way, I asked this individual, did you see any propulsion system? Did it have propellers? Did it have engines? He said no. There were no propellers, there were no engines, and it was hovering silently above me. He didn't even notice it was there until it turned the lights out, right? And it's quiet at nighttime, besides all the insects chirping at nighttime in the jungle. But, you know, he didn't hear it like the jets or propellers. And it's important to understand that these are the Aikido people. These are the Aikido community. But this particular village got about 200 inhabitants. It is extremely remote, and it's a very important village because it's the original Aikido community. That's the original. That's where they were hundreds of years ago. That's where their primary village was. So the provincial government in Loreto, from Aikidos, they built a government communication outpost in this village. And the reason why that's important is because these villagers have satellite uplink internet in the government building. They all go there in the evening, they sit there and they're on social media or they're watching movies. And that's important because these guys are all aware of, you know, they all know what helicopters look like. They know they've seen all the same movies. They've watched all the same movies we have. That's why they said that in the initial reporting, they said that the assailants were like the Green Goblin from Spider-Man, because they were familiar with that movie. And the reason why they said that was because of the elongated helmet. If you recall, the Green Goblin from Spider-Man, he has an elongated helmet, and he's got this body armor, and he's floating on top of this thing. That's why they said that, because that's very much like what they encountered, except not green, black. And it wasn't jet propulsion like on the Green Goblin. It was silent and it was circular, the platforms. So we're not dealing with conventional technology in terms of the technology in the platforms and in the shoes and in these advanced aerospace vehicles. We're dealing with obviously some sort of advanced anti-grav or zero-point energy, something like this, electromagnetic perhaps, some sort of a technology that is not conventional. And no, it has nothing to do with river miners, and it has nothing to do with cartels. Cartels do not have this kind of technology.
Well, one of the other interesting pieces of information we gleaned from that investigation was there were some villages that you showed an image of an insectoid to, an insectoid, and you showed that, and they identified it as involved in these incidents. So yeah, what happened? Well, that was that incident actually took place in a different part of, in a different village, not even a village or city. So I was in San Antonio, Pintuyacu.
David, you want to go check on that real quick?
I stayed there for 3 days and 2 nights. Now, I was going to stay there for 5 days, but we cut the trip short. We completed our investigation in San Antonio, Pintuyacu, and so then we decided to take a couple of days that remained to us and go to visit the city of Nauta. Now, Nauta is a large jungle city. It has 35,000 inhabitants. It's the only place you can go by road from Iquitos. And Iquitos is one of the most, if not the most isolated city in the world. You can only get there by air or by water, by river. So you can fly there in an airplane or go there in a boat. And Iquitos has a large population. In 2 hours west of Iquitos is, by road, is this city of Nauta. Nauta is a very, very famous place. It's right on the edge of a national reserve, and a lot of tourism in Nauta. And what's important about Nauta, besides the fact that it's got a population of 35,000 people, is it's got an army base and lots of police. So, whereas in the village of San Antonio, if you're these face peeler guys, you're going to be confronted with shotguns, right? Birdshot. And by the way, they modified their birdshot too to make larger slugs. They were doing that as well. But you're going to be confronted with birdshot, 16-gauge shotguns, right? But in Nauta, you could potentially be confronted with automatic weapons and helicopters now, because now you're dealing with an army base and so forth, and a navy base, and the police are much better armed, and obviously the army, the military does. So that's very important in that context. Now, the video that you're referencing came out around the same time as the video from San Antonio, Pintuyacu. This video came out from Nauta, and this one features what maybe, possibly, could be being of some kind. And I originally, when I looked at this video, I thought it looked like an insectulum, what Dr. David Jacobs would describe as an insectulum, or maybe a very tall gray alien type creature. It's very fuzzy, it's very blurry, it's low resolution, it's hard to see, but it's very intriguing because in the video, and again, I feature all of this in the video I published on YouTube about the after action report I published on YouTube when I got back my YouTube channel. But in the video, you have this chaotic scene at nighttime. There's dogs barking, there's women and children yelling, and you have this guy with a flashlight who trains his flashlight on this tree, and he yells, "There it is! There it is!" And again, apparently, it looks like it could be some sort of a creature. Now, I wanted to go to this location during the day. And again, this is not in San Antonio, this is in Nauta now. So we went back down the river, went to Iquitos, and then got in a vehicle and drove to Nauta. So we conducted a separate investigation in Nauta. I was able to find the location where this video was filmed and to talk to the neighbors. Now, after I talked to the neighbors on the way home, I realized that although this was absolutely the location, no question about it, and you can see that in my video, this was the location where that original video was filmed. I may have been interviewing these people there who had experienced a different incident. The reason why I say that is because they told me that what they had seen, and I guess another video was taken of this other incident that I probably had never seen, but it was the same spot. Okay, they told me that what they saw was a disc. Your typical flying saucer that descended over these trees, and these trees are kind of in the distance. You'll see in my video, these trees are kind of in the distance. At nighttime, you can't gauge the distance. in the daytime, it was clear where this incident had taken place. It's clear where they were flashing their flashlights. A little bit in the distance, up in this big aguaje tree. And this saucer had descended over the tree, and it was projecting a light down. And that's what these individuals had seen, and somebody recorded that incident. But again, I think that's a different incident than the original one that I was going to investigate, where it looks like there's a creature. And I showed them the video. I showed them, and I asked them, what are you looking? What are you flashing your flashlight on? And that's when they told me, well, they sort of didn't recognize that video. They said, well, what we saw was a craft. So they were a little bit confused, and that's when I put it together afterwards. That, wait a minute, these are two instances, two different videos that happened in the same spot, most likely. And the neighbors, who live right across the street, the people I was interviewing had seen the one incident, but not the other. And she even told me, this woman, that they sometimes see stuff over there. Like it's not uncommon that they see craft and stuff in this backyard. And so
that's pretty much it.
In my video, I take still from the original video that's filmed in that location in Nauta, and I analyze it, and I put up a picture of an insectolin, a rendition of an insectolin that compiled by abductees, right? And I think we may be looking at something like that. However, if in fact that is a being up there that they're putting their flashlights on in this video from now, if that's a creature, then it's extremely large. Because of the distance, and you can see again in my video, it's very difficult to explain it, but you can see clearly what I mean in my video on YouTube. The distance, where that being would have had to have been floating in that tree or standing or something in that tree. The size of his head, if indeed it's a head that we're looking at, indicates that being had to have been 8, 9 foot tall, at least 7.5. So it was very large. That I know. If it is a being, it's very large. There's no question about it. So, I was able to confirm with the neighbors that yes, they did experience some sort of a phenomenon unfold at that location. They say it was a disc. Again, I think there's two different videos, and I never saw the one that they were referring to, and they never saw the one that I was referring to, although it was the exact same location. So it's very, I was very intrigued by that incident because I don't know. I'm not saying it's an insectolin, a 9 foot tall insectolin up in that tree. I'm saying I don't know what it is, but it could be based on, because in the video you can sort of see it moving its head back and forth. And maybe that's just a play on the light reflecting off of the tin roof on the, that's in the foreground. I don't know, but it is of interest to note that back in San Antonio de Pintuyacu, on the final night we were there, after we had conducted our investigations, I was sitting on the riverboat, and I was sitting there with some guys from the village, and with my security guys, the Peruvian Navy guys, and I said, hey, let me show you a picture. And I showed them a video, and I showed them that video from Nauta. And I said, what do you think about this video? And they're all standing behind me, and Doug's got his laptop open, and he slowed it down on his laptop. And they all go, they all said sort of collectively, there's a creature there. There's something there. It's moving its head. What is that? And I said, well, that's kind of what we're thinking. And what do you think about this? And I put on, up next to it, I pulled up a picture of insectolin, one of the ones that I think you just had on the screen. And they all just sort of gasped and put their hands over their mouths. And they're saying, oh my God, that's it. That's what's there. That's what we're seeing. And one of my chief security guy, the Navy guy, he looked at me and he said, he was, by the way, these Navy guys accompanied us all around the village. They heard all the testimonies. They were standing right there with us, standing guard in case. Why are they there? They're there because initially I thought maybe this is cartels and stuff, drug trafficking, human trafficking, and it's, a couple of gringos going out there with cameras. It's a good idea to have some security. So that's why they were there. But
he said to me, he said, you know what? This is the first time since we've gotten out here that I'm nervous. He said, that video is making me really nervous. He said, there's something in that video, something very strange is going on, and I'm a little nervous now. In fact, right after he said that, he sent the other Navy guy out to go patrol around the boat with his flashlight. By the way, we brought the villagers of San Antonio, apart from we provisioned them with food and medical supplies, but we also brought them strategic technology. We brought high-powered flashlights, really high-powered flashlights. We brought them radios because they were doing patrols every night. We brought them radios. We brought them thermal binoculars, and we brought them night vision goggles with recording capabilities. And then we trained them how to use all of this technology. And Doug and the Navy guys, remember Doug was an infantry Marine, trained the men who were doing the patrol one night. We were in the building they call the Tombo, that government communications building. We trained these guys how to patrol in military columns. And we also, in addition to training them how to use our technology, and let me tell you something, these guys are not idiots. I mean, they picked it up really fast, and that night they were out patrolling with the radios. We divided their village into 6 sectors corresponding to the radios, and they were out there patrolling their village with the radios, with the night vision goggles, with the thermal binoculars, and with the high-powered flashlights. I was very impressed how serious these dudes were and how quickly they picked up the training. So, anyway.
Well, what I find kind of fascinating is that at least the abductee, the female abductee that went through that harrowing incident on the ship, thought that they were speaking Spanish and that one was a gringo. That all of that overlapped with the joint US-Peru military exercises in that area. So it's like, well, how is that connected? I mean, was that a cover? Were those exercises a cover for kind of like an unfolding false flag event that's still happening now?
It very well may be. It could be that these guys are out there doing some sort of black ops in the jungle for who knows what reason and decided they're going to go take some trophies. It could be that they just screwing around, testing the technology. It could be that the military is out there, that the various militaries from these different countries, including the United States, including Space Force, by the way, is actually out there trying to combat whatever this is, whatever this phenomenon is. You know, again, it seems like a very human thing to me, but I'm totally open to the idea that we're dealing with reptilians in black armored bodysuits, that we're dealing with some sort of, maybe even robots. My God, it could be artificial intelligence based on some of the other things. By the way, it's important to also for me to mention that yesterday, I called a guy named Pablo Bardales, who lives in a farmstead called, a little village called Jorge Chavez, which is on Lake Pucuna, near the city of Yurimaguas. Yurimaguas is in the Peruvian Amazon. It's not far from Iquitos. It's between Iquitos and Tarapoto. Yurimaguas is in the middle. I'm very familiar with Yurimaguas. Spent a lot of time in the jungle around Yurimaguas. I called him up and on his cell phone, and he was in the village when I called him. This individual, he's one of the individuals that experienced the same phenomenon and was hit with a laser and was knocked unconscious and had some heart problems afterward. His story came out in the news, and I followed up on it thanks to a contact on Twitter. And I talked to him yesterday, and he told me the same story. The same story. Their village it's a very little village. It's like a farmstead village on the lake. Their little community was attacked by the same guys, same kind of technology, flying on these circular hoverboard platforms, dressed in black armored bodysuits, you know, the same kind of helmets. And they were attacked a month later in September. So this is after the assault on San Antonio in a different part of the Peruvian Amazon, in Yurimaguas. And he actually, what happened was he was bathing in the river, and he was coming back from the river back to his hut, and he had a towel around his waist, and he and his father saw these lights
circular lights flying around in the sky. And then they saw these guys walking or floating. I don't remember if he said they were floating enough. They were certainly at least walking around his homestead there. And same kind of thing. He grabbed his shotgun. He even said they were already aware of the Pellicata phenomenon that had been breaking out in the parts of the jungle. So he started yelling, Pellicata, Pellicata. He grabbed his shotgun. He discharged one of his cartridges at these guys, and then he had one more. He put it in a shotgun. He started chasing them, and he chased them into like a little clearing. And he describes it in the video that's online. That's in which he's being interviewed by the Peruvian press. And he says that he shot him again, and he seems to maybe disabled or caused the technology that these guys are using to malfunction. Because one of them was attempting to ascend into the sky and was having a hard time. And so what Pablo says is that when he saw that this guy was having a hard time ascending into the sky, he ran up to him, and remember he's in a towel here, a bath towel. He runs up to him and he grabs him by the waist, by the legs, as he's like lifting off the ground. And Pablo's pulling on this guy, trying to tackle him. He's yelling to his father and his friends to come and shoot this guy, and suddenly the guy pulls out a what he calls a little flashlight, but he thinks it was a laser, some sort of a laser, and he hits him with the laser. He hits Pablo with the laser, and Pablo instantly goes unconscious, and the guy is able to escape. And presumably on the discs on his shoes, right? He said the guys did have backpacks. But it's all of the other details conform exactly to San Antonio. But what's really interesting about Pablo, he actually tried to tackle the guy when he's lifting off the ground, unsuccessfully, and he had some heart troubles after he was hit with this laser. He had to go to the hospital. He had some heart troubles. I think it disrupted the rhythm of his heart or something. I don't remember the exact detail, but very interesting. The same phenomenon, right? But further, southwest in the Peruvian Amazon, southwest from Iquitos. So this is closer now towards the Andes. So that was just another story I heard yesterday. So something very strange. And I want to say that all of this to me is very, very reminiscent to Michael Herrera's testimony, the Marine who came forth with Stephen Greer at his press conference that he did in Washington, D.C. a couple of years ago. And Michael Herrera, of course, this Marine told this story about encountering this huge football field-sized disc that was hovering, clearing the jungle in Indonesia in the aftermath of that hurricane that had devastated the country. And he was there on a humanitarian aid with his platoon of Marines, and of course everybody I think knows the story. They encounter that disc, and they encounter these paramilitary guys that were better armed than them, that spoke English, by the way, probably ex-military guys, ex-special ops guys, and he had deduced, based on some later conversations he had with some people in the intelligence community, I think, that they were out there
Still with that girl that
running, that these people with this advanced technology were out there running human trafficking operations in the middle of this jungle and in the midst of this humanitarian crisis after the hurricane. So that's sort of how I place the Pellicata phenomenon, sort of in that same vein. Very sinister human beings with advanced technology, using it to do the absolute worst things imaginable: harvest organs, cut faces off, human trafficking, which is a nightmare. I mean, that's really a nightmare scenario. It's like Richard Dolan's Breakaway Civilization, and it's like the most sinister villains, like super villains, are running these operations and are in control of this technology. But there also may be a cooperation between this evil faction of humans with a non-human faction. Certainly the technology seems to be derived from alien tech, at least from my perspective.
So where do you think this is heading? I mean, is this just like kind of like isolated series of events in a remote area of Peru that's just
just going to be like that, a mystery to be on that just won't be solved, or do you think it's building to something? Some people think that this could be something that kind of like sets the stage for some kind of false flag alien invasion. What are your views? Well, the face peeler phenomenon has been going on for decades, but it's never garnered this much attention. We're living in a different age. We're living in an age in which these indigenous communities have cell phones and satellite uplinks, internet uplinks. So, whereas in the past, the face peelers were just sort of like a boogeyman type thing, now you actually have videos surfacing of different things and encounters, and so they can't operate in the same obscurity as they could before. And I don't know what that's going to do to the phenomenon. What is that going to force? How is that going to affect their operations? Obviously, these guys are not concerned about running these villages off their land. That's not what this is about. How do I know that? Because the same phenomenon was happening in Nauta. There's 35,000 inhabitants of an established jungle city. They're not trying to run those people off their land. That's guaranteed, okay? By the way, I didn't say this, but where that video was filmed in Nauta, where I think it maybe could be an insectoline, the neighbors told me that very same night they heard gunshots ringing out around the perimeter of the city. They heard the gunshots, and then she encountered one of the guys that was on patrol around the city of Nauta, and he told her. She said, "What were the gunshots? What was going on?" He said, "We were being confronted with guys dressed in head to foot, black armored bodysuits, helmets, loading on these discs, on these circular platforms, on these hoverboard platforms. Same thing, but in Nauta, 35,000 inhabitants." So I don't know where this is going, but certainly whoever this faction is, human or non-human, or a combination of both, they must know that the cat's out of the bag at this point. Do they want that? Are they trying to draw the attention? Are these the original Pelakadas, face peelers, or is this a group doing something else that wants us to think that they're the face peelers? All of these are questions that are percolating in my mind, and I don't have answers except to say that we are dealing with something very sinister. As I said earlier, somebody has advanced, in my opinion, reverse engineered alien technology and is using it to do the most abominable thing imaginable. By the way, not far from Nauta, in another village up another river, I believe it's called Bagazan. I believe that's what the village is called. I don't remember exactly. There was a young boy who was rushed to the hospital in Nauta not long before we got there. It was some weeks before, and this was all over the news in the jungle near Iquitos, in the Iquitos region. This boy had sustained deep lacerations to his neck under his jawline, just like Talia, but these lacerations, like they were cutting his face off. You can see it. If you can find the video online, I posted it to Twitter. The uncensored, the unblurred video, very, very gory, deep lacerations to the kid's neck. He almost bled out. He almost died. Thank God they got him to the hospital in time and were able to give him some blood and sew up his wounds. And the boy survived. The boy says, "What do you think he was confronted by? What do you think happened? Guys flying on these hoverboards, circular hoverboards, black armored bodysuits, same thing." So here's the question we have to contemplate. Are these guys with advanced technology so bad at these kinds of operations that they cannot successfully abduct a 15-year-old girl in San Antonio, and then this adolescent boy who is by himself at nighttime? Are they so bad at their job? They got all this advanced technology. Are they so incompetent that they can't get the job done? Or is something else going on here? Are they intending to leave these victims this way, to perpetrate the face peeler thing, to give them cover for something else that's going on? That's I don't know the answer to that question.
Well,
fascinating questions there, and I think that this kind of insectoid connection is an interesting one, because I know that these are beings that are associated with some kind of ancient underground civilization that have been, others have researched. I know I interviewed Dr. Anton Antlov from the Ukraine or Russia, and he said that in 1968 they discovered a craft that crashed that was brought down by what was it, an S-20 missile, and he said inside it were these insectoids, and the Russians found out that they were an underground civilization, very ancient. So I wonder if something like
Vril,
that,
basically, the Vril mythology of these advanced beings living under the ground that have telepathic powers and so forth. Very, very intriguing.
yeah, exactly. That's what he said. He said that these are beings that they recovered, that the Russians concluded they had these incredibly advanced psychic and intellectual abilities and technology. So I wonder if something like that is happening in Peru, that there could be insectoids that maybe have an ancient civilization there, and the military, the US military, secret space program are trying to investigate.
Are trying to maybe combat them, but then at the same time, maybe there's a human faction that's working with them. I mean, again, if you sort of combine the stories that I told you tonight about the Pelecaras with Michael Herrera's testimony, in Indonesia, I feel like we're dealing with the same phenomenon, the same sort of thing, which again is extremely disturbing. Frankly, I was hoping I was going to find aliens in that village, because they would be better off than just extraterrestrials and really nefarious human beings that are organ harvesting and human trafficking. That's like the worst case scenario, especially if they're doing it. If they're doing it in cooperation with non-human species, that's quite frightening.
So what's next for you? What are you working on at the moment?
At the moment, I'm actually getting ready to publish a book of Enoch, a commentary, and some conceptual artwork and stuff. Really cool. That's going to be coming out this month. So anyone who's interested in it, you and I had a discussion about the book of Enoch previously, so people can kind of track with me to see when that comes out. But as soon as I got back, one of the reasons why I wasn't able to stay in San Antonio much longer than I did was because I had a father-son adventure planned that I wasn't going to compromise to Guatemala, where I went and investigated we went and visited some of the Mayan ruins in the Petén region, which is absolutely fascinating. And I've got an event coming up in Costa Rica in February, so I'll be going to Costa Rica in January, and always got something going on. But and of course, I'm continuing to dig into the space Bueller stuff in Peru, because it continues to unfold. The phenomenon has not stopped; it's just migrating.
Well, I definitely look forward to this new book on Enoch and what that has to say about ancient societies and what's happening today. So I look forward to that coming out and having you back on the show to talk about that. So I want to thank you, Timothy, for coming on Except Politics today.
Well, thank you so much for having me.
You have been listening to Exopolitics today with Dr. Michael Sala. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Join or start a conversation in the comments. Take the time to explore the vast library of best-selling books, webinars, and podcasts by Dr. Sala. Visit exopoliticstoday.com.
And then there's also a dog on Annie's lap. And in there for like 30 minutes. He's like, oh fuck, where'd that fucking dog come from?
Are you dating? I don't know if anyone's ever done drugs before, but it fucks with your perception of shit.
Yeah.
And DMT might be the strongest one.
Was that your first time doing it?
No, I've done one of those pins before.
I am
but it
with
was my first time
JP.
with
It is Monday, November 6th, and he had a visitation involving some Nordic extraterrestrials. So, welcome, JP, to Except Politics today.
How you doing, Doc? I really appreciate this moment in time that we're living and this moment in time that we're talking and bringing this beautiful information for everybody.
You're listening to Exopolitics Today with Dr. Michael Sala, your source for the uncensored truth regarding the human, extraterrestrial, global, and political agenda. click the like button and subscribe to this channel. And now, here's Dr. Michael Sala.
If it wasn't working for me, yes.
When did this
And
visitation
then Tony
happen?
would just make fun of me, thinking that I could.
This
have sex.
happened
It was
2 days
great.
ago.
Oh, the audience.
We're talking Saturday, November 4th. So
you're
yeah,
a
can you
good
describe
you're a good
what
target.
happened? Where were you?
How long have you worked at the comedy
I
store?
was
I've been at
driving
the comedy store since
in my car,
Halloween of 2018.
and I saw a light
That's
following
awesome. Halloween's a
the
fun
back
night
part
to start.
of my
Yeah,
car.
I just put on the
And I was like,
costume and I
what
decided
is
to keep
this?
doing it.
Heck
I
yeah.
You know,
People are like, oh, look, someone dressed
what
up
the
as
heck is this?
Michelin Man for
So
Halloween.
I pulled over,
The
and it was
camera
already
ones are
dark.
here. Have you ever burglarized
Night.
anything? Did you loot
It's
anything
around
or anything
9-ish.
like that this year?
Just
I pulled over,
houses when I was
and I'm like,
in the
what the
military.
heck is this? So I looked up,
Is that a thing
and I
that a lot
saw
of American
a
soldiers
beautiful
did,
ship.
right?
The ship that I saw in Orlando, that I have
No,
a
it's like
beautiful
you go
picture
into like
of it.
old bases and
The
stuff.
one that
and
had
you're
the
just like,
boat.
oh shit, fucking.
But this was at
AK-47,
night.
that
It was a
that
beautiful,
cool.
beautiful ship.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
One of my
Did you
friends
take
actually
anything that you,
has
you
a
still
video
have
of
that
it,
you really
so
like?
we're still
No, I didn't.
fighting to get
I
that
didn't
video to
transport
you
anything
to see if that
back,
video could be
but I did have
released
some friends that
to the public
now have
for them to see
AK-47 stuff away somewhere.
the
Do
ship.
they like
But
check
he
your
was farther
bags?
away.
Yeah,
For like a
like
TSA in the
so we
military?
worked
Quite
on
interesting that we got a video.
and so we were able to like take the floorboards
The
out
ship
of the
landed
helicopters,
in the
stick
woods
the
area.
stuff under the floorboards,
So
and
I
then fly back.
parked my car and I started walking
Like,
towards the
just load
woods.
shit back.
You see what it was?
Shoes, clothing.
I felt good vibes. That's why I walked to the
Wow,
woods.
that's even creepier.
Similar to the same feeling I get when you visit the arcs, you know, or
I shouldn't have said that. Yeah, I
or when
shouldn't
I
have said
went
that.
and
I fucked
touched
up.
It's all good.
the
It's
ship
all
over
good.
there in
There's
Brazil,
literally a fancy here. This place is
and I
full
felt
of
that
water.
vibration, that same feeling.
Just
So
kidding.
I start
Just
walking to the woods,
kidding. Just kidding, Chris.
and I see in
He's
the
not
distance, I
watching.
see that
He
beautiful
might
ship.
He actually
It
might
was
do
glowing,
something else.
a bluish
He didn't
white
even
color, white,
want to do the show
bluish
6
blue,
months ago.
white,
Now he's watching it. How does it
bright
feel,
color,
buddy?
and then it dimmed down.
Again, I'm joking.
It really dimmed down
Anyway,
to like a
yeah.
navy blue fluorescent color,
What's the youngest girl you ever
and it
hooked up with?
landed, and it was humming.
Last
So
year,
I was like,
with a 22-year-old.
"Do you hear me?"
And then the next morning,
I did
she
not
goes, "So
hear
how
no
old are you?"
answer back.
I was like, "How old do you think
So
I'm?"
I kept
39,
walking
by
towards
the
the
way.
ship, and I walked
I go,
towards the
"How old do
ship,
you think I am?" And she's like 30.
and
I was like, "No, I'm
I see a
39."
Nordic there standing,
And then she never talked to me
and he
again.
lifts up his hands. He does like this, like he puts his whole palm like that, and he does it to me. And I hear his voice, and he tells me, "I'm peaceful.
Yeah, you saw me last night. I was wrestling.
You can come forward."
That is true.
So,
So just for people that are listening to this and they don't see you, I mean, you just raised your palm straight up. The Nordic just raised his palm straight up
You probably have a good
and
what?
said,
You
I'm
guys figured out
peaceful, with his
150
fingers
pounds.
all together, just pointing straight up.
yeah,
And
In a
it
sign
was
of
hilarious. I mean, we were
peacefulness.
fucking
yeah,
dying.
I'm peaceful.
Yeah.
He trains.
You can come
Yes.
forward. So I did not hear a voice. I heard it in my mind.
I don't know.
So I'm sure they have the technology of telepathy.
The whole time. No one was
They're
sitting in
more
my corner being like, "Hey,
spiritual,
do this,
more
man.
enlightened,
Do
more
this." Like,
technological than us.
where you sit on.
He had a uniform on. It wasn't military uniform.
So, like,
It
that's the
wasn't
fucking bullshit.
a uniform that I've seen before,
Okay,
but
I'm
he
fighting
was
on my own out there. I ain't part of
he
the
was
fucking
dressed elegantly.
Nelson clan, apparently.
No
You look
tights.
like you train though.
It was more of a loose pants, similar to what
Fuck.
the
Yeah, you
Indians
got choked out a couple. Did
in
you go
India
unconscious the
wear
first time we were all
back in the older days.
Real quick.
Okay, that's
As
Okay,
soon
yeah,
as I felt this
like the
arm around
baggy
my neck, it didn't
pants.
even do it that hard. I was
Yeah.
like, we're done.
Aladdin,
normally
but it was all one
on
color.
a drive-through window.
Looking like Aladdin. I said it in my mind, and he kept telling me, "Oh,
so,
I'm
what have you
peaceful."
been doing
Walk
during
forward.
this quarantine? to
So I
fucking
walk
stay
forward
sane?
and I look at him straight in
do
his
a lot of
eyes,
camping, do a lot of
and he had a gaze,
Yeah, you do have an awesome
a
Jeep.
healing
In fact, I'll
gaze,
tell this quick
a
story. Is that
beautiful,
one of
like
the days,
when you look
one
at
of the
his
nights I was
eyes, it's
coming, I
like
think I was
your whole
coming
body
to one of the
feels
shows,
numb,
and I drove by,
and you're
what I
like
thought was Mitch's
not
Jeep,
hypnotized,
and
but
the
you're like
guy was actually shaped
you,
like
your
him. I got
eyes
next to him, and I rolled my
fixates with
window
his
down, and
eyes,
this is a true story. I was like, man,
and he says,
and the guy had
"Come
headphones
forward."
in, and he turns
So
and he looks
I
at
kept
me and he
walking
goes,
forward,
The fuck did you
towards
just
him,
call me? He thought I
and
called
then
him. He thought I
a
was
platform
calling him a
came
bitch.
down from the ship.
But it
The
wasn't
ship
you.
was the size of a half a school bus, with the height of a school bus.
I love it, man.
So it was
Very
a
funny videos I
size
also
of like
you guys
a
did
half
quarantine,
school
you
bus,
and the other tour guys have
but
made
the height of the
your
school
own
bus.
series, and it kind
Just
of
in
was
terms of
fun to
feet,
watch
we're
because it
talking
made
so
me feel
20
like you
feet
guys
in
really do act
diameter
like that when you're
and,
at home, like where
and
you're
about 14
guys
feet
shirts.
high. Is that about right?
Yeah, so we made like we were
Yeah,
missing
around
work
there.
and we just decided to start making videos of
Around
us
there, more
checking out
30
these and
feet
shit. And then
wide.
the first video we
Okay.
posted
Round.
got 125,000
Like if you measure it from
views.
each
I
angle,
had
it's
it
like
pinned
30
on my
feet.
Twitter because
And
Mr.
it's
Leo
typical
retweeted it 'cause
flying
he
saucer
included his Netflix
like
special.
shit.
Oh,
But
shit.
it was more
I've
smooth
since unpinned that.
to the ends of it.
Oh, that's a
It
shame.
was a flying
That's a shame.
saucer
You
type
must be
shit.
getting so many hits on
He tells me to come in the ship,
I got a lot
and the
of
platform comes down.
worked out good.
He walks on top.
There you go.
I
love it.
walk on
And what
top.
is your
And
social media
once
so
you
that
walk
people
on this
follow you?
platform
Everything is Mitch Burrow.
and you
Mitch
stand
Burrow,
on this
TikTok,
platform,
Twitter.
your feet feels like magnets, so it fixates on the
Is that
platform
different than
like you won't
Joe
fall,
Burrow?
and
Oh,
it goes up
Yeah, he's the
He's
and it
quarterback.
locks. So
No, I think
he
he's
said
got an
sit.
S over here.
I looked around. I
Or
saw
maybe we're
saw a
good.
chair.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
It's like
I mean,
it's like
obviously,
made
world-class athletes.
made with the ship.
Now, you're from
You can
Atlanta?
clearly see it looks like a chair.
outside of Atlanta.
So he told me to sit,
Let me ask you something.
and I sat
You're
down,
real- look at you. I mean, you're
and
a
I
really
asked
big
him
guy.
a question. I said, "Hey,
What do you think
I
about
know
the statues, though?
that
What
you
about
guys
the
went
Take
to
them
the
down.
arcs.
Take them down?
Yeah, I don't give a
What's
shit. Those
going
aren't
on
my fucking
in the
heroes.
arcs?"
Right?
I felt like saying that to him, but I physically said it. I did not say it through my mind.
You love NASCAR.
I love
And
it.
he
That's
told
right. What do you
me
think about the Bubba
that the
Wallace?
I
arc
love it. We should
was
win a race so I
moving
can feel better
to the
about the sport.
center of the
That is
Atlantic
weird, right?
Yeah,
to
I mean, come
position
on.
itself
There's got to be some black
closer
drivers out there that could
to a
win.
Does black
place where
drivers
it was
ever win in NASCAR?
not
Maybe.
worshipped,
Have they ever
but
thought
a
about
place
jumping out of
where
the car and just sprinting?
it used to be.
Is that
So
an
I thought,
option?
man,
Because they're pretty fast.
this is crazy.
Wow. That's a stereotype. That's a good
So,
stereotype to have.
is there a
I think it really
possibility
matters.
that the
I think
military
it's all
will
about the cars,
revisit
what cars they
the
steal.
arcs again?
Oh my goodness.
He's
Red
like,
Band.
the
Red
possibility is slim,
Yes.
but we're
Band. You guys
taking
all want to do
over
it together?
all the arcs.
You know, the problem is that it's hard for them to see the
We're
track
taking
from the
over all the arcs,
Oh my goodness.
and
What?
now they're in
I was gonna
charge
say they
of
never
the
finish a race 'cause they
Pacific
keep getting
arc.
pulled over.
Oh,
So little by little, they're taking over the arcs,
oh my God.
the Nordics,
You know, they
and
banned the
they're
Confederate
moving
flag,
more to the
from
center
all of the races,
of
but
the
only
Pacific,
race that they really banned
more
was the
centered to
white
the
race.
Atlantic,
Oh, that's a goddamn
and these
shame.
arcs are
That's one of my
bright.
favorite races.
The arcs are bright. He was telling me that the arcs are bright.
Oh,
I don't know what that means.
That's Casper.
And then he said to me
All right. Well, Mitch,
that
so
he
much
needs
fun.
me.
I'm so glad you did this.
and that he was going to get in touch with somebody else.
I fucking love you.
With
You're an awesome
another
guy
mission.
on stage and off.
And I said,
I think that
how
the,
did you
fans
find
at
me?
home watching are,
And
you know,
how did you know I
a
was
lot of
around
people
the
that
area?
always blow up, you know, Preacher
He's like, we
Lawson
feel,
I mean,
we
look,
know
they
your
like
vibration.
fucking William Montgomery.
We
I mean,
know-
I'm like William Montgomery, just not
we
retarded.
know
Right,
where you're at
exactly.
Come
at
on.
all times.
Who do you want your hero
So
to be?
some people have a certain
Not that
vibration
fucking guy.
Exactly. You
that
construct
I just wanna take
ETs they
William
can
back.
pick up,
That's my whole.
and
you go
that's
back
why
every time.
sometimes
You
they
just
get
wanna rid of
followed
that guy.
all their life
serious
with
joke
these
writers
particular
hate silly
extraterrestrials
people. It's just
because
the
they
nature
monitor
of the
the
game.
their vibration
William's
is different
silly. Andy's
from
in
other
your weight
people
class, and that's,
in how they think
you know what I mean? You
and
guys
how
are competitive.
they
You guys
do
are going out
things.
for the same roles. Jelly
So I'm
rolls,
sitting
and
there,
butter
Okay.
rolls.
I'm
All
like,
right. Thanks. I
I'm
enjoyed
feeling
it.
happy.
Burrow,
I'm
ladies
feeling the
and
ship.
gentlemen. Fuck yeah, Mitch.
Once
Fun
you
times.
sit into these ships, you feel like a ship is part of you.
Oh,
So you feel
yeah.
happy, you feel
Easy
healthy,
breezy.
you
Yeah.
feel the ship connected to you easily. And a lot of flashes through your eyes. Like when you're blinking, you flash, like you see clouds and then you open your eyes and then you flash, you see
Seattle.
other worlds, like beautiful landscapes where the ship has been.
All right, we're gonna go back
And
to the
I
bucket
told
again.
the Nordic, what's your
We're
name?
back to the bucket
And he told me his
again.
name was Japhis.
And here's
Jeff
this comedian.
Fitz.
I know this guy.
Jeff
Ladies and
Fitz.
gentlemen, he
Jeff
is
Fitz.
Já
about
fiz.
to go on stage for the very first
O
time
longo
in
da
his
linha,
entire life.
já
He
fiz.
became
Já
one
fiz.
of everybody's
I'm
favorite
like, okay.
employees here at the
Já
Comedy
fiz,
Store when
okay.
he started.
Já fiz.
Definitely one of my favorite
I'm like,
employees. I
okay,
made sure
cool name.
nobody ever picked on this kid.
Awesome.
I
Is
absolutely
there
love
a
him with all my
reason
heart.
why
Super
you wanted me
silly
to go
guy.
on the show?
I coined his nickname that
He
everybody
said
calls him
he
for
wanted
him,
me
and
to
that
take
name is
and
Cackles,
drink
everyone.
something that the
His
shit
very
had.
first time on stage.
So he gave me a beautiful,
Cackles.
it looked like a glass cup,
Here he
but
is.
it was
Cackles.
thicker, a thick glass cup. And it had a blue substance inside of it. And he said, I need you to drink this.
I believe that.
And I told him, hey, is this going to harm me? I feel really peaceful here. He said, no, it's not going to harm you. This is going to stay in your system for a long time. And we're going to monitor you back with this liquid inside of you. And it connects to your bones. It absorbs into your bones when you drink it. So I drank it, and it tasted similar to a mixture of lemon, pineapple, and like lemon, pineapple, and it left a taste, not a bad taste, but like a perfume. You know, I you're spraying perfume, you know, that sensation that you get in the back. It doesn't hurt nothing. It's just it doesn't taste. Yeah, an aftertaste that was not as pleasant. Like he said, it was normal to have that taste. It goes away in a couple hours. But I had that taste, like that dark chocolate taste. The after dark chocolate taste. And I felt good.
I love that.
I felt enlightened. I felt like I was getting more information. And I felt the urge. I think I told you, like 2 weeks ago or a week ago, that I felt like building a type of technology that I was building before. It's a type of healing technology. And I think after the interview, I'm going to ask your opinion about it. I can't talk about it right now, but it's a type of healing technology. It's like a better version using crystals and other things that I think we can use, that we can find on Earth. So it's going to be quite interesting. So yeah, he gave me that drink, and he got up and he went like this to me. He put his hand down, and he got me on the platform, and I went to the platform, and then he looked at me, and he started crying.
Yeah, I once saw her.
And I looked at him, and in my mind, I said, "Why are you crying?" He's like, "Because of what humanity has become. Things can change dramatically in this timeline." And he said that to me.
You remember that? You remember?
So there's something happening with a temporal, something with timelines that is happening now. That's really, really, right now, I think everybody should be now in this time with a positive and more lovely heart in this moment in time. Because when there's a lot of hatred, when there's a lot of things happening around the world, that's when timelines are getting messed up. And certain things can come back. And certain things can develop that can damage some of the things that has been happening. And I said, so I asked him, what do you mean about the timeline? What do you mean? He's like, soon you're going to get picked up again, and we're going to take you to a place that we're going to show you about the timeline that we have shown to certain militaries around the world. So he went like this again with his hand. He pointed to the platform. And I looked at him and I started tearing up because I felt what he was feeling. So I went down, he stayed up, and he looked down at me, and he just waved at me. And I walked out, and I saw the ship. It closed up and went all the way up. It shined like a beautiful bluish white light down into the woods. It turned everything like daytime, and I saw everything like daytime. It was beautiful. then it
It's
just
like
went
the trash that built up at the bottom of a trash can that
Just
has like a
shot
liner
straight
in
up,
it, but like
and
you don't like
became so
scrub the
small,
bottom
and
of the trash
this-
can every single time you take that
and I went
liner
back.
out. Like it's usually like it's sort of like
I went
a-
back, and there was a
like
cop
builds up.
with the lights on behind my car, and he was investigating why my car was parked there.
I would do cackles with.
I walked
I mean, I would.
really walked in the woods, so I left the car out
I would do
with the lights and everything.
That's what I meant to say.
So it was in park. So the cop stopped me, like he was like, "Oh, I thought nobody was in the
Your
car.
mom thinks you're gay.
I checked the gas and it's good." The cop was telling me this. Oh, you okay? What were you doing in there? Did you see that?
That's hilarious.
I'm like, so what?
That is hilarious. Why would you
He's like, "Did you see that? Just
Tony when you're
like
coming
in the
out
sky?" I'm like,
Have you ever
"Yeah,
put a-
like, I saw that."
Yeah, but I.
He's like,
"Oh
"Oh man, that shit was
I know
crazy."
you didn't talk about me, but when you came back from your
And I
trip,
wanted to ask his
saying
name
weird things,
to get his testimonial, and he's like, "No, I'm not gonna get into that. Just hey, drive safe. Next time, put your blinkers on. If you leave your car like that, I don't know if you're taking a piss or shitting over there, but next time, just." And I asked him again, "Did you see what I saw?" He's like, "Hey man, I don't know, but stay safe." I'm like,
I think I know it.
What else
Cool.
have you been doing during the
So
quarantine to
the
keep
cop
yourself busy?
went to the sign and left. I forgot to ask his badge number. That would have been good if I had his badge number. I got in the car and I started heading back home.
Yeah,
And
did you meet her at?
it was a beautiful experience with the Nordic.
Wow,
I haven't had
look at
experience
you
like that
making all the relationships
since
on
Orlando.
Facebook. And at most
So the
people
craft
meet
in
at this
Orlando
point,
that
it's
you
not
took
you.
a photo
You're
of,
thriving over
that had
there.
that kind of big panel and it had like two figures in there. That's the same craft?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does anybody
So
that
we
you
got a
know
picture
work
of that from that Orlando, so that's good.
My goodness
And
gracious.
you
Is
said
she-
there
is
might
she,
be a video
How does she have
of
money?
this. That
There might be a video. There might
By
be
the
a
way,
video
that's why he's called Cackles. I don't know if you
of the
guys can
shit
hear, but after
taken
everything
off.
he says, he goes,
someone else took a video, and
Somebody
might be
else
able to get that.
Cackles.
Yeah,
Famous
that'd be
in the
awesome if I can get that.
Yeah.
It's crazy to think that you're like
Too bad
the
the
richest
cop
person
wasn't
out of your
willing to
family and
talk about what he saw.
and you're a food
So the art
at the comedy store, which has
are
been
moving
closed
in
for
the
months.
ocean. So we know there's one in the Pacific, we know there's one in the Atlantic. But the other arts you've described, Goldas Nuevas, Ukraine, Russia, they're all under land. So I assume they're not moving. But the Nordics said that they took control and they're moving the art. So did they take control of
That's right.
all the arts, even the ones in like Ukraine and Goldas Nuevas and White Sands and
They said
Mexico?
that they're gonna take control of all the arts, but now they're really in control of the ones in the ocean. I know the ones in Ukraine, Russia, or Brazil. Yeah.
And did he explain to you why they needed
couple
you?
family members, right?
Yes.
Why he needed it?
Yeah. Why they needed you? If they're taking control of all the arts, why they needed you? Did he explain that?
No, he did not explain why he needed me.
Jeremiah, seriously.
It did not cross my mind to ask him.
Yeah, they're literally
But
like, we'll wait.
when I
we're
was
gonna wait
visiting
until
the
a second
arts,
line started
I remember
for a
activating
picture, waiting for
certain
Jeremiah
things in the
while he's
art
talking to
that a lot of people
Go ahead.
So I
were not
introduced
able
Tony
to
to
activate.
my aunt. I say, Tony,
And
this is,
because
some
of my
closest
vibrations,
relatives,
because of
Jeremiah
my,
and Tony
I guess,
goes
way of
without
thinking,
hesitation. Well, you must not be that close.
I
didn't
think
see you at his
they know
wedding.
that my past is from somewhere else.
And
Then I know
and
some
let me
things
take the
that will
picture
be
a little
important
more. This is
for
my
them to.
tourist side of the family.
You're
I
connected
could
to
not
the arts
afford
in
to
some way.
fly to Los
Do you
Angeles
remember,
to
like,
come to my
when you
wedding.
went back to the Atlantic art for the
Instantly,
fourth time,
you see why
and
people
you
consider
took the
Tony
crystal,
that
and you
person
said
on DMT.
you guys got out and you were gone for like 2 days, but you thought you were only gone for like 2 hours.
I don't even think she heard me.
And then you had flashbacks. You and other people had flashbacks of ETs
One of
in
my
the art.
aunts
Do you have any more
that is,
information about
that is
that?
actually true.
Have you remembered more about who those ET were? I just want to know if they were like ETs, like these Nordics taking control of the art, or whether they're like the crew.
Well, I've been having flashbacks here and there about different types of ETs interacting with the Ark. These Ark came from somewhere else, and different types of ETs and civilization have a connection also with these arcs. So these arcs were built with a mixture of races. It wasn't just one race that built these arcs. So there's a mixture of races that built these arcs. And I think it's not just on Earth that there's arcs. I think there's arcs in other planets as well. They're like beacons. Beacons.
They were murdered
for those planets, for other planets that have these arcs that are buried there as well. So each planet has their arcs, just in case something happens in their planet.
Okay. But as far as those ETs that were inside the Ark, when you went into the Atlantic Space Ark to get the jewel,
you talk about the Nordics that stayed behind.
Now that was the fifth mission. On the fourth mission, you said that you guys were in there for 2 days, but I couldn't remember being in there that long. And then later you had flashbacks of some ETs in there. And I just wanted to know if you remember anything more about who those ETs were.
No, I don't remember who those ETs were. I know certain sections of the arcs are run from different DNA and different ETs that they work together. But no, I haven't got no information about the flashbacks about the other ETs. Being honest here,
And you said that with your 5th visit to the Atlantic Ark, that there were the 4 Nordics that stayed in the Ark after you and the other guys, the 4 of you soldiers got out, the 4 Nordics that were with you stayed behind. Were they dressed the same way as this Nordic in the craft? They just
No. They're dressed as like a military type of uniform, but it is the same type of Nordics. Yeah. So you have the Nordics that are connected with the military, and then you have the civilian types of Nordics that connect with the civilian sector. The ones that are connected to the civilian sector, some of them wear a whole body tights, or they look like they'll dress up like the baggy Aladdin type of pants, and their clothes are really loose.
Okay.
And this Nordic that visited me, he was like 6'6", 6'5".
And again, blue eyes, long white hair.
His eyes was whitish blue. Really nice eyes. Yeah.
And inside the craft, he was the only one inside that craft.
He was the only one that I saw.
Minutes go faster than
I'm sure there was probably one more somewhere.
Well, I think the quarantine week.
He did not come out. I really sense 2 beings inside the craft.
Look at you, David
So
Lucas.
the craft was like 30 foot in
By that,
diameter,
you gained all the
roughly
weight that you
size of a
lost.
school bus,
David
12,
lost weight
14
during the
feet high.
pandemic and then went home
But when
to
you're
Georgia,
inside,
visited
did
his
it look
parents, gained it
any
all
bigger
back,
than
and you are
than how it looked from the outside?
It's weird, but yeah, it looks bigger. It does look bigger, and time does run different there. Time is different in these ships, and they got little compartments, like it's separated, like not walls, but they're like ramped it up, and they separate like in triangles walls, so it could be a size 12 by 12, and then 12 by 12, 12 by 12, 12 by 12, but it's separated, and you get through these different rooms through the middle. Like you can curve to another room, you can curve to the other room, you can curve to the other room. And it's really lit up. So everything's like a whitish, bluish color.
So you were just in one room, but there were like other rooms.
Yeah.
And there could have been other Nordics in other rooms. You said you sensed 2 of them.
Yeah, I sensed the one that was talking with me, that was there in the same room with me, that picked me up, and then there was another one.
Now, it seems odd that he would give you a drink and then
That's why I
or
live
pretty
this
much
area. I
let
love the
you
West
out of the
Hollywood area.
car.
I
I mean,
go
that
up
seems
top on
odd.
the rooftops and I
Normally,
try to
drinks are
snipe
like
people. I shoot
to
them
prepare
with
you for something.
dildos in
Why
booty
did he
holes.
do that? Why did he give you a drink and
So,
then like, okay, you're on
David,
your
what have
way?
you been up to this
Why
week?
is that?
What's going
Do you
on
have
in
any
the world?
idea?
Shit, don't been on the road like
No, he did not give me no idea.
Yeah,
He just told me to
doing a
drink
lot of work.
that particular drink, and then he told me that this drink will help them track me better.
What kind of exercising
see.
have you been doing? I know you were at the
All
National
right, well,
hot dog eating
that
competition.
I guess
sounds
connect me more with them in communication, more. I think it's a way to, for me, I have a feeling that is a way to connect with me, them being in a farther distance.
okay. Well, be good to know if in your next mission with those ETs, with that Nordic, if he's the same one that picks you up, is find out more about what planet he comes from, if he's part of an organization.
Mhm.
Would be interesting questions to ask.
Oh yeah, I agree. I think a lot of people are going through these types of experiences.
You have French fry energy.
Well, anything finally you want to say to the audience, maybe to our Portuguese and Spanish friends?
You know, talking Português. Para todo que está no Brasil, e neste momento, vocês estão escutando tudo que eu estou falando, tá? Mas eu tenho um pressentimento. As pessoas que moram em Goiânia, que moram em Brasília, perto do fazendas, vocês vão ser visitados, né? Se vocês veem uma luz, tá? Se você vê uma luz, não se preocupe. Em sua mente, você aceita essa visitação, tá? Now I'm going to talk to the Spanish-speaking people. Ustedes que viven en haciendas allá en México o en Sudamérica, en Perú, en Guatemala, Colombia, Argentina, Chile, aquella gente que vive en la hacienda donde ve que no hay población de luz, donde ustedes ven las estrellas, ¿verdad? Bien, Perú. Ustedes en estos tiempos, en estos meses van a recibir visitaciones de diferentes luces. No tengan miedo, recíbelas como si fueran felices, porque es un tipo de bendición. So what I'm telling you, right now in this month, next month, to all those people that live in farms in Brazil and South America and Spanish-speaking Latin America, everybody that's living in the farmlands, to look up, they're going to start receiving visitations of these Nordic types of ETs, and people are going to start coming out and talking about these visitations. Also in Europe or all over Asia, they're going to start showing up, and they're going to start visiting to certain people that have this type of vibration.
That's awesome. Well, thank you, JP, for the update on your visitation.
No problem. I just want to say to everybody, just think positive, bring love, a lot of love, share a lot of love, do kind things to others. Don't do bad things to people or to yourself or to your body. Be nice. Bring positivity to the world and share the love. Only with a simple hug, with a simple smile, you can change somebody's life. You know, I think humanity needs that right now. One of the things that we're going through.
I'm into that. Thank you, Jeff.
You have been listening to Exopolitics Today with Dr. Michael Solomon. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Join or start a conversation in the comments. Take the time to explore the vast library of best-selling books, webinars, and podcasts by Dr. Solomon. Visit exopoliticstoday.com.
So it was a learning experience for me.
And now that they're probably going to remove it, I'll never be able to do that to my daughter.
I was saying this before. They should just make, maybe in Washington, D.C. or something, like a huge museum. Take all the
AUKUS Alliance plan to monitor deep space is a cover program for secret space program activity. Reptilian Vatican connection is a secret hidden in plain sight. Investigating alien abduction attempts in Peru, an interview with Timothy Alvarino. The BBC is making a feature film on Gary McKinnon's hacking into NASA Pentagon computers. Colonel Philip Corso's testimony on UFO crash debris and meeting with an extraterrestrial is featured on the weaponized podcast. A diluted version of the UAP Disclosure Act has been accepted by the Reconciliation Committee for the National Defense Authorization Act of 2024. JP has a new update. Nordics take control of SpaceX and reveal disturbing timelines for the Earth Alliance. Those stories and more on Exopolitics Today, the Week in Review.
You are listening to Exopolitics Today with Dr. Michael Sala, your source for the uncensored truth regarding the human, extraterrestrial, global, and political agenda. Click the like button and subscribe to this channel. And now, here's Dr. Michael Sala.
Welcome to the Week in Review for December 9, and it definitely has been a busy week, especially concerning news over the UAP Disclosure Act. So we will get to that. So I want to begin with my first tweet, or X now, and for just to remind you, you can go to twitter.com/Michael Sala and you'll see my Twitter feed. So I want to begin with this tweet in terms of what's the true goal of the AUKUS Alliance's plan to monitor deep space with high-powered radar by 2030. So what is really going on there? Now, as far as classified programs are concerned, there's always a cover program for the more highly classified secret space program activities. So in this case, this plan that's been announced for a high-powered radar to monitor deep space using radar installations that are going to be triangulated from the United Kingdom, Australia, and the USA. That is a cover program for a monitoring, intercept, and attack space system that would be used to attack spacecraft, either belonging to other secret space program activities or extraterrestrial motherships that park themselves in Earth orbit. And this is something that is very significant in terms of defending the strategic high ground. Space is the strategic high ground now, and the cislunar region, that's all the area between the Earth and the Moon, including the Moon. And if you imagine a big sphere around the Earth, where the outermost edge of that sphere is the Moon, that is the cislunar region. And this high-powered radar system, I believe, is a cover program for developing some kind of planetary defense system using installations that are going to be situated in Pine Gap, Australia, the United Kingdom, and the US, which can be triangulated to shoot at things using directed energy weapons and other weapon systems anywhere in that region and beyond.
I'm gonna look this up right. Look how sad.
So there's a preview clip of my webinar from November 25, the good, the bad, ET exopolitical state of the planet preview clip. So in this preview clip, I discuss how third parties manipulate both sides in international conflicts to start or perpetuate wars. And so I look at the Israel-Palestine conflict that's happening now and say how that has been manufactured by third parties that are manipulating both the Palestinians and the Israelis to go at it. And so this is important to acknowledge that this has been going on for a long time, and researchers such as William Bramley and David Icke were among the first to expose that. Jim Mars also exposed that system where you have a third party intervening in international conflicts to manipulate both sides. So there's no true binary conflict that ever happens. I mean, people think in binary terms in terms of conflicts, whether it's Pakistan versus India, whether it's the United States versus Iran, or Ukraine versus Russia, or Israel versus Palestine. People or scholars in international politics often think in binary terms of that's really what's going on. But you need to look at the third party behind the scenes. And that's not just extremists in both sides. I mean, a lot of people would say, for example, well, there's the extremist faction of the Palestinians, Hamas, or the extremist faction of the Israelis, and let's say the Likud party that are behind this latest outbreak in fighting. But no, these extremists are typically figureheads that are used, exploited by the true third party, which is extraterrestrial. So that's the clip that explains that. Okay, so this is where you get to see how the reptilian Vatican connection is hidden in plain sight. I mean, it's right there in front of you. I mean, you look at some of the artwork. I mean, here's the artwork where you have some kind of reptilian-like being with one of the popes. And so Elena Denan posted this, and she thought that this alluded to a contract being signed with one of the winged Sakar. Was it the Pindar that was rumored to be hiding below the Vatican? Well, the connection between the reptilians and the Vatican is a long one. It goes back a long time. And so this artwork typifies that. As far as the Pindar is concerned, the Pindar is typically the appointed representative for the reptilian or the Dracos. Up until I think it was the early 1820s, the Pindar was the Pope.
All right, this is exciting.
Because the Pope represented a figure that had powerful influence over the nation states of Europe and the Americas. But in the early 1800s, I think it was around 1850, the Pope, the Vatican, became dependent on the Rothschild family, and the Rothschild made a huge loan to the Vatican. And he who controls the money supply controls the recipients, so the targets. And so the popes then became subordinate to the Rothschilds as far as their dependence on the Rothschilds for funding is concerned. And so that apparently was when the Pindar became associated with the Rothschilds. So the Pindar is typically a hybrid reptilian human that attains very high office, and they infiltrate all institutions. So the Vatican Church has always been, the Vatican has been infiltrated for a long time. These hybrids reach very high positions as cardinals or as popes, and they're manipulated. Then the 1800s come along. Now it's who controls the banks. That is the most important institution, and so the Pindar is someone that comes from the Rothschild banking family. Here's another story. Let's go to Daniel Sheehan. He is a long-time UFO disclosure attorney. He identifies key individuals, agencies, and corporations attempting to defang the UAP Disclosure Act of 2023. So I'll go into exactly what happened. But in this article with Christopher Sharp, Christopher Sharp analyzes Sheehan's claims about the different parties involved in the battle over the fate of the UAP Disclosure Act that took place this week. So what was interesting is that in this article, he identified some of the corporations that were involved in the kind of lobbying of the Republican representatives that came out strongly against passage of the UAP Act as it is currently worded. And so the representatives Mike Turner from the Intelligence Community, the Intelligence Committee, that's the House of Representatives Intelligence Committee, and Mike Rogers, who heads the House of Representatives Armed Services Committee, both of them are beholden to the major corporations. And so here is something that's very interesting, that these are the corporations that make these large contributions to the re-election campaigns of congressmen. And Mike Rogers and Mike Turner, they have received a lot of money from these corporations. And Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, and now Radiance Technologies, that they have in their possession some of these crashed UFO material, and they did not want the UAP Act to be passed as it was currently worded, and so they arranged for the gutting of that. And so this article in the Liberation Time exposes 5 powerful Republicans blocking the UFO Disclosure Act, and so now we know who they are. I've mentioned a few of them. I recommend this article to get the full story on who these people are. Now we go to the next story, which was an interview I did with Timothy Alberino, who came back in, he did an investigation in late October, beginning of November, of the alien abduction attempts in Peru. So this was my interview with him, and Timothy, he is someone who does field work, which is kind of rare in the UFO field. I mean, it is actually difficult to do field work when it comes to UFOs. The best you can do is to travel to the homes of whistleblowers or contactees and interview them. So this was something that Timothy Alberino did. He traveled to Peru's Amazon region. It's an area he knows well. He spent at least a decade there as a missionary, working there with his parents, and doing his own work there. And he knows the local legends and the language, the local dialect of Spanish there, and he speaks it very well. So he was able to go there and question dozens of witnesses firsthand. Also, he was able to supply the villagers. He took some supplies with him, which was very impressive. So he was able to get the first-hand story of what really went down with these craft or these beings that were trying to abduct people. And as you can see in this banner here, you can see these people on two people on what looks like a flying hoverboard or a flying circular platform. These people, they wore full body armor, and they were the ones attempting to abduct some teenagers. So he spoke with one of the abductees, a female, and she identified them and heard them speaking. And she identified them speaking Spanish. And Timothy Alberino, after he interviewed, as I said, many other witnesses that were there, that saw what was going on, took shots at these beings. Timothy's conclusion is that these are not extraterrestrials. He believes that these are part of some highly classified program using technologies that are not publicly available. I mean, certainly full body armor suits are available, but these flying platforms and also shoes with some kind of small spear below it, which allows one to levitate, that was also part of this. So, yeah, well worth listening to that interview, just so you get a good idea that what's happening in Peru is part of some kind of psychological operation involving personnel that are part of a secret space program using highly classified technologies that are not publicly available to terrify the population and to create the foundation for something. And in the past, and in the interview, we talked about a possible false flag event. So this could easily morph into something like that.
So but I was like, I shouldn't be here. And I remember.
So that's my story with our interview with Timothy Albrino. So the audio book version of U.S. Army Insider Missions 2 is now available. I'm very happy to announce that. So you get to hear JP and I mean, I did have a company produce the audio book, and so you have an actor doing the voice, the narratives for both JP and myself. The simplest reason was that I didn't think I would do a good job trying to imitate JP, and so it was better to get someone to do who could do both. So anyway, so that audio book is available on Amazon.com and also Audible.com. So just go to U.S. Army Insider Missions 2, and you will be able to get a copy. So next we go to this story that just came out on December 4 that Gary McKinnon experienced after hacking into the NASA and Pentagon computers is going to be made into a film, a documentary style film. Now, he has gone public, he went public well over a decade ago, saying that he saw a number of things on the computers, on the screens, and he, unfortunately, this was back in 2002, they didn't have screenshot available at the time, and download speeds were very slow, so that was the big problem. But he says he saw a spreadsheet of fleet-to-fleet transfers, also of non-terrestrial officers. He also saw a picture, an image of a large cigar-shaped spacecraft, and because he was prosecuted by the US and the extradition attempt took well over a decade, it made world news, and so it is a really compelling story. And because the Pentagon went after him with a vengeance, or the Department of Justice went after him with a vengeance, saying that he compromised security, that is definitely a very important kind of thing to keep in mind. And one of the things that is worth acknowledging here is that around the same time that McKinnon hacked into the Pentagon and NASA computers, after he was discovered, around the same time, US Space Command was demoted, was hidden. It was demoted from from its then status as one of the major combatant commands to being a subordinate command within strategic command. So I think that what McKinnon did had kind of like cast light on these security vulnerabilities in the secret space program. And so Space Command, as it was then constituted, was demoted. And so that did have real life implications. And of course, Space Command, 17 years later, that's in 2019, was resurrected under President Donald Trump, and it is expanding in terms of multinational alliances, and I'll talk about that soon. So here's Senator Chuck Schumer calling out a group of Republicans who are trying to scuttle the UAP Disclosure Act despite overwhelming bipartisan support. So this is very interesting. Why of all people was Chuck Schumer behind the UAP Disclosure Act? Now, he is as deep state as they come. So why would he be supporting UFO disclosure? I think it's probably because he didn't really want UFO disclosure, and he probably proposed this knowing that it would be shot down. I mean, Schumer's been around for decades, so he knows the way Congress operates, and he put out this UFO Disclosure Act, which when you look at it, it was very impressive in terms of having in there the creation of this 9-man agency that would have the power of subpoena, that could use eminent domain to get control over spacecraft that were being studied secretly in various corporations or anywhere. And Schumer, I think he probably knew that there was no way that this would pass, but he proposed it and he played the white knight. He played the role of the white knight as did others. And Schumer, he is associated with John Podesta and Hillary Clinton, and they have long advocated UFO disclosure in the past. And in the past, I was one of those that thought that Hillary Clinton and John Podesta, that they were good actors because they were in support of UFO disclosure. And then, of course, in 2016, the whole thing with Seth Rich and Pizzagate happened, and as the truth came out, we learned more about what these people were really doing. And I think that UFO disclosure is really just a tool that these deep state actors use to manipulate the public or to distract the public. So I think Schumer knew quite well in proposing this UFO act that it would be shot down. And it was a very good distraction, and still is a good distraction because people in the UFO community are talking about it non-stop. It has kind of framed Podesta, so it has framed Schumer and others supporting it in a positive light, and has kind of like made these Republicans that acted on behalf of the corporations look really bad. And, so yeah, I think that was a very clever ploy by Schumer. So here's a episode on Weaponized. Weaponized is a podcast with George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell, and they have a lot of very interesting film footage that George Knapp has acquired over the decades, and Jeremy Corbell is a videographer as well. So in this film footage, they showed Lieutenant Colonel Philip Corso talking about the Roswell UFO crash debris he encountered at the Pentagon and meeting with an alien at White Sands Missile Range. So the videos were from 1996, 1997, and they discuss, Knapp and Corbell discuss the implications of Corso's claim that some of the Roswell debris were used in classified reverse engineering projects that were sponsored by the US Army. Okay, so this is where we get into some very interesting differences in terms of what George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell are putting out there. So they totally supported what Corso had to say about seeding some of these technologies into the civilian world of the corporations. So you had things like Kevlar fabrics being developed. You had microchips, you had night vision goggles, and other advanced technologies that were derived or back engineered from the debris recovered at Roswell, and that Corso would identify corporations working in areas where they were already kind of like moving in the right direction. But once they saw the actual technology, that would help them more rapidly progress in terms of developing that technology. So that was what Corso did. Now, Knapp makes a comment in this episode of Weaponized that I think is well worth looking at closely. His comment is that the propulsion systems of crashed UFOs have not been successfully reverse engineered. So that is consistent with what people like Bob Lazar and David Grush and other witnesses or whistleblowers that Michael Schellenberger have said. That all of the narrative that has come forward from these whistleblowers that have talked to various reporters or members of Congress that even appeared in Congress in July 26th of this year. The narrative that's coming forward is that yes, corporations have in their possession crashed UFOs and some non-human biologics, but they have had trouble reverse engineering these technologies. So that is the position of a lot of people now that are supporting David Grush. But in my research and my work with secret space program insiders, that is incorrect. That in fact these technologies have been successfully reverse engineered. That extraterrestrials helped the US military and corporations in the reverse engineering efforts, and this has been these secret space programs have been in operation since at least the 1970s, if not earlier. Okay, so another thing that I thought was very interesting is that Philip Corso, in an interview he did with Michael Lindemann, said that he gave briefings to Robert Kennedy, who was the Attorney General in the Kennedy administration. And so Kennedy, as Attorney General, was then briefing his brother, the President, on what Corso had been revealing. So everything that Corso said in this testimony to Knapp and to Knapp in the interview, all of that and more was being revealed to Robert Kennedy and through Kennedy to President Kennedy. So Kennedy knew that the Army was sitting on some crashed UFO debris, that they were seeing corporations with these technologies, and that there were extraterrestrials that had been landing on Earth, and that personnel were meeting with them. So they knew. So Kennedy knew all this. So this gives us a more of an understanding or a better context on why it was that President Kennedy pushed so hard to have the CIA disclose classified UFO files in his possession. And I discussed that in my book, Kennedy's Last Stand. So you get all the information there. So yes, I think Philip Corso, very important testimony, so I'm glad Matt and Cobalt put it out on their webinars podcast. So Elena Danan has started doing a weekly Star Nation News update, and I think it's really necessary doing for anyone wanting to understand the big picture. I know Elena Danan is a contactee, and some people say, well, where's the evidence, where's the film footage, and stuff like that. How do we know for certain? Using corroborating evidence from other insiders, circumstantial evidence, the testimony of legitimate insiders corroborating key aspects of what Elena Danan said. I believe her Star Nation News is being watched by people within the classified world. So if they're watching it, you should be watching it. Even if you still feel that, okay, there's not enough evidence to this, you should watch it and digest it, get an understanding of the big picture. Because you're not going to get that from a lot of UFO researchers, because they don't look at contactees. And as I've always said, you got to get the big picture of what's going on. You've got to go beyond just witness testimonies and whistleblowers. You've got to look at the contactees. So here she relayed a message from Enki or Ea about conventional religions limiting human potential versus connecting directly with source energy. So this is something that Ea or Enki talked about in a message that he gave to Elena Danan, and she relayed it in her Star Nation News. And so you get to a sense that Ea is someone that is very much in support of people being able to connect with source energy themselves, and believes that conventional religions are really a means of kind of limiting people's innate potentials. In other words, conventional religions are all about dogma, whereas seeking one's source energy is all about going within. And this is something that all the mystics have always talked about. I mean, there's a difference between exoteric religion and esoteric religion. So if we're talking about the mystics, whether it's from Sufism, whether it's from Indian Vedic philosophies, Buddhism, Christian spirituality, they always talk about going within and connecting with the light within, which is then part of this oneness that makes up the universal whole. So, I mean, of course, it's much more nuanced than that, and there's variation depending on the traditions. But all these spiritual traditions talk about going within, which is exactly what Ea says he did. So it's like what Ea is communicating, that he's like the mystic, the alchemist, saying go within, transform the lead of human desire into the gold of connection with divine source. Whereas exoteric religion is all about dogma. It's all about believing against dogmas and going to war against others because their dogma is different to your dogmas, or your religious beliefs systems are different to theirs. So I think it's a very important point, and it's going to become more and more relevant because I think as we move into a post-disclosure world, as the extraterrestrials start revealing themselves, we're going to realize that conventional religions are just full of dogma that really do not help people connect with their innate abilities and power within. Because if you want to connect with extraterrestrials, you need to find that place of power within yourself, and you go within to do it. I mean, quoting scripture or asserting dogma, if you're meeting an 8-foot-tall reptilian, it's not going to help you very much. So yeah, definitely take a look at Elena Donato. The Star Nation News. So here's a research tool for those wanting to dig into UFO case history, and this is something that comes from APRO, which is a long time, that's the Aerial Phenomenon Research Organization that existed in the 1960s, and so they developed a huge database of case studies into UFOs going all the way back to the 1950s and so forth. And for those studying the UFO phenomenon, it's well worth looking at this collection. This is a long-time researcher, Isaac Coy from Britain. So he has created a website where he has put up there microfilms of APRO files. These are available for free online. So it's an incredible database. You can go there and you see all of these incredible newspaper stories going back to the 1950s. And it gives you a lot of context of what was being reported back then. Because in some ways in the 1950s and 60s, there was greater openness on the UFO issues. So you can definitely get a lot of information about what was going on there. So that's a handy research tool. Okay, so let's go here. Okay, so here's the... Okay, so news began to come out during the week that the fate of the UAP Disclosure Act was not good. So here was an analysis of one of the claims by Daniel Sheehan. Daniel Sheehan, I mean, he's been around the UFO field for several decades now. He was the attorney for the Disclosure Project under Stephen Greer, and I believe it was during the Carter White House that he went and had access to the Library of Congress to some of their UFO files because he was tasked to do so as part of some kind of disclosure initiative associated with the Jesuits and the Carter White House. So he has made the claim that the Biden White House was supporting the passage of the UAP Disclosure Act, that according to Sheehan, that Chuck Schumer thought that the passage of the act was, quote, the solution to the UFO issue. So this was, I think this was kind of like setting up the profile of UFOs. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, I really don't believe now that Chuck Schumer proposed the UAP Disclosure Act intending for it to be passed. I think he just dangled it, threw it out there as a carrot, and really did nothing to support its passage. And that is substantiated by the analysis of Dean Johnson, who really is a very solid investigator of congressional and White House activities. And so he examined Danny Sheehan's claims about the White House supporting this, and that there was a real fight in Congress to support the passage of the UAP Act. And what he found instead, that there was a lack of interest, that the Democrats in particular, key Democrats who you would have thought would support their leader in passing this UAP Act, did nothing. And so, this supports the idea that the UAP Act was just put out there by Chuck Schumer, knowing that it would fail. And so, why is that? And so, I proposed that it was setting the stage for possibly a false flag alien event. So you dangle the carrot of your full UFO disclosure. It's withdrawn or scuttled, or in this case, as we saw, it was essentially just defanged of all its teeth. And so it does nothing, but what it did do was direct public attention towards UAPs and their public. So now millions of people, tens of millions of people in the United States are thinking about UAPs because of this UAP Disclosure Act that Chuck Schumer proposed or put forward, and for well over a month now, it's being discussed relentlessly. So it's raised the profile of UFOs and the existence of non-human intelligence. So why did Schumer do that? Why did the deep state do this? Some possible explanations: a false flag alien event, a catastrophic disclosure, or a long drawn-out fight over UFO disclosure in the U.S. Congress. So all of these are possibilities that we need to look at. So let's look at some other stories. So finally, on December 7, it emerged that a bicameral conference committee that comprised the ranking members of the Defense Armed Services committees from the Senate and the House of Representatives, that this reconciliation committee that was headed by these four individuals, the ranking members of the Armed Services committees from both, along with others that came in and addressed this conference committee, that they decided to scuttle or dilute the UAP Disclosure Act that had been passed by the U.S. Senate. And so the diluted version doesn't create a review board, so that's gone. There's no subpoena power to access, records, whether they are in any kind of corporation or whether they're in any agency. That doesn't exist. Eminent domain was removed. And so the big takeaway from this, I think, is that newer companies like SpaceX can forget about getting their hands on the UFO debris that older companies like Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, and so forth have in their possession, and that they've been reverse engineering these for decades. And under the original UAP Disclosure Act, they would have been compelled to hand those over. So this is the tweet that Curious Explorer put out that analysed the conference report put out by this reconciliation committee. They also preserved the funding amendment, or this is the Gillibrand Amendment. They preserved the one aspect that prohibited funds from being used on any UAP program unless disclosed to the congressional leadership, the Intel and Armed Services Committee. So, that really doesn't amount to too much because even if you disclose these programs to ranking members in these committees, I mean, there's no guarantee they're ever going to say anything about it. And when we saw that with regard to the David Grush testimony, I mean, David Grush went to the Senate and House Armed Services and Intelligence Committees to give briefings about what he knew of up to 40 whistleblowers, and no member of these committees has come forward. And in fact, Tim Burchett, the Republican congressman who arranged for Grush to appear in this July 26th congressional hearing, he pointed out, and he has said subsequently, that people within the intelligence and armed services committees, they kind of see themselves as privileged because they have higher security classification and have higher access we need to know when it comes to these programs, and they don't share it. They don't share it with other members of Congress. So yes, so this really, this Gillibrand amendment doesn't mean that much at all. So this is a good summary of the things that were taken out, and this is the Curious Explorer Twitter feed. Okay, so JP did a update that was released on December 7th. And in this update, he talks about the space arcs being taken over by Nordics. And so this is something that JP has said, that the space arc, the Atlantic space arc, was being relocated into the middle of the Atlantic Ocean and made inaccessible to surface humanity. That was increasingly worshipping these technologies. In other words, the different governments of the world that were collaborating in some way. I mean, they had problems in how they interacted with these technologies. And the Nordics thought that the humans were worshipping these technologies too much. And also there was some level of competition. So JP said that he was taken on this spacecraft, and he was told about what was happening with the space arcs being taken under control of the Nordics, and he was given a drink. And this blue drink that JP had, the actual name of the Nordic, it's incorrect here. It's not Yusuf. It's actually, phonetically, it's pronounced Jasif, Jasif, and so that is the name of the Nordic, and so JP is saying that this Nordic is very concerned about the way in which the space arcs are being treated, and also very concerned especially about the timelines, the possible timelines that humans may be heading into if the right decisions are not made. So I think what that means, a lot of people were kind of worried about this, like, well, is JP saying we're heading for some negative timelines, or Nordics saying that this is what's happening? What I think is going on is that right now, the Nordics are monitoring human consciousness, and they're monitoring events on the planet, and they're seeing how things are playing out right now, because the White Hats have not made their big move. The White Hats have not come out to expose the corruption and expose the stolen elections, expose the kind of false flag events, expose the framing of Russia. All of these things have not been exposed, and so the Nordics are looking at all this in terms of future timelines, and are very concerned about the possibilities of what may happen if the White Hats don't make their moves soon. So I think that's what's going on. So I don't think it's a cause to be concerned about at the moment, but certainly it's a warning that things can quickly get out of hand if the White Hats don't assert control soon. And the White Hats asserting control, we can't control that, but what we can control are our thoughts and actions. And this is one of the things that JP asserts again and again, as well as others. We can get into that place of higher frequency, higher vibration, where we are not buffeted, not going into depression or fear, anxiety, as things start to move in a negative direction. That we are the ones that are kind of like playing a leadership role through our posts, through our interaction with others. So I do have another update with JP, and JP in this other update, it's going to be released. We aim to release it next week. That's what our goal is. So we plan to have it out by next Thursday. And in this other update, just to give you a teaser, JP is saying that the Nordics have taken control of all the space arcs, not just the Atlantic space arc. They're taking control and they're restricting access to the humans because, simply we haven't got our shit together. There's a lot of fighting. I mean, you just look at the world right now. There's a lot of infighting and it's getting worse. And so we got to really cooperate, and the Nordics are wanting us to cooperate before we get our hands on these advanced technologies.
And that's tonight's episode, the return of the comedy store. I hope the
Nordics are taking control. So very interesting. So you can look forward to that coming out next Thursday if all goes well. Okay, so here's something that I thought was very interesting. This is that Italy, Japan, and Norway have just joined the Combined Space Operations Initiative, which is this cooperation between the space commands or the equivalent military commands in different nations, that they all cooperate, and US Space Command is at the center of that. So US Space Command is basically coordinating its equivalent space command from other nations to form a multinational space alliance, a multinational military alliance. So this combined space operations initiative currently consists of 10 nations. So the other 6 nations are Australia, Canada, France, Germany, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom. So these countries all coordinate their military operations in space, and they have a very important function, which is that as they coordinate all their space assets, so to varying extents, these countries all have space programs, and they are coordinating their space programs increasingly, and as the Artemis Accords start to take shape, and we actually have civilian space programs as the 2020s go into the 2030s, and many nations have functional space activities, whether it's space mining, space research, setting up space bases, space tourism, whatever it is. And the signatories to the Artemis Accords, have within them a provision for the creation of safety zones. That means that if companies or signatories to the Artemis Accords and corporations associated with these, if they are doing a sensitive mining program or setting up a base somewhere, and that's declared a safety zone, that means that this combined space operations initiative is obliged to protect that. So what we are seeing really is the creation of something along the lines of a Starfleet, similar to what appeared in Star Trek. And also, another important aspect of this combined space operations initiative is that they coordinate with the extraterrestrial civilizations that are monitoring and interacting with Earth civilization. So whether we're talking about the Galactic Federation of Worlds, the Ashtar Command, the Andromeda Council, the Council of 7, I believe it is now, that all of these coordinate with the US Space Command, and also with which is heading this combined space operations initiative. And the goal is to ensure the smooth running of our solar system and the responsible use of ancient technologies to make sure that there's not a space race or wars or conflict over the discovery and utilization of these space arts and technologies, ancient technologies. It's to try to coordinate all the Earth nations to work together and to use these to benefit all the members of this alliance. So it's very important. This Combined Space Operations Initiative is going to evolve into a future Starfleet, whatever it's called, whether it's Starfleet, or whether it's called Earth Alliance, it'll be the functional equivalent of Starfleet. So very important to understand that. Okay, so I did a interview on Redacted, where I discussed the gutting of the UAP Disclosure Act and its replacement with this UAP records collection in the National Archives. So what I said was that the plan to pass a UAP Disclosure Act, which was really, in fact, a controlled disclosure initiative. That's what it was. Some people were very suspicious from the get-go, saying that, well, we don't trust this controlled disclosure initiative. All it's going to do is delay things 25 years or something. There's some truth to that, but there was also a lot of truth to the fact that this was a controlled disclosure initiative where a lot of the secret technologies that were secretly being studied in corporate laboratories, that some of that could have been brought out into the public sector using the power of eminent domain. So what's happened is that this UAP Disclosure Act has been gutted, and what we have instead is a UAP records collection that will be established in the National Archives. So elements of the UAP Disclosure Act were preserved, and the elements that were preserved constitute the establishment of a UAP records collection within the National Archives. The original idea was that this records collection would be pretty extensive because you would have a review board that would probe government agencies and corporations with records and artifacts and any knowledge that would then be relayed to the National Archives and to the records collection. So, in other words, without this review board, this UAP review board, there's no way that this records collection is going to amount to very much at all. Essentially, it's just going to be just more of what we're seeing under the Freedom of Information Act. The Freedom of Information Act, agencies are always being asked through FOIA requests to release these things. The Black Vault with John Greenewald, he's done really excellent work in using FOIA to extract records, but without the passage, without the creation of a review board with subpoena power, the power of eminent domain, the power to go to the president directly to disclose this rather than being subordinate to the Pentagon bureaucracy. Without that, then you're not going to have much released at all. And so, and as people who have experience with the FOIA Act, and I've had a little bit of experience with that, have found when you make these requests with FOIA, it's time consuming and you often get very, very little.
I got a recent picture.
Okay, so here's a reaction by Ross Coulthard and Bryce Zabel to the gutting of the UAP Disclosure Act. And that
is a company founded by
the remnants of it that was incorporated into the 2024 National Defense Authorization Act. So they spell out what's wrong with this, and I've already gone over it, so I don't want to repeat what
still
I've
vape sometimes,
already
but I've
said.
cut
But
way
what
back
I thought
thanks
was
to
worth
loosey nicotine
pointing
gum.
out
And as you know,
that
I used to
Ross
smoke cigarettes
Coulthard, he made
continuously
an
up until 2
interesting
years ago.
statement. He said that
Both of my parents
he
smoked when I was growing up.
was
My
very much in
dad's
agreement
still a
that
heavy
the
smoker at
UAP
72.
Disclosure Act was
And
gutted
it just
for
runs
reasons
through
I
my
just
blood, man. I'm
explained.
sure they were
He
both
made similar
smoking when they
arguments.
made me
But
when
then
they
he
were
said
banging it
something
out.
that
So I have
was kind of like debated. And
deprivation
I
in my
wanted to kind
blood.
of
So
take issue with it
the
as well, because
nicotine means a lot
he
to
said
me,
that
and
he had
loosey gum is a fun way to get
sympathy
it
for
through my
the
system.
aerospace
Healthier,
corporation's
better way.
resistance or
it's almost like
antipathy
a
over the eminent
constantly
domain
wanting to fidget or do
elements
something with your
of
mouth
the
and,
proposed
those
UAP
jewels are
Disclosure
always
Act,
constantly puffing on it.
because he thought that
The thing
the
about this gum is it tastes
corporations
great.
had spent
Once you have
vast
it in your
amounts
mouth,
of
you
money
just kinda chew
finding
it
these
for a
crashed
while, and
UFOs
it just kills
and
all cravings.
bringing
I
into
love
the
it. I
laboratories
used to
and
not
studying
be
them.
able to
Well,
chew
I
this
think
gum
Ross
to
Coulthard
taste.
hasn't been
This
around long
tastes
enough
amazing.
to
I
maybe
have
know
the
that
winter
there
grape.
have
I
been
have been cinnamon.
crash
It is
retrieval
unbelievable. It
operations
is
set
incredible.
up
A subscription to
that
Lucy
are
comes
run
directly to your door
by
each month. So
the Air
so
Force,
simple. It's
by the
2020. Lucy
CIA,
has delivery
by
down.
the
It's the real
NRO,
deal.
and
Use
that
the promo
they
code
have
KILLTONY
had
and you will get your first
specialist
trial
teams
order
in
of gum
place
or lozenges at the
recruiting
lowest price
personnel
they're
from the
allowed
military
by
that go
law
into the
to
field,
charge
and
you.
when they
The government
retrieve
has rules
the
against giving
debris,
nicotine
they
away
take a
for
first
free.
look at it.
The team at
They
Lucy
have
is
corporate
working with
consultants
us
often take a look at it, and
and
then
our
eventually they
partners to
hand it
get
off to
you
the
your first
corporations
trial order
for
of gum
study and
for
reverse
right around
engineering.
$1. And
That
lozenges
has
at
been the way
$2.
it works.
Go to
So it's not a matter
Lucy.co,
of the
use promo
corporations
code
going there,
KILLTONY
finding these
at
UFOs,
checkout and get
and then
rid
taking
of your
them into the
old
laboratories.
cigarettes and
They
vape
always get
today.
the debris from these
Yeah.
crash,
And,
these elite crash
and so it
investigation teams
continues.
that have
Another
been set
episode
up
of Kill Tony live
under
from the Comedy
taxpayer
Store
funding,
begins now. We have 4
with using
pre-selected signups
personnel
in the bucket.
from the Air Force, from our Space
Recommendations from
Force,
people close to the
and or the
store
National Reconnaissance
and
Office, the
one
CIA
new
also,
comedian and one
and
that we
then
met during the quarantine
whatever
that
is
we said
retrieved
should come
is
to the
then
Comedy
handed off
Store and
to the
sign up
corporation.
when things
So the
get back, and
corporations
they are back.
have
So
been
we're
getting
going to
these
meet them
technologies
tonight.
for free, really,
However,
and being told, take a look at it.
before
So
we
they
get
don't
to the
own it.
bucket,
This is
ladies
why
and
the power of
gentlemen,
eminent
there
domain
is a band on this show.
is
Every week they
important,
commit
why
to
it
being
needs to be
different
passed,
characters.
because that's the
We never
only
know what they're
way
going to be
you'll
and what
get
they're
the
going to do.
corporations
Ladies and gentlemen,
to
I do
let go
present
of
to you
these
right now the best
technologies.
stand band in the land. It is the
And
Kill Tony band.
without that
Jeremiah
eminent
Watkins,
domain, they
Jet Ski
can't
Jesse
release it.
Johnson.
So this is where we get to, okay, so the UAP Disclosure Act has been gutted. It's presently being voted upon in the US Senate, then it's going to go to the House, and then it'll be passed in its incorporation in the National Defense Authorization Act. So that'll be passed before the end of the year, and it'll be signed into law. So that is playing out. So this UAP records collection is all that's essentially remaining. So what's going to happen? Well, people have been pointing out, well, without a controlled disclosure initiative, what you're going to have now is an uncontrolled, or what is called a catastrophic disclosure of some kind. So what kind of catastrophic disclosure can we expect?
My
Well,
name's Sandra.
I think there
I
are
want to remind
three
you, in the
possibilities that
unlikely chance that we
come
do
to mind
crash, that
in
Red
terms
Band
of
can be used as a
what
flotation device.
is likely to happen. First, there's going to be a flood of credible whistleblowers coming forward to talk about what they know of these retrieved UFOs and non-human intelligence, biological material from them that they worked on in these classified programs. So I think we're going to have a flood of it. So we're going to have David Brush on steroids, because David Brush, he did not have first-hand
And how about you, bass
involvement
player?
in these programs
Oh, hey,
himself.
Tony. My name is Chris with
He
a K.
knows of people who did,
I'm
and
the,
these
I'm
are
the
people
lead
that
bartender
are
on the
going to
plane.
come forward.
Okay.
Now, one of the
I've been
people that
seeing
I
you
know
for years.
that are part of
my
these classified
goodness.
programs
All right,
is JP,
Okay,
the
we have
Army
flight
insider
attendants here tonight.
that
Southwest
I've
flight
been
attendants.
working
Very
with since
excited about this.
2008 and
And
then joined the
let's
US
have
Army
some fun,
in
shall we? You guys want to grab your
2019.
instruments? 'Cause
He's
we're about
got
to get this
direct
party
access.
started right
He
now, and we're
could
getting it
come
started
forward
with a
and be
bang.
part of this.
Normally,
I do not
this
know
guy
whether he
is
will
what we
be
would consider
allowed to
the
do this,
business of closer.
whether how long
However, we're
he's
going
even
to have
going to
some
be
fun
allowed to
tonight and
remain
get
in the
the
military.
episode started with him.
This
Ladies
is
and
all
gentlemen,
very
one of my
fluid.
favorite human beings on the
JP has been subjected to a number of attacks. He's been hospitalized several times, very recently as well. And so it's taking a toll on him. So he is definitely wanting that to end. So if we'll see what happens with JP in the future. But for the moment, JP is someone who has first-hand experience. There are many others that are willing to come forward, and this, I think, is going to be very interesting over the next year. A second possibility of a false flag alien event. I personally, I think that this is something that probably is a very real possibility now that the UAP issue has been raised to such prominence. As I mentioned earlier, Chuck Schumer, Deep State, I think he knew the UAP Disclosure Act was going to be shot down, but he proposed it anyway because he knew that the attention that it would generate would prepare the public for a false flag alien event of some kind. It doesn't have to be a full-blown alien invasion. It could be something much more mysterious, something along the lines of what we're seeing in Peru right now. So Peru, what we're seeing there, could be the template for some kind of false flag alien event, where it's like you don't know who's really doing all these dastardly things, but something like what we're witnessing in Peru could be magnified at a high level. And the third possibility is that extraterrestrial motherships from the Cedars, from the 24 civilizations, could show themselves. The space arcs could start showing up as well. So these are three possibilities that I think we might witness next year. So let's see. I think it's going to be a fascinating year. I think the stage has been set, ladies and gentlemen, for some really monumental events, and I will do my best to cover the stories as they unfold on my X feed or Twitter feed, and share with you breaking news on a weekly basis, and of course through the interviews on my Exopolitics Today podcast. So don't forget to subscribe on Exopolitics Today. I have a mail list on exopolitics.org or exopoliticstoday.com, so you can subscribe to the email list, and that way you'll be notified of everything that comes forward. So thank you for listening, and aloha.
You have been listening to Exopolitics Today with Dr. Michael Saul. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Join or start a conversation in the comments. Take the time to explore the vast library of best-selling books, webinars, and podcasts by Dr. Saul. Visit exopoliticstoday.com.
That there's an audience in the room right now. This is exciting. That ALS medicine must be fucking bumping right now.
Man, it's so good. I finally Ali, and it's
welcome to this exclusive
you get your ALS medicine in an alley
part series on David Adair. I got the opportunity to meet with David on November 28, 29. I spent 2 days at his home, where he kindly allowed me access to his documentation and shared his incredible stories. So what you're going to hear is 4 parts that describe his story, beginning with his background, where we talk about what connections he made early in his background due to his extraordinary synchronistic experiences with the father of the retired 4-star General Curtis LeMay, and later with the mother of the astronaut Neil Armstrong. So in part 1, we are going to be looking at some of the documentation that David shared with me about his encounters and meeting with General Curtis LeMay, and he shows how his mother did work at the hospital where General LeMay's father, Irving LeMay, actually died in 1965, and that's how his mother became acquainted with General LeMay, and later General LeMay played a pivotal role in the development of rockets that David Adair was building while still at high school. we're going to be looking at what it was that happened to him, how he got to become someone that was building rockets at a very early age, was being sponsored by various figures associated with NASCAR racing. Then later on, he began winning prizes at high school, got to meet with Professor Stephen Hawking, and finally the connection with Curtis LeMay becomes important when it came to the development of his rocket he called Pithler. So now we begin with part one.
You're listening to Exopolitics Today with Dr. Michael Sala, your source for the uncensored truth regarding the human, extraterrestrial, global, and political agenda. Click the like button and subscribe to this channel. And now, here's Dr. Michael Sala.
So I'm with David Adair, November 29, for the discussion of his extraordinary life, and he is starting off with his background. And David, why don't you continue with some invitation?
Well, let's start off with the very beginning. I guess I was about 12 years old, and I would go to bed, 11 o'clock at night, and fall asleep, and these dreams started coming. And these dreams were kind of different than the other dream I've had. It was more in a form of like a heads-up deal where you could look through it. But it had all these writings and calculations on them, and actually, they turned out to be algorithms. Back then, let's see, why I didn't heard of algorithms. This was, let's see, this would be about 1968 when it started, the dreams. And what was different about these dreams is that I didn't remember that well. I'd wake up and try to write a few things down, but I wasn't organized or ready for it. Well, my mother stepped in, and I was telling her about the dreams, and she said, well, we can make it easier for you to remember. So she brought a big artist pad in a pen, and then I said, well, you can see, it's dark when I wake up. So she did something really unusual. She took the wires off the end of my lamp and cut it off, and she made it open down. And I said, well, what is that? And she said, watch this. You could touch the lamp and it'd come on. Touch it and go off. There's no such thing on the market at the time. I said, dang, I think you might have just made a patent here. And we didn't do anything with it, but I had a touch lamp at that time, which they weren't even for sale. So at 2 or 3 in the morning, I wake up and I touch the lamp. It come on. I had a big artist pad, and I sketched down all the stuff I remembered. That's a good thing, because then I roll back over, touch the lamp, and go off, and I go back to sleep. Well, the next morning I wake up and I couldn't remember anything. Looked at the artist pad, and there's all the writings, and I remembered everything as soon as I saw it. And I recopied some of it just to get the lines in order. So, in a chronological order for them. And this is where it gets interesting. Go back to sleep the next night. Just like reading a book, it picks right up where you left off. That's strange for a dream, I think. So normally dreams that overlap each other, whatever. No, this thing is like a continuing book. You leave off an expression, and then you go back to sleep and pick right back up on that expression and keep on going. And I thought, dang, that's kind of odd. And I'd wake up in the middle of the night, write stuff down, wake up next morning, don't remember it, look at it, remember everything, write it all back down again. And that kept going for 93 pages. And when I got done, I had a notebook full of this stuff, and I would look at it and go, what is all that? And then, well,
12, and then I was trying to remember to make sense of it, and then I remembered all these books I read. Because now we're going to back up a few years earlier, when I'm about 6 or 7. I would go into the local library, remember it's clear as day, and I'd go to the 600 section, which is all the technical books, and I'd pull them down and read them. And Mrs. Hunt came in. Mrs. Hunt was the librarian. She was about 76 years old then. And she looked at me and she goes, "You reading all these books?" And I answered her, but I didn't realize it sounded like a sarcastic answer, but it wasn't. I said, "Well, there's no pictures in them." So yes, I am reading them. She says, "How much of this stuff do you remember?" I said, "All of it." Really? Well, being Mrs. Hunt, a Missouri woman, showed me, she reached over my head, she pulled this book out, and she was out. "What's this book say?" "Well, it would help to know the title." And she, "Oh, okay." So she gave me the title, "Singularities and Beyond." I went, "Oh, yeah. What page are you on?" She goes, 93. So I sat there and I go, "Oh, the singularity is the collapse of a black hole. And when the event horizon, which is the opening, collapses in on itself, then it will stretch out to millions of miles long and become known as the singularity." And she slams the book shut. She goes, "Okay, that's it, word for word." "You need it?" She goes, "Can you do that to any book?" I said, "Pick a book. Pick another book. Go to the page, tell me what page number is, and tell me what it says." She closed the book down. She goes, "How many of these books have you read in this section?" "All of them."
Oh my God.
"All 600 sections?" I said, "Yeah."
Selfie if someone do that for you.
You
Put that on yourself.
Now I'm 7 years old now. She said,
Scarface, just a big
"Have you told anybody about this?" And I said, "No, not a person I saw." She said, "Good, don't tell anybody. Don't tell your mother, don't tell anybody. Because if you do, it's going to be problems for you. They're going to be scared of you."
$1,000 monthly robot.
I said, "Aren't you scared of you?" She goes, "No, I'll find you a hoot." That's really fun. She said, "Are there other books you'd like to read that's not in this library?" Because we were in Welch, West Virginia. And we're not exactly booming the metropolis. It was number 10, Pocahontas Coalfield. Then the Pocahontas Coalfield, I was born in District 10. Yeah, just like Henry, District 10. So, she said, "Well, don't tell anybody you've done this, and I can help you out." Because she was the head librarian, she could order any book she wanted, as many as she wanted. So she had me fill out a wish list, and she found all these books for me from all over the country, all over the world. They come into the library, she check them out to me, I'd read them, and then we send them back and get others. I went through hundreds of books, and that was really handy because what I read in those books applied to what I was getting in these dreams, and guess what? They matched. I was able to finish out the algorithmic expressions. And then,
so in the dreams, so you were seeing what, equations, or you were seeing
like looking up to a heads up mirror with transparent, it would disappear right in front of me. And then there's times, some of them were connected, like quadratic equations. They'll be laid out like this. And so, whatever it was nice enough to correlate them into, if they led to another pattern or to another expression, it would do so.
Yeah, so you're having these dreams.
Yeah, and they're coming in all the time, and I'm just recording them.
Right, and you're reading these books.
Right, and well, I read these books about 6 years ago, but my memory started focusing on what I read 6 years ago, and coupled with what I was seeing right now, it was like getting the owner's manual of how this thing works, so you put it together. it tell you how to assemble it together.
people are calling.
And
So, yeah.
what
So
was
where do you think
Michael,
the dreams are
you
coming
eat ass
from?
and you had your
I had no
ass eaten,
idea.
is that correct?
I just go to bed and they
Which
come
one do you
in.
prefer the most?
But
Eating
then the
ass or
dreams
having
took
your
a
ass
strange turn, literally. The dreams didn't stay flat, two-dimensional. They started curving like this.
Modern day Michael Lair
And
getting your
here you
ass
got
eaten. I'd
three-dimensional
imagine there has to be a little bit of
drawings
cleaning
to
that
the
goes on
stuff.
before.
So I went from two-dimensional to three-dimensional drawing. And then I could roll it. And I think about it. I could roll it like what you call CAD-CAM, computer-aided
Why?
design.
Why never again? You
This
didn't
is
like it?
all in my dreams.
What
None
did
of
it
this,
do?
this was 1966, 67, 68. None of this stuff existed. And I'm rolling it through and I'm getting it all written down and finally started making sense out of it. And then the next thing was applying what I saw on the formula from theoretical into applied science, and that's where it gets tricky. So now you got to take it from the concept to a 3D dimensional physical something you're building. And the only thing I could come up with was what I was seeing. I kept going down a propulsion system. And finally I started looking at it as a singular propulsion. And then it became obvious. It's thrust. A thrust design. So it's a rocket engine. And I thought, wow, this thing's a rocket engine. So let's build a rocket. So started building rockets.
Michael, anything else?
Right. I started building small rockets. Started off, bought the stuff off the shelf, Estes rockets. Remember, the man that owned the company is called Vern Estes. He used to be a real estate guy and started a little model rocket company. Thing became wildly successful. But I could see where it was going. So I started flying some of his rockets, but they weren't powerful enough. They didn't go up high enough. But what they were good for, I'd shoot them up 1,500, 2,000 feet. And when they come back down, they had streamers behind them. And I could use the stopwatch and get upper wind drifts. And I could calculate wind and speed drifts before I launched bigger ones. So I didn't have the heart to tell Vern Estes. His big, powerful rockets were just streamers for me. So I calculated it on my bigger one. So I wrote him a letter and told him, make a nice little rocket, but if you did this and this to it, it'd be better. Well, I got a letter back from him saying, how many of these rockets of mine have you flown? And I said, just 3 or 4 of them now. He said, if I sent you the whole catalog for them, and the motors to boot, that's a lot of money. I said, yeah, I could fly them and tell you what I think of them. So I got this big box from Estes Rockets. It was the whole catalog. So I put this thing together. Now I got rockets all over the place. And then I could build my bigger ones. But the big ones, all that he had was solid propellant. I needed something much bigger, much powerful. So I had to move up to another grade called liquid propellant, and more specifically known as cryogenic fluids. These are fluids that are fuel, but they start at 325 degrees below zero. Cryogenic. Liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen, liquid nitrogen. And the reason they're so cold is because we can compress so much fuel into the liquid form that when the engines run, the expansion rate on it is unbelievable. Like the expansion rate on a hydrogen cube would be 150,000 BTUs. That's a lot.
And what's a BTU?
Well, a British thermal unit. To put it in something you can easily understand, that's a big fireball. Big as a living room. So I thought, yeah, I could get some thrust out of that. So I started building into the cryogenic fluid. Then I needed more sophisticated equipment because now you're going to need all kinds of materials. Aluminum, aircraft aluminum, in some cases titanium, all kinds of stuff for the engine housing. So I didn't have anything like that. And then this is where fate steps in, I guess, or whatever. Let me back up to my parents. My parents, my mother was the daughter of the mine superintendent. That's like a governor. I mean, it's a very powerful position. So my grandfather was the mine superintendent. And his daughter, my mother, fell in love with a coal miner. Well, she wanted to marry him. And the mine superintendent looked at my dad and said, you know, I don't need for my grandchildren to be fathers, because you lose a lot of people in the mines. And, I mean, we lose 120 miners in that morning. So he told my dad, he said, I understand you're good at auto mechanics. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to buy that old service station down there at Bobby Hill, and you're going to open up and run it out of the garage. And I'll be your living. Get you out of the mine. So my dad said, okay, that's a good deal. My dad was, he never made it past 5th grade. He was a functional illiterate. My mother taught him to read and write. But boy, when he learned to read and write, his ability in mechanics was unbelievable. He's just super gifted at it. So he opened his garage. Lots of business, a lot of customers. Dad would fix 10, 15, 18 cars a day. And they stayed fixed. So people kept coming back. And Dad suddenly had a major business. And then the one set of customers that came in, they wouldn't bring their cars in until 3 or 4 in the morning. And I remember my parents putting blankets up over the windows and then they were in place. I thought, what the hell? They didn't want anybody to see where the lights are on in the garage. Because these cars would pull into the garage. They had 200-gallon tanks in the trunk. And it wasn't gasoline. They were moon runners. And a gallon of moonshine weighs 9 pounds. So a 200-gallon tank, you got 1,800 dead pounds in your trunk. So these cars had to be powerful to outrun the revenue, carrying that kind of weight. So my dad would start modifying that engine. And these were big engines to begin with. 392 Chrysler Hemi engines, 426 Chrysler Hemi engines. Enormous power, 600, 700, 800 horsepower. So Dad would fix up their distributors, moving to dual ignition, dual points. A lot of power. And the revenuers are trying to figure out where these cars are coming from. Because they chase them and they can't catch them. Even though they're dragging 1,800 pounds of dead weight in the trunk, you still outrun them. And these drivers became very skilled at curvy mountain roads at high speed. What we didn't know was that was the birth of the NASCAR drivers. These drivers that drove this moonshine, they became NASCAR stars. Buddy Baker, AJ Foyt, Fred Lorenzen, all old names. But they were moonshine runners, and then they became NASCAR drivers. Crazy thing you ever thought. Buddy Baker, all these people. So they gave my dad the cash. That's all they carried was cash. And so my dad got really fast at working on car engines. He wanted to get them in there, get them done, get them out. So the revenues don't catch them in the morning. So this car came by one day in the middle of the day. It broke down. Had a guy in it. He was coming from Detroit. He was on his way to Daytona, Florida. And he says, I'm going to go down there and race. My dad said, well, that's nice. He said, your carburetor is messed up. It was a Spicer carburetor. Those things were huge. They had water jackets around them. Looked like a commode collection of stuff on it. Very complicated carburetor change. Takes about a day. My dad looked at it and he told the guy, he said, I'll change it within an hour.
What else about
And the
you?
guy said, are you serious? Can I watch that? I said, sure. So they were out in the front of the garage. Dad's changing the carburetor out. And the man asked my dad, do you always work this fast? And he goes, well, when I can see what I'm doing, you can get the joke. Because it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon where Dad would be working at 4 in the morning, can't see nothing. So the man watched him change it in 45 minutes. My dad was done by himself on his contract. And that guy said, incredible. He said, I'm going down there to race. I'd like to hire you as my mechanic. Dad said, yeah, what I do? He said, just what you're doing up here, but down there at the beach. Dad said, yeah, I can do that. And, the man sticks his hand out and goes, hi, my name is Lee Petty. And he will soon have a son named Richard, the greatest NASCAR driver in all of history. So the Petty family and our family hooked up at that moment. My dad packed me and my brothers up, and we were all babies, and we left West Virginia and went to Daytona Beach, Florida. And
The Dodgers too.
I grew up in the NASCAR world, whether I wanted to or not. And I had a thing for mechanics as well. So my dad put me on tearing down engines. These are big engines. These are NASCAR, Detroit locomotives.
How old were you when you moved down to Daytona?
Let's see, I was 2 years old.
So the incident with the school teacher?
That was back up in West Virginia when we went back up the second time. But went down there and Dad, they knew something was up with me. My mother did, because I was only 2 years old, and my model had a model rocket plane with, of course. It fell down behind the refrigerator. I'm only 2. Actually, I'm 19. I'm 20 months old. And my mother's watching me, and she goes, watch that baby. You can't get that rocket. Watch it. So I grab a mop, and I reach behind the refrigerator with the mop and drag my rocket out to me. Then put the mop back. And then my mother turned to my dad and said, something not right about this kid. 20 months olds don't do that. He done looked at the problem, recognized what the solution was, and did it. That's it. Yeah, if he keeps that up, I'm going to put him working on engines. Sure enough, when I'm 7 or 8 years old, I start working on car engines. And I mean, we ain't talking little spark plug tune-ups. We're talking about removing heads, pulling crankshafts out, changing pistons. I mean, and I had a Hunter. The Hunter was heavier than I was. I had another adult pick the Hunter up to line up in the hole so I could move it. That's why a friend of mine that says, for our guys, rocket scientists with pencil and paper, where'd you get arms like that? And I said, that's from honing engine blocks. You build up some muscles. So they said, dang.
The great Los Digits.
Did a lot of engines. Yeah, I did. So by the time I was 12, by the time I was 12, 13, I had already built a couple hundred engines probably. And one of my engines that I ran across the dyno tester, that's where you set an engine in place at the stand. You hook up radiator hoses and fuel lines, and it's just like it's sitting in a car if it's on a stand. And you can run that engine to death.
When you say you built these engines, are these engines that are based on conventional engines, or was this based on dreams?
No, these are conventional engines. I'm just working for my dad. He's working for NASCAR and Petty. And actually the sponsor was Chrysler, Plymouth Dodge, and Chrysler. So they were providing all the financial support. And that's where a couple interesting things happened in the garage. clear. You never guess what the number one killer was of a NASCAR driver. And you say, car wreck, No, drowning. What? They come down US 1 on the backstretch. They're doing about 160 miles an hour. And they turn on the south turn and come out on the beach. And the cars are stock cars, literally off the conveyor lines of the big three, Chrysler, Chevrolet, and Ford. And they had very mushy suspensions, independent coil springs, and they would lean over in that high-speed turn, and sometimes their fenders or the bumpers would catch the sand. The car would flip and roll, and would roll upside down out in the ocean, and before you get the driver out, he drowns. And like, God almighty, never heard such a crazy thing. Check it out. It's the NASCAR's historical facts. They'll show you pictures of cars rolling over up on their roofs in the ocean. Well, my dad lost a rookie driver one time. He really liked him. And he was young, and he was like 19, he drowned. My dad had a knife, he couldn't cut him out there quick enough to keep him from drowning. So my dad was kind of pissed about that. He said, there's got to be a better way to do this. So my dad went over to this big old, some big old commercial truck. He cuts the damn release spring off of it. He brings the springs into the shop. He welds them onto the frames. Then he takes a floor jack and bends them in the opposite direction, kind of like the way you do a backward S-curve pose. And what happens is, when the car would come around the south turn, and the car wants to roll over to the centrifugal force, these bars would flex back, right the car back up, and they could do what the Japanese call drifting today. They could drift around the south end and outrun everybody, and you don't drown. So the sponsor came in, Chrysler. They looked at that and they said, "You want to give us a drawing on the blackboard, Fred?" So my dad draws these bars out, and he said, "What is the force moving to that?" So what's the torque of the centrifugal force? So
it looks just like mine.
when Chrysler comes out with a patent that neither GM or Ford can have. It's a 100-year patent. It's called torsion bars. And Chrysler's the only one that had them. Chrysler, Dodge, and Plymouth did not mush in a turn. They leveled out. And that's where the torsion bars came from. $1 billion patent.
So let's go back. Let's ask a question from earlier.
Well, that's the first thing I noticed. That's kind of interesting about that stuff. So I built another engine, and I've been doing some things to the engines, like to change the stroke on the pistons, make the rods longer, shorten the skirts down, get more power stroke. And I noticed my engines are starting to win. And Lee Petty's driving them, and then his son Richard learned to drive. And they started winning a lot of the big grand champions, where you win first place in 4 different, 5 different events. And there was something else I noticed about the engine. Dad always had me pull the heads off. So I pulled the heads off after cars ran nearly 7,000 RPM. That's the maximum RPM for internal combustion engines at that time. Anything like more than 7,000 RPM is going to fly up on it. You just can't take it. But 7,000 RPM, and you run that for 3 or 4 hours solid, like in a race, that's equivalent to 100,000 miles of a normal engine on the road. So they're looking for things, wear and tear and stuff. And something I noticed about the heads,
that's pretty good.
they had this curve over top each piston. And I said, the pistons are pounding out a curve of their own. And that's what's it look like? I said, I don't know, half bubble, a dome. So it's a dome shape. And they said,
You'll leave that studio.
why don't you take a set of heads and mill out the dome shape ahead of it and see how it behaves? I did, but then the problem was, I said, had a problem with the spark plug.
Are you
And he
serious?
said, well, take the spark plug out of the side of the head and mount it down through the valve cover on top. And I did, and it worked.
God damn, that is incredible. How
What
long
you
have you been
had
doing that for?
was that you had
Since the age of 13.
Wow.
Yeah, me too.
you know what? Let the answer machine take it.
I mean, Jeremiah, we could do this.
So, what I didn't know, or my dad didn't know, when we put that spark plug in the top of the head, the birth of the Hemi engine was there. That's what Hemis look like. Their spark plugs aren't on the side of the head, they're up on top going down to the valve cover. So here come the same Chrysler people that took pictures of the torsion bars, took pictures of this, and Chrysler gets a 100-year patent on the Hemi. If you notice, GM and Ford never came out with a Hemi. They couldn't. They got a patent, so they had 2 back-to-back patents. Torsion bars, Hemi heads. And they started dominating the races. Now something I noticed, I'm not sure why it says, but the dome heads allowed, I guess, the expansion rate of the dome. It did something unusual. Remember 7,000 RPM was faster than rev? Not the Hemi. Hemi's went to 14,000 RPM. Twice on a normal engine. And it's cruising at 10,000 RPM. Just cruising. Where other engines are blown apart. So imagine that speed that you had. You had such an advantage. That's why, man, in the first 30, 40 years of NASCAR, the dominating champion was Chrysler, Plymouth, Dodge. And that's all that the Petty drove was those 3 mates. And
So that was your background.
yeah, that was my background. So I did all that, and Richard and Lee Petty was looking at me, especially Richard, and he said to his dad, Lee, he said, Dad, we can't give David any credit for these engines, because that man over there named Bill France will hang us off from the tree outside, because he's chairman of NASCAR, and we got a child work law. David's only 12. He can't be doing anything. Winning Grand National with him. He said that Bill France will hang us on.
We should talk about that because, like,
So I said, you got a problem out with Davis? Nah, I don't care.
And he goes, and we're all in the room, scattered around at the part of the show where we're eating pizza, all 6 feet away from each other.
And
thanks to our great friend Charlie.
Richard said to his dad,
every single week.
Let's do something for him. What do you want, David? Is anything any good? And I looked around that place and went, did I have the shops at night?
Just sort of, getting ready.
And they said, give him a set of keys with security code. And so I have now a full-blown NASCAR racing shop at my disposal. Now you take a NASCAR shop and a NASA rocket shop, and you set them side by side, and they are identical. They gotta have the same machines: benders, rollers, splitters, welders, grinders, to create the bodies of the car and the bodies of the rockets. It's the same. Because we had, and our materials, stainless steel, aircraft aluminum, titanium, all the stuff, we had the same metals. And then fuels, we were running drag racers. So we had liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen, liquid nitrogen, kerosene, we had everything. Same fuels. So not much of a stretch to go from building a car to building a rocket. It's the same thing. Both of them are designed for speed. Just as fast as you can go. So
you're 12 years old.
I'm 12 years old, and I've got this shop. Yeah. So people go, well, how do you build such sophisticated rockets?
I saw the reaction I got from my
It's because of the shop I had, dude. my little side job of building car engines suddenly evolved into this, wonderland of machines and tools, and I know how to use them all. And so I started building my rockets. And my first cryogenic pumper, first big rocket I built, stood about 10 feet tall, and it had cryogenic pumps. And I'm able to get all the parts I need through the same part systems that the car parts are in. You get different names. And what I couldn't find, I asked for help, and somebody, lo and behold, come up with parts. Like I need a bell chamber, which is for a combustion chamber, and they find one, and I got it. So I went to launch my first big rocket out in my backyard. Not a good idea. Well, what happened was I didn't like mowing grass, so I didn't think about it, but I thought I'm going to end the grass problem real quick. Because when this thing took off, it's full of liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen, and it blew a flame the size of a football field, and it just incinerated the yard to nothing. So I didn't have to mow grass for a year, and it took off and it ripped out of there. And I remember the first time I watched it. All my friends come over to watch it. So this big rocket, something, a big thing in the backyard, getting ready to launch a rocket. So they're all standing down there from ear to ear from it. Because they used to like bottle rockets, I said, guys, they want to be down there. You want to come back up here? So they all came back up to me and said, well, why do you want to be all the way up here? It's way down there. It's about 100 yards away. I said, believe me, in a second, you'll see why we're up here. Because when that flames come out of that thing, it was enormous. It wasn't a rocket, it was a missile. And it left like a military missile. And it went up in the sky, disappeared, clear blue sky, and you could hear the thunder out in the distance, rolling thunder. And my mother was in the house. She saw everything in the house start shaking across the table and stuff. That was my rocket leaving. And she remembered the last time she saw my friends, they were standing only like 3 feet from her. She ran out the back door and asked me where my friends were. They were standing behind me. But see, we're not even allowed to play with matches. I just incinerated the entire yard. So I turned around and looked, and my mother asked, where's your friends? And they were gone. And I told her, I said, they're probably in the next county by now. So we're standing there watching our rocket take off. Just the one pair on the side.
So how did you know what kind of fuel, what kind of combination you come up with to get the thing exploding?
It wasn't hard. There was a lot of books you could reference to. NASA was in the military were forthcoming with propulsion systems and their quantities of fuel, their fuel ratios. It wasn't a big secret like it is today. They like sharing information, I guess. It's not like it used to be, but it wasn't hard to figure out. And all I had to do was just get some of the data runs on some of the stuff that went out white sand and just copy it, basically.
One of my favorite people.
But I remember seeing this rocket, that rocket work here outside. And it went, I had an altimeter system and a radio control system. I had built things inside the exhaust vanes of the rocket engines called jetovators. And you could remotely control them left or right. So you could steer the rocket. And so with getting all the data I would get from streamers, before I launched, I knew what the wind drift was, and I could shoot a rocket 10 miles up, and it'd come right back down right where we're standing. I got so good at it. And so I didn't like chasing rockets down. If the sucker takes off, it doesn't come back. And with wind drifts, it does. I remember some rockets launched and went clear out of sight. When it came back, I would only run maybe 10, 20 feet from the pad and catch them on the parachute. So I got really good at pinpoint accuracy. And this person went outside. I knew it was going to come back. And I remember asking my mother, why am I so weird? You know, why? My friends ran away. I probably walked in to me. I said, why am I not like them? And then my mother said the strangest thing to me. She just looked at me and she said, I just want you to know you came through me, you didn't come from me. And I went, what the hell does that mean? And it wasn't until I was an older adult to figure that thing out. I guess it was metaphorically speaking. But it was, I remember these rocket thunder now. And it later became a problem because, see, I was launching rockets on sunny days. So people could see plumes. But I changed the fuel combinations and the temperature range until there was very little fumes. They were almost transparent. So you can't see it, but you can still hear it. You can stand there on a cloudless day and rolling thunder be going by. And people 12 miles away over in Mount Vernon be going, what the hell is that noise? You know? So I thought, man, I better fix that. And then I got another problem called FSS, Flight Service Station. Those are the places where you log in your private plane and you're flying to and from. Well, I didn't realize it, but I'm coming up on the radar of Port Columbus. Now they got Eastern Airlines on the existing one. Eastern Airlines would fly over, and I thought, you know, they're at 30,000 feet, I'm pushing 50,000 feet. So I could drive a missile through a wing of a damn Eastern Airline. That would not be good. So I thought, I better do something about this. And they're starting to see it on radar. So they'd be going, what are these streaks, you know, coming up off the ground? I said, yeah, if we didn't know better, it would like rockets and missiles. So that was another problem I had to figure out. So I ground up asphalt and a rubber-based compound, and I added some other stuff to it, some particles, ink now. And when I coated the rockets with it, and guess what happened? I guess when the radar waves came in, instead of bouncing off the rocket, the stuff absorbed it. So I built the first stealth rocket I ever heard of in 1966. So now you can't see the plume, you can't see it on radar, but you can still hear it. I can't do anything about that.
So all of this is happening, you're getting the dreams at that time?
Yeah, and all this is going on simultaneously. And, which I thought was crazy. So, I thought, well, it can't get no crazier than this thing going on right now. Here I'm building car engines, winning races, can't tell anybody about. And now I'm building rockets that I'm flying 10, 12 miles up. And I got where you can't see the plumes and you can't see it on radar. Can't tell anybody about that now. So it's like, dang, what is it that's going on here? So I figured something's going to give somewhere, and it does. My mother started in with her. My dad got injured in a bad accident, so he couldn't work. My mother had to go back to school at age 40. And she started off as a candy striper, person that helps nurses' aides. Then she became nurse aide. And then she went to college. And she became an LPN, a licensed practical nurse. They don't even give that degree anymore. Not the RN or nothing. So she became an LPN. And that was quite an accomplishment. But then, like me, I guess she just wasn't satisfied. In 1966, Mount Vernon, Ohio built this ICCU, intensive care unit. In 1966, there's no such thing as an intensive care unit. This was the first one built in America. and it's privately owned.
Especially with your mouth.
And my mother loved the 11 o'clock to 7 o'clock in the morning graveyard shift. So she was in charge of the ICC unit on third shift. And she was the first female to run an ICC unit in the country. So that's a little historical fact. And then it gets better. She's running the ICC unit.
Oh shit! Damn. So he's
and it's in a very swanky, brand new hospital. That's very expensive, so only the rich is in
You
it.
don't know exactly what he does. He just tells
So this old man comes in. I think he's 93 or 96. He's really old, and his name is Irving LeMay. And my mother puts him in her unit. She comes on shift. And this little guy is mean as a snake.
Damn.
He, whenever the nurses bend over, he used him. And he took a cane and hit one of them on the side of the head. That knocked her out. And she came back to the nurse's station. She had this big old welt on the side of her face. My mother asked her what happened to that old man hit her. My mother takes off down to the room. She grabs his cane, breaks it across the end of the bed, takes the shot apart and sticks it in his neck. Says, "You get another nurse of mine, I will come back here and murder you, kill you dead, and say you had a heart attack." Well, guess what? Irving became my mother's next best friend. And they got to know each other. And then Irving has a son named Curtis LeMay. That is no other than 4-star General Curtis LeMay of the United States Air Force, founder of Strategic Air Command, our defense capable system, designer of the B-52 Stratofortress. He is the man next to John Kennedy in the Cuban Missile Crisis. Had his finger of the button. A little bit of a powerful person at the time, to say the least. He also had a paparazzi problem. So he wanted to see his dad, but he could only come in at 3 or 4 in the morning.
I've got a paparazzi problem. You're saying he's a 4-star general serving.
Real popular.
I mean, he can't go anywhere.
No, he can't. There's a parade following him all the time. So he wants to see his dad, but he can't because he's such a damn mess. So he has to go through my mother. He's got no choice. And old Stan Trim said my mother was a caregiver. Well, technically she was, but not like some private caregiver. She's a nurse running the damn only ICC unit in the United States at the time. And her patient one of them happens to be Curtis LeMay, or Irving LeMay, father of Curtis. So Curtis has to go through my mother to see his dad. So he gets to know my mother on purpose. And then he finally asked her after several visits, he said, "You got any children?" And she goes, "Yeah, I got 3 boys. 2 of them are okay. The third one, we gotta watch him. He's strange." He goes, "How's he strange?" He's always blowing up stuff. What's he blow up? Rockets. And that catches his attention. He's doing what? He's blowing them up. He's launching them? Yeah, he launches them out of California. So they go to I think they go 10 miles up. He goes, "What?" He said, "What's he doing it for?" And my mother said, "Well, I have no clue why he's doing this." And then when they said, "Does he have a big book? He writes things down there?" "Yeah, it's got a big notebook." "Could you bring that notebook up here one night?" If he goes to bed, he goes to bed at 11 o'clock. So he goes to school the next day. "Yeah, I can bring the book up here and let you see it. We get back for it." He goes to school. And she did just that. Well, LeMay's looking at my book. And he turns to my mother and says, "You got a copier?" "Well, I copied. Thank God you only copied about a third of it." And he takes a handful of copies and he goes to his, right next to his alma mater, Ohio State University. And he goes to this big group called Battelle Memorial Institute. Battelle is a giant think tank. It's a competitor of RAND. They, in 1960, 8. They had 130 mid-mil volume comes down. Not too bad. Everything from thermonuclear physics to you name it, aeronautics. So LeMay knows people there, obviously, and he turned his papers over and he said, it's just a bunch of gibberish, or is this the very thing work? Well, they take a look at it and they go, where is this person? He said, it's just a nice little kid out there shooting rockets off in the cattle fields. Is it something important? And they said, yeah, he's closing in on fusion containment. And he goes, what's that? He's trying to contain the nuclear chain reaction, an H-bomb. And LeMay said, well, that's insane. Nothing can hold an H-bomb in a container. In this container, he can, because the electromagnetic fields are similar to black holes. And LeMay said, well, what's that mean? Black hole swallows suns out in space. Whole, complete, gone, never to be seen again. And what is the sun? It's hundreds of millions of H-bombs going on, continuously, simultaneously. And the black hole comes in, sucks it up, and it's gone. So he is on to something. And the man said, you're kidding, really? He said, we'd like to send these papers on to another place. We'd like to send it to a young guy. He just graduated at Cambridge, England. He's sitting in Newton's chair. And he would love to look at this because it's in the similar work of his. So LeMay said, sure, send it. So they mail him. Now my stuff is being mailed across the ocean. Snail mail. The guy looks at it. He contacts us. Where is this person? He's in the local cattle field, launching rockets, you know. Make an arrangement for me to meet him. I could come there anyhow for Ohio State, and I could work at Rothschild. So I'll be at Ohio State University having a meeting there. So all this stuff's going on, and now my high school professor comes to me and says, I got somebody I want you to meet over at my alma mater at Ohio State University. I said, okay. I don't know. So we get in the car the next day. We drive to Ohio State University. And we go in the university. And I remember hot as heck outside. You get in these buildings. They're so big, they're actually cool anyhow. But they're too big to have air conditioning. But you walk on the floor, since it's old wooden planks that squeak and bubble. And in the doors is all this milk glasses chicken wire. This is old school stuff. And I went, dang, this place is kind of old, isn't it? So I walk into, we open this door, and there's an amphitheater. And way down at the bottom is this tiny desk, which actually is a big desk, but they're a long ways away. And there's a little guy sitting at the desk. And I'm looking at the blackboard. It's got stuff written all the way around it, all the way around the room, around the entire theater. So I'm reading it, and I said, who's messing with my math? And a little guy down there, people stand up and said, you're math indeed. And I went, I can't read it. When I got up to here, I went, oh, you're looking for unified theory. I said, good luck with that. God almighty, I can't imagine somebody tackling a thing where they want to explain everything all at once with everything. And that's what unified theory is. You know, Einstein was probably crazy trying to figure it out and killed over. And this guy obviously is on the same track, and I'm going, so I ran around the room. When I got back down to where he was, I went, and that down there is not going to work. He goes, how do you know? I've tried it. So I went down there, I erased it, and he said, wait a minute. I said, hold on a minute, try this. So I wrote this out, and he's reading it, and he looks at me, and he says, how did you validate that? I said, rocket vision. And then the next question told me how smart he was. He said, well, how did you contain the fields? And I said, I can't.
Repeat that again.
I don't have enough smarts for that. I don't know how to plug the field. They just run onto an endless loop.
Do you normally do an act out?
And he said,
I
oh.
mean, I'm new. Actually, second time.
And I said,
doing open mic.
you know anybody that's out there that? And he said, no, I
Second
don't.
time ever performing. Where was the first
So I
one?
said, well, I'm going to go. So I started to leave.
Yeah, I did my first open mic.
He said, wait a minute. Where do you get all your ideas from?
How many people were
I
in
said,
the
they're coming to
room?
dreams.
By the time I performed,
Now I'm walking away. And he said, where are you going now? Well, you don't want to talk to some idiot.
That's interesting. So tell us more
Dreams
about
his crap and he builds his stuff.
So
He said, I get the same kind of dreams. Yeah, I do want to talk to you. Sit down. Hi, my name is Stephen Hawking.
There you go.
This is Stephen Hawking, the famous.
Right, I always call him Stephen, but Stephen Hawking. He was in Cambridge University. He was in Newton's
So
chair.
you're from Somalia.
He was 18, 19 when I met him.
You were how old at that time? Was this
Oh, me, I was only like 13, 12, 15.
This is 1966, you mean?
Yeah, 1966 and 65, I think. But he could walk and talk. He's very frail, had a cane,
Okay, why
but
Seattle?
he wasn't messed up like we all do today.
Your family was in Seattle? Oh, your aunt.
He was fun to talk to.
And
I had a really
what do
good
your
time
parents
talking to
do
him.
for a living?
And after we met then, we talked for years and years after.
He's the bus driver.
And
he was having similar experiences to you, having these dreams.
yeah, I think he was being bugged like I was. Like something's trying to tell him something, but like me, I don't get it. We both looked at each other and thought, we're probably two of the dumbest, smartest people we ever met. I said, yeah, I sure feel that way. Because I don't get it what I'm supposed to. And he's pointing all the boards and said, well, I'm not getting much further. But I really liked this guy. He just was a nice man. Smart.
Oh, wow. So how did they end up separating? Did they separate?
Had a
Did she
good
have a
sense of
husband, or
humor.
did she cheat on your bus
But
driving
with
father?
him all the time. He could take a part and get at you. He
How
would.
old were you?
He never missed a chance.
How old were you when
Quick
that
wit.
happened?
Like an Alan Alda type person.
Maybe 10 years
I
old.
love to be more theoretical physicist, but you were doing practical physics.
Yeah, that's what we thought was interesting with each other because I always said, well, you think it up, I'll pull out the toolbox, I'll build it. And that really was quite accurate. I was on the applied side, he was on the theoretical side.
Seattle.
But
your aunt.
he had some problems with his math. I helped him with that.
That's correct.
And I remember that one person said, wait a minute, you got a phone call from Hawkins and you're helping him with his math? Who the hell are you? You know, a freaking maker, maybe, I don't know. But, yeah, you know what? When he was young, they didn't have a lot of money. And when he went to the beach, he said, we went to the beach in a wagon. Well, we had a 1955 DeSoto station wagon. So I was thinking station wagon. No, he said, back up a little further, David. Put a horse on a gypsy cart. That's the wagon. I went, really?
Wow, that's what you're
Oh,
into.
how cool. So you went to the beach when you were a kid.
Right. A lot of white people are into fat asses nowadays too, though. That is, it's like rap music. It used to be just black people were into it. Now everybody's into it.
Yeah. White girls be thick as fuck lately.
Yes, white girls figured it out. Back in the day, the only way for a white girl to have a fat ass was by eating a lot. But now they've realized there's one exercise called squatting that in which you can actually grow an ass.
Or they can get it done.
Yeah, implants so cheap in Mexico. It's like 2 cheeks for like $500.
Dr. It's like a 2 for $500. Wow, is that true, Red Band? Have you looked into? Did you get some? Is that where you got your stuff?
But I had this idea to make a pillow out of implants, like a boob pillow. And I was going to buy the implants, and I found that you could buy them from Mexico pretty cheap.
Yeah, but
How many McDoubles is that?
yeah, one in Mexico.
That is literally like fucking 1,000 McDoubles.
Yeah, it's 1,000.
My goodness. What do you like to, what's some of your favorite American cuisine? You're from Somalia. They are usually very hungry over there. So you you must have, quite the appetite. What do you like here in America? What do you like to eat other than thick white girls' asses?
Oh, chicken. Fried chicken.
Oh, wow.
I like waffles. Shocking. Steak.
Chicken, waffles, steak?
Everything except for pork.
Oh,
One food.
no pork. Why no pork?
I'm Muslim.
Oh, you are? Okay. Heck yeah. So,
my soundboard has like every single one of them is about him.
Do you have a Muslim sound effect?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Where's it? Okay. Okay. All right, that's enough. That's very long.
Please blur my face on this part of the episode.
All right. So do you, do you have like a Muslim church that you go to? What are those called again?
Mosque.
Yes. What you have?
I don't have one. I should find one.
Okay. All right. You ever take any flight classes or anything like that?
No.
Okay. All right. If you had to kill one race of people, what would your race be? Which ones would you pick? America is an option.
Just the shitty racist Donald Trump motherfucker.
Wow, look at that. That's very interesting. You would just pick one human and you chose the President of the United States of America.
All the races.
All the racist people. Okay. That's cool. Have you met a racist since being here in America?
I think I met a lot of them. They just don't have the balls to say something to my face.
They don't have the balls to say something to your face?
It's weird, right?
Yeah, that is.
Here's your moment, Tony.
What?
I said, here's your moment. He's never met a racist face to face. I said, here's your moment, Tony.
No, he knows what's going on. This guy's built like a fucking microphone over here. It's built like Bob Barker's microphone, just thin, and very thin and very black.
Microphone head?
Yeah, for sure. So no one's ever been racist to you in America, but the people that you would pick first to kill are the racists. You've never had anyone be racist to you face to face? 12 years here in America.
It's pretty good odds.
Yeah. I mean, living in a big city like Seattle's diverse, LA.
Living in a big city helps, but that also means that you're around more people that could be racist. It almost seems like a lot of the racist people live away from the big city where they wouldn't have to be around other races.
I guess I'm lucky.
Huh. Yeah, maybe you're lucky, or maybe racism is an overexposed storyline in the modern media. Who knows? Oh, you're welcome, Mr. President. It's always a pleasure. Anyway. Moshe, you have any special skills or talents? We had a guy earlier do a magic trick. We had a guy earlier do some dance moves. Is there any talents you have that would surprise us?
I'm a basketball player. I play basketball.
Can we get this guy a basketball? Does anybody have a basketball in their car?
It's literally one of the top, most dangerous sports right now.
Oh.
It's Mohawk.
Mohawk. Okay. Mohawk. Okay. So basketball, what else? Anything else? What else could you do? You know any poetry?
No. I was an athlete. I'm a big sports fan.
Okay.
One of my favorite movies, one of your favorite movies, Goodfellas.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Tony likes big fellas.
Yeah, I like Goodfellas. I like Badfellas. As long as they have a penis and a ball sack, I'm into it because I'm a gay man.
As long as the
I am a gay man.
That was all right.
I will run with this storyline forever. I am a gay dude, Goodfellas, and all types of fellas. Okay, what's your favorite scene from Goodfellas? Let's reenact it together because I know every line of that movie, so we can do it.
Am I funny to you?
That's the scene, the worst fucking scene in the whole movie. All right.
I like that scene.
No one actually likes that scene. That's the scene that people that haven't actually seen the movie.
My favorite scene when he's freaking out, driving at the end with the helicopters, and he's like looking up while he's driving.
Yeah. Okay. Moha, fun times. Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming on the show. Congratulations. His second time ever performing stand-up comedies here on Kill Tony. That's Moha. Ba-da-da. Ba-da-da. What?
Where did you find that guy?
I met him here on the Outback at the Comedy Store. He said he wants to be able to do Kill Tony when he can, and I could pre-select a few healthy people that would test properly through the rigorous testing system they have set up here, where they take your temperature one time and cross their fingers afterwards, or crush their fingers, as Michael Lair would say. I could pull it out of the bucket just to make it fancy, but I know who's left because he's the only other submission. This is a very funny man, recommended by Michael Lair himself. Ladies and gentlemen, Elliot Mack, everybody, here we go. Here he is, Elliot Mack.
So I have gay dads. Yeah, which you applaud in 2020. Thank you. But the rest of you make it sound like they just kidnapped me from a nuclear family when I was 8 and showed me Ellen 10 hours a day till I turned out like this. Which is exactly what happened, but it doesn't mean I don't deserve applause for it. No, it was cool growing up with gay dads. Like every morning, they just put me on the gay agenda. It was just brunch, mimosas, brunch again, tap dancing lessons, eat a salad, go to bed, listen to Wicked. That shit was bomb. The best part was definitely whenever it was family game night and I got to choose like the vote on what to do. And it was my 2 straight brothers, my 2 gay dads, and me. So I would just be like, all right, should we get Cubs tickets or should we see Wicked for the 5th time? Cubs tickets, Wicked, Wicked, Wicked. Oh my God! I know about popular. But then I'd get hit with a belt for singing off key, so it evened out to a regular childhood.
Hell yeah. I love it. So good to finally have someone a little bit less gay than me on this show. Very exciting stuff. Nice to meet you, Elliot. This is your first time on the show, correct?
First time. Glad to be
How long
here.
have you been doing comedy for?
I've been doing comedy 11 years now.
Awesome. All of it here in Los Angeles?
No, I grew up in Chicago, actually, and I started taking comedy classes at Second City when I was 12 after seeing Michael perform with A.D. Bryant. He did this one hilarious blackout. They were wearing sombreros. It was incredible, and I was like, that's what I want to do.
Wow, that is so cool. So you actually saw Michael Lair when you were 12 years old. How old are you now?
I'm 23.
23. That is fucking awesome. You saw Michael Lair when you were 12 and you said, I want to do comedy, and now you've been doing it.
He was fucking hilarious, yes.
Oh,
it's been an amazing ride.
Oh, he's something else. He's unbelievable.
Yeah.
So I think we finally found out who's putting the Gold Bond powder on Michael Lair's balls right here. It's no doubt indeed. I love it. That is so awesome. So how long have you lived in Los Angeles for?
I was here for about 6 months, and then I went home to be with family for quarantine. And then I did, like the Mint open mic? Do you remember that?
No.
It was happening for a bit. It was this really cool open mic where you would open the door and like weed smoke would billow into your face. And I did an online like Zoom mic, and I got to see like all the other LA comics. And I'd been thinking about not coming back to LA, and I was like, I need to be with this. Like, this is it. So I came back. I've been moving for the last month. It shouldn't have taken me so long to move, but I also had to decorate, so like that.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Dragged it out, yeah.
Oh, that's so funny. So you're a gay man. You live in West Hollywood?
I did, but I hated all of the other people there.
Yeah, it is a little bit wild, right? I'm going to share something with you guys. I saw 2 gay guys holding hands today.
Ew!
And I literally thought to myself, that is like the gayest thing that 2 gay guys could do.
Oh,
right. Like nowadays, like 10, 20 years ago, you'd be like, if you saw 2 guys making out, you'd be like, whoa, that's gay, right? And then like, since then, there's like butt fucking, I think is the most gay thing 2 guys can do. But then it hit me today, in 90-degree heat, in the middle of the day in Los Angeles, you don't see any men and women holding hands. Like, to hold hands, you have to literally be like, I don't mind of making a puddle of sweat with our hands.
We had to fight for that. We're going to do it, goddammit.
It is. It's a hot day. That is incredible. And would you agree that that's an extremely gay thing?
Oh, 100%. I was with this guy the other day, actually, and I guess there's a connection between us or something because we can't hold hands or he'll get a boner.
He'll get a boner?
Well, like, Well, it's kind of like if he gets a boner, it's like a yawn. You know how that like spreads around?
Right.
Totally. Exactly. Hey, Gavin.
So if you hold hands, he gets a boner, and then if he gets a boner, you get a boner.
Exactly.
And then if some other gay guy sees you two guys with boners,
it's like, oh no. You can tell it's up to like a mile away. The gaydar has a very long radius.
Absolutely. You're telling me. I'm like a Doppler gaydar over here. I see it all. I have a tri-county gaydar.
Boners spread like coronavirus in the gay community.
That's right. We call it the coronavirus.
Yeah.
The old fucking.
It would be so weird if straight friends could hold hands. Like if we like went to go get some food together, we were all holding hands.
What says he can't?
Yeah.
Man,
just imagine holding Jeremiah's hand.
Man, I don't like holding anybody's hand. I've never been a hand holder.
Let's just try out see what it feels like.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, let's start now. A couple times.
Absolutely not, Red Band. I didn't like touching you pre-coronavirus. Not to mention right now.
Look at that. Look at this soft as
Oh,
look at that big, strong hand.
Look at that, just shaking from fucking caffeine and nicotine, just vibrating with high blood pressure vibration.
Tell him to wipe off.
Brian thought you said holding hands.
Red Band loves holding hands. Wow. Jeez, with that. Okay. So, Elliot, how long have you been with this boyfriend of yours?
It's kind of been like one of those things where just like whenever we're in the same city, it goes down. So like 3 times over the last 3 years, but now he's in Orange County and I'm in LA, so it's like a little bit easier. Yeah, I would love to tell you that like he's my Ellen or something, and we're gonna have 2 kids and 2 dogs, but
probably.
Yeah.
Okay. How'd you meet him?
Originally Tinder, and then he and this other guy, like, we went to a bow and they like fought over me, and I was like, no, stop, I hate this.
And then are they like tops or bottoms? How does that work? Is that a thing? Is that a weird question?
I'm not saying another word without my lawyer present.
Uh-oh. I love that. I love it. So is that how Tinder works? Like, do they have it separated, like in tops and bottoms or anything like that?
You know.
Oh, that's right. No, I just
I like how he's playing dumb.
I'm deep in the closet, so I have to pretend like I don't know these things.
I messaged you and you never replied. What happened?
Yeah. I haven't checked my, what do? They call it an inbox or a butthole? Nothing. Okay. All right. Man, this is my episode tonight. I'm just what they would call on fire. Somebody get the Gringo Bandito hot sauce because it's a spicy one tonight. We'll kill Tony. Come on now. All right. Elliot, any special skills or talents or anything like that other than being a comedy veteran? Started at, 13 years old? That is fucking awesome, man. That is so cool. That's Chappelle, Eddie Murphy, all those guys.
Thank you, yeah. I was going to learn to play the ukulele for this, but I was like, eh. So.
Oh, wow. How about anything else? We had a guy earlier that could dance. We had a guy earlier do an unbelievable magic trick. He laughed a piece of plastic out of his hand. It's really impressive.
I can do pottery, but like...
You know what? Can we get a pottery wheel in here?
A couple kilns.
Yeah.
Kilns. Kiln and Tony. Welcome to another episode of Kiln. Oh, that got a laugh. There you go. Looks like
it was punny.
That's what I'll think. That's the moment I'll think of before I fall asleep tonight. Was Kiln and Tony. The big laugh that I got. Right. Just as I'm crying and sweating myself to sleep.
I love it.
Elliot, let me ask you this before I let you go. Have you ever been with a woman or anything like that? Like,
only while I was sucking her boyfriend's dick.
Is that true?
100%.
So you guys had like a threesome?
Yeah, it was when I was in high school, and he was our quarterback, and we had all been like drunk bowling that night, and people were like going off, and then they were like, "Oh, Elliot, like you have a hot tub, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." And we went back to my hot tub, and like he looked at his girlfriend, and his girlfriend looked at me, and then they both started changing like glances, and I was like, No. And then she was like, "So Elliot, what happens in the turn tub stays in the turn tub, right?"
Wow. And then you bent over and he put his hands under your butt and went, hut, hut.
So close, actually. He put his hands in like the 2-finger of my elastic.
Gay quarterback jokes.
Exactly. And he pulled me into his lap and kissed me. And then immediately, like clockwork, I just like grabbed her face and was like, out of my way. This is my moment.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Sucked his dick.
Everything that you do, the fire in your eyes.
And I have a big secret.
Oh, yeah?
It was Gavin.
Oh, there it is. Jesus' face. Will you marry me? Ring around your finger. Do you have to let it linger? I want to marry you. We just work. Put my finger in your butt. You are my lovely slut. Elliot, well, awesome, man. I'm so glad that you came down. Come back anytime you want. And by come back, I mean after you go to Orange County and visit your boyfriend. You know what I mean? Come
Wonderful.
back. All right.
Thank you so much.
Elliot Mack, everybody. There he goes. Elliot Mack, ladies and gentlemen. William,
get away, man.
All right. There's only one person left to perform tonight. We're so excited about it. His stock is crashing through the floor. I mean, this guy was once beloved on this show. He, at one point, was the only regular on the show. And then once he started to fade out a bit, I brought in David Lucas so that he would get his shit together and write harder and work harder. And then a few months after that, he started to crash again. We brought in Michael Lehrer, who absolutely started stealing episode after episode after episode. He upped his game yet again. And now he's crashing yet again, disappointing people from the management to the band to the host of the show to the other regulars. And now he's here to perform for you right now. Closing out tonight's show, William the Big Red Machine Montgomery. He's fighting off his back here tonight. A lot of people disappointed in him.
How do I fucking stand and talk into this? I'm kidding. That was my joke I've been working on. No, but seriously, Elliot and I had sex last week. We're expecting. No, I'm kidding. You're in for a treat. This probably Jeremiah might be my best set. If we're in Syria, we ain't talking about Jesus. We talking about Brandon. Y'all ever watch The Sixth Sense? Because that's been happening to me this past week. Every time I turn on The Sixth Sense, I'm like, hold up, is that Brandon? If you're in the parking lot of the Comedy Store, please leave any excess syringes in the tip jar. Darius Rucker from Hootie and the Blowfish is now single. That's way better news than if I told you Darius Rucker released a new single. If they defunded the Ghostbusters, who are you going to call? So it's probably my best. Can I say the next one?
Yeah, you want one to work? Maybe that one will work. Go ahead.
One to work on. One of my favorite bands is Traffic. One of my least favorite bands is Child Traffic.
Oh boy! All right, William Montgomery. That was his set this week. He had a lot riding on this, people. A lot riding on this.
You could say that, Tony. I have this mask on now because I got something called diabetes.
Oh boy. Coming off a wild week this week.
Coming off a $3,000 loss from one of those games you put the little marble on. Roulette. Lost $3,000 fucking dollars. Y'all get a good look at these eyes right now. I'm heading back to Memphis.
Yep.
I lost all my fucking money. I'm gone.
And you're also in the process of losing your job. Is that correct?
It is correct. I'm worried about this thing they call COVID. Hold on. What's that guy's name? Brandon? Jeremiah told me to say that joke.
I don't think you did. There's something weird going on with your mask. It's very anteatery. There's
Anteatery?
Yeah, it's anteatery.
That's what I did in Vegas.
Anteatery?
Ate a bunch of Butterfields.
Yeah.
In this fucking mask.
Yeah.
Around all these people. And Michael, I don't want to call you out, but I was eating Butterfingers around a bunch of crippled folks.
Uh-huh.
William
And
lost,
they gave me the creeps.
William lost $30,000 at the buffet in Vegas.
Can you say that a little bit slower, bitch?
Wow. William, not very nice. Where'd you get that mask from? Did you get that in Las Vegas?
From Ron John Surf Shop in Jacksonville, Florida.
Oh, you went to Jacksonville this
Ron
week.
John.
I seriously thought you were going to say Ron John Stillers.
Listen to all the laughs in the room that didn't happen during your set.
Jeremiah, I swear to God, man, I listened to your new song. It made me cry to some extent. Now you're making fun of me saying Ron John Surf Shop. What am I going to do? I've lost my job. I'm heading back to Memphis.
We just work. That's one of my favorite lyrics.
Can I read y'all one of my favorite quotes?
Okay, go ahead. Is this the comedy part?
And they were telling me, now it doesn't matter now. It really doesn't matter what happens now. I left Atlanta this.
Okay, well.
Let me start from the bottom.
No, it's okay. So you went to Vegas. You lost a bunch of money. How's your girlfriend?
She is not with us no more.
She passed away.
She is passed to the other side. That guy holding the fucking camera was there touching the testicles. It was so sweet of him. He saw what happened. Literally, I drowned her.
You drowned your girlfriend?
Literally, I drowned her.
In the Bellagio fountain in Las
In the
Vegas?
Bellagio fountain.
What?
I killed her. She's 42.
Why'd you kill your 42-year-old girl?
Because I'm 32.
Oh, yeah, showed her who's boss.
Just kidding, I'm 33. She's 42. I killed her fucking ass. She had it coming to her.
Did you at least rough her up a little bit, or just the straight hit?
Did I at least eat a Butterfinger? Yeah, I did.
Wow. You ate a Butterfinger while doing it or beforehand?
I ate a Butterfinger just pre-game, eating a Butterfinger, looking in her eyes. I have goggles on. She has goggles on. She's in the bathtub. She's drowning. I don't care no more.
So you drowned her a little bit in the bathtub, and then you took her to
Hey,
the...
Red Man, that was perfect, you motherfucker. Also, that took noise.
Did you say the word drowning?
Did I say the word drowning? Good one.
Did you?
What's wrong with that? How do you say that?
Drowning.
Drown.
If Red Band's correcting your English grammar, you're in big trouble.
Professor I'm in deep shit. Professor what?
Everyone in the railroad knows how to say drowning.
Everyone in the railroad. I was in the motherfucking railroad 15 fucking years. I swear to God. I've worn a mask before. Good one. Thank you, Red Band. I've worn this shit before. I was a conductor.
What did you do? That's what you did on the railroad?
I was putting pennies on the track, seeing what happened when the locomotive hit them. That's what I was doing. Jeremiah, get my back on that.
I got your back, and my name's Gavin.
I liked William better when he called in on the video.
Thanks so much, bitch. You got me sick. Why do you think I have to wear this now?
We're was the marshal on this plane.
William,
You're my lungs now, bitch.
William, you've been saying that you've had coronavirus now for 4 months. Have you had any symptoms at all?
Yeah, I started losing in Chinese checkers.
You're gonna have to check that attitude of the day, okay?
I've started losing in fucking Chinese checkers, Tony, and I don't know what the fuck to do.
Well,
I've been listening to Skinner. I've been playing Chinese checkers.
what did you bet on in roulette? Black or red on roulette?
Black 22-inch Tahoe lifted.
All right.
That's what I bet on. That's what I was driving.
Okay.
Driving in Memphis, Tennessee. It was
A little fun fact, a little inside information. William actually caused quite the scene last week around the Comedy Store. He was pacing around. He was talking very close to people.
And you told me that. The pussies running this place really called me out.
No, that's not. That wouldn't be the way.
Red Man, is that what you're gonna do, motherfucker? You told me to walk around. You piece of shit. I never told you to walk around. You told me to walk around. And now, Tony, you're calling me out for walking around. Red Man, you told me that, dude. I get it. You're from Ohio. You eat pinkies. You're 28 years old. I trust you.
Excuse me, your emotion carry-on is a little bit too large for this class.
Jeremiah, right here, what I picture of when I was in Vegas, just me and you being in sort of the top part of that hotel, just me and you being the guy killing everyone. And just me putting on your song. And you being like,
without you.
And just reckless abandon, shooting that AK-47, and you stopping shooting, and me pointing the gun to your fucking head.
All right, that's tonight's episode. There goes William Montgomery, everybody. There he goes. Go ahead, William. All the way to the back, William. Straight back. Straight back.
Ryan
Let's check out the drawing from Ryan J. Ebel. While you all sat around doing nothing, he drew this. Look at that. You can get a little bit closer there. Yeah. Great. That's all of us on an airplane. In honor of the flight attendants and, of course, your pilot, Captain Hinchcliffe, with my first officer, Brian Redband. Okay. We're going to be taking off for another, we'll see you next week. Shout out to those of you in the parking lot that were awesome enough to join us here at the Comedy Store, making history in this 100-year-old building. You know, we're making it happen. Fitting things into the proper slots here. Hoping things get better sometime soon. We have William Montgomery in charge of making the new vaccine for COVID-19. So I'm expecting a cure now any second. Here, go that way, all the way back, all the way there. There you go. And then stand there once you get there, all the way. A lot of fun stuff happening. We'll be back next Monday with yet another show, which is exciting stuff. Shout out to Vito's Pizza, RyanJBell.com, CavemanCoffeeCo.com, and Lucy.co. Get off your cigarettes and your vape pens. Go to Lucy.co. Use the code KillTony, and they will literally let you try their product for the minimum amount of money by law.
Yeah, and if you've tried the nicotine gum before, you know it's expensive usually. It's not that good. This just tastes really good. Just try it out.
Gum is $1. Lozenges at $2. Get your lungs stronger than ever during the coronavirus by not catching coronavirus and trying that out. Here's the part where we check in with Jeremiah Watkins, who has a new episode of Jeremiah Wonders out.
With Dr. Phil and Shanks, actually.
That's very exciting.
Very exciting.
Kiltonian fans are going to love that. Adam Ray plays Dr. Phil. And, of course, Jeremiah plays Shanks. He's got his Venmo piece of paper there.
At Jeremiah-Watkins, cover all parts and fees tonight.
Those of you that
And then I'll be in Arizona at the end of the month, July 30th and 31st. Denver is canceled, but Arizona is still going strong.
Wow.
And
definitely Denver's in way better shape than Arizona. It's weird that you want to do that, kid. But
and then I have a Luis J. Gomez shirt up on.
Is that a real shirt?
It's a real shirt.
That's real?
There you go.
That's such a weird shirt. That's good, though. Jeremiah has been taking some creative chances lately. He's got new songs out. He's going to be dropping more of those, according to what I've read in Billboard magazine. There's a whole bunch more coming, so we're excited to see some of those romantic songs.
I will have a #1 song someday.
You know what? I agree. You put those energies out there, and people that believe in hope will clap at that. How about hand for Jetski Johnson, everybody? She was here tonight. That was her. She's back from the coronavirus. She's Jetski Johnson. What else, Jetski?
Everybody who messaged me when I was gone and checked in, everybody here and at home listening, thank you so much. That was so nice. And if you are alone, hang in there. It sucks, but yeah.
She saw what you wrote her. She heard your thoughts. She did not smell a single thing.
I didn't smell any of it.
Chroma Chris was here tonight, everybody. Unbelievably funny, incredibly great on the bass. So glad to have you back, filling in the sound of the band. You make it so much more powerful. What am I missing, Chroma?
Thanks, Sonny. You can just check out the Baby Boys on Spotify.
Oh yeah,
They do. That was great.
love that. Thank you, Patty Reagan and the Baby Boys. Is that right? Patty Reagan and the Baby Boys?
Yes, we're actually the Baby Boys, but Pat Reagan isn't. It's me, Pat,
And it's the Baby Boys for those
yes,
people
the
on
Baby
Spotify?
Boys on Spotify.
There you go. And last but not least, the backbone of the band, Joel Jimenez, everyone. He's mostly sorry on social media. His new podcast, Mostly Sorry, is out. What else, Joel?
Yeah, we're going to drop it on Wednesday this time since we'll be working tomorrow. So we'll see you Wednesday at 5, me and David Deary.
I love it.
Big thanks to David Deary also.
Yes, big thanks to David Deary. He's got a tough gig, and he really helps us out tremendously on this show. And sometimes, there he is. Right there.
I didn't even recognize.
And we love him very much. It's such an important role, and we care about him deeply. He's at NF David Deary on all things social media. Catch him working with the great Donnell Rollins, and
He's really good on Joel's podcast, too.
yeah, great on Joel's podcast. Works with all the funniest people. And we absolutely love David Deary. He's a great comedian, a worldly traveler, and just an overall great guy. He keeps us safe. He's strict about the coronavirus. I remember when we were driving to the Ice House that first week, and I was saying all this shit's bullshit and everything, and you're like, no, this is a really big deal. People are getting really sick. I have friends in Italy, and I'm like, this fucking nerd is scared of this disease. And it turns out you were completely correct. And I was an asshole. Yeah. I've been an asshole a few times.
Hey guys, check out my show, Virtual Red Band, if you like virtual reality. I play a bunch of virtual reality, and it's fun.
Same with me. My new side project, Roast Master Class, is booming over there. I just had an episode with Sarah Tiana drop where we went over for the first time ever, anywhere, the unheard Ann Coulter script that was controversial and talked about on many platforms, but never heard before. We went over it, and fun episodes out. Benji Aflalo, David Lucas. This week I'm interviewing Jesse Joyce, the former writer for the late, great Geraldo. So everything roasting is happening over there. That's at patreon.com/inchclef for that exclusive content. Thank you, Gino, again, Speedweed, and Better Box Studios for keeping us holed up during the majority of the pandemic. RyanJebelt.com for prints, and Michael Lair Comedy for all the coolest merch.
And thank you, audience, in the Comedy Store.
And the Comedy Store. Thank you, everybody.
watched every single episode. This show is so hard to describe. Mike's done such a good job of coming up with this. I don't know if a lot of people know that the creator of the show was a survivor, not like of a hurricane, but on the TV show Survivor. He was on Survivor. And the share that kid made it. He did very, very well. And he's so good in writing compelling, but not necessarily
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the world famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Here's Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yeah, what's up? We are live. Good to be here. Exciting stuff. And here we are for another fun episode of Kill Tony, brought to you by our amazing sponsors this week. And here's a little bit more about them. Hey, we're all into creepy stuff. Maybe it's a type of porn. Maybe it's a type of video on the internet. And when you're on one of your devices searching for weird stuff, you don't want other people to know about it. So you're probably thinking, why not just use incognito mode? But let me tell you, incognito mode does not hide your activity. It doesn't matter what mode you use or how many times you clear your browsing history. Your internet service provider can still see every single website you've ever visited. That's why, even when I'm at home, I never go online without using ExpressVPN.
It doesn't matter if you get your internet from Spectrum, AT&T, Verizon, Comcast. ISPs in the U.S. can legally sell your information to ad companies. ExpressVPN is an app that reroutes your internet connection through their secure servers, so your ISP can't see the sites you visit. ExpressVPN also keeps all your information secure by encrypting 100% of your data with the most powerful encryption available. Most of the time, I don't even realize that I have ExpressVPN on. It runs seamlessly in the background, and it's so easy to use. All you have to do is tap one button, and you're protected.
ExpressVPN is available on all your devices, phones, computers, even your smart TV, so there's no excuse for you to not be using it. Protect your online activity today with the VPN rated #1 by CNET and Wired. And visit our exclusive link, expressvpn.com/killtony, and you can get an extra 3 months for free on a 1-year package. What a deal. expressvpn.com/killtony. That's expressvpn.com/killtony. expressvpn.com/killtony to learn more. Hiring can be difficult, but if you're a company that's currently trying to hire, you face new difficulties. From safely reopening your doors to finding the right person for a specialized role. Housing Wire could relate. They needed to hire an ambitious reporter to cover news stories on the U.S. mortgage and housing markets. So they turned to ZipRecruiter.
ZipRecruiter's smart matching technology finds people with the right experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And that's how Housing Wire found Alexander Rothschild. Alexander never imagined she could get a reporter job in the midst of COVID-19. Hiring was frozen, and the idea of looking for a job was discouraging. So she created a profile on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter matched Alexandra to Housing Wire's reporter job because her degree and writing skills were a great fit for the role. Housing Wire received her application only 4 hours after they posted the job. And a few weeks later, Alexandra started her dream career.
ZipRecruiter helped Alexandra find the right job, and they helped Housing Wire find the right person for their role fast. See how ZipRecruiter can help you hire.
Try it now for free at ziprecruiter.com/killtony. That's ziprecruiter.com/killtony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Glad to be here. Very exciting stuff. A very fun show lined up for you here tonight. And let's just jump right into it. Of course, there's no guest on this episode. However, everybody, there is a band.
And there's also Ryan J. Ebelt sitting right there in the audience.
That's true. Ryan J. Ebelt draws every episode. We're going to check in with his drawing later. All of those are available at ryanjebelt.com. We're all filled up on delicious Vito's Pizza, special baked ziti night tonight. Fiesta. We have the great David Deary here with us, the great Gino from Speedweed, who let us coop up at Betterbox Studios for the majority of the quarantine.
And delicious caveman coffee. You can't get enough of those.
Yeah, you can't get enough of those guys. Damon is here up in the bird's nest, keeping an eye on us, making adjustments smoothly to the lights. And we're going to have some fun tonight. So let's bring out the band, shall we? Every week they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. Let's all find out what they are this week together as I bring up the best damn band in the land. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Joelberg Joel Jimenez, Jetski Johnson, and Chroma Chris. Here we go. Hey, let's all go to the lobby. Yeah. Let's all go to the... Here they come. Here they come for sure. Any second. Uh-oh. Come on in. Oh, look at this little one. Spunky little energy. Get out there so the cameras can see you, little lady. You're being blocked by this guy. Hey, look at that guy, too. Wow. Aw. Doesn't this one have great energy? Incredible. Here they are, definitely movie theater employees, if I've ever seen them before. Look at you, sir. I mean, you are a wild one. Haven't had a barber during this quarantine, huh?
No.
What's your name?
My name is Spencer. We've met once before. I also work at Blockbuster.
Oh, you still working at Blockbuster part-time?
Yeah, it's the last one.
Yeah, that's in, where's that, in Florida?
Something like that.
Yeah. And how about you, little lady? You came out with great energy. You seem like you're not burnt out or anything. What's your name?
My name is Jen. I'm 16 years old and I'm an aspiring actress.
Jen, I can't believe you're 60.
16.
Oh, 16.
But I could play 16.
I misheard that. My goodness. 16. And what's this young magician's name back here?
Hello, my name is Brent, and people say I'm the spitting image of Johnny Depp.
Yes, they do. Definitely a spitting image of Johnny Depp. Maybe after he found poop in his bed from his ex-wife. And clearly back here we have what appears to be fucking Adolf Hitler's attention deficit nephew.
I keep getting this Adolf guy. I don't know who this is, but my name is Snork. I just moved here from Eastern Europe, and I am 62. I get only job I can at movie theater.
Snork.
Snork.
I love this Snork.
S-N-O-R-G.
Snorg. What part of Eastern Europe are you from?
The east part.
What country?
East. It's been so long since I've gone.
Doesn't seem like you've been gone long with that thick accent.
I don't talk much. I work in a movie theater.
What do? You tear tickets?
I do it all.
That's right.
Oh, okay. So we got Spencer, Jen, Brent, and Snorg, movie theater employees, fully in uniform. Theaters got closed this week, even though they've been closed. Really, California didn't close really anything, just nail salons, massage parlors, and card rooms, for those of you that were going to card rooms a lot.
Everyone Hallmark, right? We've been hooking up N64s privately inside AMC and then just playing Mario Kart. It's been pretty cool.
That's cool. I'm just not even playing a new system, like a 15-year-old system. That's a movie screen.
Well, let's just jump right into the show, shall we, everybody? Going first, yet again, a murder on this show. One of my favorite comedians on the planet. I love his style. I love everything about this man.
one of my favorite people just in life and in the history of this show. I present to you to get things jolted right from the start before we go to the bucket with 4 pre-selected names in there. Make some noise for Michael Lair, everybody. There he is. Here's Michael Lair.
I'm not mad at Tanya for creating Cronin a lot. Tanya taught me how delicious duck is. If you look in the window of a Chinese restaurant, no hours, no name, just 45 ducks. No one takes more pride in their work than the Chinese duck maker. They spent so much time coming to America just to say, I bet it all on duck. Scream it to the gods. Crispier, crispier. They don't even call them windows in China. They call them duck monsters. The duck monster is the mascot of the Peking Ducks baseball team. China might have ruined civilization by creating the coronavirus, but man, do they make a motherfucking duck.
Okay. Wow. Someone had duck this week, huh?
I have no idea how that went.
It was good.
I thought I was excited.
Yeah, that was.
It was good. Were you laughing on the inside?
Yeah. You know, sometimes things are so funny that you're just like awestruck.
Yeah, that must have been that.
Yeah, it was one of
Yeah.
those. It's one of
It
those.
was one of those. Yeah, I feel it. Thank you, everyone, for not fucking laughing.
No, it's good.
Tony, where I am from,
Yeah.
laughter is punishable by death.
Oh, there you go. Where's that again? Where are you from? Oh, okay. All right. So Peking duck and the coronavirus. They made duck, so who cares if they made coronavirus?
6 of one, half dozen of the other.
That's right.
And half dozen ducks, baby, when I get home. Crispy fucking duck.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on back there?
Yeah, it appears as though Snorg decided to wipe off his microphone during a podcast.
And what?
Speaking of speaking, what the fuck are you doing?
Wow, Snorg.
What kind of 6-year-old European man has never heard of Hitler?
It's very bizarre. Snorg is, I believe he might be in the Easter Seals film challenge.
Eastern Seals.
Eastern Seals. Oh,
yeah, thank you. Oh, well, finally I pleased you.
But you've been pleasing a lot of people. I heard you have a big audition coming up.
Yeah, we all know that comedy institutions are in a revolution, and Saturday Night Live is one of them. And by 2025, they have said that all their cast members will be in wheelchairs. So I'm working on a new audition, and I don't want to take advantage, but may I practice one of...
I'd love to see this audition.
All right. Now, Jeremiah is not here, but he's a fucking asshole, right?
Yeah.
But me and him are, like, there's some Thespian Highlander shit going on, because I messaged him, and I can I borrow a wig, and he said, fucking...
Yeah, absolutely. Are you kidding me? This fucking
Have you ever
guy?
seen his wig holder? He keeps them all labeled.
Jimmy Lincoln's Mysterious World is brought to you by the Star Quest Production Network. It is made possible by our many generous patrons. If you'd like to support the podcast, please visit sqpn.com/give. Jimmy Aiken's Mysterious World is also brought to you in part with the generous support of Aaron Ferguson Electric and Automation at aaronv.com, AARONV.com, making connections for life for your automation and smart home needs in North and Central Florida. And by rosaryarmy.com. Have more peace. Visit rosaryarmy.com and get a free all-twine knotted rosary, downloadable audio rosaries, and more. Make them, pray them, give them away at rosaryarmy.com. You'll be safe on Jimmy Aiken's Mysterious World. In the late 1980s, an American man named Paul Benowitz became deeply alarmed. He lived in New Mexico, and he was a scientist, an inventor, a businessman, and an American patriot who deeply loved his country and the people of planet Earth. But he began finding evidence of an alien presence on Earth. He reported his discoveries to the Air Force, and they assigned agents to his case who took what he was learning very seriously and sought to help with his investigations. In time, he learned that the aliens had made a secret agreement with human officials, but the deal had gone bad. Now the aliens were implanting people with devices that could turn them into spies, control their actions, and wipe their memories. In the end, Paul concluded that our only choice was to attack the aliens without mercy. He used more than $200,000 of his own money to develop a prototype weapon to penetrate their defense screens, and he outlined an extensive attack plan known as Project Beta, which he eventually shared with President Ronald Reagan. Who was Paul Benowitz? What did he learn, and what did Project Beta involve? As a result, Paul began to take precautions to protect himself, his family, and Mrs. Hanson. On June 3rd, 1980, Leo Sprinkle rang the doorbell, and after a long pause, Benowitz appeared, toting a pistol on his hip and a rifle in his right hand. He told me that the aliens could come swarming over the walls at any minute.
Next episode, we'll tell you the end of the Paul Benowitz story and go into analysis mode to figure out what really happened. Were they able to stop the alien invasion that he feared? Has it been covered up all this time? Why did the Air Force call in the Army's Delta Force? And what was the huge price that Paul Benowitz personally paid?
I got the first one to go.
You're listening to episode 144 of Jimmy Aiken's Mysterious World, where we look at mysteries from the twin perspectives of faith and reason. In this episode, we're talking about Paul Benowitz, his friend Richard Doty, and Doty's shocking UFO revelations. I'm Don Bettinelli, and joining me today is Jimmy Aiken. Hi, Jimmy.
Howdy, Don.
Folks, be sure to stick around to the end of the episode. We have your feedback on our recent episode on the Mark of the Beast. But first, in the 1980s, New Mexico scientist and businessman Paul Benowitz became extremely alarmed. He began to discover evidence not just of an alien presence on Earth, but that the aliens were staging a slow-motion takeover of the planet. They were abducting people and implanting them with devices that could turn them into walking cameras and microphones, control their behavior, and wipe their memories. At any moment, the implanted people could have their switch pulled and be totally controlled by the aliens. Already, this had been done to hundreds of thousands of people in the U.S., and the military had been compromised. Paul reported his findings to the Air Force, which took them seriously and encouraged him to keep investigating. In time, Paul developed a daring plan known as Project Beta to rid the Earth of aliens. He even invested $200,000 of his own money to develop a prototype weapon that could penetrate their defense screens. What happened with Project Beta? Has it been covered up all these years? What role did Delta Force play? And what was the terrible price that Paul Benowitz paid? That's what we'll be talking about on this episode of Jimmy Aiken's Mysterious World. Jimmy, where did we leave off at the end of our last episode?
Paul had recommended his attack plan, Project Beta, to President Ronald Reagan. He recognized that some humans would die as a result of the coming battle, but he saw this as our only choice. And we needed to strike now, while the aliens were still weak, and we could exploit their vulnerabilities, which he documented extensively through his radio and TV communications with them.
So what did President Reagan do?
It's not clear that President Reagan received the document that Paul had sent to him. All Paul got back was a boilerplate letter explaining that the government no longer investigated UFOs since the closing of Project Blue Book in 1970. Only That clashed with information Paul had received in the form of the Aquarius document, which indicated that the government was still investigating UFOs on a covert basis, with information being funneled up to our space agency, NASA.
Why might President Reagan not have seen Paul's battle plan?
Well, one possibility is that it was typical Washington and Defense Department bureaucracy. The Aquarius document indicated that the government's covert UFO investigation was classified top secret and that the information it generated was distributed on a highly limited basis. The president gets all kinds of people writing to him every day, and it's extremely possible that the person answering the correspondence simply wasn't on the Project Aquarius distribution list and didn't have a need to know about it. As a result, he would give the standard boilerplate reply and never show Reagan the document.
Could the document have been deliberately kept away from Reagan by people who had been implanted by the aliens?
That's another possibility that may have occurred to Paul. After all, he estimated conservatively, he thought, that the aliens had implanted 300,000 people in the United States alone. And if you're conducting a covert invasion, a nation's command and control is what you want to take over first. So Paul may well have suspected that people high up in the Defense Department and the government had already been co-opted by the aliens and were deliberately frustrating his plans.
Wouldn't he make himself a target if he announced himself like this with the Project Beta document?
He'd already established a communications link with the aliens, including a video link, by decoding their transmissions near Kirtland Air Force Base. That's a big part of how he learned so much about them, their capabilities and their weaknesses, especially their psychology. But if people who had been compromised by the aliens intercepted his Project Beta attack plan, that would tell the aliens he was a direct threat to them, and they might well take action. In fact, Paul reported that they did, and he took special precautions to protect himself. His colleague, ufologist Bill Moore, reports on the state he was in by the time of their last meeting in 1986 or 1987.
He had guns and knives all over the house. He had installed extra locks on his doors, and he swore that they, meaning the aliens, were coming through his walls at night and injecting him with hideous chemicals which would knock him out for long periods of time. Moore was shocked at his friend's appearance. He looked like a concentration camp survivor. He'd lost a lot of weight. His hands were shaking. He smoked incessantly. Moore once counted 28 cigarettes in 45 minutes during a lunch date where Benowitz touched not a bite of his food. Benowitz told Moore that after the aliens injected him, they would make him drive his car out into the desert in the middle of the night, but he couldn't remember what he did after he got there. Both Moore and Richard Doty independently recalled noticing injection marks running down Benowitz's arm.
So perhaps the aliens had come to realize that Paul Benowitz was a threat to them and were taking actions to increasingly render him unstable so as to neutralize him. Paul also discovered, to his horror, that his wife Cindy had been implanted with one of the alien devices. Presumably, he found a telltale scar that he had seen on other implant victims that revealed its location.
Paul and his family seemed to be under grave threat at this point. What could he do in response?
Probably one of the best things he could do to protect himself would be to simply walk away, to use his communications link to tell the aliens that he was canceling his investigations and give it all up so that he was no longer a threat. That would mean letting their plot against Earth go forward, but at least he might save himself and his family. And, in fact, people were counseling him to stop. His family members were telling him that he needed to stop, and his friend, Air Force Special Agent Richard Doty, recalls,
I actually sat down with Paul and told Paul, listen, Paul, I think you have to stop doing this. I think you've gone as far as you can go. And this is a friend. This is Richard Doty, a friend. It wasn't for Richard Doty, a special agent of the ASI talking to him. I said, this is a friend talking to you, Paul, because I became a friend with him. He was a very wonderful person, and I didn't want to see him harmed. And I said, Paul, stop it. Listen to your son, listen to your wife, end it. Get rid of the equipment, lock the stuff away, go on with your life. Go back to your work, your business, and stop this. Paul listened to me, and I thought maybe he was going to take my advice, but he didn't. He continued and continued and continued, And at that point, we ended the investigation. We ended everything line with Paul Benowitz.
So the Air Force was concerned enough that they ended their involvement with Paul. But he was determined to go on. After all, the fate of the Earth was at stake. But the strain was too much. In his book, Project Beta, Greg Bishop reports, by August of 1988, after 8 very long years of unrelenting stress and fear, the 61-year-old Paul Benowitz could no longer function normally. He had turned over much of the day-to-day operations of his business, Thunder Scientific Labs, to associates and his 2 adult sons. Former acquaintance Gary Massey says that Benowitz had finally barricaded himself in the house and had piled sandbags all around the windows. His family, finally convinced that his sanity and health were in immediate danger, took him to the Anna Caseman Mental Health Facility in Albuquerque, just a couple of miles up the road from Thunder Scientific headquarters, and checked him in for nervous exhaustion. And you can understand why Paul would have nervous exhaustion after all the shocking things he'd been through. After he got out of the hospital, Paul finally did back off and cease his UFO studies, though he still believed in the aliens and all the things he discovered up until the end of his life. He passed in 2003 at the age of 75. And there are just a few remaining questions we need to look at. Like, how much of all this was the Air Force and his friend Richard Doty lying to Paul about?
We'll have more on that shocking revelation after we take a moment to thank our patrons who make this show possible, including Teresa S., Jess K., Megan F., Patrick W., and Paul B. Their generous donations at sqpn.com/give make it possible for us to continue Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World and all the shows at StarQuest. And now's a great time to become a StarQuest patron, thanks to a generous gift from a StarQuest supporter. When you start a new Patreon monthly pledge at sqpn.com/give, the first 3 months will be matched by an equal amount from our donor. So if you become a new patron at $10 a month, after 3 months, our donor will give $30 to StarQuest to support all our shows, including this one, making your gift go even further. So if you've been thinking of becoming a StarQuest patron, now's the time. Visit sqpn.com/give today. Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World is also brought to you in part with the generous support of Aaron Ferguson Electric and Automation at aaronv.com, AARONV.com, making connections for life for your automation and smart home needs in North and Central Florida, and by rosaryarmy.com. Have more peace. Visit rosaryarmy.com and get a free all-twine knotted rosary, downloadable audio rosaries, and more. Make them, pray them, give them away at rosaryarmy.com. So, Jimmy, let's talk about the theories concerning this whole subject. What theories are there about Paul Benowitz and Project Beta?
I've already mentioned a big one, how much was Paul being lied to? And to the extent he was being lied to, how did the disinformation campaign unfold? Also, why did they lie to him? What was the Air Force trying to do? And since every good disinformation campaign has elements of truth in it, how much of what he was told about the UFOs happened to be true? And then finally, we'll need to review our findings from the faith perspective.
All right, what can we say about what happened to Paul Benowitz from the reason perspective? Let's start by talking about his friend, Special Agent Richard Doty. What do we know about him?
He was born in 1950, and he has a pedigree connected with UFOs, as his uncle, Major Edward Doty, headed Project Twinkle, which investigated the green fireballs over New Mexico in 1948 that people thought were connected with UFOs. As we indicated, Special Agent Doty was an Air Force officer assigned to the Office of Special Investigations. They provide criminal investigative services, protective services, and counterintelligence services. And it's the latter capacity that Doty was involved with Paul in here. In his dealings with Paul Benowitz, Agent Doty was functioning as a counterintelligence officer. That is, an officer whose job is to thwart intelligence efforts directed against the United States.
How does Doty describe the beginning of his relationship with Paul?
At the point they met, Paul had been getting film footage of strange lights over Kirtland Air Force Base, as well as picking up unusual radio transmissions from the base. Paul contacted base security, wanting to alert them to a potential security threat, and Agent Doty initially thought it might be coming from the Soviets. You know, after all, this was during the Cold War. And that shaped their initial meeting. In the documentary we've mentioned, which is called Mirage Man, Doty says this.
Paul didn't know initially what he got. He didn't analyze it. When he had gotten the first series of transmissions, he recorded them and then he contacted the security officer for Kirtland. I began a dialogue with Paul, trying to find out everything he had. And as I did, then I learned that a lot of the information he had wasn't anything to do with a Soviet threat or some kind of hostile threat against Kirtland. It was information that he had gathered because of the fact that he was a scientist and because he had sensitive and sophisticated equipment. He was collecting emissions coming from base.
The problem was what Paul had discovered as he filmed the unusual phenomena over the base and Manzano Mountains inside it.
He had two films of an object flying. One picture depicted an object that looked like it was flying out of the mountain. And it looked like some kind of saucer-shaped object. He immediately then thought that there were UFOs coming out of Manzano. The second film was of an object that was something experimental that the government was doing. When he filmed that, then again, the flag went up that he just filmed a classified project.
So Paul had film of something that looked like a UFO and another project that was classified. And now the Air Force had a decision to make.
And we had to decide on what we were going to do then. Were we going to allow this to happen, or we were trying to convince them otherwise?
They let Paul come to the base and have a meeting with many important people, as we mentioned in the last episode.
Paul made a presentation to the Air Force officials on what he had been doing, about what he had been collecting. He showed some of his film. He showed some of his pictures. He had an audio recorder that was playing sounds that he collected from base. The highest ranking person in the room, which was a brigadier general, said, "You have some very convincing information, Paul." And that kind of set everything in motion with Paul to let him think that, he does. We briefed everybody in the room. So they knew what we were doing, basically. And so after the meeting, there was a number of questions asked of him. What do you want the Air Force to do? And Paul says, I'd like a grant to investigate UFOs on the base and a grant to continue this contact that he claimed he had with some of these aliens.
And, as we discussed last episode, he received a $75,000 grant to continue his studies from one of the agencies involved. But the overall decision was the Air Force would lie to Paul Benowitz in order to convince him that everything he was detecting was due to aliens.
The more he had contact with me and others within the intelligence community, the more he started analyzing the information. So we kind of planted the seed in Paul that what he was seeing and what he was hearing and what he was collecting was, in fact, probably maybe UFOs.
And they exploited the fact that Paul was a patriotic American against him.
It was very easy to convince Paul. Paul was a World War II veteran. He's very patriotic. He always flew his flag. Those type of people you can convince that, listen, just telling Paul. You can't tell anybody else about this because it's, they could get in the wrong hands. So immediately Paul became a cooperating source. He held everything that he had gotten in secrecy.
So they didn't have to do very much, at least in the beginning.
There wasn't a whole lot that we did. It was just a simple, really, really simple nod and statement to Paul that what he was seeing was probably UFOs.
But all was off and running, and over time, the lies became more elaborate. How did that happen? The liars apparently started to involve more than just the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. Richard Doty reports,
at one point, another agency was conducting an investigation, and they set up a surveillance across the street from him. And Paul's son contacted me and said, leave my father alone. You guys are across the street, and you're bothering my father. He's getting to the point that he's being paranoid.
Well, I knew it wasn't us.
In fact, it was the National Security Agency, or NSA, that had set up an outpost in the house across the street from Paul. Greg Bishop reports.
He said he saw people coming in and out of the house and looking out from the curtains and things like that. And as it turns out, the NSA had some people in this house. They were watching him and actually beaming messages straight across the street into his antenna setup. He started picking up these signals, and the NSA was scared that anybody could figure that out. They decided to just take complete control of what he was seeing and give him exactly what he thought he should be getting. They replaced his computer with their own computer. The computer had software that would decode the messages he was getting in the way they wanted him to see them. And if you look at the transcript of it, it seems like almost gibberish, but because people want to pull out content from a random order, it starts to make some kind of sense. They had said that they were from a planet with no water, and they were trying to find a new place to live, and they wanted to take over the Earth, and they could only trust Paul. They were going to have some kind of agreement with him, but he said you can't trust anything they say. These aliens are evil, and served to make him look silly, exactly what they're trying to do.
So after Paul started picking up transmissions from Kirtland AFB that were connected with a classified project, the NSA moved in. This is the organization that, as we have since learned, conducts massive global surveillance, including of telephone calls. The NSA took control of the equipment that Paul had set up in his house. They started beaming radio and television signals directly into what he'd set up. They replaced his computer with one of their own, and they're responsible for the alleged translations of alien signals he got, as well as the visual images of aliens he saw on his monitors. And Paul and his family noticed the strange people who were set up in the neighboring house, yet Paul never walked across the short distance to confront them and ask them what they were doing. Maybe he thought they were people who had been co-opted by the aliens and were being controlled by them.
One of the people we mentioned last episode was Paul's friend and fellow UFO researcher, Bill Moore. How does he fit into all this?
He had been co-opted by the intelligence community. Sometime previously, he had been contacted by a man from the Defense Intelligence Agency, or DIA, whose identity he's never revealed. Instead, he referred to this man by the nickname Falcon. Falcon said that he represented a group of people inside the system who wanted to reveal what the government really knows about aliens and UFOs. And they wanted to reveal it to the public slowly through a trustworthy, reputable ufologist like Bill. And that's reasonable. You don't want the public to freak out all at once. You want to introduce them to this stuff slowly. But there was a catch.
There's always a catch with this kind of deal. So what was the catch here?
Basically, Falcon and his associates wanted information about what was going on in the UFO community, what it was aware of, the ideas that were circulating in it, that kind of thing. If Bill would keep tabs on what the UFO people were thinking, Falcon would give him information about what the government really knows. As an earnest of his good faith, he gave Bill a document about a UFO landing in New Mexico in 1969. The document referred to a government project by the name of Silver Sky, and Bill checked it out. Around New Mexico, looking for the witnesses to the UFO landing, and he didn't find any. The next time he met Falcon, he confronted him with the fact that the document was a fake and none of the people that mentioned in it existed. Falcon said, "Congratulations, you passed the test." They'd given him the document to see if he was really a competent investigator who could be trusted with sensitive information. If he hadn't been the type of researcher they were looking for, he would have gone straight to the public without checking it out to see if Project Silver Sky even existed. But he didn't. He showed them that he was the kind of quality person they were looking for, and now they were ready to start giving him the real stuff. So they started doing business.
And how did he become involved with Paul Benowitz?
Falcon introduced Bill to our other friend, Richard Doty, and in February 1981, Falcon and Doty asked him to give Paul a copy of the Aquarius document that we mentioned last episode. Just as a refresher, the Aquarius document said that despite the closure of Project Blue Book, the government was still secretly investigating UFOs, that NASA was receiving the information it was developing, and that something known as Project Aquarius was involved. So was a group nobody had heard of named MJ12.
And most relevant to our story today, NASA was following the information that Paul Bennewitz was developing. But there was a problem. Bill Moore had seen an earlier version of the Aquarius document, and the one they gave him now was different. It had been edited. Greg Bishop reports, the document in its pristine condition was only seen by Bill Moore in the offices of AFOSI, and once again in February of 1981, when he was handed a heavily edited and rewritten version of the message and told that he was to give this copy to Paul Bennewitz. When he asked why the new version was riddled with changes, Falcon replied that it had to be sanitized to protect sensitive projects. It was the first time that he'd been asked to lie to a fellow researcher. This sort of commitment to the deception bothered Moore, and he sat on the document for a few months until he was gently warned that all operations were off unless he followed through. Moore explained, my understanding, although I never knew for sure, was that Bennewitz was expected to wave it to the press and others as proof of what he was saying about an alien invasion, at which point the document would be denounced as counterfeit and Bennewitz would be further discredited. So Bill suspected that the edited document was meant as a setup for Paul to discredit him, and he didn't want that.
Oh, is that true?
I do everything on my...
I'm gonna tickle the fuck out of you.
No way. My Jeremiah, you don't have what you sent me?
Jeremiah screenshotted the DM.
What does it say?
You want me to read it, Michael?
Oh, shit. Oh. Ooh, this is quite the standoff here. Because there's a part of me that thinks, I mean, this is a tough one because I have a feeling that Jeremiah may have wanted to help you on this one, but now you're getting called on your bluff. But at the same time, I could also see Jeremiah not want to share wigs with you. He's very
about your character.
Because Jeremiah has been quoted as saying only Black Lives Matter. So
I'll paraphrase.
There you go. You just said
Jeremiah,
it again.
I'll paraphrase.
You're not allowed to paraphrase.
Then you read it.
Okay.
Oh, from my paraphrase.
This is my favorite part of the last 15 episodes of the show.
Do you want me to read word for word?
No. Yeah.
Go ahead. Just start. Just the part we want to know.
Okay. Michael, DM Jeremiah, said, you the wig / beard master if I ever need to borrow? ? Jeremiah said, I usually don't line stuff out because I have them organized for specific characters, but if you're in need of something specific, I can probably help.
That is heartless and cold. That's basically like you can go fuck yourself, be a professional, and get your own wig.
I feel you, bro, especially in the age of Corona. Respect. I'm straight. Now you're calling me out like a bitch on the show? Let's go, Lair, right now, right here.
This is do not stage, bitch.
Wow, you guys should have a fist fight. I got my monkey on Michael Lair.
Slap off.
Oh,
look out. Here's the problem. Look how fast my young punch. For real.
Let's see it. For those of you just listening to the show, it was very slow, and he almost fell out of his chair.
It blew my hair back on the other side of the stage.
We all agree I was right.
Absolutely.
Fuck you.
Michael Lair wins this one.
You just started something that you should have started, Lair.
Oh, shit. Look at that. He's going to give you a wig with fucking, smallpox on it next week. All right. The only thing I love more than Michael Lair on this show is Michael Lair twice on this show. So there he was again, the great Michael Lair, giving us more very compelling, interesting times. Shout out to Jeremiah Watkins for sending in the screenshot of the DMs, giving us some of the inside baseball behind the characters in Kill Tony. I pulled another name out of the bucket. This young lady became famous on the show in Ventura, California, being pulled out of the bucket on both episodes of that show. fun fact, those were the last 2 shows in front of a live audience, and she's back. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Blue Ball is here. Blue Ball. Hey, no. Here's Blue Ball, everyone.
I'm so happy to be out of my house, but I have to say, being quarantined at home wasn't that bad for me. I kind of made the most of it. I mean, I had struggles for sure. Like, I struggled between like what Netflix show I was gonna binge, or what are the 27 podcasts that I'm gonna watch while I rub one out. And actually, that's pretty much where everything turned into. Is I broke my own personal record many times, and felt like, wow, I didn't think the pandemic was going to go on for that long, and I burnt myself out big time. That I hit my masturbation threshold. Anyone else? No. Okay. Well, yeah, I thought it was. I thought I broke myself, but then I watched the Comedy Stores benefit for the employees, and when I saw Bobby Lee's butthole.
Yeah, what happened when you saw Bobby Lee's butthole? I gotta know the end of this.
I definitely started to get kind of warm, but I lost my shit when I saw Joey Diaz unfold his fucking.
All right,
junk.
there goes Blue Ball. Play some music, guys. Let's end this. She saw Bobby Lee's. She saw Bobby Lee's Peking duck.
You know, this is what your 4th or 5th time on the show, and I think every single time you talked about your butthole.
Not every time.
Not every time. I mean, I don't know. It might be every time, but
If
you
you
definitely,
think-
you're very sexual on stage.
I am who I am.
Yeah, you're a sexual woman. Now, is that true that you
If I can only get laid, though.
Is it true that you masturbated a lot during the quarantine?
Yeah.
Is there really? I knew you were making jokes there, but is there something that you watch, or like I know I don't think women, perhaps maybe it's just a stereotype that I'm not correct about, but
No, I'm pretty good at doing it. I've got it down. But,
do you use your imagination or do you watch stuff?
Now showing Avatar.
Sometimes it's watching something, but there's like a lot of crazy shit on Netflix and wherever now that is straight up porn.
Like what?
This show called, a movie called Love, but it's not the love thing. It's a movie.
Jasper Noe.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, the snort, you know?
Yes.
Jasper Noe.
The opening scene is full porn, and then the whole movie is full porn.
And that's the type of stuff that you like to rub it out to?
No, actually, I was kind of shocked to see that whole thing, that I actually watched the movie. But no, I don't really need visual. I just kind of just need to look at.
And what do
guys.
you do? Do you like use
Any
something
guys.
in particular? You seem like the kind of lady that would have like one of those like big giant vibrators or something like that.
Hitachi.
No,
Jackhammer. Or like a mace from a castle.
No, anything like
Best horse.
A tight pair of pants. The noise of a tight pair of pants, right there.
I'm saying it's not one thing. It's just lots of things.
Right.
But it's mental.
How long does it usually go ahead?
You're from the movie Flubber. From
Flubber?
Yeah.
No.
That's great.
I'll put that on my watch list. Thanks.
Oh, okay. So that's fun. Have you hooked up with anybody during the quarantine?
No, not at all. Are you kidding?
Is that, you say that like that was like a very like over the top answer? Are you being sarcastic?
No. I've been very I've been very isolated. But even before the pandemic, no, I've had a very quiet.
What's wild is that you seem a little bit less crazy than you did before being isolated for 4 months. Isn't that weird? Like the crazy people are getting normal and the normal people are going crazy.
Oh no, I'm still pretty nuts. But
like, what's one of the craziest things about you? Since I've gotten you to admit that you're nuts. Go ahead.
That as sexual as I may sound, I haven't had sex in a very, very long time.
How long are we talking?
Years.
How many years?
5.
5 years.
Is there a reason? Is there something that you're ashamed of?
No, I just I get to know people and they laugh at my jokes and the other things coming out of my mouth. And they're like, I could never put my dick in that thing. Did you hear the things that come out of her mouth?
You don't talk to many comedians, do you?
Yeah.
Well, I just started to, but still, like, yeah, I'm not getting it. I'm not getting approached to do whatever. My eHarmony account went dry because there was no one like compatible within so many miles, and like, I don't just think.
Have you heard of something called Tinder?
No. Yes, I have, and no, I am not on that. Thank you.
You have Wi-Fi?
Just some advice.
I do have Wi-Fi.
Okay.
But no, I just, yeah.
5 years. Have you been on dates? Like, when's the last date you went on? Did a guy take you to dinner at all?
Well, I go out with friends. Like, but we're friends. I friend zone people because, you know, like I walk into a room, like I smell sausage. It's like that's the what my.
Have you ever seen the movie Snake Eyes with Nicolas Cage?
It's a good movie.
I have.
Great film.
Okay.
All right.
That works.
Thanks.
That works sparingly. That type of like record.
What do you mean? Nicolas Cage movies?
Yeah.
Okay. 8mm?
Yeah.
Great film.
Face Off.
American Treasure. National. Never mind.
Snort.
Look, we just got Forrest Gump, okay?
Snort. Not only did you say the wrong movie, but you had no accent whatsoever.
I've been learning English today. Do they call it American Treasure where you're from? Yes. It's called it. You have to say it like that. American Treasure. It's like, what do you pay attention of how you sound? American Treasure.
Snark is the guy that's on the operation box.
Okay, so
right?
Jesus, blue ball, you're out of control.
That's pretty good.
Coming from a box that has been operated on.
Okay.
Anyway,
American Treasure.
So what do you like to do? You've been isolated. How do you fill the time when you're not?
I actually have been working on all my videos to submit one for you. Like, my whole passion has been writing, and I'm really just, I feel like I'm coming into my own. Like, I'm not wearing a diaper tonight.
Oh, that's
like,
right.
right.
You're wearing a diaper pre-quarantine.
Right?
How could I forget
And then
that?
I said I had a fans only account selling my diapers, and you're like, only fans and whatever.
Wait, why does she wear a diaper again?
I can't remember.
Because that's like that's a big question.
It's the nervous thing, where like I have stage fright, and I think I don't know if I don't have it, but right now with no one really in here, I'm okay with myself. It's really weird.
Have you had a kid? Do you have a kid?
Not that I'm aware of. Yeah.
Well, Blue Ball, you are, as Snorg would say, an American treasure. I'm glad that you signed up tonight. It's always a pleasure to have you on. You're very different. You're a wild, wild spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the comedy stylings of Blue Ball. Blue Ball, forget about me. Blue Ball. All right, time for a regular, everybody. This young man, great joke writer, unbelievable roaster. I love him. He's my brother from another mother. The thriller in my Manila, the rumble in the jungle. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only David Lucas.
Yeah, what's up, y'all? Oh, damn, thanks, white women are pissing me off. Y'all ain't fooling me marching with Black Lives Matter. Y'all hoes just want some shit to complain about. White women are saying that calling them Karen is the same thing as calling them a nigga. Like, bitch, get the fuck out of here. Did somebody spray you with a fire hose while yelling Karen? Did a nigga chase you down the street with a German Shepherd while yelling Karen? I protested in one protest during the Black Lives Matter. I didn't protest like in the hoods and shit. Like, I protested in the suburbs with some niggas that had shit to lose. Like, I protested with some doctors and lawyers. I'm like, oh yeah, y'all got jobs. I can protest with y'all.
But I saw a white girl so thick during the Black Lives Matter protest that I started chanting all lives matter. Man, this bitch fine as fuck.
Hell yeah, David Lucas, I love it. David Lucas.
Yeah. Play that funky music, white boys.
Yeah, they just did. I love it. White women, Black Lives Matter. White women, Karen, and Those are my notes from that. So.
Yeah. I'm about to fucking make that shit like 5-6 minutes.
Hell yeah. Stretch it out just like you would a white woman.
Yeah, you already know, Tony. Because you're a white woman.
That's right. That's me. That's me. I'm actually the white woman that.
After 12 o'clock, Tony loses his facial hair. Y'all niggas just don't know.
That's true. That is absolutely true. A lot of people don't know this, but David Lucas actually looted my home during the time.
I stole a dildo in a case.
I seriously want that cape back when you get it.
Tony's car smelled like rubber bands.
Why would my car smell like rubber bands?
Because it's latex, baby.
Oh yeah. No, that's true.
Yeah, you gay Arctic fox looking motherfucker.
That's me. I'm a gay Arctic fox, and you are a straight giant black man.
Yeah. You look like a mechanic that only worked on Priuses.
That's actually. That's actually one of the things that I've been doing to supplement my income.
An electric car specialist.
Yeah, I also work on electric motorcycles. I give a Red Band a little tune-up.
Oh, no, bro, that shit, nigga, when I see that, because I saw Red Band post that he won like 15 miles. And then today, when I saw that shit was electric, nigga, I was laughing so hard.
Oh, I know, trust me.
I don't know why you guys think I'm like trying to pull a fast one on.
It's so
From
funny.
day one, I said I'm getting an e-bike. It's fucking cool.
I saw that too, Brian. If it makes you feel better, I haven't joked about it, but I did screenshot it when you posted your trail of electric bicycling, like you're actually exercising.
You guys just need to come over and fucking get on it.
That's like
it's
me,
just about having fun. I don't know why you
That's
guys
like me tracking where I went in my Corvette, being like, went for a 20-mile jog today in my Corvette.
Red Band bicycle cut off when you go in people.
Wow, Tony ran 130 miles an hour down the 10 freeway.
Red Band, you should get a dirt bike, bro. That's more manly.
It's not more manly. My shit's faster than that.
Every bike with Red Band on, it's a dirt bike.
It has instant torque. You know, it doesn't have like the gears like that. It's like a Tesla.
You just want to have a reason to plug some shit up so you can get some food.
He has an instant torque to get his instant pork. That's hilarious. You ever ride an electric bicycle?
No, nigga, I'm straight.
No, come on. That's not a gay.
There's a way
We make everything gay.
Everything I do is gas until they run out of fossil fuels.
Wow.
I lied. I did used to have a hybrid i3 BMW.
Oh, okay.
But the motherfucker only went like 110 miles. So it was a great car, a lot of room.
That's the one that has like the weird wood.
Yeah,
Yeah, that thing sucks.
Do cars go slower because you're in them? Like they can't hit the max speed because you have the weight of like a small family.
Oh, okay.
A small, like Mexican family.
You make dogs start urinating.
I make dogs urinate.
Yeah, when you walk in the house.
This is what it's come to. This is why you don't see another show where the same two people roast each other for 74 episodes in a row. You make dogs urinate. This would literally be the final episode of Roast Battle if this was that show. They'd be like, well, that's it. And exec would be like, oh, they've run out. David Lucas said, Tony makes dogs urinate.
That's funny though, right?
No, it's actually true. I actually go to the dog park sometimes. I'm like the dog. You've heard of the dog whisperer? I'm the dog pisper.
You're the dog tickler.
Yeah, I go up and I start tickling the dogs.
You do look like you communicate with squirrels though.
I do. We both love putting nuts in our mouths. So
for the winter time.
Yeah, and we both love climbing trees and staring at guys from above. See, I can make gay jokes about me too.
Man, that motherfucker's defense is 100.
That's it.
How you gonna joke it when he give you the joke?
That's it. I'm like the Tennessee Titans on Madden, except the only Titan on me is my butthole. It's Titan.
Hey, Titan.
That motherfucker's loosey goosey.
That's right. So David, what else has been happening? What do you got going on in your life?
Shit, ain't shit happened since last week, dog. Same old slow motion. I went to the beach today to fucking write, dog. That shit was.
Okay, you washed up on shore.
If you don't get your starfish booty hole looking ass up out of here, bro.
You went to the beach to go right. So what did you do? Did you walk on the sand?
Yeah.
Was it quicksand? Did you start sinking like the horse in the Never-Ending Story, Falcor?
Oh, that's really sad. Grandma said nothing's quick with him.
Oh. Hey man, if you don't get your deceased Chris Cornell looking ass up out of here, bro.
Yeah. People often tell me I look like deceased Chris Cornell. Anyway. But you know a lot about Black Hole Suns.
That's actually one of my favorite songs, bro.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So you went to the beach. What happened at the beach?
I just chilled, sunbathe, get a tan, trying to get darker. It wrote, bro.
Does that work?
For black people?
Yeah.
I don't sunburn, so I just get dark.
I didn't think you got get darker. I thought it would just.
If you suntan, that shit gonna smell like turkey bacon. Get your ass up out of here, bro. Fucking veggie patty smelling ass nigga.
Jesus. That'd be the only sunbathing is the only kind of bathing that Red Band does.
That motherfucker call his dick the Impossible Burger.
Oh my god. What the fuck's that even mean?
Because it's not real meat, but it tastes like real meat.
How do you know how my dick tastes like?
Well, okay.
Chicks be telling me.
Oh.
That girl over there?
You be like, you taste better than Rabbi.
Ooh. Oh, shit. An Asian girl.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, man. This is wild. There's a lot of drama. And I like this. Tonight's episode of Kill Tony is a lot of inside information.
Yeah, bro.
I love your Asian impression, by the way. Can I hear that one more time?
You taste better than Red Band.
Oh my god.
Red Band has spring roll.
Black guys are allowed to do any kind of impression they want, by the way. If I do that, it's racist.
Yeah.
If I go, oh, your dick tastes better than Red Band. Like, I'm like canceled, but they can't cancel a podcast.
They can't cancel a nigga.
Right. That's what I was going to say. If I was allowed to say whatever I wanted, that's what I would have said.
You can say it, I'll just say it.
No, I can't say it. But I will say this, is that you're always fun. We always have a blast. Always fun conversations and great jokes. Ladies and gentlemen, David Lucas.
Yes, sir.
There he goes. On to the next one we go. Hey. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I pulled yet another name out of the bucket. This is this young lady's first time on the show. So here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the comedy stylings of Cece. Here we go. It's time for Cece. Cece.
All right. Hi, guys. My name's Karen. I guess I'll just go. So I think as a nation, like, I'm appalled at how we've been treating, like, sex offenders without knowing the whole story behind it. For instance, I was arrested about a year ago for masturbating, and it wasn't my fault at all. Like, I have a thing where, like, I masturbate in my sleep, so it's like sleepwalking. You can't tell that you're actually doing it. But, like, so, like, for instance, like, if I'm, like, having this dream, like, I don't know, like, I'm kidnapped by ISIS, and, like, they're like, you either need to, like, either way, we're getting head, Of course, I'm going to finger myself, like, I'm only human. So, like, anyway, like, it wasn't my fault I masturbate in my sleep. It also isn't my fault that I, like, fell asleep in church with my eyes open. But, like, it kind of looked worse than it was, So, it's like, I didn't, like, have to do jail time, but I had to do, like, community service. So, like, that Big Brother, Little Brother program, like the Big Sister, Little Sister thing. So
there you go. Absolutely. Cece. That was Cece's time. Hi, Cece.
Hi.
How are you?
A little drunk, to be honest.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, it's so early, too.
Had to sit down. You can't stand up for a couple minutes.
Well, they've had to sit down.
Wow, following in the footsteps of Michael Lair and Kyler Bentley over there. Maybe we can get you a... okay. So Cece, this is your first time on the show.
Mm-hmm.
How long you been on comedy?
I haven't at all.
This is your first time ever performing?
Pretty much, yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
look at that. That's interesting. Is this something you've always wanted to do?
I mean, no, not really. I just I love hearing people laugh, despite laughing.
Were you just running past the comedy store and thought you'd stop in?
Yeah, I was running.
You do have some workout gear on.
Well, because I came straight from jiu-jitsu.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
You do jiu-jitsu. How long have you been doing that for?
About a year.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What level are you at?
Well, so I feel like, I don't know, I've only been doing it a year, right? But I feel like if you can beat a black belt, you should automatically be a black belt.
Have you beaten a black belt?
I have.
Really? In jiu-jitsu?
Yeah.
Or something else?
In jiu-jitsu.
Like Go Fish? How did you beat a black belt?
Was he just wearing a black belt?
Well, I ride a motorcycle.
It's just a businessman outside of the gym.
I ride a motorcycle, so like my legs are super strong.
Really?
Yeah.
He thinks black belts are black people with white belts.
I don't know. Can we maybe,
I don't know any
I don't know if you know this,
jiu-jitsu.
but Snorg here has been doing jujitsu. Would you let her wrap her legs around you and
You
squeeze?
think I'm going to touch another human during a worldwide
Oh, that's
pandemic?
right. I forgot. I'm sorry.
Maybe they could wrestle 6 feet apart.
Yeah, can you guys do? All right.
Wait, what was the move that beat the black belt?
Yeah, that's what I want to
It was
know.
the Go-Go Plata.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's not even an easy move to do.
It's not, but I'm really effective.
That is incredible. And was everybody really impressed at the gym when you did that?
Kind of. They all went, whoa.
Wow.
And it is kind of crazy.
When you made the person tap?
Mhm.
My goodness gracious, that is very impressive.
Thanks.
What else do you do? What else are you into?
I ride motorcycles.
Okay.
They're called electric bikes.
I mean, mine's an actual motorcycle.
Right. Yeah. How long you been riding motorcycles for?
Also about a year.
Do you ever take the area that you traveled and post it online like you exercised?
No, I don't. Yeah.
Again, I did not post it like, hey, I exercised today. I said I went on a fun bike ride today.
Oh, no, but that's what people do on their bicycles. Like you have to say, I went on a fun electric bike ride.
I did. I even posted the link to the motorcycle or the e-bike. Jesus.
It's just funny, man.
It really isn't. I mean, what's funny is, if I was going, hey, I went on, worked out hard today. Look at where I worked out today.
I just picture Red Man sitting at home with his VR set on a chair.
Is this how funny it is when I get mad on the show?
Yeah. You're finally seeing it after hundreds of episodes.
No, I know. That's why I continue to do it.
What is the name of the jiu-jitsu school that you go to?
10th Planet.
No shit. Wait, did you beat Eddie Bravo and did you have a boner?
No, but honestly, like that is kind of like what gives me an advantage. Like
Go ahead.
when they get a boner, like, yeah, they start to get like all like nervous and they start to make mistakes, and I'm like, and then I just
wow. Can you feel them get boners sometimes?
Mm-hmm.
Damn, that's wild. So like you use that to your advantage.
But yeah, because
Wow, that is impressive.
When there's blood going to
which see, that's what happens to me when I do jujitsu with other men. I get boners, and they're all like, "Dude, what the fuck?" And then I choke them out.
No gi, no with your dick.
Yeah.
Which location do you train at?
the one on La Cienega.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Where is that?
Scott
La Cienega and what?
Scott Epstein's.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
yeah. I roll with like Annie Letterman.
I go to Andrew Epstein's gym.
Andrew Epstein.
Or I meant Jeff Epstein. I fucked that up. I read a Prince Andrew article today and got him crossed up there. Jeff Epstein is the famous pedophile.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's at La Cienega near what cross street?
Whitworth or something like that.
Okay, so it's pretty far south.
Yeah, a little past Beverly Center.
That's fun. What else have you been doing during this quarantine?
I finished writing like a bunch of scripts that I've been working on, but like it sucks because like I started writing them all like pre-quarantine and whatever. So like I feel like now I can't do any of them,
Right.
Like,
Yeah, that is a predicament that everybody's in.
Has Eddie Bravo ever trained one of your classes?
no.
So you don't know any of the conspiracy theories like he usually does?
No, what conspiracy theories? Yeah.
There's a lot of them.
I guess he does this thing where he like before a class he'll have like talk with everybody, but it's just him saying his like the most recent conspiracy theory. So all these guys are like, I'm just here for jiu-jitsu. Flat Earth.
Yeah. Alright. Well, that's fun. You have a boyfriend, Cece?
I have a few.
Oh, okay.
Whoa.
Yeah. Well, one in the jitsu, two in the shitsu. You know what I'm saying? Got Mitch on that one. How about you, Jen? You ever do any jujitsu?
I mean, I could if I trained as an actress, but I haven't yet.
What characters do you like to play in acting?
Whatever part I'm given, I can play them all.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Can maybe we can get you to do a little scene maybe with Spencer here? Can you guys do? You guys know your movies. Can you do like a scene out of American Treasure or something like that, or
American Treasure?
maybe Forrest Gump or something. Like you could tell him that you're dying or something like that. You have AIDS.
So I'll be Jenny, not far off.
And you'll be a retard, not far off.
Forrest, what are you doing here?
I came to see you, Jenny.
You know this isn't gonna work, Forrest.
What do you mean?
I'm sick.
What do you mean by sick, Jenny?
I'm sick. I have AIDS.
Okay, all right.
Hey, let this go.
Okay, you guys want to keep going? No, go.
I'm really in this right now.
Forrest?
What is AIDS, Jenny?
Oh, Forrest, you're so dumb. You'll never understand.
Well, could you try to break it down for me? I know I'm not smart like those other guys.
Listen, just go run, Forrest. Get out of here. Run, Forrest.
You want me to run?
Run.
Run?
Run, Forrest. Run.
You don't actually have to run. You can just ride on an electric scooter and coast like you ran. Okay. Oh God, that's funny to me. All right, Cece, this was fun. Thank you. You led us into a scene out of one of the great movies, 1994's Pulp Fiction. I mean, Forrest Gump. There you go. There goes Cece, everybody. 1994 Best Film at the Academy Awards. Beating Pulp Fiction. That's why I said that. Confused myself with the 94 thing.
I do kind of think that if you get a black belt, at least maybe 3 times, you should automatically get a black belt.
I think so too. I mean, every other competitive
or that black belt
martial
goes
art,
backwards.
right?
Yeah.
I think that seems fair. I mean, if you're boxing or in pro wrestling and you go against someone with a fucking belt and you beat them, you get their belt. I think you should get a black belt.
I do too. I'll talk to Eddie about it.
There you go. Gonna put in a good word.
We might have to meet you.
Absolutely. All right. Round and round we go. Back to the bucket. There's only one person left. I know who this is. This young man was on the show just a couple weeks ago, and he is back. He is a cool dude. Amazing door guy here at the Comedy Store. Great comedian out of beautiful Atlanta, Georgia. Ladies and gentlemen, one of my favorite people to kick it with this year, 2020. One of my favorite new friends of 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, Mitch Burrow is here. Mitch Burrow. Hey, Mitch Burrow. All right. Burrow. Mitch Burrow.
You know, I know I don't look like it, but I fuck sometimes.
The last time I was fucking a chick, she had her dog in the room, and I was like, "Hey, you gotta get this dog out of here." And she said, "You need to quit being weird." And I was like, "No, you and this dog need to quit being weird. What needs to happen? Because I don't think this is. I'm not the weird one for not wanting this. You have an audience, and I don't like it." And she was like, "No, you gotta stop." I was like, "Look, I know this is weird, and I know it's weird because this isn't a category on Pornhub. That's how I know it's weird. There's a lot of weird shit on there. People are fucking their stepsisters. They're fucking their stepmoms, which, first of all those are very unrealistic. Not a single one of them is named Tammy, so I know that's a real stepmom because that's what mine's name was. And I never wanted to fuck her because she was mean. But that's not what's important. Here's the thing: there's fucking your stepsister. There's fucking your stepmom. You know what's not on there? Fucking your stepsister while the family pet watches you. That's not on there. All right. Hey, can I just say something?
Absolutely.
Jenny, when you're playing Jenny and you go, "Forrest, what are you doing here?" Bitch, you invited him to tell him that he's got a son. Did you ever watch the fucking movie?
It was a character choice, Mitch.
I'm glad you didn't die, by the way.
I found out later that she didn't even. I heard a rumor that she didn't even have AIDS. That she had something else.
It's hepatitis.
Is that true?
Yeah, because this is the 70s. They didn't get AIDS in the
Was it the
70s.
70s? I thought it was the
Also,
80s.
she wasn't a gay man, so like it wasn't like at that time. That's the
But
only
she was a heroin addict.
Yeah, and they were just trying to scare everyone.
Dirty dealer.
It didn't get over there at that point yet. This is still very early in the AIDS. It was hepatitis.
Where I am from, we still haven't got the names.
Is that true?
Yes, as far as I know.
Frogtown? That's just crazy, dog.
Never a case of AIDS in Frogtown. You been to Frogtown before, Snort?
Once or twice. I would say that it is an American treasure.
Frogtown, baby.
Oh yeah. You go to Frogtown a lot?
Oh yeah, dude. I love fucking drugs and shit.
That's right. When you're not in Hogtown, you go to Frogtown.
Mexican skateboarders. That's what they got in Frogtown. I know one of them.
Yeah, people in Frogtown are very proud to be from Frogtown. It's one of those places with a lot of pride.
It's like the South. You know, they shouldn't be, but they are.
Right. You know, people from Young.
Do you guys have a Confederate flag in Frogtown?
Do you, Snort? You've been there but once or twice or 3 times. You seem
I
very.
don't know if this is the right time to say, but
You seem mad about.
I have AIDS.
Oh yeah.
Actually, it's just hepatitis.
Mitch, is that true that you had sex with a girl and her dog was in the room? What kind of dog?
What part of that don't you believe, Tony?
No, I believe it. I believe it.
Yeah.
But I also believe the kind of girls you have sex with, they probably only have one room. I feel like this was probably a studio apartment. And she's like, "What room would you like the dog to go into?"
It was a shared apartment. She had a roommate, and I was like, put it in the roommate's room or something. It was like a little retarded dog.
Oh. What kind of?
Well, I mean, it was blind. I don't really know if that's retarded.
It was blind.
But
what does that word mean?
Oh, it's still Forrest over here.
Just not right. Special. When you see that dog, you go, "Oh, bless its heart." You know, it's like one of them kind of dogs.
You should.
Oh, that dog, that dog's special.
You should bless its eyes. This blind, ugly, fucking dumbass dog. I hate it. I hate it.
Someone said that if the dog was blind, why get it out of the room?
Yeah. Yeah. What are you afraid
That's
it's
actually
going
a
to
good
see?
point there.
Because its sense of smell is facial.
Mitch is afraid that blind dog's going to find his fucking little duty hole, huh?
You know, you swooped Jenny up at the right time. She and I were about to start a real big podcast together.
Oh, she was going to go from Forrest Gump to Forrest Gump.
How long were you sitting on that night? That was pretty good.
You really believe that life is like a box of chocolates? You want to eat it up.
Everything that it has to offer.
Yeah. Except for the running part. You have nothing in common with Forrest on that.
I ran today.
Yeah?
Yeah, I raced an 11-year-old.
Really?
And I won the first half, but he got me on the way back.
Wow. Was he blind too?
No, he just wasn't fat, and it really worked in his favor.
Yeah. An 11-year-old. Well, how'd you race an 11-year-old? How does that even begin?
Another door guy, used to be a door guy here, Feng Chow.
Yeah.
His son is visiting.
Okay.
And I was hanging out with him at the beach today, completely unrelated to David Lucas.
Wow, all the door guys were at the beach today. They didn't even know it.
I like to go on Tuesdays because the meteorological society's out there checking the tides, so I just run out there and I fuck it up for them.
Wow. Yeah, when you hear that the meteorologist is out there, you think that's a guy that specializes in meat.
See, I tried to beat you to a fat joke, and you just jumped on.
No, he has tons and tons of them.
Yeah, just like you do. Just like you.
So yeah, well, I challenged you to a race.
That's
and
great.
it was just too far.
And just like your alcohol problem, he caught up with you eventually.
I don't have an alcohol problem. What are you talking about?
I love it, Mitch. So that's great. You were hanging out with Feng Chow. He's a legend. He's been on the show numerous times.
Good guy.
Chinese warrior. I did a weekend with him in La Jolla as everything closed down. Got to make fun of him. So I did.
He taught me how to say "I miss you" in Chinese.
Oh yeah? How does that? What is that? Oh shit!
I think Brian just reversed the tape.
That's real.
I believe that. Damn. Oh my goodness. Every time you do that, there is a gong.
You guys remember that movie, the ones with what's happening in Hot Stuff? 16 Candles. That does not hold up very well. I just watched it the other day, and there's a part where you're like, who's that creepy person at our house? We need to wash the sheets after he sleeps there. Yeah, you're just talking about a Chinese guy.
Oh,
you know what's fucked up? I lived in Japan for 3 years, can speak some Japanese, and can do a great Japanese impression, and not allowed to do it. It's very accurate, but I'm not allowed to.
Why are you allowed to do it?
Because you can't do Asian accents. Arigato. It's arigato. Arigato. Arigato gozaimasu. But so the thing with the Japanese, they use a lot of sounds when they're talking. You know, they're very expressive. So sugoi means great, right? Or mukatsuku. That means I'm angry. But you wouldn't just say mukatsuku. You go, oh, mukatsuku. And that would be I'm very angry. But then people would hear me do that, and they'd be like, why are you making fun of anime right now?
That's why Japanese porn's the best, because they make all the extra moaning sounds when they're like, oh.
Even when I was over there, fucking Japanese chicks couldn't watch the porn.
Right.
Why? Because the real Japanese chicks don't act like you're murdering them during the process. It's
They can't cancel anything anymore, guys. You can do this all day. You can all jump in. None of you are getting it.
We've already dreams are over. We were canceled 2 months ago. But if you ever want to fuck a Japanese chick, you just go up to her and you say yadi tai. That means I want to fuck.
Yadi.
Don't do that, Rothschild.
Yadi tai.
Yadi tai. Yadi tai. And if you want to sweeten it up a little bit, anato wa kirei. That means you're very beautiful. Yadi tai. Anato wa kirei. Perfect. Dude, if I was a Japanese chick, I'd be fucking you right now.
Wow. That's awesome. Oh, wait. Where are you going? Okay. This is what we call the climax of the episode. Mitch, anything else happening fun in your world this week?
Jeep broke down on the way here.
Oh, shit. How'd that happen? What went wrong there?
Just exceeded the wake of pass.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
No, it's overheating or something. I like.
It's overeating? That's crazy.
I need it's overheating. I got tight. No, I mean I can't. What are you talking about? Come on, that was too good.
That was a Jeep shot. Overheating.
So I need like a thermostat or a water pump.
Thermostat.
I need a thermostat, preferably with gravy in it.
There's got to be a part on the Jeep that I can name it.
What was the other thing? A thermostat or a what?
A water pump.
A water pump?
Or a fucking starter. I don't know. I just named parts of the engine.
Starters, appetizers, whatever.
Hey, I'll do it. Joe Berg! Joe Berg!
I love it.
That was a good one.
Yeah. You fix your car. Did you think about using the defibrillators that you have on the back seat?
That's not how you jump it off.
Weird.
No, but I'm probably going to work on it tomorrow.
That's not how you jump either. All right.
People can subscribe to my YouTube channel to see me work on a Jeep.
Okay. What's your YouTube channel?
It's just Mitch Burrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
MITCHBUROW.
Yep, that's it.
And on social media, you are?
Everything, Mitch Burrow.
Everything's all one word, Mitch Burrow.
TikTok, I'll give you a personalized horoscope reading. So, follow me on there.
Okay.
The redneck astrologist.
Hell yeah. Absolutely. Go on his TikTok. He has, that's a successful thing you have going on, the redneck astrologist.
It's pretty good, yeah. It's doing all right.
Absolutely. All right, man. Well, fun times, Mitch. Always a pleasure.
I'm sorry. I'm just very distracted.
I know.
I feel like, were you just sitting on something?
What?
Did you have another way to call me fat? I feel like there was another.
Yeah, but let's just move on.
No,
You're
come
an
on,
American
Snort.
treasure.
Come on, Snort. Do it. I want to hear it.
Honestly, I had nothing.
What kind of Jeep do you have? A Wrangler?
Yeah, it's a 1998 TJ.
Oh, okay.
It's the last model that had the 4.06 liter. It's the best one, as long as it's running.
Okay.
Yeah.
What does TJ stand for?
The Jeep.
Oh, that's it?
I don't know.
It almost says Trader Joe's.
So you had to see. You think I go to Trader Joe's?
You have the jacket. You have the jacket of the president of Trader Joe's.
Yes. I was really hoping you could take it the whole time without.
I don't be the president. I'm also a member.
I mean, I was going to give you some real Jeep knowledge.
Yeah.
The first Jeep after the military was called a CJ, which stood for civilian Jeep.
Uh-huh.
Then you had a YJ. People didn't like it. Then they moved to the TJ, and then they just keep adding letters.
And now you love the PB and J, right? Shit. Oh shit.
Hey, you ever put that marshmallow?
You know it's bad when you hear David Lucas cackling at fat jokes in the corner.
You ever put that marshmallow puff on a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Look, I know what this is doing right now. I get it, but that shit is delicious. It is not.
Oh, Red Band,
You ever ate a s'more?
I just don't like marshmallow. Mixing that with peanut butter and jelly seems out of control.
It's
like I'm eating myself.
Wait, was that regular Red Band or me? Oh, okay. Yeah, that was great, dude. Good shit.
All right. Fun times, Mitch Burrow.
Had a great time.
There he goes, the great Mitch Burrow, everybody. There goes Mitch Burrow. That was Mitch Burrow. There goes Mitch Burrow. Mitch Burrow, Mitch Burrow, Mitch Burrow, Mitch Burrow, Mitch Burrow, Mitch Burrow. All right. We've come to that part of the night, ladies and gentlemen. This young man, very controversial figure on the show. People either love him or hate him. So he's been winning a lot of people over lately, and he's also lost some people lately. He is a polarizing figure. And with no further ado, I get to the Big Red Machine, William Lights Out Montgomery. Here we go. Here he is.
What's up? They call me William Lights Out Montgomery. That's because I have hepatitis C. I think Victoria's Secret was that its founder gave $1 billion to Jeffrey Epstein for no obvious reason. I don't know if y'all have ever seen Michel Jourdan play. He's that French basketball player. Wait, is this fucking Pizza Hut or Domino's? That's what I like to say when I call it Papa John's. I only watch porn for the nostalgia. Man, really hard to repeat my set from last night. I killed it last night. I feel like last night was probably my best set I've had. It sort of bothered me. Y'all were shitting on me all night. I've had all day to really dwell on that, and I think we need to talk about that. It really make the fucking sound.
There you go. There's a minute from William Lights Out Montgomery.
Make the fucking sound.
William Montgomery.
Make the fucking sound.
William Montgomery.
What happened last week? Oh, the elephant noise.
Last week, William, is what you're talking about. You keep saying last night. You mean last week.
Last week.
Yep. What
probably was my best set.
Well, you were on quadruple Kill Tony probation for the first time ever with the management, the cast, the crew, who you have been both physically and
you didn't tell me it was the crew as well.
Yeah, David Deary.
What do you mean the crew? David Deary, I hate that fucking.
Why? Why do you hate him? He's a nice guy.
I tried to kiss him the other night and he didn't reciprocate.
I know, you're not supposed to do things like that during this global pandemic.
I love that guy. Y'all seen David Deary recently? Look at his fucking pussy ass.
His actual problem.
Look at how he's fucking sitting, just like a bitch.
Oh my god.
You would sit like that, David Deary. You piece of shit.
David is.
Why didn't you kiss me last week?
No one wants to be near you.
Dude, I'm sick. Okay, we get it. Everybody gets it. Y'all are in for a treat. The cameraman, this is my showtime at the Apollo. The set to get on showtime at the Apollo. Really excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
Your Pizza Domino's Papa John's joke was great. Is that true? Do you do that sometimes?
It is. I hate the new Shack pizza. He claims it's an extra large. It happens to be just a large.
What?
Same amount of pepperonis, same amount of cheese. $1 goes to some bullshit charity for black kids. I'm not buying it. But I am calling up Papa John's, asking, hey, what is this, Pizza Hut? Or Domino's? Have y'all had the cheese bread from Domino's? That is to die for. Jeremiah, looks like you have. What's up with your hair tonight, dude? Spencer, what's up? What's up with your hair?
Just been growing out. It's kind of
love it. It looks pretty.
Thanks.
Red Band, what's up with the hood over your head? What's going on? Because you fucked up last night on the AP? Last week on the AP? Why isn't it on YouTube? That was my best set.
It is on YouTube now.
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah, last week's episode is now on YouTube.
Cool. Perfect.
Another fun fact about last week's episode is that afterwards on that Monday night, my sleep schedule's actually evolved.
Hey, Michael, quit laughing like that. You know I hate your girlfriend.
William, over here. So my sleep schedule's evolved a little bit during this pandemic, and I was actually asleep by about just a touch before 1 a.m. last Monday.
And I called you.
And
you didn't answer.
And yeah, that is true. My phone, I forgot to turn the ringer off. Very rarely do I.
What is your ringer, by the way?
It's the song "Money" from Pink Floyd.
I love that. I thought that was Joe Walsh. It's Pink Floyd.
Oh Jesus. Okay.
I thought that was a Joe Walsh song.
Anyway, why were you calling me last week at 1:57 a.m.? By the way,
I wanted to tell you this has been such a nice ride, but after y'all paraded, yeah, thanks, Red Man. That really adds to it.
Keep going.
I just wanted to, if I could have gotten you on the phone, I would have said, Tony, this has been so sweet, so nice. But after tonight, I've had enough to some extent.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's exactly why I ignored the call. Look at you now. You're back like just a little bitch.
And my eyes are yellow.
You do have some Michael Jordan-esque eyes. Have you seen a doctor about this?
Jeremiah told me to say that when Jeremiah, that went well. Thank you. Spencer, that was, you told me, you were like, hey, tell everybody your eyes are yellow.
These guys all work at movie theaters, William. You ever do anything weird when you go to movie theaters? You ever sneak any food in there yourself?
I made out with a black chick in one.
Oh yeah? What movie did you do that at?
Anaconda.
Whoa. All right.
You know, I actually talked to him last week after the show at 2 a.m.
Oh, really? He called you?
No, I was playing virtual reality, and somehow he entered my...
Yeah, if y'all haven't watched Red Band's virtual reality, start watching it. It's to die for. It's a wonderful thing to watch. Red Band, what are you doing on there, dude? Virtual reality? What do you talk about on that thing? Get off of it. Get off of it. People are tired of it. I, for one, am tired of it. Get off of VR. Are you fucking with me?
That is the weirdest mask.
I know,
You have,
it's like in his
hole.
mouth.
It really moves. When you move your mouth, it moves too.
Yeah, thanks. It cost $100.
Where'd you buy it from?
Kmart.
Why?
What do you mean? There's one left.
What?
I support small businesses.
Why have you been so angry lately? Like the last couple of months, your whole set, everything has been just.
You're really gonna call me out on that? I told you what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What happened?
My dog died 2 weeks ago.
How did it die?
His name was Scooby Doo. I accidentally fed him poison.
What kind of poison did you feed him?
I injected a T-bone steak with a bunch of Clorox bleach.
Why'd you do that?
I was looking up YouTube videos and I did it and I left it on the floor.
Well, what kind of YouTube video suggested that you put Clorox bleach into a T-bone and feed it to your dog? What was the video?
It was a video. Spencer, get my back on.
You want Spencer to get your back?
Get my back on this one.
Spencer? Do you know William?
Yeah, he sometimes goes to my Blockbuster.
Oh.
I love that I go Blockbuster. Yeah. Do you remember when he kissed 2 weeks ago?
Do you remember that, Spencer?
I mean, off of the security camera and off the record.
Yeah. Off the record.
Yeah.
If you guys kiss, that's fucked up because Spencer's 15.
Whoa, William, another fucking comedian.
That is the main song of the Anaconda. You did that one well.
Red Van got tired of all the bike jokes, so he pulled up a song.
Good job, Red Van. Do I have your attention?
Okay, all right, everybody. Everybody relax. William.
Mr. Big Soundboard, man.
Chill out. Okay, guys, settle down over here.
Yeah, stop.
Go from misses to miss. All right.
Go to misses from this. She's a breaking and drowning slowly.
Keep going, William.
Oh, nowhere. She's a breaking and drowning slowly. 6 of the song, day after Christmas.
American.
Yeah, that's a sad deal.
It's about an abortion.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Really?
Yeah, it's a sad deal.
Yeah.
So, are you going to get how was your test?
Am I going to get a tattoo?
Yes, last week. How was your test that you took last Wednesday? How did that go?
I have strep throat.
Oh, that's good. It's a good time to have strep throat, actually. Much better to have strep throat than
Luckily, I don't have adenoids anymore.
How's the spot on your belly? Can we get an update on that? Can we see what's going on there? Let's see. It's being blocked by a shadow right now. Can you? Where is it?
It's gone. It's a Christmas miracle.
It looks like his belly button's waxing and waning right now.
Was that a moon joke?
Yeah, I just learned about it.
Is that a fucking moon joke?
Yeah, it is, William.
What's wrong with my belly button?
It's a giant as a moon.
That's a giant as a moon.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
It does sort of look like. Can you lift up your shirt one more time, David? Can you get in there again? That does look like the part of the Death Star where like ships fly into.
Yeah.
It looks like Darth Vader flies his ship into that.
Hey y'all, what are we doing? Why are we flying into this? Oh,
Also looks like the garbage dumpster where that snake creature is. You know,
Oh yeah,
the compartment.
Yeah,
Swamp
I believe that is the planet Tatooine.
I love some Star Wars.
Where Boba Fett falls into that little hole.
That's it.
Reggie, not really. Not really.
The Sarlacc pit. Yeah.
Sarlacc.
That's it. You have the Sarlacc pit where
That's
your
our
belly
safe
button should be.
Is there anything in your belly button?
Huh?
Is there anything in your belly button right now?
What do you think's in there?
Probably some coffee.
Coffee? What is that, a black reference?
Whoa.
Come on, bitch.
Why don't we see? Maybe. Oh God. That's weird, William. Oh shit. Represent. Oh shit.
What's up, y'all?
You do that when you're out on the streets?
Yeah, I do it at the swimming pools.
What swimming pools?
YMCA.
Oh my God. Do you at least make sure there's no children around when you do it?
Yeah, sometimes.
I'm usually swimming laps, and that's why he's there.
Really?
Huh?
God.
Okay, sometimes it's fun sometimes it's good when an episode just sort of like cruises down, you know, nice and slow, and we get to like, you know, really appreciate all the comedy that happened earlier on in the show. You know what I mean?
Perfect.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the longest tenured regulars in the history of the show, the great William Montgomery, everybody. There he goes. There he goes. This was another episode of the show. He did it again. Fun stuff happening all around the world. Let's check out the drawing from Ryan J. Ebelt. Let's see what happened here tonight with the movie theater crew that sometimes works at a Blockbuster. There we go. Get on up in there, Ryan. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's another movie theater type homage thing. Am I right? Yep, there's the concession stand. I see me. I see William with horns. We have the great fire breathing. Is that Snort? Oh yeah, that's David Lucas. Yep, that makes sense. Cool cat. Everybody, Michael Lair on the tank. I love it. What a crew. Snorg and Jen down below. Spencer up top, slinging concessions. Chroma eating the nacho cheese out of the dispenser.
Go to RyanJEvelt.com, grab a print. He also has a lot of auctions. I just saw a really cool auction of you, the Joker. That, he has going on right now, or he did.
Everything's at RyanJEvelt.com. Go eat a Vito's Pizza. Get your coffee from CavemanCoffeeCo.com. Get your underwear over at Sheath. Hire someone at ZipRecruiter. A bunch of fun things you could do to show support for the show. Your lozenges for nicotine over at Lucy.co.
So good.
So good. So good. I like the cinnamon. Red Band likes the wintergreen. And a bunch of other fun stuff happening. I have a roast master class on my Patreon, Everything Roasting, that you might want to know. Actual tons of content, man. Interviewing Jesse Joyce this week. Just interviewed Sarah Tiana, Benji Aflalo, David Lucas, Donnell Rawlings, Jeff Ross. Fun times. We just talk about making fun of people, so that's exciting. Red Band? You have
yeah, check out my virtual Red Band, and also Brian Holtzman, Dead Air, and of course Brothers in Cursive, which are we doing one last week? Okay, so check that out.
Oh yeah, I have a whole new merch store as well attached to my website, TonyHinchcliffe.com. Brand new shirts drawn up by the McVader. Those are mostly Roastmaster class based. There's also a cute little Hinchcliffe Red Band 2020 shirt there. I like it. Jeremiah Watkins has a new episode of Jeremiah Wonders. I'm sure of that. Tell me about it.
It has Dr. Bill and the Starbucks assistant manager, Aubrey, on that episode.
I thought that was last week's.
episode.
What's this week's? Shanks and Dr. Phil was last week.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What else, Jeremiah? Anything else?
At Jeremiah-Watkins on Venmo. Thanks for the support, guys. And if you're in the Tempe, Arizona area at the end of the month, I'll be doing some shows there the last weekend of the month on Thursday.
There you go. Tempe, Arizona.
Yeah, and if you're on YouTube right now, head over to youtube.com/Jeremiah-Watkins and hit that subscribe button.
There you go. Also hit subscribe for this show if you haven't yet. Jen is actually Jet Ski Jesse Johnson. Quadruple J's tonight. You are Jet Ski Johnson on all platforms. What else, Jet Ski?
That's it, at Jet Ski Johnson. Thanks, guys.
Chroma Chris. It's Chroma Chris. I missed anything tonight, Chroma?
No, just checking out the Baby Boys on Spotify.
That's right, the Baby Boys on Spotify. TheBabyBoys. And then, of course, the great Joel Jimenez was here. Believe it or not, that was scored the entire time. I know, it's shocking. But go ahead, Joel Berg. You have a new episode of Mostly Sorry, which is also your name on all social media platforms.
Right. Yeah, me and David Deary, we are American Treasures.
That's right. I absolutely love it. Are we missing anything? That's pretty much it.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Good night, everybody. Oh, thank you to everybody out on the patio that came tonight to the Comedy Store. We are streaming the show out there.
Thank Charlie from Beatles for the CD.
We'll be back next Monday with another episode of Kill Tony. Live.
Something very much more mundane. Sometimes when you go to those places looking for ghosts, the ghosts are really
Is there, I want to help out the people that are listening tonight and give them a hot tip. Is there a plant or a flower that is particularly attractive to the opposite sex when put in a perfume or other?
Do you mean like if I were to put a perfume on, you would be able to resist me like that?
Is there something like that? One for guys, one for girls.
Gosh, well, a couple of the plants that are most commonly used would be like tuberose.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming live from the world famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get over, Tony.
Yeah, give it up. Yeah, that's a pretty one. Hi, Brian.
Hey, how are you?
Great. How are you?
Been doing a lot of golfing, man. I've seen a lot of photos of you.
Seen a lot. Where are you seeing photos?
On
Instagram. I've been golfing. Yes, I've been golfing a lot. I love it. It's a lot of fun. Sunlight, right around the golf carts, smoking hot, hitting balls.
Go to the trip course.
I've been everywhere.
What's your favorite one?
I've been to a lot of places. I did play Trump. Was it the nicest course that I played on? Yeah. It was a $280 million course that I got a good deal on. But yeah, there's a lot of great places. Yeah, tons of them.
What's your best score?
Good. Good is good. 72. Brian J. Ebelt's series draws every single episode. Some amazing drawings. Posters, every episode on for sale. It's all out there. Brian J. Ebelt. Vito's Pizza. Delicious Vito's Pizza. I've been indulging a lot this week. Yet again, meatballs this week. I think pizza sausage and meatballs. This is golf season. It's good for people that ride electric bicycles too. This is the electric bicycle diet, baked ziti, and pizza. All from Vito's, locations everywhere. I like the Vito's. Speedweed, the great Gino, always joining us, always has our back. Great Betterbox Studios, home to us for many months during the quarantine. And we absolutely love it. Get a candle at davidgoodcandlepro.com. Yeah. Roast Master Class is up and bumping. Patreon.com/HitchQuest. for a bunch of extra Tony talk about making fun of people stuff. Jeremiah is supposed to be going on the road again. He has a bunch of dates that he just keeps announcing and canceling. He's filling in for 14 headliners that don't want the dates, and then he's surprised when he has to cancel them in the end. But he's supposedly going to Raleigh, North Carolina, August 13th to the 15th, and Minneapolis, Minnesota, August 26th to the 29th. What else is going on? Anything crazy? No. You got to get up to get down. We're talking about erectile dysfunction. It isn't always easy to talk about erectile dysfunction. Usually we just brush it off or blame ourselves, saying, like, I think I lost my mojo, or we avoid it altogether with excuses like I had a long day at work, or sorry, honey, I'm just not feeling it, or I think I'm in the men. But with Roman, it is easy to talk about. With a real doctor who can prescribe real medication, it's simple, safe, totally discreet.
Yeah, with Roman, you can get a free online evaluation and ongoing care for ED. All the comfort and privacy of your own home. The doctor will work with you to find the best treatment plan. If medication is appropriate, Roman will ship it to you for free 2-day shipping. The whole process is straightforward and simple and discreet. Getting started is simple. Just go to getroman.com/Tony and complete an online visit.
Erectile dysfunction used to be tough to tackle, but now there's Roman. Complete an online visit today to connect with a doctor and take care of it. Go to roman.com/Tony today. If approved, you'll get $15 off your first order of ED treatment. Wow, $15 off. Get a boner. That's getroman.com/Tony. Getroman.com/Tony. And boy, oh boy, are we excited to announce the return of one of our favorite sponsors. You guys know this, fans of the show. If you're having a rough time getting through lockdowns and social distancing, well then I want to tell you about some of the products from Infinite CBD. You remember Infinite CBD. Infinite CBD is the cleanest, purest CBD available. If you've never heard of CBD, it's derived from them plants and packs all the benefits of marijuana without getting high. And Infinite CBD has a ton of different products that we've used, and they're just great. I rub it all over my body all the time.
Here's some Infinite CBD products. I think can get you through the hard times, Tony. CBD AM Plus, difficulty concentrating while you're working from home. This has CBD plus caffeine for mental clarity. CBD gummies, that's my favorite, with new flavors like sour and full spectrum gummies. Ooh, full spectrum. A lot of people say that, man. If you think you're losing it, these can help you relax. CBD lube, you know, it feels good. You've got time to kill, treat yourself. Actually, that's really, instead of using spit, try it out. CBD lube's amazing.
Put lube on your fucking stump of a dick.
Yeah. If you haven't tried CBD, look it up. There's a lot of research and users reporting benefits like reduced anxiety, reduced inflammation, and more.
So go to infinitecbd.com to see which of their products fits your needs. That's infinitecbd.com, and if you use promo code KILLTONY, you will get 20% off. Once more, that's infinitecbd.com, promo code KILLTONY for 20% off. There we go. Like that voice. You know, we're just gotta get growing sometimes. You know what I mean? I'm just excited about these sponsors. I just love these, everything about them. We're having fun. It's a beautiful Monday. We're live on YouTube. The live streamers are amongst us. You're watching, right? Everything's out there. Okay, let's start tonight's episode then. We have a fun one, I do believe, lined up. You know, we never know that. Sometimes I lie. I say tonight's going to be a fun show, but I don't know what kind of mood the band's in. I don't know who's going to get pulled out of the bucket. I don't know if the regulars might be prepared or whatever. I don't ever know. This is a completely improvised show. Other podcasts, they know what they're going to talk about. They have a big whiteboard and right behind the camera that you never see, in which they talk about the things that they're going to talk about that they plan to talk about all week. Anyway. We do have a band on this show. They commit to being different characters every episode. We never know what they're going to be. Let's find out what they are tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the best named band in the land. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Strolberg, Joel Jimenez, Jetsky, Jesse Johnson, and Chroma Chris. Here we go. Let's see what happens tonight, shall we? Here they come, I'm sure, any moment now. Oh, we know this crew. Oh, wow. Man. Okay, I thought it was newscasters, but now I'm a bit confused. Could be 80s comedians.
Striking a miss.
What is it? Newscasters?
Foul ball.
Oh, it is newscasters.
No, it is not.
It's
Foul is not is when something's going smooth in baseball, Tony.
That's correct. You were a sportscaster calling it foul ball.
There you go. Sportscaster it is. You said newscasters. We do not.
You're
say
all
the news.
sports guys?
Yes.
Okay, well then you're not newscasters, you are sportscasters.
Sports announcers, sportscasters, sports broadcasters, whatever you like to say, Tony. Yes.
Okay. So these are new characters.
No, they debuted about 4 years ago. Very forgettable.
Okay, well welcome back. What's your name?
My name is Eddie Massingale.
Teddy Massingale?
Yes.
Massingale.
Massingile. Massingale.
All right, and who's this here next to you with the massive coat?
Hey, I gotta fit all that muscle in there.
Wow.
My name's Gary Balls.
Gary,
I love sports.
Gary Balls. Welcome, Gary.
Gary used to be very fat.
Oh, okay.
That's why the coat is big.
Who are you?
My name is Forrest. Forrest Dunk.
Forrest Dunk.
Forrest.
Forrest Dunk. Okay.
That is correct.
All right. Why do you have headphones on?
I have to listen to the people giving me the stats in the booth.
Okay. How about you?
Hey, Tony, it is Grand Slam Sam here, coming from you from the sidelines.
Thank you, Green.
There's really not any sports right now, so what have you guys been up to?
Actually, baseball is back in season, actually.
And this just in, NFL canceled their preseason.
Did that really just come in? Oh, yeah, no, I didn't. Preseason. Yep. Okay, we got a bunch of sports guys with us here. I know you guys asked for it, for them to come back, and you got what you wanted, the sports.
This has been 4 years in the making. The story of a comeback, the underdog, the Rocky story.
You know, you look a lot like, maybe I'm wrong because I get them all mixed together. There's a lot of characters, but you look like the 80s comedian that we've had on the show.
That is actually my brother Zippy.
Zippy, and you guys have the same outfit, hair,
Actually,
mustache.
nope, different mustache. Zippy doesn't have a mustache. When you do thousands of characters, they all start to look a little bit alike.
All right. They all look alike to me. Well, welcome, guys. We're going to have fun. We have 4 signups, and we are actually we have 5. So something is going to be left out. A little bit of risk. 5 signups, 4 open slots. So we're going to see what happens.
You get the Sally Jesse Raphael, remember her? The regular.
Oh, there you go. We have Red Band showing his age. Sally Jesse Raphael reference here.
From deep old Hollywood.
Salad dressing Raphael.
Salad dressing Raphael.
David Lucas is in the audience. Roasting already. Salad dressing Raphael. So dumb. Let's get the show started. You know, we started the last few episodes with Michael there, but you know what? Every single time that guy goes up, he proves to be a fucking closer. So we're going to flip it around again. Ladies and gentlemen, kicking off tonight's show, a beloved figure to many, hated by so many more. It's incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, here's William Montgomery.
What's up? First and foremost, I want to give it up for salad dressing Raphael. He is a good friend of my uncle's. I wrote the set after a couple ice houses, let's just call it that, a couple nights ago. You know the difference between cancer and the child? My dad's got it. Who needs Jesus when you've got a metal detector? This is me working at Disney World. Check out the castle over there. I'm coming out with a movie. It's called Spiky Pineapple. How do I hold this thing?
Wow, William Montgomery
Wow.
really.
What was up with that time? Woo!
He really.
Whoa! What happened there?
You left a lot of space for laughter there at the end. You must have thought that spiky pineapple joke was going to really.
I did. Have you recently held a pineapple?
Yes.
They are spiky.
Yeah. Yes, they are.
Yeah, I came out with a movie. It's called Spiny Pineapple. Well, literally, I don't know how to hold the thing.
Why would it be a movie? Why would you make an entire movie out of a spiky pineapple?
Flipper 2.
You know, you can just hold the pineapple with a spiky part away from you.
Perfect. Maybe I won't write that movie.
How much did you write?
200 pages.
200 pages. Wow. Clearly, you wrote something other than jokes this week. I was just wondering exactly what it was. Does your dad have cancer?
He does not. He's cancer-free. 2 years.
So, did he used to have cancer, or he just?
Yeah, he did at one point.
Really?
Pretty much a miracle. And then William moved away. Then I moved away, and his cancer was gone. The doctors didn't know what happened. So it was me moving away.
My goodness gracious. How about the Jesus metal detector joke? Can we talk about this for a second? If you don't need Jesus, if you have a metal detector, can you explain?
Yeah, you don't need Jesus. You've got a metal detector.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, how many times have you been with Jesus? Watching him walk on water. You can't walk on water. You're a fisherman. Jesus is a fisherman.
He's a fisherman. Jesus is a fisherman.
He's a fisherman.
Is he? Was he a
Jesus
fisherman?
is a fisherman.
What passage of the Bible says he's a fisherman?
August 2nd.
Do you know? Ted Massengill?
More of a carpenter, but I think he's coming up with a fisherman because of the 5 loaves of and the 2 fish story in the parable of the Bible.
5 loaves and 2 fish. Are we talking about Red Band's midnight snack last night? We posted some wacky
A meal of biblical proportions. Hallelujah. Yeah, when is Red Band gonna die?
Whoa, William. Red Band. What do
No,
you
I've been
say?
sick of Red Band the past couple weeks.
Why?
I'm definitely not going to die of laughter.
Whoa.
Come on, what does that mean, Red Band?
Because even when we asked you to explain that joke about the metal detector, it still made no sense. So you
What
wrote
do
a
you
joke
mean?
that
That's
an
one of my
audience
best
is going
jokes,
to sit there.
dude.
Audience
That's
is going
one of
to
my
sit there
best
and know what
jokes.
you're talking about.
Okay.
William, back up.
Okay.
All right, let's talk about
I'm sick. I got 104.
Let's talk about another one of your jokes here today. This is me working in Disney World. Hey, check out the castle.
Hey, look at the castle over there.
Did you just
steal that from a 2nd grader?
I don't even think a 2nd grader. Like,
No.
I mean, it's
Look at the castle over there. My point is, Disney World is known for a Cinderella's castle, and I swear to God, if I'm working there, I am gonna be saying, "Hey, y'all look at that castle over there, please." The Cinderella's castle. I've been working for Disney now for 5 fucking years.
No, you work at a storage facility.
Well, I had to resign.
No, you did. Did
I
you?
had to resign.
Did you really?
If anyone has a job, do you have a job, Gino? You got a job for me?
Yeah, nobody's really hiring right
Okay,
now.
okay. Oh,
I literally had tens and tens of people offer you jobs. the
well,
last
now
few
I
years.
finally need one.
You finally need one in the middle of a global pandemic.
In a pandemic, I need a job.
But you didn't accept any of the high-paying jobs that would have changed your life and alleviated your alcoholism when the economy
That
was
was
booming.
several months ago.
Yeah.
The economy's booming. I'm drinking a bunch of alcohol and Sprite bottles. And you're telling me about these jobs, and I greatly apologize. I should have listened to you. I need a job right now.
So what kind of job are you
I'm going to be back in Memphis soon.
You are, without a doubt. So what kind of job are you willing to do? Just so that the listeners out there know, because a lot of the fans of the show, we have ZipRecruiter. There's a lot of people hiring. So my question is this, just so that everybody knows, what's the worst job that
What
you
am I? Yeah, worst
What's-
job I've ever done.
No, William, listen. What's the worst job that you're willing to take right now?
I would say a golf person putt.
A golf person at a putt. Well, you're not getting
That
that
is the
job.
lowest.
You're not getting that job. Putts are closed. Even the putting courses on.
I need a job, Tony.
I know. So
I mean, what will I do?
Yeah. What will you? That's what I'm asking.
Red
you.
Band, are you hiring me? You were saying it the other day.
William Bryant had to get a job at Trader Joe's.
Who's Ryan? Who's Ryan?
Okay, William. What type of job do you think you'd be good at? What would you do at a Petco? Do you know a lot
I
about
work
that?
around the fish.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Okay, so let's do this. I'm a customer. I walk into a Petco. You work at the Petco. Hello, can you help me?
Yeah, what are you looking for? A channel cat? Channel cat. What are you looking for? A channel cat?
What the fuck's a channel cat? I'm a customer here. I was looking for some.
David, why'd you come to say that?
I was looking for some.
Come on, dude.
William, over. There's no like crowd.
Yeah, what happened there? What happened?
William, so I'm at a Petco. I'm a customer. Hi, I'm looking to buy a squirrel. Can you help me?
Yeah, what's your name?
Bob.
Bob, what's your last name?
Jenkins. Bob Jenkins, and I'm here to buy a squirrel. Do you have a squirrel?
What size do you have?
Medium squirrel.
What, 2 feet?
Yes. See, everyone
A
knows.
2-foot squirrel?
Yeah, medium is 2 feet. Everyone knows.
It's
that.
$1,000. A 2-foot fucking squirrel? It's $1,000.
Do you accept cashier's check?
Yeah, cashier's check. I accept cash.
That's
A
it?
2-foot squirrel?
What kind of Petco is this?
Oh!
I'm writing.
It's a 2-foot squirrel. Thanks, Mom.
What is that?
Retail store.
We don't need the background.
Yeah, wait, that's perfect. God, what was that?
I'm writing a script called Pufferfish. How do you hold this thing? Spiky.
It has spikes on it. Exactly. That's what made my joke funny. Holding a pineapple, coming out with a pineapple movie.
Have you been talking with your parents lately?
Yeah.
They care deeply about you. What have they been saying?
520-1534. With the theology question, God, religion, spirituality.
Well, now I'm thinking,
Do you know how to grill? Normally cook
cheeseburgers and stuff.
You do? Do you?
Yeah, like cheeseburgers.
How would you make a cheeseburger? Can you explain?
What do you mean? For like 10 minutes on either side?
Well, no, I don't know about that. See, this is what's. This could be a good idea for you. You could start your own cooking show. Literally tens of thousands of people have been doing it during the quarantine, but I think yours could be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I cook these cheeseburgers with like 10 minutes on either side.
How would you prep the cheeseburgers? Would you just buy them already pattied up?
A lot of onions. A lot of onions, a lot of flowers in the kitchen.
Is there any beef involved?
A lot of beef.
How much onions and how much beef? 2 feet?
2 feet of beef?
Yeah, like the squirrel.
Is this a joke?
William, you could call it Willie Young.
What?
We had a cooking show, you call it Willie Young.
Why? Why would you do that?
Y-U-M.
Yeah, Y-U-M, Young. Willie Yum Yum Yum, is that funnier?
Not
Are you writing jokes for William Montgomery?
Thank you so much for literally my son tonight. It was my girl. I didn't want to say it. Oh, thank you so much. That was gonna be my last house.
You're retiring?
I'm saying tonight I wasn't prepared for my son.
Why do you think that is?
We would now like to hang you from the rafters tonight.
It's as if your brother's
Retiring your drops.
Go and tell him his phone.
Come on.
Is there anything else you want to say before we let
If he
you go?
listens to you, you have gained your brother. But if he does not listen, take one or two others along with you, and every charge may be established by the evidence.
It's a Martin Luther King speech.
Oh.
Refuses to listen to them.
Okay, well, there you go. Whoa! Red Band got his first and only fart sound out of the way tonight, so at least something good came out of this. There goes William Montgomery, everybody. Montgomery, he's the one with red hair, no jokes. Geary. Man, that plant helping us out. Keeping everything nice and clean. Very exciting stuff. All right, pull the name out of the bucket, ladies and gentlemen. I do believe this is this young man's first time on the show. It's going to be exciting to meet someone right now. Show your hands for Dave Sarah, everyone. Dave Sarah, here we go. Dave Sarah.
Thank you.
Dave Sarah.
I probably shouldn't be here right now. While we have lunch with my mom. My mother and I own a puppy mill.
He was approached by a tax collector who wished to be baptized, as many people of different walks of life
so
come up to John the Baptist.
Rescues have been outside their Reds.
12 and 13 says this tax collector is also due to be baptized and said to him, speaking to John, teacher,
So I just did what any good son would do. I
John replied to them,
bought a whip and a lead pipe, and honestly, I'm just gonna help you fucking turn them into rescues. I really think that's the easiest way to do it. I'm no expert, but I can get that.
if taxes were somehow
Puppies are so unaggressively dumb and obedient. It's night after night of rises, eating them over the head. You want to kill the damn thing, you just want to.
advice that John the Baptist gave in this case
You know the look.
would not be godly law.
Thank
you. Sarah. Yeah, that was fun. Is any of that true? You guys really have a
No, not true.
Not at all.
That's actually the first joke I ever wrote.
Don't use it as an opportunity to.
Okay, well that's a big difference. That was your first joke you ever wrote. William wrote his jokes on the drive over here. Clearly.
that is
so
the difference.
what a change of pace of his show. Oh, pineapples are spicy. I guess I could say that near the castle. Jesus or metal detector. Okay, that's not finished, but good enough for today. It's words. So Dave, welcome to the show. This is your first time here, correct?
It is.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
In August will be 4 years.
Okay. You're from LA?
Los Angeles.
Born and raised?
Born and
What
raised.
part?
Montebello. It's like
Ooh, Montebello. Lagacuzza, Pafangu.
As a matter of fact, God didn't need
yeah, it's
pay honest taxes to them.
Montebello, your parents. Oh, okay. Montebello's not as nice as that sounds. It sounds like it would be up near like Mendocino and all that, but it's not.
You ever seen Lake
Montebello.
Paris, California?
What?
Lake Paris, California. Sounds really fancy, but it's garbage.
Yeah, you know that. You're our East LA correspondent.
I am actually a white man from Philadelphia. Forrest Dunks.
It's crazy that you're from Philadelphia and your name's Forrest Dunks because those are two Tom Hanks films.
I'm
Philadelphia and Forrest Dunks.
quicker than I thought. Back to you in the studio, Tony.
Dave Sarah, what do you do for a living?
I work for the company that owns Body Glove
Body Glove.
Body Glove is a Lexi company.
Oh, okay.
But if you knew wrong, be afraid.
Yeah, what do you do for them?
I've been processing like order. So basically, Amazon, all their websites.
Okay, so you're still working with the
Yeah, I just got the job in March. Luckily, I only worked in the office for this.
Very smart guy. You look like you have your life together. You look like you drink plenty of water. Am I right? You drink a lot of water? Really? Tell us about that.
Well, here's a funny story. So the night that Ryan Stickle was here, it was one of the nights where they was killed and it's kind of made William on that day. So on that night, I
Wait, I thought that William was a regular before David.
Yeah. You were talking to William about saying
I wasn't really asking.
No, you weren't. No, you were just talking. No,
William doesn't help me with any decisions.
And honestly, it's funny because William fits talking to you, and you're just like,
where did this conversation happen? What were you doing in the back?
Okay, so I actually you called me very last, and I was just trying to smoke.
You really are.
Yeah. There's jokes about
Of course, yeah, we make jokes about people that don't show. So then you were out back, you missed your spot, and then it turns out that you're out back again, eavesdropping on confidential.
He looks kind of like a cop.
You do have cop.
You have cop face. How long have you been impersonating Todd Glass?
Anyway, so yeah, no, I went back there with William, and this is kind of before back there about a year ago.
How do you know when they're strict and when they're not strict? I've been going to the back for 4 years. People just let you back there because they think you like work.
Dealing second.
Yeah, so basically that was actually what I'm going to say. Anyway, but yeah, so I just would basically just walk back there. Just you don't pay. I wouldn't pay attention to anybody.
They stop a lot. You're suspiciously tough looking. That's what started this conversation. So what else is the degenerate like about you? You smoke a lot of pot. What else? Oh, look at this. How did only in 2020 are there fat cocaine addicts?
I know. I wore a sweater. Kind of.
Incredible.
Do you mean Coca-Cola?
What's your living situation?
I live with my brother in Montebello. My brother has so he gets medical. Hopefully, I get some. So that helps us. My parents live about a mile away. We live in the same house that we grew up in. So my parents sometimes. But they're really something. So like they only drop it every once in a while. They couldn't really.
You ever do lines and blows with your parents?
No, of course not.
You ever do lines and blows with schizophrenic?
I have before.
And what kind of caretaker are you?
That's a bad idea.
But this was long before.
Structure that says it's okay not to pay taxes or somehow lie.
So like,
You couldn't tell that he was fucked up at all?
No, we could tell because we know like the condition. I mean, it took like 10 years to get
find that
correct.
this time, which I know.
Like what?
I mean, if you went through a stage where his body was
finding a place where God says that it's okay to not be a part of the society.
Jesus, I mean, I'm friends with Michael Lair. That happens to him all the time. That's not terrible to be around. The body, sporting?
I mean, it looked like he was having an
Well, that's pretty entertaining. Yeah, if you want to smoke some weed, do a couple lines of blow, the next thing you know, your brother's a spider walking backwards at you down the hallway.
Oh, you should have just bought him one of those Jabberwocky masks.
Yes, the Jabberwocky mask. Nobody knows. No one knows what this is.
The internet will. I know exactly what you're talking about, Forrest. Keep up the great work back there. Thank you. Back in with you.
Forrest Young, ladies and gentlemen, back to me in the studio. So Dave, what else about you? What's your love life like? You fool a lot of women with this clean cut image on the outside and then just sloppiness on the inside.
Yeah.
Two people?
So,
White Lotus on Max kicks off the top 3 for the second straight week. Debuting as a 2 spot is the new mystery comedy The Residence on Netflix. And for the second straight week, the new British drama Adolescence on Netflix.
How'd that end? Why did that end? Tell the truth.
So at that time, this was about 4 years ago. Valentine's Day was on Sunday, and Friday I was gone off to work. Well, no, but she was asleep when I got there, and you were good days. Okay, so yeah, I mean, she was asleep. It was Friday night. I got a call from my cousin saying I want to come downtown. I was like, yeah, no, I'm just gonna wake her up. So I did.
You went.
No, I did not go. I didn't wake her up. I decided not to go. Okay. Drink whatever. So, and like my ex at the time, she was
Okay. So you woke up. She woke up the next day. You guys wake up Saturday morning. Saturday morning. Scott, you didn't even wake me up last night.
No.
Yeah. Well, my buddy invited me for a drink. Like, you could have gone in that drink. So it's fucking wake me up, and then you broke up because of that.
Well, no. What happened was I said, "Oh yeah, my cousin called me. He said, want to go down to drinks." And I said, "No, I'm not." And she got mad at me. She's like, "Yeah, listen up. We're going to do on Netflix Monday.
Why'd you do that?
I just looked up. She was situated.
I can't picture you being mad when you do it without even thinking about it. Because you really get mad and show us.
Red Sox, as well as a new episode of My Guest Needs No
Wow,
Introduction.
this is like gay Tony Soprano. This is exciting. I've always wondered what gay Tony Soprano would be like. Woke up this girl from Saturday.
Hey,
bro, schizophrenic brother. You ever give compassionate masturbation to your schizophrenic brother? Have you ever heard of that before?
That's a scary concept. No, I've caught him masturbating a couple of times.
You ever? What you do when you caught him?
Nothing. I just
Pass the harder. Come on, finish already.
We call that an assist.
There you go. That's on character, funny in the moment. There you go. Good timing on that. Force dunks. Back.
He's hitting up.
Dave, anything else we need to know about you before we let you go?
That's gonna be it, I think. Yeah.
Fun times, good jokes. I think with an audience, that puppy mill thing about abused dogs, smart, funny approach.
At first, it was kind of a little touchy.
Yeah,
you know,
at first,
anytime
I
you're
was very
hurting.
nervous. I mean, I've been on the belly for a year.
Explosive. There you go. Stage Sarah, everybody. I get knocked down. I get up again. Okay. There's another young man. Ladies and gentlemen, Zach Bogus is next on Kill Tony. Hey, man, was a good friend of mine. I never understood. Here he is, Zach Bogus.
This Sunday is Sunday right here. Answering your questions about things that matter in life and the afterlife. I encourage people to bring the phone or the question or my situation question anywhere in the U.S. Dial 800-530-1534. That's 800-530-1534.
I lost my emails. I miss them so much.
It's not fun to think about in Texas.
I consider myself a pretty open sexually guy.
Raise your fist.
I talk just about everything, except for the war days. And here they all have PTSD.
Bled dry. But God does tell you in Scripture that taxes are important. God does tell you in Scripture that it's important for you to pay taxes.
I'm a cancer survivor.
God says that if
I dated one
you
girl
start 2 through 7 and you're not paying taxes,
cancer.
rebelling against the very
There you go, Zach Bogan. Was a bullfrog. Was a good friend of mine. Hey, I never understood a single word he said, but I felt in his wine. Yeah. Step back from that ledge. From that friend. All right, Zach Bogan.
Pharisees tried to trap me.
The best part of that song, by the way, is the second verse.
If I was the king of the world, tell you what I do. We don't give a fuck anymore here on Phil Tony, everybody. We are talking about a song right now.
And big sweet love to you.
All right. Very good. We're losing our mind.
You know I love the lady.
Yeah.
You love to have
me
some
too.
fun.
Turn the missus to a miss and I love my wife.
And a straight shoot son
We
of a
just
gun.
work. We just work. All right. Zach Bogus, welcome to the show. Is this your first time on, or have you been on before?
No, it's my first time.
Welcome to There you go. Those dreams are coming true. A lot of people have signed up many times and never had a chance to get on. Welcome, and welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up? This is my second time ever doing stand-up, and you signed up tens of times?
I have, yes.
How come you didn't go to any other mics or anything? Where'd you work? Oh, nice. Malibu has great restaurants. Which restaurants?
Paradise Cove.
Oh, I love Paradise Cove.
Yeah,
Big fan of Paradise Cove.
Is Paradise Cove the one with the deck outside with the seagulls that come up and
Yeah.
it's like fish like fire? Yeah. The seagulls definitely attack. Saw a lady lose a whole glass of red wine.
There's all those trailers, like a trailer park right in front of it. And that's where I think Woody Harrelson or somebody weird like that works.
Woody Harrelson, another Buckeye from Columbus, Ohio.
I've seen Nick Nolte at Paradise Cove.
Really?
Yep.
What were you doing at Paradise Cove? They have a Groupon or something like that?
I go there once every 9 years. I'm the poor one on the show. Venmo at Jeremiah-Watkins. I'm a little bitch boy. Hello. This is what Tony wants from me. Coming right ahead. Hello.
Wait, I
Not
thought,
you.
how's that your Venmo? I thought you were Teddy Massengill.
It's a charitable donation for orphans that I know. At Jeremiah-Watkins, the little bitch.
Oh, is the little bitch a part of it?
No, parentheses. Write the little bitch in the description when you're paying him $20. Look up his song, I Need You on YouTube. It has 3,000 views. Back to you, Tony.
Okay, Zach. So you've only done stand-up twice. When was your first time doing stand-up?
It's at the beginning of March.
Okay. This March? Okay. Heck yeah. How long have you lived in LA? Where are you from?
New York.
Upstate New York? Oh, very nice. What made you move to Los Angeles?
It can't just be one day of protest, but I know there's Democrats from folks who are out.
How long have you lived there? 7 years. That's great. Moved out when you were 18. That's awesome. How'd you end up making that move? Saving money or something?
Yeah. They needed help cashing in on a large prize. The woman's daughter says she had persuaded her mother to bring the money to the car so they could go pick up the money and split it.
Oh, you got a mom out here. That's Yep.
Safe.
What does your mom do?
She works training out barefoot. I run out barefoot.
Close with her?
She says her mother lost about $35,000.
Where does she live?
Do you know where your dad lives?
Where are they at? Brooklyn? Virginia? Your biological dad's in Portland? That is correct.
You're going to want to watch out for some lane closures on the 101 in Silver Lake.
You can feel the Portland energy steaming off of you. Have you ever protested or rioted in any way in your entire life? You ever go to the Occupied Street?
No, I didn't do that.
Like what? What are some of your favorite protests? Yeah. No, I get a little bit of punkabilly. Like, is that the word?
Rockabilly? Get some rockabilly vibes from you? Let's see. You play any instruments? Do you have any special skills or talents?
Yeah, I'm a tattoo artist.
What's your favorite tattoo? Yep. That's an RP there on your elbow? Oh, okay.
Probably eat this.
Help the planet with a tip from iHeartRadio Earth. Spending time outdoors can improve overall health and wellness. Celebrate Earth Day and take advantage of nature's health benefits by visiting a local park.
How about your biggest, most regretful tattoo?
Protect yourself and others to make the outdoors safe and welcoming for people of all affinities and abilities. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips on smarter, sustainable living, or
Can we see it? Is it still there?
It's covered up.
iHeartRadio.com/.
So it looks a lot better now. We got laces off and stuff. But for a while, I had to wear
Stray podcast. It can also be deadly.
How about now during quarantine? What do you do for fun? How do you pass the time? So a lot of listeners are figuring out ways to take piece of information.
yes, better paid than working until the end of this podcast. For a while there,
This week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams. Here's what you've been in your stream on. Starting us off this week is Daredevil Born Again on Disney Plus. That's followed by Yellow Jackets on Paramount Plus with Showtime. In at 8 is the the latest season.
Strike one.
On Prime Video is in
What do you do in the video game?
Extreme drama Paradise on Hulu, falling out of the top 3
Whoa!
to 6 this week.
Oh!
And 5 is Severance on Apple
Whoa!
TV
That
Plus.
come out after the
The
coronavirus?
Studio starring Seth Rogen on Apple TV Plus. In at
No
4,
better time
The
to
White
kill
Lotus on
people
Max
than
kicks
when
off
they're
the top
killing
3 for the second
us.
straight week.
Am I
Debuting at
right?
6 spot is the new mystery
People.
comedy The Residence on Netflix.
No, because of that disease.
And the crowd goes wild.
Zach, you ever been arrested? For what?
Subway.
Oh, look at you, the subway bandit over here.
Kind of badass.
One time I stole a football.
I didn't do anything bad.
How about the other 2 times? Once was a seat on the subway. Once for not paying a toll.
There was a bunch of shit.
Turned into a werewolf. One time I had a woman in the subway.
No, I never remember.
You don't remember the other 2 times you got arrested?
They were all
Wow. That's incredible. Oh, you know what? That actually reminds me of a funny story that my brothers reminded me of this past week when I hung out with them for a quick barbecue. When I first moved to LA, I once took my bicycle down on the train many years ago, 15 years ago. And they tried to give me a ticket for riding the bicycle in the lower area. You're not allowed to do that. And they were like, "You fucking stop!" And then they had to chase me, and they ended up getting me. It was a whole big rigmarole. I'm fucking 140 years old. And they're like, "We're gonna write you a ticket. Give us your ID." I'm like, "I don't have an ID." And they're like, "Okay, well, give us your information." And I immediately realized that I can lie, right? But I'm like halfway through the thing, lying about my information for this ticket. I had already said no need to give me your address, but I was halfway through lying. So I got all the way to, they're like, "What city do you live in?" I'm like, "Burbank." They're like, "What's your zip code?" And I'm like, "Fuck, the only zip code I know in LA is my actual zip code." So I told them 90210. They didn't even fucking blink at it. They were so excited to give me a ticket at work. I know. Fucking train police. You could have lied the whole time, dude. I told them to fuck off. That's where I went. Has anybody ever told you that you look like the Green River killer? Ryan J. Who's that serial killer? BTK. No? Look up, you pull that up real quick. Just for me, just so I can believe it.
From a fish site, but it was like Ryan J. son.
Yeah. So not that picture, but that one. That one over there. No, not that. It doesn't matter. Dennis Rader. Yeah. You have Dennis Rader in. Have you ever thought about killing him? We've had serial. We've actually had a murder on the show before. Same energies as you.
It's funny. He reminds me of First House.
Very, very Clark Kent like. Clark Kent with a touch of rockabilly.
I don't know if there's anybody on the house, but stay around talking about the generation I'm talking about.
He actually threw her.
Did he really throw her?
I believe. Hell of an arm.
I was going to say, he was the sportscaster. It's quite an opportunity there. All right, Zach. Well, fun times, man. Thanks for coming on the show. You finally made it, dude. Zach Bogus, everybody.
Yeah, word he said, but I helped him sip his wine.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that part of the night where we bring up a regular who I absolutely adore. This man did a great job doing the show with me this past week. I did a big crazy show at a drive-in. It was a drive-in comedy show. A lot of fun times. I love this man. Very funny. Roaster. He's going to make fun of me. Ladies and gentlemen, David Rufus with a brand new minute of stand-up comedy.
Yeah. But I'm not trying to get like a six-pack of boxing good thing. I'm just trying to get in shape enough so I can fucking bring Rick the shirt off. I'm tired of playing politics and Jordan. But ever since this latest invention, I've been fucking girls and get your shape up. Because not only do you tone your thighs and your ass, but you got the rocket motion going on when you need I'm tired of skinny guys thinking that they fuck better than fat guys. It's impossible. I got 300 pounds of pressure coming behind my dick. How do you fuck better than me? Pressure makes diamonds. There's a reason. I'm tired of girls getting with me and complaining about being on top. Like, do you trust these arms to make you in a position?
There you go. Hey.
These minutes are long as fuck with no audience.
No, you're doing good, man. You're doing good. You believe that, though? You believe fat guys fuck better than skinny guys?
I think I got 200 pounds coming behind the stroke. What you mean?
It's not really. I don't think they need that.
It depends on what type of fat guy you are. Like, Red Band probably don't fuck this whole course.
Red Band, what are you like? I've asked thousands of people on this show. I've never asked you. What is your move in the bed?
Well, yeah, I like to bring a lot of food into bed with me.
Oh, we know that.
And my bike. And I think what I don't think there's much like it's. You have a fatter dick if you're fatter for sure. Your dick's fatter. So
we know that.
No, it's true. When I lost weight on my dick too.
Did it come back when you regained the weight?
Of course it did. And when I lost all that weight, my dick had the markings,
stretch marks.
Stretch marks on it. Yeah, it did. And it's weird because my dick's like a little darker color, like it's brown, and it had like these white like spaghetti veins all over.
Oh God!
Or it could have just been spaghetti. Something like that. So.
Red Man put gravy on the pussy before you eat it.
All right. Yeah.
What are you doing?
Your guys' stingers kill me. Okay. Because I mean, skinny guys can perhaps also they have. I'm just pitching here. Maybe I don't know, but I feel like we would have an advantage, perhaps also in the like getting between the legs, like really like forcing it in there. You know what I mean?
I don't know, but all the bitches I fuck with be like, yo, fuck like that.
They say you fuck like a skinny guy.
Well, they say you fuck like a short guy.
Right. You have stamina? You have good cardio in the bedroom? Or you? How about you, Red Dan? You have the cardio of a guy that rides a bicycle?
I tell you, if I'm drunk, I go for like hours. Like it's.
Get the fuck out of here, man.
Yeah, seriously, I have like opposite of whiskey dick. Like if I'm drunk, I just like going.
Wow.
Europe.
So you have sex for hours, 7 nights a week. Then.
7 nights a week, 4 hours a day.
Oh my goodness.
It's right. I have my virtual headset.
Rabbi, you a fat guy like me. Do you fuck with your shirt on?
No, I get completely naked like a seal. And so I like to hear like the flapping, the flopping and the flapping. Straight.
How about swimming? Do you guys swim with your t-shirts on?
No.
It depends on where I'm at.
It depends if I shave my back or not.
That's the embarrassing part. Redman takes his shirt off. Everybody's like, "Ooh, look at all the hair on his back."
I take my shirt off if I see another fat nigga with his shirt on.
Okay.
They're like, "Bitch, you ain't got a better fat nigga body than me."
Okay. That makes sense. So you just have to make sure someone else has a unshapely body.
I don't get the shirt on. It just makes it look worse. It's like now you have like a shirt sucked onto your body.
Right.
Why
Well,
would you just take off your shirt?
Yeah.
If you fucking a bitch in that collar shirt, I would take that shit off too.
We're talking about swimming.
Oh, swimming.
Yeah.
I mean, a jersey. That's the cool fat dude thing to go to the pool in. A jersey.
Really?
You got like a tank top. Yeah. So if you got these norms,
What kind of jersey would you wear? New Jersey? Jerseys? What jerseys do you have? Jersey.
I get your three
Jet
stooges
ski.
looking at us.
What was it?
She look like the three stooges.
Oh, come on. Don't. You can't roast these characters, David. It's very hard to roast
He
silly.
got a PGA Tour jacket on.
He actually worked the PGA Tour last year. That's right. That is right.
What jerseys do you have?
Kobe, OJ, I don't know what else he did.
You retired your Kobe jersey? What'd you do with it? Put it through the
He ate it.
Get your, you look
Number 8 is Kobe Bryant's jersey number. There you go.
I got Carmelo Anthony high school jersey.
Really? Carmelo Anthony.
Caramello Anthony. He also has Marshmallow.
What kind of jersey you got?
I have a gay booty hole jersey. It's got dildos and booty holes on it. So I pull it out of my booty hole. It looks like a dildo. And I shake it. It's a tank top.
Tony got a Packers jersey. He got to get you for the Packers jersey.
Yeah. No, it's good. You've heard of a tank top? My jersey's a tank bottom.
That would have hit so much.
I guess Jeremiah
It's
doesn't like
bad,
that.
bro. Yeah, bro. This is the fucking apocalypse episode. Tony, we had fun this weekend, bro.
Yeah, yes we did. We had a great time.
It was at a
We had a fancy meal. Took Jeremiah and David Lucas to a restaurant called Salt, as though David needed any more salt in his diet. We went there. We had a great meal. You had the salmon and the onion dip. Jeremiah had the pork shoulder with a Brussels sprout slaw.
I wasn't used to the fancy food because I usually eat Aldi meat.
Oh, yeah, you did talk about that old bullshit.
You eat Aldi meat, and David eats Aldi meat.
And you eat the sweet meat.
That's right. I eat that straight up booty hole Jenkins. That's my name.
You take a hot dog off the grill and get in the bed with you.
That's right.
What is going on?
What's your favorite kind of candy, David? I never asked.
Reese's in the freezer.
Reese's. All right. Okay. I said I love the stinger thing. I see what it was good when Chroma and Jesse were doing with Jeremiah. Shoehorn his way through the middle there. Reese's in the freezer. What else? Is there any wrong way to I mean, have you ever had a Reese's that's melted?
Well, let me tell you the best kind of Reese's, bro. Not the ones that the ones that the ones that we sell for Halloween.
You keep those all year now.
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app.
You make niggas throw candy in your booty hole at Halloween.
You know what? I actually do that. I had corn in my juice the other day. It was candy corn. Because I had so many people growing candy in my booty.
I'm running out of gay jokes today, so I gotta come up with
Our Android app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts.
No, I'm joking.
Have you ever ridden an electric bicycle before? No, it's not a gay thing. That's not a gay thing, or else I'd be doing it. Golfing is gay. Everything I do.
If you rode a bicycle, you wouldn't have no seat. You just sit on the pole.
I would. I actually do. I sit on a pole. Actually, it's a dildo, and my bicycle handles are both dildos, and the pedals are booty hooks. There you go. Okay. All right. We ruined the stinger thing. It took exactly 8 minutes after I said I love the stingers for them to ruin it.
How do you feel about the outside?
An outside show like Tony? I liked it. I told someone earlier it's 100 times better than not doing a show, and it's 25% as much fun as doing in front of a normal.
Tony had an awesome. Tony actually brought the thing apart.
Okay, so you got through it. Ladies and gentlemen, David Lucas. There we go. On to the next one we go. Another great set by David Lucas. Here we go. Back to the bucket we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the third person of the bucket for tonight's show. Make some noise for Shangi, everyone. It's Shangi.
I have fallen in love with it. It started out with my cactus, super simple, and then I upgraded to number, and then I upgraded to color number, and then I upgraded to stealing shower curtains, shower rod, I also have been called a present and I started ordering wallpaper for the bed.
There you go, Shangi, everybody. Welcome. You've been on the show before. Wait, what?
That was fucking terrifying.
Really? But you've been here a lot. I've seen you in the audience a lot.
I won't.
Right. And it's your husband that does comedy for you. And he's with you, right? He signed up. All right.
Good for your first time, huh?
Yeah, that was great. We couldn't even tell. I thought you were a comic this whole time. Why don't we let him do a spot? Why don't you grab a seat right behind him? We won't even have to change the microphones. You guys are husband and wife. Ladies and gentlemen, here's her husband, Evan Jones, everybody. Here comes Evan Jones. It's Evan Jones' name.
This is awesome. You finally get to fulfill my dream of doing stand-up in a David Lynch movie. I feel like there's going to be an edit where everyone's faces are made of beats and then they slowly fade out. That was so good. Before quarantine, I went to Disneyland. Fucking magical. On the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. The animatronic Jack Sparrow has more light left in his eyes than the real Johnny Depp at this point. Disneyland's nice. I'm not used to theme parks being nice. You know? Like, I go to Six Flags. Six Flags is just white trash Disneyland. Like Six Flags is a theme park, but I'm not sure what the theme is supposed to be. They're like, I don't know, cartoons and flags. Who gives a shit? Loop de loop.
That's right. There you go, Eddie Jones.
Damn, look at your hair. You're lying, man. What happened here?
I went at one point. I looked like a sitcom dad from the '90s. I was like a Danny Tanner, and then I went to an Uncle Jesse, and now I'm like going Elton. I think.
Oh yeah, man, looking good.
Yeah.
Very, very, very good set.
Oh, thank you.
That's fun. Is that all stuff you wrote during the pandemic?
I wrote all that right before. I wrote like a whole 5 minutes about like theme parks right before theme parks didn't exist. So I've just been sitting on a bunch of theme park material.
It's all good. I love the David Lynch part. I don't know if you're allowed to say Lynch with your wife that close sitting behind you.
Yeah. Well, I think I am allowed to say it because of that.
Right. Exactly. How long have you been doing stand-up, Evan?
Like more than 10 years, 11 years.
All of it here in LA?
No, I'm mostly in New York. I moved here like 3 years ago. So it's just like I started in New York, and then I started doing some just DIY road stuff for like maybe 4 or 5 years in there.
How long have you been in LA?
Since we moved here like 2016, I think.
What made you want to do that?
Just New York. I will just. There was a lot of people had a weird thing. A lot of guys had like a weird like jock thing against me, and it sort of made it difficult to move up socially.
In New York.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
And
it's very tough guys. That's
yes.
New York City. They're all tough guys until they're around in LA.
And then I also am very into like psychedelics and weed and stuff, and a lot of the New York guys are more like I'll smoke
cigarettes.
Yeah,
I dose my fucking 6 coffee of the day.
Yeah. So they would just be like, "Who the fuck is this guy trying to talk about this weird shit?" And then also it's like I have a lot of social anxiety, but I don't look like I should, so they took it as maybe arrogance or something, like not being able to socialize for a while there and stuff.
Yeah, no, I get it. I know exactly everything that you're talking about right now. And that scene in New York is definitely not exactly wide open thought of innocent looking dudes.
Yeah,
very spirited guys.
Even like those things conceptually as material, it's like if you're not like angry or sad, then you're fake or something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
100%. You cannot show any happiness whatsoever. Even if you're wildly successful, even the best comedians in New York seem angry, even though they're happy. Okay, that's fine. What part of New York did you live in?
When I first moved there, I was staying in like dorms. So I was going to New York Film Academy, which is fucking bullshit. So I was just staying in dorms in like Manhattan. Then it was Brooklyn, and then I lived in Jersey City and Astoria, then back to Manhattan. So just kind of all over.
How about now? How about in LA?
We just moved to Rampart Village, like on the edge of Koreatown, but we were in like Hollywood proper for like homeless, like Airbnb homeless for like 7 months when we first moved here. Because Airbnbs has like all the fucking rent way jacked up, and so we had like a weird place that ended up turning into kind of a crackhead hotel recently on like Wilcox. But then Airbnb crashed like a couple weeks ago, so now I have a bunch of dope shit. We got a way better place.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
How do you survive right now?
I was working at a weed factory, was laid off right before the shutdown, so I was able to get the boosted unemployment. And I just started back dog walking because that's just the only gig I was doing that is happening right now. Also, I don't have to interact with any people at all.
Do you like dogs?
Yeah, dogs are fucking dope. That's also what makes it awesome is I just get to hang out with dogs. I get good Instagram videos of all these other people's dogs. I don't have to pay for it.
Yeah, that's great. I love dogs.
Yeah, I like the weird ones. I like Shih Tzus and Brussels Griffins.
Oh, I used to have a Brussels Griffin.
No shit.
Yeah, it's famous now. It is. In fact, it just made its Comedy Central debut last week.
Holy shit.
Pepper. It was me and Esther over at Denver. Pepper's on the poster. You see that?
What a great poster too. The artwork that they did on that is incredible.
I thought it was so good. I thought it was a Ryan J. That's fun. You guys don't have your own dog though?
No, we were waiting for somebody who didn't have carpet because we had weird, gross carpet in the last place. And she wants to get a Chihuahua, so I think that's down the line.
Oh no. Chihuahuas are prone to getting the coronavirus. Anything you want to say about this Forrest Gump?
I am white. I am from Philadelphia.
You're the resident Chihuahua correspondent on the show. Is there anything you'd like to say about Chihuahuas?
Getting coronavirus more often?
Yeah.
I would say that's fake news.
No. Chihuahuas.
Fake news.
Chihuahuas get the Shih Tzus started.
Says who? The media? The enemy of the people?
Oh, shit. Do you know anybody that's gotten the coronavirus?
Yeah, I know a couple people.
Do they know how they got it?
No.
Yeah, that's one thing that I noticed. The people that I know that have gotten it don't know how they got it. So it wasn't like some mysterious coughing person. Am I correct? Gary Paul.
I got it.
Oh, you do?
I thought you did.
Who gave it to you?
I ate it back.
Oh, well, there you go.
That was a baseball bat, god damn it.
And my dad lives in a homeless, like in the VA shelter downtown. He hasn't gotten it, so I don't know how you get it. Really. I feel like that should be Corona Central this time.
Probably not a lot of chihuahuas in that room.
Oh, man. So, your wife and you guys are an interracial couple. Any wild times with that? You guys ever, like, drive through Arizona?
It's been the opposite. Is when we moved here, people were overly supportive.
Right.
So they'd be like, "We love what you're doing," like yell at us from cars,
Oh, my God.
Like, you go, girl.
Oh my God, that's so fucking
yeah. Because in New York, no one gives a fuck. Like, everyone just dates what everyone just everything.
I fucked her. I was like taking a dumpster the other day. I'm a New York fucking guy. What are you looking at?
Yeah. But here it's like weirdly people notice racial thing. I think because they're trying to like cast you in something, so they'll like notice racial things, and so I feel like there's not as much like crossover social interaction or something. I don't know. I guess it's maybe also the city is set up in a way that's like segregated strangely.
You and Shanti think about making a baby at any point?
Yeah.
I feel like you guys are going to make a beautiful child.
Yeah, it's going to be ridiculous.
Yeah.
With nice tits.
Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Good Lord.
Out of bounds. Yeah, we're having a big old titties. Yeah, little baby. It's fucking like, damn, that baby is fucking confusing me.
As a white man, let me ask you this: as a white man being with a black woman, have you is that your first black woman that you've been with?
Did I dated full time? Yes, but not that I've like hooked up with.
Right. You're with a black woman. Are you ever concerned that perhaps you don't have all of the needs that they're used to?
No.
You have a special package.
It's not that my dick is like excessive, but it's just like, I don't know. I did the first naked show in New York. Everybody was like crazy about how big my dick was or whatever. But I don't think it's not like the dick that would like stand out in a foreign gangbang. But I think it's just like aesthetically perfect. So it's like,
so your kid's gonna have big tits and a big dick.
Yeah, at least a very nice dick and gigantic titties.
That's incredible. We have a big dick correspondent on this show. Let me just see where he is for a second here. Let's check in with our big dick correspondent. Hey, why don't you come back up to the stage, fucko? Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. This is our big dick correspondent, Forrest Gump, everyone. He left the stage where the show is for a moment.
Sorry, it's so big I needed to let it breathe for a second.
Forrest, you're known for having a massive cock.
This is true.
Yours also made its debut in a New York naked roast.
Yes.
Do you have any questions for Evan Jones or any concerns about his big dick? Or perhaps you guys are maybe you could start a club or something like that.
Yeah.
New York Big Dick Association.
Maybe start a new baseball league. We only hit the ball with our tongue. That's what I meant. 2 balls, 1 bat.
Well, Evan, very fun. Amazing set, man. All the way through from beginning to end. Very, very good. Shangi, thank you so much. Her comedy debut. What a beautiful couple. We love what you guys are doing. There they go. Shangi and Evan Jones, everyone. All right, we're going to squeeze our one last bucket full up here. Ladies and gentlemen, you know this guy. He became famous during one of the quarantine episodes as he famously had sex with William Montgomery's girlfriend before William did. He's back, ladies and gentlemen, with a brand new minute. Here's Mario Conti, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Okay, here we go. Mario Conti.
Go back to your country. They used to be racist, but now it's just good advice. There's been a lot of deaths from coronavirus. A couple months into quarantine, they started comparing it to the number of deaths in 9/11. They're like, wow, we're up to 3 9/11s now. I think 9/11 is my favorite made-up form of measurement next to smidge and cunt hair. You probably can't tell this by looking at me, but I had an abortion with an Asian girl from Tinder. It's not exactly what I had in mind when she said she wanted to hook up. She told me to come inside of her. She can't get pregnant. Yeah, I fell for it. She also couldn't come. So either she got the two mixed up or I just heard her wrong. Either way, we swiped left on the baby. I've lived in LA for 7 years and it was the first time I had Korean makeup.
Mario Tonti. Mario Tonti. Incredible.
So much funnier than William
It's
Montgomery.
incredible. He came right into the show that William is a regular on. Kicked off his set with a William Montgomery formatted like joke, but much better than all the jokes that William did tonight. Plus, followed through with continuous good set the entire 1 minute and 9 seconds of his set, using all of his time, unlike William, who dipped out at 41 seconds tonight. So you came in, you fucked his girlfriend, then you came in, had a better set than him on his show. How do you feel right now, Mario?
I feel pretty good. I'm glad to be here, guys. Thank you for having me.
It's incredible. How happy are you right now that William left early?
He left early. Oh, we're actually best friends, but I actually don't know his girlfriend. That's been a good the whole time.
Whoa, that's great. Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I had a feeling. That's not the Korean girl, though, right? Because that would be an even bigger revelation if we found out that she carried your baby from you. There was a little baby Mario. Baby Mario, we know about that. That was an actual Mario Kart. Right? Isn't there a little baby Mario?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Absolutely. So, Mario, what have you been up to this whole time? What's going on?
Staying out on unemployment, lost my job.
Aren't you really happy to be living in a country that has
Yes.
Yes, you are. United States, the greatest country in the world. Absolutely. People just take it for granted. They're like, oh, I'm unemployment. And everybody talks about the stimulus package, but that's an extra thing. That's extra bonus. Anybody who was employed now is on unemployment. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. You do such a good job keeping us out of wars with other countries. Yes. So Mario, what else is going on? You're collecting unemployment. What have you been doing to pass the time? Me, golf. We talked about that earlier. What's your goal?
Doing a walk, some drives,
What do you do when you go to church? You sit on a bench or on the
I brought a blanket.
You took a blanket? Do you have extra blanket? You seem like a guy that would only have one blanket.
I just got a new comforter.
You take a comforter to the beach?
Like I have multiple
Jesus
blankets.
Christ, this guy takes his fucking duvet to the beach.
It's a Ninja Turtles blanket.
What is your comforter? It's a normal comforter? White?
Yeah.
You have a white comforter?
Yeah, my sister used to
No, white's great. White would come all over it. No one will see it.
Wait, how does your sister even see your comforter?
She lives here.
You live with your sister?
No, she lives down the street.
She came over, she's like, you got a girl's comforter.
Get a black one. It's stupid.
Black one? Then you get, I mean, red band knows. You guys come all over it using your Roman.
Yeah.
With a little Roman.
Put a little infinite CBD to look blue all over it.
That's right.
Yeah, black comforter is like as dumb as having a white under.
Black comforter is like having white underpants?
Yeah, it's like the worst idea ever.
Why?
Red band gets skid marks. This just in.
I don't think I've ever really got a skid.
Maybe
Poopy
a little
and
bit.
pee-pee on the white scuff, Tony. Come on the black scuff. Red band is a high-class gentleman, and he enjoys Miller High Life, the champagne of beer. I was talking about blood.
Oh, yeah, you have a lot of blood coming out of
Yeah,
it?
especially when you have a tushy, you get too much water in there.
Oh, that's a great ad for Tushy. What a great ad for one of our sponsors. Hey, blast your ass with water so hard you still fucking bleed. Hey.
Yeah, it cleans it out, though, dude.
Here's the Tushy, blood on Tushy. You know what I mean? Hey, there it is. All right. So, Maria, you have a white comforter so far.
I've been arrested too.
Oh, tell us about it.
I got arrested with heroin.
Oh my God, were you doing the heroin or were you selling
I didn't
it?
get to do it yet.
Really?
One thing I wasn't doing. So
Right. So what happened? How'd you get arrested? Put your feet up on the tree?
yeah, I went with a guy from work to get heroin. We got pulled over on the way back.
Now, why'd you get pulled over? Oh,
Classic mistake.
So how did you get from just a tail light warning to them searching you?
They smelled something in the car?
Well, back when we were from, like, it was 10 years ago, like, the cops said, pull you over, like, still friends.
Where are you from? Yeah? Did you have love for these things? What part of Pennsylvania?
Sure, south of Pittsburgh.
South of Pittsburgh. What are we talking about? Sharon, Passover.
Like Mount Lebanon area.
You know the dumps?
The dumps?
How about the dumps? You know the dumps?
I know a couple dumps.
Forrest? Do you know Forrest Gump?
Yeah.
We actually watched Jurassic Park together last week.
Oh, you are wearing a Jurassic Park shirt. Why is that?
But he's on a swing. That's his part.
Oh, that's a killer. You have a girlfriend now?
Yeah.
Last day you've been who is that?
Just a couple.
Oh, so that was during the quarantine?
No, this is way before. But yeah, when I got arrested in heroin, I told them it wasn't mine because I was trying to get out of it.
They're like, whose was it? Oh my God, that makes you the dealer. Oh my God. Oh, fuck. So what ended up happening there?
They ended up lowering it at the end. After a lawyer. Always say it's yours, even if it's a lie.
Or always just put it in your butt or something and get pulled over.
Yeah, that's Red Band's policy on everything.
I was going to get out of it.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Shove it in your butt.
Pull the electric bike over now, sir, please. Hard to pedal with this heroin in my ass.
Luckily, I wasn't going to pedal anyway.
Never heard. I'm pedaling heroin.
Whoa! The first Joelberg chant in months, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of those episodes where he started cold and he ended bold. A true Joelberg is peeking out like the coronavirus right now. We're gonna have to shut it down. Mario Tanti, anything else interesting about you that we should know about? Fun set, fun interview. You ever have weird dreams?
I had a dream the other night that I was on a Hinge video call with a girl.
What's Hinge video?
It's like a dating app.
Okay, no, I don't know.
It means you have like a friend that knows the friend of a friend.
Oh, like it's a dating app that you can like video call people and say hi and they added them during quarantine, whatever. So I had a dream that I was on a Hinge call with this girl, and in the middle of the call, she shows up from my apartment with a gun. Yeah, she showed up to my apartment with a gun while we were on the call, and she went to go like pointed at me, and I jumped at her, and then she pulled out a knife and went to go swing it at me. And, like, as I said no in the dream, it kind of sprung up. I said no.
And that call never even happened. Never even talked to them. They are.
My favorite part of the video is that it was done. Oh, it's too scary.
I think in the dream she was mad. She said that I sent her my dick without asking her.
Intent to distribute.
There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. Fun set, fun interview. Mario Tanti, everybody. There he goes. Mario Tanti. Hey, 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 hey. That was Mario Tanti. All right. It is that most special part of the night, everybody. This fucking guy, I don't know where to begin. I just love him with all of my heart. He's incredibly agile, entertaining, and hilarious. You know him currently as one of the contenders of the Easter Seals film competition. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Michael Lair.
All your favorite artists all in one place. Michael iHeartRadio. Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV.
So, Brooks Brothers, Deuces, of course they are. Men's Warehouse perfected their suit store. You buy one suit, you get 3 free. If you're not giving me 4 suits with the price of one, get the fuck out of the suit business. Taylor Swift just came out with an album. She said it's for dreams, fears, music, and thoughts. It's called the 4-part harmony of the freak. Now, the Washington Redskins have changed their name to the Washington team. Let's call it how it is and call them the Washington Elite African Americans coming to your town to make your wife feel something she's never felt before. Because that's all racism is. Fear of black glamour. Alright? Every racist wife, once she gets black, that bitch ain't going nowhere.
Michael Lair. Hey,
I like that. That was a good set. That was like a Tonight Show.
It was like a weekend update with Michael Lair. Yeah. Wow, Michael's eyes are locked in. Jeremiah Watkins right now. He's very interesting.
Baby, bring me over. It's a Chicago tongue.
Oh.
It's called the Jip or a Jip. give this award for excellence in cheer.
Give the Jefferson Jefferson Award for
Yeah, man. You know, the whole
for next is this about last week's episode, we found out that Jeremiah would not share a wig with Wi-Fi. Yeah, the wig like a woman.
Well, it turns out I got many wigs.
Got wig movies. And only eat elephant.
That is great.
Jeremiah, you can hire and I see you. Alright? And next week,
what's going to happen next week? I'm very excited about that.
I turn you to a monologue.
Whoa! A monologue off. Oh, actor versus actor. A monologue.
Let's use the master test in the kill Tony.
Wow, look at this. I love this challenge. Jeremiah, do you accept the challenge? Thespian versus thespian, mono versus mono.
What kind of monologue are we talking?
Same one. In the rainbow. Rainbow part 1, first blood. Rainbow the first one. In the rainbow.
At the end of Rainbow, the first one.
First blood. Rainbow part 1.
Part 1 of Rainbow, First Blood.
Roman numeral 1.
Rambo? I thought he was saying rainbow this whole time. He's saying Rambo?
Rambo.
John Rambo, not just like that. You better become your next week. Everything you said, everything you felt, what you call
Next Monday.
No, the morning after.
Oh, yes. The next morning, yes. Absolutely. Next Tuesday.
It'll all be gone. Everything you felt. And you will know believe.
You will no longer believe in God?
He just said that I will no longer believe in God after he does his monologue next Monday.
Oh my goodness, I'm so excited.
That's pretty wild.
Wow.
Chicago Tony Award.
Did you put your own sticker with you in a wheelchair on your Tony Award? Can you zoom in on that? That is Michael there in the top right corner of Spoon Tony Award.
I was wondering if they gave those to all the participants who got that award, or just you.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, a little bit of trash dog, you idiot.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, let's read some names on here.
All right, great. I've got a solid chunk of 15 minutes for you to read the certificate.
Oh, wow. Jeremiah Watkins. That sounds like a fucking station. Are you a pussy for this station?
Wait, is this true? I always thought that was your real name.
Yes, my mother actually named me Pussy.
You have like a fake.
Caught me by surprise. I need you from the caress of your face. That brings us to our next segment, because I'm done with you, and next Tuesday morning, God's done with you. Alright? But right now...
He just threw his Tony Award like it was nothing. It doesn't mean anything to him.
Sorry. I feel good. Yeah, I know I'm happy you were Brian. Sign it, and then I'll tell them absolutely.
I'll make a deal with you right now. If I lose, I will take your ALS from you like the Green Mile.
Wow, he's gonna suck your ALS right out of you. He's gonna have flies come out of his mouth.
Bring it.
Let me take it.
I want it because Look at the platform that's getting.
Michael Larry, you're the fucking best. I'm really. Oh, these eyes are covered.
Now, can we move on? Alright, I'd like before I fall in love with comedy, rap, and magic, my first love was karaoke.
Oh my God.
And since I've gotten sick, I haven't been able to karaoke. And honestly, I don't know what it's gonna sound like because although this sounds pretty good right now, and that's why I'm covering my eyes to see it like a blind person. They hear better. I wonder if I talk better if I'm silent.
You actually sound amazing.
Yeah.
I thought it was Walter Cronkite over there for a second. I stopped looking. And I,
They're saying no one. Yeah, that's my next impression. When moving on, with the help of the man, might extend my speech. When we all get so sensitive, I'm gonna sing my favorite karaoke song. Now, I understand a large portion of this podcast is an audio. So, if it gets unbearable, please stop it. And also, nurse/girlfriend, are you there? Alright, now when I'm gonna be singing, my spin or she'll want me down harder because I get overheated, so and making with my computer. So if I turn you and open my mouth, so we're going.
That was the song Stepmother by Danzig.
Goodness, Michael, I'm really surprised there. I don't even think you got one word out, and the only word of that song really is just mother. You really couldn't.
Somehow the headband made him blind and mute at the same time.
Goodness. Headband.
Now I know that I can do karaoke.
Oh, where the hell the colors? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wait, what?
Helen Keller was flying right there.
Yeah, I'll be in lyrical worker. You hear that? Theater references, Jeremiah. There is only one next to that.
You're not looking at Jeremiah's.
You hear that, Jeremiah? Theater references. You hear that, Jeremiah? Theater references. There's only one message on each listener.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a great way to end tonight's show with the extremely powerful Michael Lair. Next week, It's him versus Jeremiah Watkins, mano a mano in a monologue challenge.
Rambo versus Rambo.
Rambo versus Rambo. It's gonna be a goddamn slambo. He's giving Jeremiah the thumbs down. He's also giving the thumbs down to the far left speaker of the stage.
He hates that speaker.
He just gave one of the neons the middle finger, and he's telling the neon to go fuck himself. Jeremiah is the opposite direction. Look to your left. No, not that way, Michael. Not that way. That's the guy that went up first. Ladies and gentlemen, MichaelLairComedy.com for everything Michael Lair. Anything else, Michael?
No.
Oh, check out his video. His Mr. Seals video is available right now. Give him a view, give him a comment, give him a like. We need all the Kill Tony fans just to go over there and check that out.
That's right, because they judge it off of views and likes. Is that correct?
That is one category.
What are the other categories?
Best actress editor. I want to win editor. But I'm my couple. So I don't need.
Well, a lot of people in the Easter Seals top over. Let's face it. There's a lot of silly cups in that competition.
Yeah. So I'm fine with not winning. It's nice to bring.
That sounds like a man that feels like he's about to lose to children with special needs.
Yeah.
You weren't fine with not winning 2 weeks ago. You said you were.
All the competition, he's like, oh, I can't beat that guy.
Well, we'll see if you can beat Jeremiah Watkins and monologue on him.
Oh, that's gonna happen. You're going down there, my time,
Jeremiah, let the record show that he is losing an Easter Seals special needs film competition, but he's confident he's going to beat you in a monologue next week on the show. Extreme confidence that he can beat you. A girl with Down syndrome that's 4 years old is dominating him right now, but you, easy pickings.
Yeah.
What's your YouTube called? Michael Lair Comedy?
Yeah.
Go to Michael Lair Comedy channel. Look at his Easter Seals video. It says Easter Seals in the heading. Can't miss it. And give it a like, please. Take it so, Tony. Don't let us lose it. Tell him, Michael.
Tony, I don't care about all those
Michael Lair, everybody. MichaelLairComedy.com. Let's check out the drawing for Brian J. Ebelt tonight. Let's see what we got here. There we go. There it comes. Look at that. Let's get in a little bit there. Put it on in different parts of this. Wow. Incredible detail. Incredible. That is just mind-blowing. RyanJEbelt.com. Look up the Kill Tony heading on that website. You can find every print ever done. All there. He is the house artist for years and years and years. Incredible stuff. Hey, Jeremiah Watkins was here, everybody. Jeremiah is doing Raleigh, North Carolina, August 13th to the 15th. Minneapolis, August 26th to the 29th. And as a new episode of Jeremiah Wonders out with William Montgomery. His Venmo's at Jeremiah-Watkins. Just want to give him free money. Jeremiah, anything else?
YouTube.com/Jeremiah Watkins. Head over there. Got a lot of great content. Also do with William Montgomery and a new Tibby sketch where he interviewed a cow.
There you go. How about the great Jesse Jetsky Johnson tonight, everyone? High kill ratio. I mean, just knows how to pick those moments. Gary Balls was here. Gary Balls was in the house.
Kind of sounds like Harry Balls.
Sort of.
Oh.
Pretty funny.
I thought it was Gary Balls the whole time.
Gotcha.
Jetsky is at Jetsky Johnson on all social media. What else, Jetsky?
That's it. Come over to my social media.
Come on over and hang out, spend a few hours on our social media. You can even take over our social media if you want. Our password's probably really easy to guess. Just keep trying. We have two-factor authentication. Vroom 69 is the password. Ladies and gentlemen, Chroma Chris was here the entire time. Believe it or not, that was Grand Slam Sam.
Grand Slam Sam. Coming to you from the sideline.
What else, Chroma? Did we miss anything tonight?
No, thank you to Orange Amps, and also you can follow me at Chroma Chris on Instagram.
What do you think about tonight's episode, Chroma?
Oh, Tony, you knocked it out of the park.
And I know the fans of this show are never going to believe this, because he was in character so deeply. But believe it or not, Forrest Gump was actually Joel Jimenez tonight. Oh, whoa! I even knew that, and I couldn't believe it. So you took off the wiglet. Joel is at Mostly Sorry on social media. What else, Joel?
Okay, we got a premiere of Mostly Sorry podcast. Me and David Deary tomorrow at 5 o'clock on YouTube. That's it.
That's right. David Deary is at MF David Deary on all social media. Follow this guy. I mean, he has his little hands in all the funniest cookie jars. He's with us on Kill Tony. He's with the great Joel Jimenez, and he's with pretty much fucking who I think is top 3 funniest human beings in the world, the great Donnell Rawlings over at the Donnell Rawlings Show. David is a wizard at these things. He's a great person to have around, a great energy, and we absolutely love him. At MF David Deary. Red Band, anything else?
Check out Brothers in Cursive at Despot.tv with William Montgomery and David Lucas and Brian Holtzman's podcast. It can all be found at Despot.tv. And check out me and Virtual Reality at Virtual Red Band on YouTube.
That's right. Go to InfiniteCBD.com. Use the promo code KillTony. Get 20% off. Go to GetRoman.com/Tony. Get $15 off your first order of ED treatment. And if you want if you want to make fun of people better in your normal life, or learn more about roasting overall, the history of it, talk to some of the great writers of it, or the writers in history of it. We have Drake Giraldo's ghostwriter on this week, the great Jesse Joyce, who's been on Kill Tony, and so many other fun things. That's at patreon.com/Hinchcliffe. All right, that's it. See you next week.
All right.
There's more to it than this so-called social justice everybody needs to say. I assure you that in that system, you will start to lose what you thought you had. You're going to get to a place of entitlement, the assumption that they deserve something and someone else should work for it. In Scripture, most certainly everybody should be working. Everybody. And those that have the ability to always be. Jennifer, welcome to Jesus Christ.
Hello, thank you. Well, my question is this. Every time someone confronts me about being vegan, they essentially break down their reasoning for eating meat as God's available here for us to use however we want. And I was curious what is that?
It's snarky to say it that way, but it's true.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the world famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony, Hinchcliffe!
Just a couple dogs hanging out in the doghouse. We are live from the Comedy Store. Brian Redband, how are you?
Hey, man, how you doing?
It's been a long time.
It's been a
Shouldn't have left you without a dope beat to step to. We are back at the world famous Comedy Store for another episode of Kill Tony live on the Sunset Strip. But before we get into it all, here's a little bit more from our amazing sponsors.
Hiring can be difficult,
And if you're an employer, you probably experience hiring challenges from time to time, but right now you face even more challenges. From rethinking your workplace safety to hiring employees for specialized roles. Matson Resources could relate. They needed to hire a seasoned senior Citrix administrator to provide IT support. Not an easy job to fill. So they turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds people with the right skills and experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's how Matson Resources found Peter Alcantar Jr.
Peter was laid off during COVID-19 and needed to find another IT job quickly to continue paying his mortgage and bills. He posted his resume on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter identified him as a great match for the role at Madison Resources, and they interviewed and hired Peter in less than 3 weeks. ZipRecruiter helped Peter find the right job, and they helped Madison find the right person for a hard-to-fill role fast.
And you can see how ZipRecruiter can help you hire. Try it now for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And you fans of this show, you know, if you're having a rough time getting through lockdowns and social distancing, well, then I want to tell you about some products from Infinite CBD. You remember Infinite CBD? Infinite CBD has the cleanest, purest CBD available. If you've never heard of CBD, it's derived from hemp plants and packs all the benefits of marijuana without getting high. And Infinite CBD has a ton of different products that we've used, and they're great. I love CBD. I rub it all over myself.
I rub it on you too sometimes. Here's the Infinite CBD products I think can help get you through this. They have CBD AM Plus. If you have difficulty concentrating while working from home, this has CBD Plus caffeine for some mental clarity. CBD gummies, which is my favorite, with new flavors like sour and full spectrum. I'm in the spectrum. Gummies. If you think you're losing it, these can help you relax. And, of course, CBD lube. Why not add CBD to your self-love making? You know it feels good and you got time to kill. Treat yourself. If you haven't tried CBD, look it up. There's a lot of research, and users are reporting benefits like reduced anxiety, reduced inflammation, and more.
So go to InfiniteCBD.com to see which of their products fits your needs. That's InfiniteCBD.com. And if you use the promo code KillTony, you will get 20% off. Once more, that's InfiniteCBD.com and promo code KillTony for 20% off. And we are back here at the Comedy Store for another episode of Kill Tony. Very exciting to have the great Ryan J. Ebelt here with us tonight of RyanJEbelt.com. He draws every single episode of Kill Tony, including all the tour posters, and those are all for sale, sometimes for amazing auctions at RyanJEbelt.com. We have the great Gino from LA Speedweed is here. Always incredible. Got us through the hardest part of this pandemic. Let us use the great Better Box Studios. Go get yourself a candle at damngoodcandleco.com. Damngoodcandleco.com. And they even have a Hinge Jam Dreaming. They sold out, but I do believe perhaps they restocked that. And yeah, check out Caveman Coffee. Use the promo code KillTony. Get some Caveman Coffee. Save some money using the promo code KillTony. And delicious Vito's Pizza. Here's Southern California. In fact, not only do I eat their pizza, but I have been completely addicted to the baked ziti as of late. I didn't get to tell you, Charlie. I did it again this week. I did it again. I Postmated it. I almost want to, if I were to put on the special instructions on Postmate, I was going to be like, what's up, Charlie? Throw in a breadstick. You would see that, right? Okay, I'm going to do that from now on. Because those little breadsticks you brought that one time are like, I don't want to say they're better than the big breadsticks, but I mean,
Are they garlic? What's the deal with them?
They're just tinier. I'd rather have like a couple tiny ones than like they have crazy breadsticks there. But it's like, for me, it's like a lot of work. I'm looking at this thing like, god damn, it's like a loaf of bread. I mean, it's great. I just want a little bit of bread. You know what I mean? I don't need all. Yeah, it's like you would love the normal.
I don't really. I'm not a little bread. You know, my new favorite thing is getting fettuccine Alfredo and then adding mushrooms to it.
Oh,
it's like cream of mushroom stew.
I get the baked ziti from Vito's, and I added the. They have like small meatballs there. Either that, or you like cut them in half or something. You just break them up. Oh my god, it's so fucking good. I mean, it's crazy. It's like a new. I have to make sure I'm not doing anything physical afterwards, you know. like riding an e-bike or anything like that. No serious exercise afterwards. But anyway, a lot of fun stuff happening. I'm excited to be here. And we have a guest tonight. Very excited about this. Ladies and gentlemen, this young lady joining us for this entire episode, I can say with no ego at all, is one of my favorite human beings, and she is truly Kill Tony royalty. I mean, she started on this show at the age of 19 years old. She became a regular at the age of 20. At that point, the Comedy Store enforced a rule that people under 21 aren't allowed in the building at all for any reason, even to perform, which was a controversial law at the time because you were allowed to perform on stage as long as you left right afterwards back then. So she had to break her tenureship of being a regular, and on her 21st birthday, she came back to be a regular. Did it for years, now opens up for the likes of Joe Rogan and a lot of the other best comedians in the world, including her own headlining dates as of late. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you truly one of the truly greatest regulars in the history of the show, a woman that has a full-fledged comedy career and an unbelievable podcast. I love her with all of my heart. It's one of my favorite humans and favorite comedians. It's the great Allie Makovsky, everybody. Remember that music from when she was a regular? Wow, look at her. The baby girl is all grown-ups, everybody.
Hi.
Hello, Allie. How are you?
Oh my gosh, I'm good. I'm
so happy to have you here.
I'm so happy to be here.
I am a big fan of yours. I get a little bit starstruck around you, so this is exciting. Welcome, welcome. You've been doing a lot of skateboarding on your Instagram as of late. It's very inspiring.
Yeah, I've had like this skateboard for 4 years because I thought that if I got a skateboard, skater boys would fall in love with me, and that didn't happen. So I just stopped skating. And then this guy came over to my house to look at a room that was open. And he mentioned that he was a skater. And so when he was leaving, I saw on my board that I haven't rode. Okay. In like 4 years. I'm like, what do I do with this? Can I sell it? Do I just give it to a kid? And he picks it up and he looks at it and he was like, this is my pro model skateboard. So now we've been skating together.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Are you learning fast?
Kind of, somewhat, to some extent.
Well, I actually had Allie. I asked her if she would bring her skateboard here with her, and you did.
I brought it.
So I'm thinking maybe at the end of tonight's episode, if she's willing to do us the honor, I'm thinking maybe you could try a little trick here on the greatest stage in the history of comedy. I would be amazed. Pretty nervous about that.
I am nervous because I ate shit so hard today, just like trying to do a cool turn to like put my skateboard in my trunk. Like I wasn't doing anything except trying to turn, and I fell so hard.
There's a lot of people that fall down on this show, but you know what? They pick themselves up, and that's what matters in the end. I believe that's what the great Michael Caine said in all of the Batman movies. It's about picking yourself up. Oh, that's Bane. That was Bane. I get all my voices, Batman voices.
If I do eat shit and like end up handicapped, do I get to become a regular on
Absolutely,
the show?
you will become a regular yet again. You will be. We have many wheelchair regulars now, and you will be added to the club. You guys can come out in a little choo-choo train once in a while. Okay, Allie, I don't know if you remember this, but there's a band on this show. Yeah, and they're the best damn band in the land. Every single episode, they commit to being different characters. Let's find out what they are tonight. As I present to you the best damn band in the land, it's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Gilbert Jimenez, Chroma Chris, and the Jet Ski Jesse Johnson. Here we go. Ooh, this is scary music. What is this? Oh my god. Jetski, get out there. Show these people what's going on. I literally have no idea what they're supposed to be, by the way. You guys all work at like a haunted house, a Halloween house or something?
Welcome, ghouls and goblins, to Channel 9's horror-themed show.
Wow!
Bend, Oregon is in for a scare tonight.
Oh my goodness, I thought you were Tommy Wiseau from The Room for a second.
I did not hit her.
I did not.
Oh. Hi, Jeremiah.
That's not Jeremiah. What's your name?
My name's Vincent Shadow.
Vincent Shadow. I'm going to write that one down because that seems easy to forget. Vincent Shadow. And who's this little ghoulie
When you
goblin?
think of the shadows, I will be there.
All right. Who's this little ghoulie goblin you got here? Is that Edna Scissorhands over here?
Hey, I'm a skeleton.
Oh, you are? What's your name?
A skeleton.
Oh, hi, Skeleton. Welcome to the show, Skeleton. You came out, you were all silly and stuff. You swing that arm, that's like your trademark. Whoa.
A lot I can do with these bones.
And then who's this young cowboy back here?
Good evening, skeletons and creatures of the night. This is your host on AM 66.6 Terror Hour. It's Ghoulie. Thank you for dropping in.
Ghoulie? Your name's Ghoulie?
That is correct.
These are my favorite band characters of all time. I know it's early in the show. I don't want to curse it. I don't want to ruin it, but I already love these guys.
Someone say curve.
And there's a beautiful woman here, absolutely stunning. What's your name, little lady?
My name's Jolvira,
Jolvira.
and I am a regional horror host in Texas, Channel 9.
Oh my goodness.
You really put the horror in horror.
Well, you just stole my opening joke, but back to you in the studio, Tony.
She thought of that for 3 months.
Just big bold letters at the top of the page. Do not forget. Horror, horror, horror. Oh, that's great. Well, Jolvira, hopefully you have a little bit more up your sleeve, even though you don't have sleeve.
Oh, you're getting into it, aren't you?
Oh my goodness, this is a Halloween spectacular, everybody. Welcome to October 31st. The great David Deary is here helping us out. We have a very fun episode, I do believe, planned, so let's just jump right into it. This first guy kicking it off, he's been on the show a couple times before, and he's back. It is Kyler Bentley, everybody. Here's some music, because here comes Kyler Bentley. Yeah, here's Kyler Bentley.
I live in a senior living facility, and I know what you're thinking. I'm too young, but they have a saying where I live. It's you're only as old as you feel, and I feel like a dirty old man. So I've been in just fine. I just found out I'm next on the list for a HUD housing rent voucher, so I'm waiting for one of my neighbors to die. Yeah, it's kind of weird hoping for that to happen, but I know who I hope it is, and oddly enough, it is not the alleged pedophile. Yeah, he's a good guy. He lets me use his Wi-Fi. They say there's a lot of cliches about the senior living facility, like everyone has an Esther living there. It's not true. We have 2 Esthers. So somewhere there's a senior center missing an Esther.
Fuck yeah. Kyler Bentley. Getting it started with a bang. I love that performance. Very, very funny. Senior living facility. Is that true?
I'm not sure. I've never seen evidence of pedophilia there.
No, I mean, you live in a senior facility?
Yeah.
That's cool. My mom once lived in a senior facility for a couple of years. Oh, it was interesting. It wasn't like a facility. It was like a luxury apartments just for old people. But she qualified. Yeah, she was old enough. You had to be like 60. And then maybe you had to be like 50. It was like 20 years ago. It was for just a couple of years, but it was awesome. Anyway, so is it like how senior living a facility is it? Like what I'm talking about was like separate apartments in a building. Is this like more like a nursing home, or what are we talking about?
No, it's like a regular apartment complex, right. But you got to be senior or disabled to live there.
Okay. Is it mostly senior?
Yeah, I've got like a lot of surrogate grandmas that, give me cookies. And
heck yeah.
Did you get hit on? Because I heard they're like super horny and they're on Viagra and shit like that.
That's like the number one thing I hear. You're so handsome.
He gets lots of blowjobs there, and they call it Meals on Wheels.
Oh my goodness. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Channel 9. Welcome to Kill Tony. That's very exciting.
Hello, it's a go.
Do you guys ever play games? Do they have like community events or anything like that?
Oh yeah, bingo's a big thing there.
Do you play bingo?
Favorite bingo number is B9.
Wow.
Yeah. It perfectly describes bingo. It's not really fun, but it's not cancer either.
That's true. Benign tumor.
I heard bingo is actually pretty fun. Like I used to know a lot of hipsters that would go there and go to the bingo hall.
Red Band's favorite bingo number is I-8.
Tony's favorite one is come in his mouth.
That's not how bingo works,
Yes,
Brian.
it is.
That is not how bingo works. That is not how it works. However, that is my favorite bingo number.
Do you ever do stand-up for the seniors?
I actually was doing a monthly show before COVID hit. I get a bunch of other open micers and people I know to come and cheer the old people up.
How's the COVID hit the assisted living place?
Oh, it's like Hitler running the place over there, man. It's on serious lockdown.
Yeah, it's wild, right?
Mask required, and even if there's nobody around you, where's your mask?
Right. Yeah, exactly. People are freaking out. Has anybody gotten it? A lot of ambulances swinging by as of late?
No, crazy enough, nobody's had the COVID there.
That's good. It must be in a nice part of town, not too far east, huh?
No, it's really far east.
Oh, it is? How far?
I mean, not far east, like China far east, but Montclair.
Montclair?
Yeah, it's about 45 minutes from here.
I'm looking at Joel Byra.
I will put this nail in your coffin, Tony.
Joel Byra is our senior East LA correspondent.
Yeah, my favorite bingo number is Be Quiet.
Joelberg. Wow, real Joelberg champ. Look at that. Good job, Joel Byra. Whoa, getting things started with a little whoa.
You ever steal any like jewelry or anything expensive from any of these old people that are about to die?
Good question.
No, my neighbor says he has a $10,000 domino set though.
Oh, red band or dominoes.
Wait, like cheesy bread? That's expensive.
$10,000 cheesy bread. That must be the best cheesy bread ever.
$10,000 dominoes. That's only a week at my place.
Wait, why would that be? I don't get it.
It's my impression of Red Band. Ooh, a reverse. Hello?
That sucked.
You called him to tell us?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a bitter ghost. Ooh.
Kyler, what's your sex life like? Did I ask you this before?
No, but that's how I know that you're not gay, Tony, because only straight guys ask me that question.
There you go.
It's pretty much non-existent.
Rothschild.
But that's not because things don't work. It's just I have no game.
Well, you know what? We have good news for you. Joel Byra is ready to have anal sex. Here we go. Look at those hairy armpits. Can you do it?
Have you ever been to Transylvania?
Hey! There you go. That's a fucking slid that right in there.
Go get the purple dildo.
Oh, shit. I love it, man. Well, Kyler, I love that we're able to squeeze you in here and up here. What do you got planned for the rest of the night? Anything crazy?
I got Aphrodite waiting in my access right outside.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, so
it's going to be a tight squeeze this evening.
Ooh, black magic.
Cocoa butter. Allie, you've seen Tyler on the circuit, right?
Yeah, it's so nice being here because I haven't seen him since, all the stuff closed down, and I always ask him lots of questions about his wheelchair situation. And you are bad at spitting game because I feel like, there could have been some moments where I would have busted down on that chair, but sometimes it falls flat.
I remember one of our conversations, me and you have something in common, is we don't orgasm.
Whoa.
I didn't want to bring it up.
There you go. My goodness. Was that a secret? Looks like the only nuts being busted here tonight are in the peanut gallery. Okay, put your foot down.
That joke brought to you by John's Manure Company on 3rd Avenue. Go get your manure.
Wait, is that a Channel 9 reference? Yeah. Kyler Bentley, ladies and gentlemen,
Thank
so
you,
much
guys.
fun. Thank you, the great Kyler Bentley.
I
Kyler
like the bullet.
What? Oh, yeah. Kyler Bentley. Kyler Bentley. Kyler Bentley stand-up on social media. Absolutely. That's where you can follow him. All right. Let's see. What do we got here? What do we got? I don't see William or David in this stream. Is that correct? Oh, at the same time? Okay. Yeah. Tell one of them to come over here. God, it's unbelievable. Just, I mean, amateur. Absolutely. Like, sub-retarded. Like, to call that retarded.
You know, when Allie was a regular, we didn't have to do this
at all. Waiting, ready, everything written, prepared, professional, ready to go.
It cost me so much.
Wait. Allie, it's in your head, zombie. Okay, all right. Go grab Tony Gidley. I pulled Tony Gidley out. He works in the kitchen here. This is very exciting. This is going to be, I believe, his first time ever doing stand-up comedy. Here he is, Tony Gidley. We got him, David. We got him. Gidley. Tony Gidley. It is Tony Gidley. Here he is. Tony Gidley, everybody. Here he goes. Here he is, Tony Gidley. No.
Okay. So do you guys know what the most popular 2020 children's new names are? G Lane and Maxwell. Too soon. Yeah. There's a couple months left in the year. She's still got some time to die. Let's see. Really, I'm out of breath. Not even running. So I was hanging out with my little cousins anyway. And I opened up the refrigerator for my little cousin. I said, "You want some of this 7-Up?" And he's like, "No, I'm only 6." And I was like, "All right, well, you want some of this Coke?" And he said, "Yeah, line it up, motherfucker." And we had a good time. Basketball all night. So yeah, I was at a bar watching Steph Curry. I love to hate that guy. So I'm sitting there screaming at the TV. I'm like, "Fuck Curry! I fucking hate Curry! Curry sucks donkey dick!" And then a guy came up from behind the bar. He said, "Excuse me, sir, but Curry is very important to our native cuisine. Take it easy, bro. Plus it can hit the 3.
Wow. There you go. It is in your head. The zombies are in your head. Tony Gidley, welcome to the show. This was your first time doing stand-up comedy?
Incorrect.
Oh, you've been doing it a while.
I started in 2019 in January at a potluck, and I've been doing mics in a show called Comedy Chow ever since.
Awesome.
And,
okay. It's your first time on Kill Tony, though.
I've signed up, but I've not been on.
Correct. Okay.
You look a lot different, by the way, than pre-quarantine.
It's true. He started drinking water. He was very dehydrated. I used to make fun of him for not drinking enough water, and now you are completely hydrated.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've been exercising a lot? You've been out on your e-bike? Nope. No?
No, I don't know what the fuck that is.
No, it's nothing. Have you been exercising?
I just went for a hike today.
That's it. When you're, let me just catch you guys up on something you might not know. If you're truly white trash, all you need to do is work out once, and you get compliments for like 3 days. People are like, "Oh my God, you look great. Did you do something?" It's like, "Oh, I just went on a 30-minute hike earlier." That's it.
I got all of my fucking unemployment money just recently.
Oh, really? What'd you do with it? How'd you
All
spend
at
it?
once. I bought some hiking shoes.
Wow. Did you spend $10,000 on Domino's?
No, but I could.
You got hiking shoes. What else did you get?
I got a couple of pairs of shoes. I got like 4 pairs of shoes. You just buy shoes.
Jesus. Oh, I think somebody was looting on Melrose in June. I spent all my money on shoes. Size 15.
You're making a grave mistake right now, Tony.
6 feet away, motherfucker.
My goodness. So what kind of shoes did you get?
I actually got shoes that are like Nike all conditions gear. So they're called ACG, which is actually my initials.
ASG?
ACG.
ACG.
All conditions gear.
Oh my goodness.
They're the most comfortable hiking boots that I have worn.
Wow.
Where are you hiking?
Kenneth Hahn, primarily.
He specializes in trash piles and landfills.
Yeah. I grew up on like 14 acres in the woods.
Is that true? Where were the woods at? What part
Michigan.
Oh, what part of Michigan?
Right in the middle. Right by the Capitol.
Oh my goodness gracious. Wow, you are truly just born in an ashtray.
Absolutely.
That is incredible. What do your parents do for work?
Both retired now.
What did they used to do?
My
Worked
dad,
at a factory?
Yeah, I worked at plenty of factories. My dad was a Vietnam veteran. Is a Vietnam veteran. Marine.
Oh, I can see. You carried on his looks, the bandana, the facial hair. You look like a young Vietnam vet yourself.
This is the longest that my hair has ever been, but yeah.
Yeah. And how about your mom? She used to be a bus driver.
Absolutely not. She's a prison warden.
Whoa! Close. I was close. Bus driver, prison warden are right next door at the White Trash Family Employee Benefit.
They have the same shapes too.
Yes, absolutely. Very, very strong. Your mom has broad shoulders?
Sure.
Oh, you know she does. Come on.
She's a stout young woman still, yeah.
Do you remember any stories? Like, was there any, like she almost got stabbed once? Or...
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. Well, not she didn't get stabbed, but she would tell me that guys would, like, cut themselves open just to, like, be able to go to the hospital or whatever. And then eventually that fucking scar would just open up with your finger.
I call that flirting.
So they could just go to the hospital or whatever.
You call that foreplay, Joel Byra?
She's flirting.
But they made her all kinds of crafts and like they painted pictures for her and shit. Oh my goodness.
Hey, there's a picture of me raping you, bitch.
And they also masturbated it.
I used my own shit to paint it.
What did you think about that joke that I just made, Skeleton?
I'm laughing to it.
Oh my goodness! What's something crazy that we find a little bit wild about you, Tony Gidley? You seem like you have a lot of skeletons in your closet.
Crazy? I'm not very crazy. I make beats.
You do?
I make a lot of beats.
You do? Can you beatbox a little bit for us right now? Here we go, everybody! It's one of the rare live performances that we're getting. He's putting on his mask. He's going future on us.
Yeah, who'd have thought beatboxing would be one of the most dangerous things to do?
He's got one of the official Kill Tony masks on. He's very exciting. Turns out he's a big fan of the show.
Represent.
That's right. Oh, shit.
Your program yet? That's your program yet? That's your program
Oh,
yet?
there comes that bass. Wow, that was incredible. ACG. Wow. That's
Your
right.
mom's a prison guard? Let me search it.
That is incredible. And speaking about finding out how hard you have to work it, you're actually working in the kitchen right now.
Yeah.
You are on duty. You're the only person to get paid while being a guest on Kill Tony in a very, very long time. That is absolutely incredible. How do you like working in the kitchen here at the Comedy Store?
Oh, it sucks.
It does? Yeah. What do you dislike about it?
Just the grease. Just greasy.
Yeah, it's a lot of grease.
You can't handle the heat. You're gonna love it.
Oh my goodness!
I heard they have s'mores there.
That's heaven you're thinking of.
How the fuck are you gonna cook a s'more in heaven?
Yeah, you have your own
Air fryers. They have air
You
fryers.
can cook it anywhere. Microwaves.
Snap your fingers. You're in heaven, baby. I can't go. I'm jealous.
Are you guys? Did you guys? All you guys go to hell when you died?
We're alive. We're TV
Oh,
show.
I'm sorry.
Channel 9, Bend, Oregon.
Oh, so these are just characters that you guys play.
Your regional TV horror host, Tony.
Oh. Wow. That laugh was very scary. How'd you do that?
Well, when things are better deep between your legs, the secrets, then it just comes from the bowels of goodness of the bottom of the tits.
Oh, God. All right. Tony. Oh, okay, Tony. That's very. Back to the kitchen you go. Tony Gidley, everybody. What's your social media?
Tony Gidley 28.
Tony Gidley 28. It's in your head. All right, we're having fun here. Hey, look, one of the regulars is here. They were both performing at the same time in a fucking window during the show a minute ago, but one of them is here. You know this guy, very controversial figure. A lot of people say he is the most beloved person ever. A lot of people absolutely want to murder him on sight. Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you the Big Red Machine, the Red Dead Revolver, the Red Dead with the Red Shed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is lights out, William Montgomery.
Y'all, I wrote this set when I was in New York City last week. I was about to perform at Showtime at the Apollo. Bunch of blacks. Spoiler alert. Smashing Pumpkins is a cool band name. If I named my band after my high school hijinks, we'd call ourselves Shooting Schools. I miss the old Weather Channel. Show me some lo-fi graphics accompanied by elevator jazz. Now you've got World's Strangest Weather and shit as programming. Bitch, I got YouTube. Hey, Red Band, when you receive a gallon of eugenics in the mail, don't blame me, queer. That's a testosterone joke. Red Band is pretty much a bitch. Wow. Yeah, are you gonna really look at me that way, Red Band?
Wow. William closing on a joke calling Red Band a bitch. That is not an angle very much used on Red Band.
When I saw Red Band, I was at his place 3 nights ago. I was at his.
I would never let you at my house.
I was in his glory hole in his bathroom. I saw his Oriental.
Oh, are you going to use another racist term from the 90s, you fuck? Wow.
Are you really?
No, seriously, are you calling my girlfriend?
You said I could
Are you calling my girlfriend Oriental bitch?
You said I could watch.
Oh, Red Band walking over there. David, are you on camera?
Bitch! You think I'm a fucking bitch? You're gonna do that? We were friends the other night. I watched his Chinese girlfriend suck his dick.
Right now, they're like blood brothers, but like with COVID instead of blood.
And some bubblicious bubble gum.
The Corona Bronas, William and Red Band.
The bubblicious. Hey, Red Band, I did send you the new Janet. Oh, he's about to get his pistol.
Oh, Red
No, he's
Band.
bleeding.
Y'all are in for a treat. This is about to be on Lively. Red Band is about to murder me.
Red Band, that's not how things work.
Yeah, where do you think we are? The Orient?
Bringing a new meaning to Death Squad.
Yeah, where is the Death Squad? The Orient?
William, let's talk about your set a little bit here.
What set? I didn't see anything.
There was some
You
really...
would say that.
William.
That set was very disorienting.
William.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
William. You had some really great jokes in your set. I really like the
What was your
smashing
favorite?
pumpkin. I really like the smashing pumpkin school shooter joke. It was very, very good, very well written, very in your style, in your voice, well paced, well timed out, and got a big laugh. How's this week been going for you?
It's been pretty good. I am now a salesperson.
A singles person?
No, a salesperson for the board game Jumanji. I've been playing a bunch of board games. Try to get that guy out of my hands because you're not going to be able to. I'm playing Jumanji tonight.
Jumanji?
I'm playing Jumanji tonight.
Okay, Brian.
You know my least favorite board game?
I sort of don't like Monopoly. What do you think about Monopoly?
Whoa. Red Dan is very mad at you for calling his Oriental girlfriend Oriental. This is really interesting.
He is mad. I saw her suck his penis 2 nights ago in his fucking shower. And I think all the listeners want to know,
where did you see this at?
In his bathroom.
My house. Me and David hang out and have barbecues all the time. I won't let him in my house. My girlfriend doesn't like them.
Plot hole with that story. Plot hole with that story.
Yeah. This is wild.
But he stuck his penis. It looks a lot like mine.
How did you weren't in his house, correct? Were you?
I was in his bathroom. I saw his thing come through the hole.
What did
very
it look
slow.
like? What did his thing look like?
Sort of like a squirrel grabbing onto a pond.
What did it look
Hold
like?
on, who messed my joke up? Who said that?
Doesn't matter. What did
Getting I love you.
William, what did you say that it looked like?
It looked like when Red Bean stuck his penis through the shower hole and his girlfriend was bending over. It looked like a squirrel holding on to peanuts.
A squirrel holding on to peanuts?
A squirrel holding on to peanuts. And I didn't know
what
what
noise does a squirrel make?
Okay. I heard a bunch of that.
William, you're really good at making animal noises. Can you do a cow? How about a horse?
Come on.
Oh, that's what a horse is?
What else? Give me more animals.
Okay, a skunk. All right. How about a walrus? Wait, that's an Australian person.
It's an English person going to the map.
Okay. How about a dolphin? What noise does a dolphin make? Okay. This is really gone downhill fast. All right.
I don't think it has.
One last one. Do an impression.
Allie, get my back.
Do an impression of a dog.
I'm gonna lose the fucking caboose.
Allie, what do you think about William's style?
You know, I love William.
How long were you regular? I feel like. How long were you doing it? I've now been doing it 1 year and 7 months.
She's longer than you.
I don't remember. It's all a blur. I'm wondering, I have a random question. Would you ever replace Will.i.am from the Black Eyed Peas?
Yes, last time I heard in support of Queen.
Do you like Black Eyed Peas?
I like when Will.i.am sings the Bohemian Rhapsody song and I just get into it. And I can't help but think, where is Red Band's Chinese girlfriend? I want to see her put her lips around his penis.
Hey, where's your girlfriend that beats you up, you little bitch? Yeah, why don't you show me another bruise every week from you getting hit, you little famic?
Are you fucking with me right
No.
now? Did you read on the news? She's in the hospital.
Why? Why? Because she hit herself and then called the cops and said that you did it?
She got in a fight with the ghost.
Really?
Ooh. I'm kidding. That would I've been watching a bunch of Dateline. That is a Dateline line.
All right, William, before we let you go, can we see your impression of a mosquito?
Of a what?
Mosquito. The bug that flies and sucks the blood of
Hey, dude, just take your socks off.
Could you do an impression of me?
What? Do one of Allie.
Stand a little closer to the goddamn fence.
That's very interesting. That's an interesting.
Give me another one.
Can you do an impression of Red Band?
Hold on, I get it. We're up in outer space now, but y'all realize I am a dice
shooting gambler, is there any sort of, what's that word again? When you're up in space, is there any gravity in here?
Oh, that's a great Brian Red Band question. You put the icing was actually throw you back in a cup.
Give me another one.
No, that's it.
Okay.
There he goes, William Montgomery, everybody. William Montgomery, it's a William Montgomery. It's a William Montgomery. He is William Montgomery. We already did that. That was kind of
My mouth tastes like Clorox.
yeah, that was a very bizarre maneuver. That
I mean, Trump said it would work, right?
no, that's not what he said at all. At all. He said that there should be some type of cleansing agents in a vaccine, which there are in other vaccines. There's formaldehyde. He was actually right about that. And he was right about sunshine killing it. But they don't go back and look at any of these things. Go ahead, Ali Makovsky. Thank you, Mr. President.
Don't you produce this podcast?
Yeah. I mean, I did.
Oh my goodness.
Me and David have been looking for a replacement for a while.
Oh my goodness.
We actually talked last week.
You know what? I pulled another name out of the bucket, and we're going to knock it out right now. Ladies and gentlemen, this young man's first time on the show. Put your hands together for Pedro Mijo, everybody. Here he is. Here's Pedro Mijo.
Thank you for the introduction. So, you know what I find very unfair? I find very unfair when you're fighting a girl and her friends find it very odd that she is fighting you, so she gets into it. I also think that it's also unfair that, she kind of takes her time. The guy usually just jumps in, no fucks given, just. So, there's that. There was a time I had a girl that I was really into, and like every other pursuit, it ended with misery, despair, and self-loathing, also known as Manuela. Manuela, would you like to say hello? All right, so. Okay. So there was a.
There you go, Pedro.
Oh, yeah, too.
Save you there. It's okay, Pedro. Very good, Pedro. That was a very unorthodox set. How long you been on comedy?
I've been doing it for about a month and a half.
Month and a half. You started during the pandemic. How old are you?
26.
25
this year. I'm turning 26 this year.
When? Your birthday? September.
Yeah.
September what?
22. I'm a Virgo.
Wow, what's yours?
September 8th.
Oh my goodness.
Mine is September 11th. That way you never forget.
Oh my god.
Didn't see that one coming at all.
I'm a regional TV horror.
It's also 9/11 because that joke crashed and burned. 9/11.
My favorite bingo number is Be Quiet.
That joke was already made.
Why did the chicken?
Okay. Pedro, welcome to the show. You are 25, going on to 26 very quickly. I still feel like you might be 17.
Yeah, I would say it's like 15.
You are. You have those young ages. Any of your classmates? Forget it.
What's your favorite science teacher? What's their name?
Okay. Red Band still deeply affected from the words of William Montgomery minutes ago, still riding that adrenaline and perhaps a bleach poisoning running through its veins. Pedro, tell us about your life. You're 25. What do you do for work?
All right, so I don't really have a job except working at a factory whenever I feel like going.
Why do you have such a lax schedule at the factory?
Well, because I just feel like, there's so many things to do throughout the day. Why do I need to be slaving over something?
What kind of factory is it? You're such a bad comedian. I feel like it could be the Laugh Factory.
Cookie factory. It's a cookie factory.
It's a cookie factory?
Cookie factory.
A cookie factory?
Yes.
Uh-oh. Red Band's new favorite comedian of the year.
I don't like sweets.
Your Instagram at 4 a.m. tells an entirely different story.
Yeah, meat and cheese, a different story. You're right.
So what kind of cookies are you making over there?
You guys know the J&J? No, that's his brand name. Jenny Cherries, the whole cookie, you know, the one with the crazy hairs and stuff.
Yeah.
Tastes nasty.
Yeah, the cookies that you make taste nasty.
They taste nasty because they're not made with love.
What are you good at? Like, you make shitty cookies, you write shitty jokes. What's like a talent that you have?
Well, I did serve my country.
What did you serve? What did you do? You served them cookies? What are we talking about here?
Now I do, but no, I used to serve for the military back in 2013 to 16 for the U.S. Army at Fort Hood.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's incredible. What branch of the military were you in? The Army. Why do I feel like you're lying? How many push-ups can you do?
25. I'm not gonna.
Why? What if we had William do 25 alongside of you? Come on, here we go. Lay down, guys. Here we go. 25 push-ups coming from both of them. There's some armed forces music coming at you. Here we go. 25 push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, this is for America. Keep up, William. It's very exciting. Wow, this kid really was in the Army. This is very impressive. All right, this is very impressive. Okay, guys, you're good. You're good. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. This kid just dominated you in a push-up competition, William. How does that make you feel without using the microphone? She's nowhere to be found. Okay, there goes William Montgomery. Here he goes. He's hogging it up on his way back to his seat. Pedro, what's your love life like?
I got a girlfriend I don't acknowledge as much as I should.
Wait, what?
I have a girlfriend I don't acknowledge as much as I should.
Why don't you acknowledge your girlfriend?
Because she's not here.
Where is she?
That's a good question.
What does that mean? I think she's with what? This is you think she's what?
It's just in the web.
No, I'm more than sure she's with.
Turkey, the chance of
Okay. What do you mean you're pretty sure she's with her family? What does this mean? Be more clear.
It means that I don't like to keep tracks on her, but I know in good faith she is.
When's the last time you spoke with her?
Like about an hour before I got in here.
Oh, okay. So she's with her family.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
You're paranoid.
I don't know where she is right now. She's no longer with us. She's with her family.
Yeah, exactly.
You have a really interesting energy. Like,
thank you.
Like when you walked out, you seemed like really comfortable and adorable and sweet, and now you seem very like nervous, and you're trying. Like, I feel like because you're new, you're like trying to figure out like who you are, but you're not being yourself. So it's really hard to like get a read on you. And it seems like you're really charming and sweet, and you don't have to be like a mysterious bad boy with a girlfriend.
Yeah, it's like a helicopter.
Having flashbacks of the war. Oh God! Actually, there was a shooting that was there, and they thought it was me. But that was.
Oh my goodness! Wow. Why did they think it was you?
Dude, look at me. I'm white.
You're not white.
Everybody looks at me and they're like, "Hey, that's the white boy."
No, they don't.
You obviously don't know you won't live where I live.
Nobody does that. Your name is Pedro, and you look like a Pedro. Oh, look at that!
That is the whitest kids I've ever seen.
So, Elvira, you're our senior East Los Angeles correspondent. What do you think about this guy? What race would you call him?
This guy's my cousin, eh? Oh, shit. There you go, man.
God, I thought that was fucking digits for a second over there.
He's only a white guy at the Million Man March.
Yeah, we were featured on Fools Gone Wild. Did you see that?
Oh, what?
We were featured a clip of. Did you guys see that? Yeah, Los Digits was on a viral, a massive Mexican. It's basically like World Star, but for Latinos. Because on the episode where I asked him, "What's your first pickup line when you meet a girl?" and he goes, "What's up, fool?" That's the whole clip, and it just keeps going over and over. It's really funny. All right. How long you been with this girl?
For about 3 years.
Is she Latino as well?
Yeah, I don't.
Is she? Have you ever gotten her pregnant?
How many times? 20?
Have you ever gotten her pregnant? Pedro, this is an interview. Interviews are supposed to be compelling.
How about we talk about the military? It is more interesting than.
Is your girlfriend the one who inspired your joke about getting in fights? What was that joke? I was confused.
So I thought the joke was funny because I was trying to make a longer joke and it did not work out. I didn't have enough time in order to get to that joke. So at the end, there was a good punchline and.
Pedro, I like your style, dude. Just keep writing, keep trying, don't give up. There's something in there. There's something deep in there. But I'm always good at one good talent that I have is I can spot somebody before they even do anything decent of what their potential is. I have a good barometer for potential, and I see you being a teapot full of potential. There he goes, Pedro Mijo, ladies and gentlemen. The king of potential. Fuck yeah. One of the comedians with the most potential we've ever seen. All potential, that guy. Pedro Mijo.
Shitty cookies.
Shitty cookies, shitty at his factory. He was bad at the military. He's a bad boyfriend, but a lot of potential as a comedian. We have another regular, ladies and gentlemen, roast god, joke writing guru, one of my favorite human beings. Ladies and gentlemen, it's David Lucas. Here he is. Let's do this shit. Here he is, the great David Lucas.
Yeah. The WNBA is back, and these hoes are complaining about their pay. Everybody knows the WNBA sucks. I think they should be paid by the hour. And if they get over 20 points, then you can get a bonus, bitch. You're not getting what LeBron gets. Nobody wants to pay thousands of dollars to sit courtside to see a game full of layups. Until you hoes are doing alley-oops and breaking backboards. Sorry, man. No, bro. Tony has to talk to William like he's a kid. All right, man. Fuck it. That's it. That's just That's it.
David Lucas. That was great. WNBA is perhaps the most unwatchable